Fire. That's a mouthload. But we have an amazing tournament for you today. I'm so excited. I'll be your host, Paulie Hype, for another one of these spectacular Esports U virtual events, once again presented by the Collegiate Sports Management Group. So thank you all so much for joining us here early this morning. We have some amazing competition coming up next. And to start out the day, we have VALORANT on the Esports U Twitch channel, and we have Overwatch over on twitch.tv/esportsu. We have some 16 collegiate schools competing in these events this week. It's going to be fantastic. I'm really excited for it. 8 teams on each region. And as we start off this first day, we have VALORANT. First game up will be NYIT versus Hartford. And for Overwatch, it's going to be Bay State versus Suffolk Community College. You know, before we kick on over to the casters, I just want to take a second to say, like, this region means so much to me coming from the Northeast. So many of these local schools here to New York and the tri-state area. These are some of the powerhouse schools in the collegiate. You know, a lot of these schools coming from our partner ECAC conference, as well as ECC and a mix of others. But we have some amazing VALORANT, competitive Overwatch, Rocket League, and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate action on the day. So whether you're just tuning in or tuning in later for those other games, I hope you enjoy the stream. Without further ado, let's guide on over. If you're watching twitch.tv/esportsu, you'll be joined by Catnator as well as Chad Lantis for some VALORANT action. If you're joined on Overwatch, twitch.tv/esportsu2, you can be joined by Septilence and Dividing, who will be your Overwatch casters over there. So without further ado, let's throw it on over to VALORANT, which will be NYIT versus Hartford, or Overwatch, which will be Septilence and Dividing, Bay State versus Suffolk Community College. So without further ado, over to the four casters. I hope you guys enjoy the stream, and we'll see you here at the break for some more updates.
Thank you very much, Paulie Hype. I'm Catnator 3K. That is Chad Lantis. We are here on the Esports U channel to take you through the CECC Northeast VALORANT qualifier. Chad, one of these teams, at the end of it all, when it's all said and done, is going to send themselves to the Commissioner Cup in Atlanta, Georgia, at the Gateway Center Arena. It's going to be the biggest collegiate event to date. Are you ready for this?
I'm freaking ready for that. That sounds like an awesome time. I was planning on Atlanta trip pretty soon, so maybe I'll swing by because that'll be freaking awesome. Adjust my plans for that. That'd be sick. A lot of people should be doing that too if it's land at public access, things like that. But yeah, Catnator, I'm really excited for that. We have a lot of awesome Valor action today. Whole weekend full of it. So definitely feeling very blessed with that. We get the early morning awesome collegiate action to start off the day just right. There's going to be some best of ones that we'll be going to, and the very first match that we'll be going into as well, it's going to be Hartford University up against NYIT. So straight off the bat, just two really solid teams to watch.
Yeah. Yes, sir, it is. And well, you said we're getting straight into it. We absolutely are. We're going to jump straight into the action. And yeah, we've got 6 best of ones today. The group stage is first starting with Group A. We'll go through 3 games in the Group A division. We'll see who qualifies from there. And then we'll jump over to Group B. Tomorrow, we'll jump into the best of 3 as the top 2 in both of these groups going to qualify their way in. But it all starts right here in this round number 1. And you want to get off early, Chad, because you are going to want that 2-1 scoreline to try to qualify through in your group.
Heck yeah, I'm going to the first match of the day, first map of the day. It's going to be Ascent, one of the more classic maps. And going into this new meta as well, it definitely seems like Omen has been the favored pick as far as controllers go for this map. You still see some Astras. Some teams play around with Brimstone. You don't really ever see Viper. You didn't really do it before either. But Omen definitely seems to be the one that most people go for. You already see the Hartford Hawks already have the Omen locked in. Hovered by New York Tech as well. And there's a lot of one-ways, good options for those Owen dark covers, and a lot of threats you can place those dark covers as well. Just the fact that you put that up there because it's a hollow smoke just already gives a threat. As long as you're in there once or twice a half, that already trains the enemy team to think, oh man, we have to clear this every time because they might be sitting in there. Oh, they go to the brim! Yo!
I mean,
yes.
Even through the nerf, they need him.
I love me some Brimmy with the Stimmy, man.
Yeah, I love that synergy. Looking to synergize with the team for the Stim Beacon. We'll see how that looks for them getting into the sites. But Chad, compositions, we can see 2 KOs come out. It's always interesting to see, especially around collegiate play. I feel like it took Collegiate just a little bit longer to adopt the KO. There's a couple early teams running it, especially NYIT. They actually have been running in ECAC for like the last 5 weeks, and they're one of the first teams I really feel like innovated in that department, and it made their Ascent game look very, very good. But other than that, it's been late adoptions, people just loving to play the Sky and just feeling way more comfortable. But now we see the KO start to come in. How do you feel about these compositions?
I especially love the KO plus Brimstone composition because KO, if you can suppress the enemy and then you're running in full speed with the Brimstone with the Stimmy and then you drop those really thick and really dense smokes, it's so impressive. You just throw yourself on sight. You're just the defenders don't have any abilities to use to slow you down. They're getting flashed. You're getting rolled on. There's smokes everywhere. You can't really see anything if you try to run around. You don't really have good angles to work with your teammates. And it's just like a 5v, like 1, 2, 3, but whatever it is, it's still advantage. The attacker is just swarming onto site. So huge advantage if when NYIT will be on offense, but we'll be starting on defense first. You can still use that game plan for retakes. Speaking of game plans though, space. Wanting to push up. Oh, nearly gets the first blood, but lives to tell another tale on the side of NYIT. Big control for Synergy. Very nice.
Yeah,
like
Synergy's taking a lot of space down mid, and it's going to have a refrag opportunity from the Catwalk KO as well. A couple little bits of chip damage going to be done for both sides. Nothing quite too dangerous yet. Saisaray will sit towards Scaffold. The shoulder's starting to come in, but nothing from Hartford just yet. They don't want to commit to it before the rest of the squads made their way over, and they will now start to head over to the A main department. That is the benefit of the Omen. You get the dark covers back.
Looks like game plan is going to be for A site. Hartford just wants to try to capitalize on the weekend jet. Sky was able to heal them up, but still no shield or anything like that. Push on the site. Explosive nature. The first blood goes to the Hawks.
Yeah, and I'll turn right back the other way as Main goes out for 2. The Brimstone Mod will grab one as well. Michiru's getting involved. Trades back. There's on show, but it's just too little too late. The question on 3K suggests otherwise. Looking to make it 4. Here's the door closed. Braid flash from Cloud. Seconds ticking down. Door's not going to be an option. He's completely destroyed, and so is Cloud. A 4K from the KO. A 1v4 clutch. Might as well call it that. The Killjoy, not the KO. My man is tripping. Nonetheless, that's the pistol going the way of Hartford University.
It's like, you know, early morning start. First round of the cast. No worries, Cat.
Thanks,
Happens, man. All good.
I really appreciate that.
Yeah, I got you. See the Chamber coming in as well, something we didn't talk about yet, and something that should be coming into play very heavily for this half, especially since they're on the defensive side. Chamber's so good on defense. You can use those trademarks cross maps recovering out for your team. You already see one just now placed in Garage, which is a little bit of a bait that can swing off of that information once that gets triggered. You basically have 2 alarm bots you can set up across anywhere in the map, whereas when we see Hartford on defense, we'll only see 1, but you can kind of use the turret as well a little bit for that same purpose. But operator lines as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Ascent is really good for operator lines. So having the ultimate turret of force is really good. The Jet can do the same thing if you want to, but having your solo duelist composition, let the Chamber be the one with the
timing of that orb grab.
Operator.
Yeah, walk away with it.
Definitely
only 1
lucky.
alarm bot in the comp and only 0 players on the A side. The game will stack hard for B. And Hartford has started to recognize space is already to Scaffold of the Spectre as well. That's that close range spray down weapon, and well, Ichu will find out instantly spray down. Ooh, Saraya's got a nice little cheeky headhunter shot on Tropic jumping up to box. Team gonna look to take Scaffold as quickly as they can. It is easy to go for them, so just trying to get damage done. Great flash to come forward, but it is against your own team, so you do hate to see that. Space is good for a 4K, massive from Hell. Saisaray will hit one more nice shot with a headhunter. Has a Spectre in the hands now as well. Trying to make a little bit of extra econ damage, but Choco to shut things down before they can get too dangerous. It's a 2-0 for the University of Hartford, and that is going to give them the bonus.
Space so close to transferring that properly for the ace. Hit the head, even got the dink for it too on the transfer, but just needed 1 more bullet. Nearly had it. This will be the buy round for NYIT, and like you said, they had 1 trademark. I mean, that was their save round, right? So they probably just didn't buy a second trademark. But they placed it for their swing bait on Garage and just completely left for a retake situation on A site. Retake on a eco round doesn't really work out. So the gambled stacks didn't work out overall. All good. Eco rounds, gamble stacking sometimes is the best play to deal with. A little bit of info. They tagged the jet there.
We'll get the one way to come through from the brim as well. Brim one way is always interesting because you only get those 3 smokes. They don't recharge. They're the longest smokes in the game, so technically, I guess you get value in that department, but that's 2 smokes now for the brim for this retake if it does come about. Can't use it to stall anymore. Just interesting. Little notes, especially if you're Hartford that you're going to want to be taking into account. You can get those smokes out early. It makes things just that much easier for you. They've made presence. They based another flash as well coming through A main. And they're just baiting for presence right now, just baiting for util, doing a great job on their early default. Looking ahead to lobby now where Cloud up close and personal. Good for 1. Choco going to get the quick trade, though. Clean from the Omen. Waiting for the team to come over, but is going to have smokes to throw.
Choco just waiting for this. The team does not want to do a hero play with a spike in hand. That would be a definite space, though, with a Blade Storm doing a hero play of their own. Fighting Michiru, who was looking to try to get some mid-control for the team, but it was so isolated in that spot that Michiru was in. Look where all these members of Hartford are. There's no way Michiru would be able to do that with no support from the team at all. Very high-risk strategy. Could have had a big reward for sure, of course, but... What is very, very rewarded is Mango sitting there in A main. Good for 3, and it looks like it's going to be for 4. It is, and Mango takes control of the round, winning it for NYIT.
Man, the amount of individual plays we've seen already. It's only been 3 rounds. It's just players popping off. You know, I thought going into it, Chad, I said, okay, man, it's 10 in the morning. They're gamers. Surely, like, we get like a sleepy first game. They're just trying to figure it out. They're yawning, but no, man. These guys are born awake. I don't know if they've got like energy drinks going on or what's going on, but like, dang, they look kind of good early. I'm not gonna lie. Up this early, the game just started. Everybody's had big moments already, and we love to see that from teams playing so well, even getting up so early. They know how important it is to try to make it to these nationals, and they're letting us know.
I also love his aggressive map control and aggressive challenges. Space takes down that synergy. Choco in a really tough spot, but Space has their back.
The only thing they don't have is the spike, and they start to collapse on it mid for NYIT, but it does get picked up by the Killjoy. They'll get it away, so they are going to get it to site. The only danger is that CT chamber of Exciter. He's got damage, but not enough to kill. The spike made its way to lane. Ishiro going to break door, chopping up close and personal. He'll turn to the flash, but it won't matter. Top flash good enough for the KO. Tower to pick that one up. 2 trades back the other way. NYIT looking to take their way into that B side. The Blade Storm is popped, and Mango's over the top rope to find 1. Looking for more, just off the 4K. Exciter will get involved as well down CT stair. Just looking to collapse on the space, and they've done it. A 3K right after the 4K. In 2 rounds, it's 7 kills for the Jet of Mango and Ayando, and they've got themselves a 2-2 scoreline for NYIT.
Dude, Mango definitely woke up, got some nice fructose, you know? Ingest some natural energy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. 9-2, just running this game right now. The 2 Jets really are both putting up such a big performance. And the confidence you saw in Mango at the very last moment there. Zeisler wasn't quite there yet, and Mango just kind of hovered on an off angle. It's a little tough to react to for Space's position. So, all right, I'm just going to challenge just to know where they are. I know they're weak enough. A couple body shots, all I need. That's all it takes. Stack up for the Hawks now at A site. It's worked for them really well at A site overall. So I don't blame them for going over there again, especially when they play from main. But Mango is the one who's here, smoking them off. Brimstone in mid control. We'll be able to reach that distance as well. So you'll be seeing Brimstone in middle, like, kind of area of the map a lot just because of the range of smokes, of course.
That early 0 points info on 3, so they're definitely known about right now. Got the cut noise. I've waited the util. NYIT, the discipline, quite nice from them. They'll take the mid control, they'll take that extra space, but they'll hold strong. Second person's smoke's gone through, and will space. He smoked his way to the front of sight. Cloud person's come through as well. Able to sneak behind. Mango just too much to worry about at one time. No 4Ks, no 3Ks this time around. Instantly taken out. Sice Rare and Tropic will trade one another. Frags in that department. One's going to be door, but the plant has gone down. For Hartford, they bought themselves just a little bit of time, and Choco will buy them some more. As Michiro will come through door, try to make a play through the smoke, gets caught out. Try to flash through scaffold early. Wall bangs for both players. Ooh, is going to connect on the space. Lots of damage done. Looking to turn the tides. We'll find the generator player as well. Synergy's picked up one with the molly. The hell player burned alive, and Choco able to take one back. So there is a trade in that department. 1v2 for Cloud. Flash through hell has cleared it. Both players going to be door. They're playing the double swing. Hartford playing so patiently off one another. They've got a little bit of util to work with too. Spike taps. Over out. They start to line up, and Cloud hit both. Has taken the 3K, and once again, it's another big moment for one of these players stepping up. NYIT, it's 3-2.
What a clutch from Cloud, using the guiding lights just so you try to scout out. Is anybody else left in hell? Where are they going to be located? I know Synergy came from main, so they've got to be at least one of them in tree, if not both. There's a little bit of a gamble that nobody was going to be hiding behind generator in that situation, but honestly, if you need to win a 1 versus 2 situation, the timer is running really low, you kind of have to take some gambles, take some risks like that. Beautiful just read on the situation by Cloud. And read by New York Institute of Technology as well. Like, they did such a good job of walking through mid with the control that they had. You saw 4 people already ready for the A site take, that they were instantly there for the retake and the hold of the site.
Absolutely.
A lot of this is thanks to that mid control that Synergy keeps taking.
Yep. I'm going to say, once again, already taking that cat. They've taken early mid for Synergy. No contact, and then start to back away just a little bit. They recognize the space they have, and they'll hold on to their extremities. Hartford will now look, instead of late A, they're looking to go late B. Drone going to be the cause to get them in. Ooh, the null command makes sure there is no tour de force going forward here. Tropics picked up one. The Hunter's Fury out as well. Good for tag, good for damage. Drummy thick. They'll find themselves one of Rare is the fall. Chuck darts into CT to make sure no one's sneaking through that lockdown. So real used for Hartford, but it's got them to sight. Sometimes you just want to get yourself around, and so far looking very good to do so. Got to have that 2-player advantage going into that post plant.
Crossfire set there right now for Hartford as well. So hard for NYIT to get into the site.
So hard, and well, it's not going to happen. Space has picked up 2. Drummy Thick will grab another. First the entry frag with Hunter's Fury, and then a second to wrap up the post plans. They'll find their first 2 kills of the game, and quite impactful, I'd say. 3 ults gone off the board for Hartford, but a round picked up. We're tied up at 3-3.
Yeah, you saw them as well stacking up onto market. I like the idea that Synergy would show to try to shoot down the Owl drone, but if you're going to have Mingo hold an angle like that, then swinging out to shoot down the drone doesn't really do much, because then they just think that it's Synergy on that angle, and they'll swing to try to shoot anyway, kind of situation. And that Hunter's Fury had such high value in that situation. Therefore, a split map for Hartford, and a very aggressive mid-take for the entirety of the team of NYIT. The already spreading out is going to be 2v2 on the flank. I don't think Hartford's going to expect this one, Cat.
Oh, no. The eco shenanigans here.
The shorty is such limited range.
Yeah, it's walked away. The shorty, well, it's very much short range. The Sheriff is it. Oh, what does Mitro shoot? He does. Good for 1. Looking for a second. The orbital strike could be the one to win it out, but there is that corner to tuck hell. Fragment's going to go in. They still just barely tucking it, now caught by the bullets of Excisphere. That's 2 guns converted for NYIT. They're going to look to take this retake, and they've got a decent amount of ults to use into it if they want to.
Spending the orbital strike already, so prefer not spending more this round if you don't have to. You do know it's going to be generally eco. They got 2 rifles from that, though.
Yeah. Man, that starts to look kind of doable here. The null command's out early. They got to find Choco Log. Good for 1. Drummy Thick has taken down the null command KO. Look at the swing, still trying to take Choco Logs. Now they've done so. Mango's going to have it. That's another weapon to be picked up here as they try to flood their way into the stair. Talking about shorter and shorter. They cannot stop moving. Drummy Thick to pick up 1. Trades to come through with Sanchez front of sight to be taken out. Reek got to come forward. Mango got to swing nonetheless, caught by the Sova back of sight. Out of bullets now. Look at a swing to back of going out. They do have the frag, but no time indeed. The defuse only gets halfway. It's 3 seconds too late for NYIT. It's a clutch for Drummy Thick. It's 4-3 for Hartford. They hold on the anti-eco.
So good by Hartford. As soon as their 2 members again collapse on A site, they just instantly sent it on B. Got that spike planted as fast as possible, and then it was just down to space to just live as long as they could, and that's exactly what they did. That timer already started ticking, having to rotate from the other side of the map. NYIT just took them so long, and the members of Hartford just doing their best to stall. Just systematic, just layered attack and defense holds. Saw Choco at the logs, and then tucked all the way in the back was the Sova at the very end.
Really flash from Cloud. Oh, it's in the Cloud burst, so it's actually denial of info.
Yeah.
Hartford, they're there, but you never know.
Teleport's ready.
Look at
Kinda like-
Synergy, man.
Kind of like this this Brim sitting Sabrosa.
That's not even Sabrosa, dude. Like, what is the name for this one? It's deep.
Kind of like this Brim sitting deep.
Deep. New name. Dude, they have no idea. That's insane.
Did you hear the bracer?
How did they get
hear the
here,
bracer?
man? Like, how are they allowed so consistently to walk up midway through grass? But then also, like, this round, they're so far. Nobody on Hartford is going to expect this.
Yeah,
Did they
definitely
trigger
not.
just blink?
If they
Get 2 kills
cross
for
through
this?
mid.
Oh, they do!
Oh, yes,
Synergy!
it does. Synergy waited so long, and my mom always said, you just gotta be patient. There's no need to worry. And Synergy to
30
pick up
seconds
2.
left.
Look for the stem beacon to try to get some more frags, but Drumming Thick finally to shut things down. Xycer is back through mid. Picked up one as Rendezvous away. Chamber
One
diff
enemy
in full
remaining.
effect. Beautiful pop flash over the top of the Radiant Knight
Wow.
crate from Michiru, and they'll take both frags. It's 4-4 NYIT. They tie things right back up.
Synergy, man. How do you get away with that? That's insane. If I could get away with that every round of ranked and never take a shot, that's just so much information for free for my team to play off of.
Yeah, you wouldn't be
That
cold, bro.
alone it's like almost the equivalent of getting a kill. I wouldn't be gold if I played the game more often. I just need time for that.
Where
Dude,
have
I play
heard
with
that one
diamonds
before?
in my lobby, bro. What you mean?
Okay, man. Yeah. That's why we put you on the desk. Don't worry. That's why we put you on the desk. Most certainly. Hartford, they're going to put themselves in a mid, but we talked about it all game. NYIT have had nothing but control of that department. Choco, she's looking to change that story. We'll take Synergy away. Fisher feeling very good about last round, and we'll let him know about it. A clean 2K for the KO, and that's the NYIT mid control. The NYIT guarantee. They do not let that mid go the other way, and Hartford, they sometimes gotta learn the hard way, man. Life lessons to be had in mid. Coming of age stories.
Player standing.
Well, coming into
Spike
the
down.
off. Shansha, Mango happy to have that one. And through the Radiant Knight boxes, a wall bang and Cloud will take it when Tropic backs away. 5-4 as NYIT take second round in a row.
Story of this half has been so largely just NYIT just taking mid control basically for free every round, and they have so much information to work off of. The first, like 2 of the 4 round wins for Hartford are pistol and then the anti-eco. So beyond that, it's been a 5-for-2 dominance on these rifle rounds with mid control from NYIT. It's just been it's crazy how consistently they get this. It's
Yeah.
such an advantage. It should be getting away for free. But not taking it this time around though.
It was definitely advantage now for Hartford going into the B department. Drones in early. It's just Cloud switchbox damage, but not enough to kill. So Space will grab that first frag and into the site. They're going to go. Synergy's picked one back to the door. Acid's closing. So there is a trade to be had. And remember, Space is 5 HP after that entry frag. We just saw one KO sit log early. Now the whole team looking to sit there. And well, they've learned about it this time. NYIT quickly will take care of that. Snippy to come up for Synergy as well as Xycer jump into B main. They haven't cleared the close corner. Now they will. They have to. That Killjoy's going to shoot. Mitchell's picked it up. And that just leaves Space. 5 HP in a dream in a 1v4. 1v3 now, but Synergy a 3K. And a 6-4 scoreline as NYIT will take yet another.
Yeah, tough for Space to hold that one at the very end there. Synergy. We talked about Mango, who just taking things by control themselves, but like in the last rounds, I'm looking at both Synergy and the KO on this NYIT lineup. Both these players are just popping off. Michiru just walked in mid 2 rounds ago and are just taking fights completely in the middle. Completely exposed. So I'm just going to take a fight here. I'm going to take a fight here. I'm going to win it. I'm going to win it. And Xycer has been kind of low key as far as like map control and flashy plays, things like that. But you see them on the high score line because they're so consistently like swinging for the teammates, covering for the back, doing crossfire setups, things like that. So they're just playing solid, good Valorant right now as well. Nothing flashy, but just really good.
Early drone has spotted 2. We'll spot the shoulder of the chamber. Millisecond though, so matter they saw it or not, Space. It'll take just a millisecond to take Michiru. That's that first frag. Oh my goodness, the rendezvous strain, the danger. Space said, hey, you wanna pack them up in a box for me? It's a to-go box? All right, man. It's early in the morning. I'll have my donut with
Mango's out main.
Spike planted.
Oh, Mango out main to pick up Drummy Thick and looking to add that presence to start to contain for this retake. There's rightfully picked up here to make the retake just a little bit easier, but Space will make it harder. Now they have a 3K, still top of the generator, and not looking to move. As they'll grab a 4K. Tropical pick up 1 as well to come together to wrap things up. 4 players left alive for Hartford, 5-6 scoreline.
Beautifully done by Hartford. A lot of times when we see success from University of Hartford, it's just been from just aggressive takes on the sites when NYIT doesn't have enough information yet to work off of, to fall off properly. And Hartford just rolls through and gets 1 or 2 picks on the way in. Plays numbers advantage. So NYIT need to continue just working with the space that they can work with, getting some information to play off of, and then falling off gracefully if they can't stall or get a frag on a safe position. Easier said than done, obviously. But a good way to start things off is taking out Space, who's the one who's very aggressively takes Space themselves. True to their name. It's been a very massive element of that game plan I just talked about that's been successful for Hartford. Gone now. Last round of the half, too.
Oh no. The
Double
double op. The double op. And well, there's the second shots to come through. Mango's taking out Choco. And she's the spike carrier in this round as well. So they're just looking to sit on it. Good pop flash to come out. But shot timing not going to be there. There is the KO that's already walked up though. Mitchell will catch the doppelganger. Caught out though by Drummy Thick in mid. Exciser has an instant trade. Zancha's found one as well. It's not going to be 1-on-3 here to walk straight into Mango spawn and a nice little shot to come through. 7-5 for NYIT. The lead by 2 going into that.
And what's crazy, Kat, is looking at this team composition. Yes, Chamber is really good on defense, more so than offense, in my opinion. And Brimstone, because they got so much map control and could just sit there so comfortably in mid so often, was going to be actually ended up being a really good controller because they had all the ranges. But overall, I'd like this composition a lot on offense because of the KO Brimstone combination as well with the Jet. So while we found them with a lot of strengths in defense, I think they're going to look just as good, if not better, on offense, just by composition alone. Gonna have to deal with the Killjoy though. It's a KO and a Killjoy on the team that they're gonna have to deal with. The Kjo.
There's a paranoia, but it has hit nothing. Unfortunately, Space is able to get top damage and get out as well with the dash. So no worries there. Tailwind does come in clutch sometimes. Will be burned though for the rest of the round. This can grab 2 kills, which we definitely seen Space grab a couple more than 2 kills. So not to say it's not doable.
Yep.
My T team will say it's a lot of util early. I feel like there's probably players there. Let's go B, gang.
Very respectful defensive line from Hartford. Like, they are hard on the default, spread across the map, in a very passive position that just naturally gives a lot of space over towards NYIT. The turret gives them a little bit of awareness, but does not give them the site control on B.
They go snuck in, and that is the site picked up for NYIT. Mango go close and personal CT right around these sky smokes, and Mango's been so scary all game. You gotta be nervous. Your Joey thinks taking out the sights here, looking to take space B main, and Mango gone just like that. Space has one right back the other way. Up to CT stair. Thank God the Brimstone splash. That could have been dangerous. Sasha just picked up one. Mitchell instantly traded back. And Space out of bullets, but now has the reload. A swung through in the Brim. Yeah, it's a matter of time there. Inevitable. He's looking to delay with synergy into 3K for Space. They 6-7 scoreline. Hartford will instantly take the pistol and should very much have this thing tied up by the next round.
Yeah, set themselves up to most likely an anti-eco. It will be exciting if NYIT goes for the 4 spy here, but again, we see just pistol dominance, and Hartford looked incredibly strong on the pistol round, and they had a really good anti-eco as well. So they start off this map really well, but it was NYIT who just, with rifles in hand, worked the map beautifully, played it like a fiddle. Something we'll have to look forward to seeing later, see if NYIT can continue doing the offensive side with the rifles in hand as well. But right now it's not forced by just a couple sheriffs. Almost won an eco round in the first half as well. They just gamble stacked on the wrong side of the map and had to go the distance to go for the defuse.
Post Cat. Choco gonna find that one somehow, even through
The pressure.
Jummy Thick's picked up one as well. Hartford, they're gonna hold strong in the defensive line. Very nice thus far. Mitru looking to break through the A main side of things. Hot Flash has come out, has not caught the door player, but Mitru has nonetheless clean share of shots. That's what weapons be converted. There's an areas around that department. They've gotten to site as well. I'm going to force them to plant a little bit further into the backside of generator, but can plant nonetheless.
Vishu.
3K. Where is that coming
That's the
from?
info too.
From the KO. The 0 point has information. That last shot can't quite come through. Zonja trying to hold on to things, trying to save the round. Has found a 2K. They're going to be towards hell. The turret, does it spot? It will not. It's going to be on that 90-degree angle in front, so it will not know. Zonja cannot take this as the gospel. He's doing so thus far. Looking to clear these extremities. Tapping the spike. This Jet player has found him now and will catch the contact. It's danger coming through from the KO, but the Killjoy will save the day. A 1v3 clutch for Zonja to save the anti-eco.
I had to focus for a second.
The second time that the eco round from New York Tech. Looks like, man, they could win this one. Thanks to Michiru hitting 3 amazing headshots with the sheriff in hand. At the very end, Zon was able to find 3 1v1s. You were allowed to find the one situation pretty much that you can win out of 1v3. It's just people challenging one at a time. This is when New York Tech could try to shore up later on, try to swing together, do crossfires, things like that, use numbers advantage. Right now, we'll move on. Mid look from Synergy and Michiru. Continued mid control from these two members of NYIT Tech. While the rest of the team going for mid control. This is the rifle round that we talked about for New York Tech, looking through. Forecasting earlier. Space took a little damage. Oh my god, it's all on Jummy Thick for A-side control.
Very much up, Cat. We'll stop the bear. Yeah. Interesting reaction time coming through there.
Wow.
NYIT, they're going to come through mid. Stemby going to come through. Oh, interesting flash, but it will not matter. Tropic going to be caught in a flash of their own, and Mitru is able to grab that one. And that Sky Smoke's going to be the Omen, but they're not able to capitalize on the opportunity. Nash has picked up one trade by Synergy. That's B-site picked up. Shoko now at the Sky Smoke, but the players have already made their way to site. They've closed market door as well, so you cannot make it through to site without making presence if you're the Omen. There's 2 players left for Hartford. Just looking to get econ damage down. Spectre picked up for Drummy Thick. What can they find?
They found a couple members over at New York Tech on site. Drummy Thick finds the first frag that they need. Couldn't quite get the second. And Cycer finds their own. It's just too many people to deal with just a Spectre in hand. Too many rifles in the hands of New York Tech to be able to fight through. The kill time is just heavily in the favor of the attacking team here as they get back in the lead. It's a little bit of a bad read from New York Tech that they saw a little presence from Joey Thick, the guy picking mid, and they explode on towards B site, thinking that might be the weaker side of things. It worked out, of course, by some really well placed shots and the fact that they had the better weaponry. But that's something that could be an issue later on if there's rifles in hands of Hartford.
New York, as they're instantly up to B main. Damage to both sides. And Drummy Thick will grab one through the wall. For a second, we know Mango's so very low. He's able to dodge that wild spray coming through from the Ares. And NYIT, they're coming through mid, looking to go towards Cat now. Saw early opportunities, did not find what they were looking for. Synergy going to get up close. I'm imagining for fake brim smokes here, because the rest of the team very much late in getting around. Michelle's picked up one through mid, so Drummy Thick going to fall. Was looking for that info peak, and well, got in fall right. Synergy already up grass. Team in tow. It's an important frag to grab here. Synergy and has grabbed it. Into the bracer now. Sky's supposed to come down. All this KJ util still available.
Even though Mango and Cycer have the top frags in the team, which is incredibly important for sure. Synergy and Michiro are the two that I've been seeing with the most like impactful frags for this team. Like, they get like first bloods, they get movement up the map, they get cutoffs for rotations, they get so much for this team.
Space to take space down towards tree. Pop flash going from Tropic, waiting for the teammate to make connections, but it's Mango to connect from Cat. Has caught out that Jet player's Tropic. Last pop flash has come through, and everyone will wait it out so very patiently for New York. They don't want to give those guns away, and they have not. Be sure to wrap things up. 9-7 for NYIT. The Cy Bears now up 2 rounds yet again. Hartford will take some time.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, we saw on the defensive side, and we're kind of seeing again now, already this early in the half, that Hartford is just allowing New York Tech to have so much mid control. That's a lot of information for free that they can use to attack sites now on offense with a 2-pronged attack. For B site pushed up mid, attack from main as well from market. Otherwise, they can attack from tree and A main for A site. A lot of pings going through. People discussing strategies during a tactical timeout taken. But if you're Hartford, you got to figure out a way of denying freedom of space. Don't give them free info. Don't let them have free control.
100%. It's so hard to do so, right? When you talk about Hartford's defensive line, they're playing good util-wise as well. They've moved the KJ over, stall for all that A space, but I mean, Synergy just walks in and takes 2 gunfights raw, wins them both. What do you do in that scenario? Your util's good, you stall for the time, but they wait the util and say, "Hey man, we coming in anyway," and they come in hot. What do you do?
Right. At the end of the day, as a shooter, you gotta win your gunfights. It's all talk about like the tactics and all that kind of stuff. Just gives you advantages in those gunfights. So what you can do is just find ways of giving yourself advantages. Bladestorm activated for space. Nope, I haven't seen Choco really utilize the gun either. Oh my goodness.
Ooh. Mango, we talk about win those gunfights. Space, well, tough to win a 1v5, but no trades, and flashes come through for NYT, flooding their way into the site. They'll use the ultimates, the tour de force, the null command as well. Make sure they get all that space. So we'll be the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury on the side of Hartford.
That's a lot of damage to that volley. Tropic so low, just incendiary. Shots all
so confident. Traded now, body shots is the one to do it as well. Zanja has that one. Tour de force back to the way for Iserair, and Choco has put some damage away towards the door. Zanja looking for more scaffold timing by Synergy to jump top of box. Key little play, very confident play for the Brimstone. It has it nonetheless. Choco's picking up the tour de force, looking to swing for more generator, but Cloud has caught it before things can get any stickier. 10-7 for NYIT as they're sticking to the lead.
I like the crossfire challenge at the very end there for New York Tech. Pretty much my one criticism to them for this entire half was on that eco round, the second round that they lost. They came down to a 3v1, but they didn't do the crossfire setups or anything like that, just did 1v1s. But right there, they did a crossfire. They used their number advantage. 2v1 situation. So already shoring up those weaknesses, which is awesome to see on the other side of things.
That's a good spot.
Hartford will have a full buy this round. So they're much stronger. Aggressive out of garage. They're smoking off the angles that they're aggressively challenging, which
Both flashes
puts them in a little bit of an awkward situation.
Grounded.
It's both sky flashes. They do get the frag. Pop flash comes through the KO, turned by Mango. Tropic will recognize. Yeah, not for me. I'm the second player at the site. I don't want to do my omen like that. Get the dark cover out, fragment early. Made space or picked up for NYIT. So presence still going to be known about in that B main department. Only presence on the map as well. Looking to think about mid. Oh, the KOs are for the dark cover. Choco going to catch it though. So she'll avoid what could have been disaster for the team early in terms of mid control. Try looking for more, but that dart is going to have the scan. They'll know about it and look to contain. The Hunter's Fury out for Drummy Thick. This one frag and the dart's gone.
Oh no.
They don't even find a tag.
Oh no.
Unlucky, really.
Already player down as well. It's so tragic. The Seekers give them away.
Down B.
Synergy's picked up Tropic with the orbital strike. as they look to head into that B site. Hartford, they've
30
lost yet another
seconds
member as Choco's fallen to Cloud. And into sight is the Jet. Plan's gone down. 25 seconds, and that's all they needed. A late execute, but a good one nonetheless. 6 ice rare caught by Zancha. So there's a bit of good luck here for Hartford. They have a lockdown still to work with. They will have the KO. Good market. Are they ready for it? Beautiful swing to come through the flash lane. Drummy Thick is taking the trade back the other way. Has the dart for info on 2. One's gone main, one has gone to lane. They've got themselves site control. Flash has no info for NYIT. Drummy Thick playing around, playing the angles, finds one, but Cloud out through lane for the trade. 11-7 as NYIT start to look dominant towards the back half of the game.
I was starting to see flashbacks from that round I talked about before, where they're just into 3v1, but they're taking 1v1 fights one at a time at the very end there. To be fair, though, there's a really tough spot to be able to take a 2v1 with the position Drummy Thick did, which was beautifully done. So they did a fantastic job, all things considered, in that 1v3 situation. Player I'm looking at to try like take away space control is Choco. She's dropping dark covers for space to work with, which hasn't really amounted to much because it just also denies space line of sight to really challenge anything. But I want to see Choco in her own smokes as a threat. Have a shotgun hand or something. Like, make your dark covers be so threatening that New York Tech is trained to not be able to challenge that.
Right on New York Tech, trained to challenge the A site. Mango good for 1. Drummy Thick gonna have the instant trade. Playing in smokes. Not their own solo, of course, but playing within them. Door gonna go down, instantly broken by the Ares, so there's some danger to be had here. Hartford looking to send everybody towards this door side. I would not be shocked to see a lockdown go down here as they have the members to protect it. Drone's called Synergy, has to back away from this. There is that lockdown. Looking to send themselves out quickly here to catch NYIT onto this site as they try to flood their way to A main. Stacy's got Cloud in that crossing. He's stuck towards the top of the box. Now caught out of the round. Hartford's in close. Cloud first to come early. Drummy to peek through it. He's picked up one back. And it's just a massacre. It's a sprayed out coming through for NYIT. Everybody getting involved. Sector will take the last 2 with a headhunter as that primary runs out of bullets. It's match point for NYIT. It's 12-7. As even the lockdown can't hold them back.
That looks so bad for New York Tech at first because the lockdown forced him completely out of sight, and there's no ultimates or anything like that for New York Tech to be able to work with. But so much utility was used by Hartford. They didn't have much utility left to keep New York Tech away and keep them funneled and controlled in A main. And what they actually ended up doing was completely lining up. New York Tech just swung through and just sprayed them down. It's an unfortunate turn of events for Hartford, and now it's the map point. This is a best of 1 situation here as well. Round robin group stage, so you'll have more chances if they fall here, but you want to start off the game day right. Oh, they saw the barrel!
Space! 2. Cloudburst to come through, but Synergy has caught the trade.
Got the
Late,
spike.
but has grabbed it. 10 HP for the Brimstone. And they'll look to go towards B main. Rest of the team got to get involved. Late lurk for the chamber. The op in hand. Drummy Thick. Ronnie has come through. Never know. Never happen. 1 minute left on the round. Time for the execute. KJ turret's going to give it away as soon as Synergy peaks. There's the turret. First shot to go through. Tucked to sight still for Zancha. Just waiting for the push. Dark cover now to stall for even more time for Hartford. Pick up close and personal. Fry has come through lane, but too late. They've been able to sneak through. Just barely NYIT. The confidence to soar through B main. Pure Point's going to come through here. It's going to connect for players. Zancha going to connect for 1 to the back of the site. It's a 2-on-4 for NYIT if they want to close it out right here. Paranoia has caught Mango. No swings just yet for Hartford. Blade Storm pop. Jonah's info. It's seen both. Choco's picked up 1. Mango through in the slow fall, but Choco, she'll catch both. CT stare. In Hartford, they hold on. They gotta go 4 more rounds if they want to take it to OT.
Yeah, first step of progress is the first step forward. All it takes that 1 step at a time, and that's the first round for Hartford. Overall, getting some good picks, getting a player advantage. I like that the members of Hartford were not jumping the gun, thinking, oh god, we have to do so much. Whatever's the 2 members on B site lose, Zancha and Choco. They waited a little bit. Tropic there coming in with a 0 point as well against additional information. just finals 4 once the rest of the team arrived.
NYIT have switched up the opening, always playing very much spread on the default. This time they said, let's all go B main, man. Let's wrap this thing up. Early pop flash will send the op away. They have info as well. Space will send one shot out. They just want to hit it anyway. They definitely do. Pop wants to come forward. Big dash from Mango. They step into the site. Space put the one through the Sky Smoke. A massive frag for the Jet. We'll make some space early for Hartford. At least towards a player count, because it is NYIT making it to site. They'll get the plant down as well. Once again, they're back to the B site. This time around, post plant looking just a little bit stronger, more util, more players. And they hold on to things. 4v5, much better situation than a 2v4. Up early in the Bladestormer space, has not found anything. Has caught damage though. Oh, Mango. No one's cleared it. Mango looking to make the plays to close us out. It's going to find 2. Looking for a third to go CT. Chopping to trade it back through that Sky Smoke. Hartford, they recognize time running short. We gotta make a move. Synergy's picked up 1 as Tropic tries to make a play towards lane. Second play to come through is Choco, caught as well by Synergy. And he'll catch a 3K to wrap up the game. It's 13-8 and NYIT. They're up 1-0 here in this group stage.
New York Tech, man, on defense, they got all of the map control they wanted and just took it and utilized it beautifully. On offense, they ran into some issues here and there. Overall, though, still a fantastic showing from them on offensive side. Be able to just show up, roll into a site, execute it, get some picks along the way, and just kind of death ball strategy with that Brimstone KO combination that we talked about alongside that Jet, setting the Jet up. And they just did such a great job of just map control in general. I mean, that was really the overall story of that map. Was the map control was very clearly an advantage of New York Tech.
Yeah, absolutely. Always in mid on the defensive side of things, always spread on the default on the offense. So always knowing information, always having somebody for some sort of audio cue everywhere, and being able to adapt and read off the defense because they have all that information. And then I love the switch up into last round. I said, we've been playing default heavy. We've been pretty much everywhere. We've been slow pacing, hitting late round executes. Let's just go. They're not going to expect that. And they did not. Worked it through B main, won the fights, and it always the benefit. When you've got pretty clean strats, you've been reading the defense, and then you can frag too on top of it. That's having the cake and eating the icing to go with it. Like, phenomenal from this team, and no surprise to see them up 1-0 here.
Yeah, I'm not surprised at all based on how they were playing that map. So looking forward to seeing what they can do and see if they can consistently keep that up moving forward as well. Keep up the good game plans across different maps as well, because that's the game plan for Ascent, is mid-control translating into big success. Going to other maps like Bind and stuff like that, a completely different story. So we'll see what the future unfolds, and we'll have to see that after a quick break. It's going to be a quick 5-minute. We'll be right back, just a few. We are back for map number 2, match number 2 of the day in group number A. And it's going to be New York Tech making a grand return up against Pace. And New York Tech, we just saw them go win their first map, and fairly, it's hard to say dominant because the round count actually got really close, like a 13-8. But it really felt like outside of the 4 rounds that were lost to pistols, it was a very dominant 13-4 on rifle rounds from New York Tech. So if they can shore up pistols a little bit, it's going to be a completely different story at that point.
Yeah, absolutely. And the story of the day going to be making it to the top 2 of your group. We're continuing in Group A. We're moving forward with NYIT up against Pace. And, well, Pace, they're 0-1. NYIT, if you've been here, if you have eyes, and if you can do math, you will know that NYIT are up 1-0. I have none of those things. So it's more for me than it is for
ears
you
as well. We
in the audience.
Told you
but
like
yeah. Well, it's just nonetheless, just in case the dots were not connecting. NYIT, they win here, they guarantee themselves qualification into tomorrow. Pace, they lose here, they're going to have to rely on tiebreakers to come through, and those will be round differential, things like that. And that is going to require them to get a 1-2 scenario. And you don't want to rely on that. You never do. You never want to leave it up to another team. You want to come back swinging here. Pace, they've had an interesting season running through a couple of these collegiate conferences. They've been around the lower echelon of teams. Now's a chance to rewrite their history, and they've got to do it against a team that we just saw come out swinging, look very confident, look very good in terms of map control on Ascent and well, Chad. That's where we are headed back to.
You're going right back to where New York Tech dominated. I asked the question before it was a break of, can New York Tech translate that form of control and map play to other maps, well, we'll need to wait a lot longer to find out, because like, who
cares?
So the question is, does Pace have people scouting for them? Do you have analysts and coaches looking out to see what kind of game plan New York Tech brought in? Because the big game plan was map control through mid. A lot of that was synergy, and they were just so dominant. Synergy alongside Michiru. It's probably gonna be the same composition. Synergy on the Brimstone, Michiru on KO, Zeiss Ray on the Chamber, Mango on Jet, Cloud on Sky. I mean, they may be hovering other things, but I'd imagine they'd go back to the same composition.
Yeah. Absolutely. I would not be surprised one bit. And, well, ironically, Pace will give us the same composition as Hartford. At least that's how it looks to go. If they fill the KO, they certainly will be right back there. So New York Tech can be very, very comfortable.
Yeah, something we just didn't really see much versus New York Tech's opposition last game in Hartford was the Oatman using dark cover in ways of providing them as like a threat. We didn't really see that whole lot. Therefore, New York Tech basically all they did was either just push through dark covers or just kind of sit there and wait it out and then walk through afterwards. So we'll have to see if Kiwi locks in this Omen, if they are able to do use that agent in a way that denies New York Tech that map control more heavily than Hartford was able to do.
Oh my goodness, it is deja vu. Same compositions, new team. We'll see how they are doing. And there is one other team in this Group A, that is Farmingdale. They have historically the best record in the leagues that they do compete in tandem with these other leagues, most notably the VALORANT A division of the ECCC. And they're 5-3. They're the highest in terms of records. So they went through, they 13-4'd this team now playing against NYIT. So I don't know if that's a great sign, Chad, but that is the team that I expect to be the best here in this group. So we could cut them some slack there, and we can cut them some definite slack if they're able to take this one right back.
Yeah, is that a story of Farmingdale being so much better than the other team in this group, or is that just a story that Pace is just having a hard time keeping pace? Is there really
how do you do it?
Do you do it? And New York Tech will be able to actually compete with Farmingdale later on. I mean, based on how the map control went and winning gunfights, things like that, New York Tech looks really good. So I'm really looking forward to a potential match between New York Tech and Farmingdale. It'd be freaking sick to watch.
That would be. Yeah, time will tell us. Pace are giving us a very split default on pistol. Kiwi would be the one to take mid.
Immediate mid control as well. Using that dark cover off tree and then pushing up into mid. Already fighting for map control better than we saw in the first match today from New York Tech's opposition. We'll see what New York Tech can do.
NYIT are hungry.
House. Got rid of some vision denial. The overgrowth, that cost nothing, basically.
Sorry, kid.
Oh, and well, it has costed nothing, and they've been able to redeem a frag, a synergy to find one. Dice are getting up close and personal in mid, and Kiwi, talk about how long they've been tucking, are able to pick up one. Synergy back through mid, though, mid-market to pick up one. Look for a second towards Fountain, not quite. The frenzy's so hard to get down the spray. Michiru in the meantime is taking one with the classic Loki player going to fall. NYIT has gone up A main. They've gone up mid. They found some frags with the Omen. Kiwi, he snuck all the way into CT, but caught instantly by Cloud. Left. So where you going, big dog? Drops down the rain, and easy for that one. We'll wash out the Omen player, and that just leaves Siddiq to sight. Plant's gone down, 16 HP. Dart now gone. Take a nice little short hop to lane, but
that land on the roof
situation. Could not tell you, but I can tell you these shots, Chad, they've got to land. And every single one kind of has to be Siddiq. Good for the first, and Cloud, a quick trade back through market. NYIT, they keep 2 players alive. They win the pistol, and up to a hot start, both in terms of record, in terms of this game.
Kiwi was doing a great job throughout that entire round. At the very end, they started stomping through Garden, going all the way into the spawn. And Cloud was like, all right, well, I hear those. That's not my teammate, so I'm just going to like hold his angle and wait for him to swing this one. With pistols in hand, especially, it's one of the more easy things to do.
Sure.
The other members of New York Tech push through out of main in a way that just Suffolk had no idea what timing New York Tech was going to be retaking from.
Right.
It was a tough spot, especially considering it was a 1v3.
Right. Well, now it'll be a 3v5. NYIT looking to hold on this onslaught of offense coming through on the pistol round, and they've done so thus far. I swear, good for the first. Already backing off, but look who it is in mid. NYIT, the mid control. Demons, Mitchell will let him know with the Spectre, good for 2 on the spray. Mango has a quick trade back, will avenge his teammate. Acidic is good to take 1. Kiwi with the frenzy, getting run down by the Spectres, and Cloud to wrap things up. It's 2-0. It's an anti-eco coming pretty cleanly. 3 guns left alive.
Yeah, just because they got mid control for free that first round. I mean, New York Tech, oftentimes, especially on pistol, you don't really know what the enemy is going to be doing on the offense. You don't really want to just like completely push out on the mid control. That's super risky because they could just death ball into mid or something like that. You try and get a good read on the pacing and things like that of the offense. So after getting the read that New York Tech had, they just went back to the bread and butter and what works for them best, and that's pushing out the mid. Found that instantly. Right now, setting up Mango for quick peeks. It's not the one way we usually see from Synergy, but still does the job of making it hard for Pace to comfortably push through it.
Doesn't the initial sky smoke. Oh, the jet dash gets nowhere. Loki's picked up one, Zin has another. Nearly contact been shut down. The Brim walks through the smoke. Synergy, look at him hit. A massive play. He shut it down. One risky is too risky. Excites rare to sight, caught by Zin. Pace storming their way now into that site. Cloud, the last member standing, gets in down to 2 HP from Scaffold through the dart cover. Gonna be caught by the drone here. Early flash, early peek, but caught by the dart. Spams to the Scaffold's all it's gonna take. The 3K from Zin, they've wrapped up the round.
Yeah, that smoke was a one-way. That would have been a completely different story. Because they would go with the one-ways all the time, I have to imagine that was just a slightly missed. With that arm pad for Brimstone, it's really tough to kind of like know exactly what the lineup is for the one-way. You can see they're like completely covered, like geographically. If you look from the top down, it covers like the same spot that one-way does. It's just so like particular when you drop that one. It's very like pixel perfect. It feels like. So a little unlucky. That completely shattered the game plan. Everything kind of fell apart from there for New York Tech. But that was a bonus anyway, so all good. Statistically, you're supposed to lose that round anyway. Coming right back into it with a pistol, with rifles in hand. Already off to a good start though. New York Tech winning the pistol round. That was kind of like the biggest struggle in the first match that we saw today. 4 members.
Blue A main. Quite interesting for Pace. You lose so much initial presence on the map. And NYIT, we talk about how good they are about pushing those extremities, recognizing the space to contain. The sky's already up through lobby. They know. Just know.
Swarm grenade.
Yep.
Swarm grenade out.
We swarm towards wine. We'll be sipping on nobody. No one's around to be caught by the damage. And Revenges will make sure. Are they in the cubby? Just barely sneaking? They are not. And Pace looking to take their way into sight, but not sneaking it. NYIT has every single clue that they are going to be here. Synergy's picked up one. And that's a Molly to come out. They said, Jet player could come in. They're welcome. We'll give them tea. We'll give them hospitality. But only one. Rest of the team can't get in the club. And so Pace is caught out in a main. Mango going to catch him out. Now to the smoke. Great flash to bring it in from the KO. A 3K for Mango off the teammates. So assist to be had for the rest of the gang. And Kiwi good for 1. They're giving the ones away. Mango now gonna wait for the teammate before the reswing comes through. They got the spike as well. 20 seconds. We got a lot to do here in Cloud. We'll let them know from the backside of Sproza. 3-1 for NYIT. Looking hot now after game number 1.
A very nice pot flash setup for Mango as well. All that util from Synergy. And so much of that round was thanks to just all that information Cloud was able to get from tiles. Allowed the 4 members in New York Tech to be able to push over towards A. Just made it really easy to make a hold happen. Just the free info. Knowing it's half the battle, Catinator.
That certainly isn't. It's just a team that knows the Munich Institute of Technology and Synergy. While he knows he can push through mid, he can do what he wants. Remember, they have great util, but sometimes they just feel themselves, man. So you let us know. He'll walk through his own smoke to find one early. Molly will come down to B main just in case he want to make something happen. And Mitro yet again is back through the mid extremities. This time though, Pace, they've learned themselves. They've taken one and studied it. They said, we know you like to push mid off of us B main. We'll catch you. We want you to play forward. So Kiwi taking the frag, take the KO now for the confirmed kill. And they'll walk back towards spawn, but yet again, it's an extremity pushed. The Jet is top of A main already, just waiting.
We saw that last game as well, Mitru being completely isolated, not being able to be supported, which is part of the risk you take when you go for mid-control like that, similar to what Mango's doing right here. Yourself better. Jets.
Spike down mid.
Okay, good for one. Loki player has a quick trade, though, has avoided
30
the
seconds
dangers. Now it's going to the operator who tucks the pop flash clean for one as Exciser. And they ain't done just yet, baby. They're going to see the shoulder, the Killjoy. I was thinking about walking away, but you ain't got the time for that big dog. You got to hit the site. You got your lockdown, but it doesn't even hit the op there. And well, the op hits you. You guys are good for a second. And yeah, Cynic known about towards Meditrade because that trademark quickly gets back to the top of cap. But it's 10 seconds left. The spike's down. There's an op in the way. You're saving. That's all you got if you're Pace.
Yeah, it's definitely a save right there. Size rare. Looking to shoot darts before they even land, I think, maybe. Skeet shooting. Love me some brimstones on top of the board, Catinator. As a new hotness.
Because you look like Brimstone, man.
Brimstone main.
That's just because you look like him. That's the only reason. I wish we could throw your camera in PIP to prove the point. You look just like him.
Breach and Brimstone. I don't understand how that works.
Oh, you just got that rugged dad look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get like pumped up biceps to really seal the deal, you know what I mean? So he's found one instant trade back. Eco's found something. Look at the second frag to go with it. That's that hero rifle from Cydic. So that's a rifle now to be converted to the team. Actually, two, because they pushed so far up mid. The rifle's picked up, but at a price. Revenge just has to load it. It's not out in time, and Mango's able to pick up one. That's the spike to fall as well. Cloud makes sure Finn falls with it, and they will pincer Cydic into mid. Mango with a second frag and 5-1 scoreline for NYIT. They came out pretty hot off the presses, especially towards the end of last game, and now they are looking to let everybody know about it.
Everybody.
Here.
All right, Pace, you have 4 ultimates to work with now. You have the rifles in hand, full armor, all the utility it purchased up. What will you do to be able to break through this New York Tech lineup? I think because of all the information gathering that New York Tech does, I think you just pick up the things.
Run it.
You just go
No
past
cap.
it. Yeah.
It is time to run it. Ult over as well, and that's what we saw Hartford able to shine. It took 3 ults to get them into the B site, but boy, did they ever get into it. They start some early aggression. They'll meet aggression back, though, in terms of utility, and they say, you know, running it down, it's a good idea on paper, but in actuality, it's kind of scary. They find Exciser as that Sky Smoke goes down, so Kiwi clean shots to be had for that trigger of the operator can be pulled.
That was really good.
They've got one. They've got mid-space, but it's all about now working through that mid-space to find and execute.
Fantastic shots from Kiwi. Somebody who's seems to be someone who can step up for his team. As
You
well.
should run.
All right, no command pops.
Can't use that.
Lockdown on top
Here's
of
the
it.
ults. Here are the ults. Pace will get themselves the site. We've seen NYIT able to retake before. It'll be harder without the star of Mango, the Jet, to make things happen. It's going to have the trade, so there's no Jet for either side now. Are going to be Seekers available for the CT Sky if they want them. Synergy on the reload. Revenge just to peek just in time. The Stim Beacon goes down, but the Stim Beacon useless if you're dead. If you can't use it, Cloud's found the trade. So still not out of proportion just yet. Third ult. Now Hunter's Fury coming out. CT Cynic please just a little to the left. Big dog. There we go. We'll get a tag. Still no Seekers into this round. NYIT, they don't want to risk it much. They don't need to. They're up enough. It doesn't matter too much for him. A 3K to come through the Omen. It's 2-5, and you let him know. He'll throw the laugh down. He said, y'all really thought you could retake on us? No, we get to sight as reps.
Yeah, I think you're sitting just fine for your New York Tech at that point. You're in a 2 versus 3 situation, and Pace already committed 3 ultimates for this round. I feel like the no command lockdown was a little bit of overkill. When I play with friends and playing unrated, I'm all for the overkill is underrated strategy. for sure, but I'm also sending it every round anyway. But I feel like in that moment, you have the first pick, you either lockdown or the no command, right? And then you go from there. There's no Hunter's Fury to stop you from the lockdown. There's no Sova to stop you from the lockdown, even with Sharkbolt lineups. So now they don't have any ultimates to work with to get on the A site. Now we see the mid-control already back to New York Tech, so we're back to where we were before.
That we are. And yet again, who other than Synergy sit deep? The big Brimstone just waiting for his moment in the sun. Siddiq jump peeking. He doesn't know how close he is to getting shaved. And for now, crisis averted. As Pace going to be sitting into A main. But yet again, NYIT have taken on the space. They're up B lobby. They're up mid. They said, we know where you are. It's like we got a Cypher on our team. Neural theft every round.
It is crazy. If you have this much map control, it's almost like you have walls.
Yeah.
Like
so how do they know we're executing here? How do they know
to prepare for us?
Like they're reading us, bro. Who's streaming, bro? Cover the minimap or something. Sites are going to be covered by dark cover right now. Looking for the switch play out of the smoke. He's able to pick up one. Zin's got the sight off the dash, taking out Michiro. KO's and calls him a headache. So happy to have it out. A little Advil for the team. Looking players found one in the need Advil's. Mango going to be that new stress inducer. Push forward, right click to come through. Take out Kiwi, the smoke player gone. Second opportunity, the quick scope not going to be found, but Cloud and Next Ice were able to combine for the last two. 6-2 for NYIT, and they just know.
I'm really surprised to not see smokes coming out from Synergy to block A main when the execute was happening. But beyond that, man. Yeah, you wanted the bloodshed, I guess. But it worked out for them, obviously, because they were prepared for it. They had setups for it, the crossfires, and the Seekers were available, the Bladestorm for Mango, and yeah, I mean,
yeah. Ironically, that's a very real thing. Like, I think we saw it a lot in the Astro meta too. Sometimes you'd set up for double sprays for crossfires, and then your controller will smoke, and they won't push. They'll get scared and walk away. You're like, please, just let them in. Like, we're ready for them. Please, let us have them.
The orb bait.
Peek us top of cat. We want to kill him. Very clean play. The orb bait indeed. They'll have two up into mid. The 0 point does information on it. Synergy, he's out the hills. He said, I can't stimmy. Nah, I don't want the peek then. I don't want the smoke. And Michiro will peek behind the smoke to pick up one. Cypher has another on the players in front of the smoke. B main. Mango to find one. Excites Rare to wrap things up as Kiwi gets one with the classic instant trade, though. 7-2. It's NYIT. They letting them know. They letting them know.
Yeah, anti-eco round. It's tough for Pace to really do anything there. I like what Kiwi did pushing up through mid. This is the player that really is showing up in my eyes for Pace, and the one that needs to just carry this team forward, and the rest of the team needs to step up to that level as well. As Kiwi doing such a good job of fighting the mid control attempts from New York Tech. Overall, obviously, it's still going in New York Tech's like favor, right? Because it's just the way things have been going. But Kiwi is the one that has looked to fight for that a lot, looked to get their own mid control. So it's the player that if they can keep beating Synergy and other members of New York Tech and mid, this could be a big deal for the team.
Revenge!
It's also a big deal.
Revenge is able to cross across the swing box, able to swing off of the flash from Cloud. The operator caught out, Michiro caught out as well, and that's the only thing about early aggression. You don't win it. Suddenly the numbers dwindle. Excites were able to take one back, but there's a trade from Synergy, who's also pretty far. Cat, Zin, fine, Excites Rare, and Pace said, wait a minute, if we just slow down, we let them push us, we just kill them.
Yeah, they're adapting to the fact that New York Tech is actively looking for map control and willing to take some of those risks with how far out they push. If they do that every single round, then eventually you're going to be like, okay, well, when they push out, we'll just hold the angle and take them down. Exactly what they did. Now stacking up towards Child. At this point, just kind of like figuring that New York Tech's learned the lesson and won't try to do that again. So Pace is going back to the ways of stacking up before a site and trying to just push through. Getting some information initially with Alladrone, but Cloud's ready to go with their own utility to fight right back with the information gained.
Oh no!
Lockdown's
Just the orbital strike to end them all.
Oh, they should have held that for the lockdown.
Comes a little early. I'm not gonna lie. Just a little.
If they have a lockdown,
early.
you hold that.
Yeah, you might want to hold that. They have the null command here, but it's all the way on the A side, so all this util is going to freely pour its way out. Two sitting CT stairs looking to play one and done angles, and well, they are done, but they do not grab one, unfortunately. Loki does, though, in the meantime. And we'll use the front of the trails to get into sight, but it's going to go down, and NYIT are looking at a retake scenario.
Oh, I love that so much. They just went into sight, that's it. But because of how that ult works, now in New York Tech's like, where is it? Where is the Omen?
Player standing.
And
They still don't know.
looking for the Omen, but they found Death instead. And who better to bring that death upon them than the unsureness of an Omen? The dark shadowy figure himself in NYIT. I look to sneak this Jet in their op into the shadows to try to save onto this thing, because 1v5 op retake, it just don't happen for you. Ooh, might be got damage on the exit frag. Getting up close and personal. Yeah, switch to the Phantom to fight plate. Frag zits in. Well, caught by Zin nonetheless. It's flawless for pace. They change up tempo yet again. They play slow, and then they say, we're taking it down B main. We use a lockdown. They get in. They get the job done.
Job done indeed. Pace is actually, they're bringing this back to very competitive half. Thought it was overkill earlier when they got the round win before, but 2 rounds ago, they just countered strategied New York Tech. That round, they basically capitalized on a little bit of a misplay that overall strike may use early, and just found a window of opportunity, and they took it beautifully. They are not out of this yet by any means.
And well, they've gone back to what they know works or has worked for a round. Stack up B main, make it happen is what they're looking to do, and they will not find early presence this time. NYIT is not giving anything away, and they'll say, all right, let's head over to A. Let's see what's popping.
I like that they had the Jet position from Zin, just in case somebody pushes out, just held the angle, but now without having any audio cues or no success, they decided to rotate off after making some presence over towards B site, but nobody from New York Tech has moved.
Oh no.
So
Last time around they were here, they did use the Nanos one with clear wine. Revenge has been very good about it. Same thing will be true. There's wine and there is some cheese in the department from the Brim, and it's been eaten up by Revengeance, so has that one quite easily. They've cut noise. They've actually ran away purposely.
30 seconds
Now
left.
to walk back where there is still the Jet close. It'll be as well the KO door, but the side's gonna be Zin. Operator in hand. That's, oh my goodness, looking for the quick scope. Someone tell him it's not Call of Duty. Mango's able to take that one away. Trades back across the board though. They get the site. A 3-on-2 scenario. Quick retake. Out with the opposite
10
side.
seconds
He's been
left.
caught out. A low-key player in Cloud. 1v3 scenario. Can you make it happen? Early flash to come forward. Player to green box, and he's caught out. 3K for low-key player, and somehow pace of walk back to scoreline is 5-7.
Switching sides.
They trail by 2 in the half.
That Brimstone is so important as well for denying entry onto the sites. Once they found the frag onto Synergy, there's no smokes or mollies or anything of that sort to top them off. So a little bit of a rough into the half there for Synergy, surprisingly. But going into the offensive side, I talked about it in the last map, talked about it now, how this composition is really good for offense with the way that Brimstone and KO can just set up not only the entire team to just deathball and explode onto a site, but especially the Jet unlock Mango. They have a bunch of flashes to work with. You have flank watch from Chamber as well, so when they push through instantly, they can just have those trademarks covering the backs of them. Pistol rounds, things like that can go a little bit differently, but that's something I'll be looking forward to into the rifle rounds especially.
Oh no. Really pushed up towards Cat. They will catch Zin before anything can happen. Just looking to peek early. They'll be caught out. The rest of the team will look to play their way through Cat, through Garden. Kiwi from the backside of things. We get shots off with no damage. Backside low-key player caught out by Cloud. So NYIT have taken the first 2 close contact players and won it out. Got sight.
I love that from Zin as well, getting shot from the back from the Kiwi, but doesn't churn to try and win that duel. Just gets back to the team, knows that they're going to have the player advantage on sights, and now it's all down to just Kiwi in a 1 versus 4 post-plant situation. And yet again, the pistol round goes to New York Tech.
New York Tech 8-5 now. They'll take the pistol. Surely should convert the second as well, as
Here.
for a moment it's a 3-0 run for pace, but it's been shut down right here. We know they're able to turn momentum back though. We just saw him do it Gonna be able to carry out that trend, though, as NYIT will full buy into this round. They're looking to take it to them over towards B main.
Okay, no force up. Some shorties, though. Just some corner camping a little bit. See if that comes out to play later on. But based on the positioning, probably not. It's a nice read by New York Tech to be moving over towards A site. Not entirely sure if read or just lucky. Either way, it's going to work out for their favor. And unlucky
That it
for
is.
pace.
And that it is. SNYT are into the site. Synergy wants to play that close contact. It's cleared scaffold, but you gotta clear behind you, big dog. See, all three will throw down the sky spell. We'll throw in the mollies. You guys hang out there for a second. You in timeout.
Man, that
Team
burns
make
so
their way through
much
door in the
time.
meantime. Burn time is burn damage as well. Synergy gonna fall, and Synergy gonna find a frag. So it's a player burned off the board here for pace. They're still, I don't think they're through door yet. They just now got through door. Over Cloud and the Dicer are more than ready. Mango's got a knife frag, and Michiro to wrap things up. It's 9-5 with the team ace. Everybody, they got their one. That's another round for NYIT, now up 4.
That burned so much time with that smoke and molly that Pace decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to get this door weak, and we're going to set up to explode out this door. All right, everybody regroup, rotate over, and be ready to go. But while all that was happening, it took so much time that Mango just rotated right through mid, taking space control. They knew they have an advantage position. It's anti-eco. They can get away with this kind of stuff. And, man, Mango's realized that everybody else is dying. It's only one person left here in tree. Might as well add insult to injury, get into the headspace of Pace, and make it so much harder for them to get mentally back in this game. Right now, New York Tech, respecting the fact that Pace has rifles, trying to just get some information, not do any unnecessary risks. They don't want to just run through a sight line and just get mowed down by a rifle spam.
The cat peek from Zed. Oh, it's a dud.
Right between the legs, it looked like.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. The dog going to lead the way here for NYIT. They outfound low-key player, and Zin's found one through smoke.
Wow.
Now taken up by Synergy. Same smoke. Well, it could be your angel or your devil. And it's been both those things. So NYIT, they're into the site. They've got a player advantage they're working with here, and Mango going to hold all this space towards Cat, towards garden side of things. We got to be very careful here. Almost certainly going to walk through this off crosshair. There's no way. Yeah, easy for Mango. Here's the spray. Able to try that one home. And two-player scaffold now, where Synergy has been very good about locking it down. Would not be surprised to see the same trend they need you right now. Mango's picked up a 3K through the wall. That's actually wild. And okay, Quicksilver's going to come through, but Cloud will take it just before the clip can be had. So no Twitter impressions to be farmed. 10-5 for NYIT.
The flashing playmate so that they couldn't support Synergy in time, so Synergy just ended up falling because of that. But it was the bonus round anyway. They'll be able to buy up going to the next. Look at their economy. Slicer might even keep this Ares because they know they're going into an anti-eco, so you might as well keep that. If you die with it in hand, you're just donating an Ares instead of a rifle, and the Ares should be just fine in general in this situation. Oh, they do end up dropping it. Interesting. I would have kept the Ares.
Get out of my way.
I know you would have.
Yep.
And you might be concerned here for Siddiq. Team's already in the site. CECC stare. Okay, never mind. I might be concerned about the other team playing against Siddiq, who finds a nice first one tappy, but gonna need the rest of the team to come do the same sort of thing. They gotta make it snappy as the plant's already gone down. They gotta retake.
But New York Tech does still have Brimstone. They still have this chamber as well. They have all the utility needed for this hole.
To your point earlier, means no blade storm to come from Mango's got to do with the operator and has not been able to do so. Drops CC, does it with the ghost instead. Revenge is going to fall. Turn him into a ghost. Synergy good for 2 clouds. Another Zen has 1 into trade. Synergy yet again. The Brimstone a 3K, 11-5 for the New York Institute of Technology.
They didn't even use the utility, guys. This similar situation as we said earlier is like, let them come. We have the crossfire set up, so we're ready to take the fights. We know it's the anti-eco. Don't let them close the gap through smokes or anything like that. Just have them challenge sight lines and we'll mow them down. That's exactly what they did. 11-5 for New York Tech. Now they're going to go against the buy round. Operator in hand for Zin yet again. He's going to be holding from tree, have to deal with his ice rare. Just kidding. They just rendezvoused out, so they're going to be rotating back with the team. So unlucky positioning. This is the same position we saw from Pace 2 rounds ago when they got run through on A site. This time around, though, the KO is rotating back to tree instead of taking the aggressive, high-risk position on A site that we found them last time.
Early dog has gone towards wine, so NYIT, you're not going to have info on A main just yet. Might get that info though, we'll just be the KO, and the Milkman's going to come out, so no need to stop him. Mango's already in. Already to scaffold, and surely look for the extra space. Has done just that. Has snuck through to window. Hi, low-key player.
Wow.
You don't know I'm this close to you.
That's
great.
insane.
That allows the KO to come pick it up. Excited has all the info in the world.
Oh my God.
Goodness. Don't, please.
Oh my God. The
drone,
outro
there's no reason to
neither.
clear here. Didn't know about the other player though. Good for 2, but Kiwi. Okay, he's able to trade 1 back. Stuck for so long. Still to come through Cat. It's all the space. Mitchell, what in the world? Kiwi will fall through the scaffolding and Revengeance walks their way up the scaffold. Here's the chamber. Finds 1. You got to do way more than that. Finds 2. Oh, suddenly things are possible, but time runs shorter and shorter. You got to go quick. You got to break the door down. You got to bullets. You got to use the classic. You're caught by Synergy's bullets. 14 HP. That's all she wrote. Look for the op. Try to get it out.
Don't live. Oh no!
If they grab it the first time, there's a chance, but instead the op has fallen. It's match point.
Match
NYIT.
point.
They look to make pace follow 2 here in the group stage. If they can take this one, they guarantee themselves qualification.
You can kind of see the pressure right there weighing down on Vengeance. It's probably on the whole team, but Vengeance was the last one alive. He's here to look at it. Where they're going for the play still to just break down that door. Maybe they didn't realize it was so long on the timer for the spike. And after breaking it, then realizing, okay, I gotta get out and try like recovering the operator, trying to do too much. Gets pressure weighing heavily on pace. Map point. Aggression.
On to that paranoia play.
I've got
And
your
unfortunately,
trail.
it was not the right read. As NYIT will swarm the B site. Mango up early to CT. Is caught a second through the wall. Clean up draft play. Looking for more through CT. Mango was mad. He let him know.
way.
4K looking for the ace, but Synergy will find the
Attackers
quick
win.
trade. Nonetheless, it's 13-5 for NYIT. They are up 2-0 in Group A. They have guaranteed themselves into the playoffs for tomorrow.
You can even see the confidence from Mango there just escalating rapidly. Like after the knife kill came through, from there on out, going for trick shots. Insane trigger display. Not worried at all about having to get that 1 kill. Just like, I'm just going to see what I can get out of this. I'm pretty confident we're going to win anyway, so why not get a bigger multi-kill for myself or whatever. Can go for the higher risk, higher reward plays like that when your team is looking so dominant that New York Tech has been looking across the board. Every member is stepping up and doing the job really well. There's a couple times that they faltered a little bit, especially those last 2 rounds of the defensive half. Is the 2 rounds that I'm looking at like kind of the weakest moment that we saw in New York Tech in that match. The overall strike burned a little bit early. They got rolled through at the last round as well. So a little bit of a shaky moment for them. So still some weaknesses to shore up, but overall, man, that was really good VALORANT coming out of the entire team in New York Tech.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we come out this break, it will be NYIT up against Farmingdale, who I feel could be the best team in this bracket. So we'll see if it'll be a 3-0, what Farmingdale brings to the table. I think there's a scenario where don't know the results just yet of Farmingdale's second game, but I would not be surprised if it is 2-0 for both of these teams. It's one of these teams with a chance to go flawless moving forward, which means the 1 and 2 will be pretty scuffed. So we'll see what that case ends up being here. But of course, that is after the break. So do not go anywhere. We're back with the CECC Northeast Qualification Tournament. Not only are these kicks fire, but we are kicking off the last matchup here of Group A, and it is sure to be fire as we've got 2 of the best teams. Arguably, we were talking about the green room. I don't mean my room, because my room is green right now. I'm not going to lie, but we've got what we believe on the production crew to be the best matchup of the day, and that is New York Institution of Technology, who you've seen play twice. You know, they're not too bad. Farmingdale, they've been in the shadows. They've been playing off stream, but they've been winning. Both these teams going to be 2-0, playing for that 3-0, that perfect run. Both teams guaranteeing themselves contention into tomorrow's playoffs.
Yeah, both teams are 2-0. Both teams are fighting for that number 1 seed at this point because the last map of the group stage at this point. And both teams beat both Hartford and Pace at basically the same scoreline as well. Like, they are almost entirely equivalent to each other with how strongly they've shown up today against the other 2 teams. So now they go against each other and figure out which team does come out to be the strongest. And I'm excited, even though Bind and Split are the two maps I don't like at casting because they're so slow. But I'm impatient. I'm a Brimstone player. Drop the semis, let's just go and explore the sites. But I am excited to see what New York Tech can bring out, because we already saw twice in a row how dominant they are with taking mid control of a map that has a mid lane. But Bind doesn't really have that. So we did see going out tiles, going out towards Gelato on Ascent. New York Tech does do aggressive map control takes, not just in mid, but this is still going to be a lot tougher of a map to pull that off on. So what other strategies do they have?
Shoot him.
That works.
The shoot him strat. I mean, we saw it a couple times. I feel that's the one strat that honestly stopped NYIT, ironically, was literally just let's shoot him and walk into sight. And if that's what it takes, that is what it's going to take. And as far as I'm concerned, here on the broadcast, we're taking a break. We thought we were ready to go. We said this match is going to be too fire, but unfortunately, I said it too loud. The fire department heard. Right now, they're trying to extinguish the flames before
we gotta
things
get those
go
logs burning. You know, sometimes it takes a little time. You gotta get that flint out. You know, start scraping a little bit, see if you can get some sparks going on. So
okay, you're not that old, man. You're not that old, man. You're trying to go prehistoric on me. Okay, we will be right back when Chad Lantis goes to the Fountain of Youth and takes a couple years off him, because that was sounding way too old. So we'll see you soon, and then the match is gonna start. Welcome back, y'all. And just like these kicks are fire, we are kicking off what is to be a fire last matchup of Group A. It is the New York Institute of Technology up against Farmingdale. They are both 2-0. They have both already qualified. They're the top two teams. They're guaranteed to go into the playoffs, but only one can be the number one seed.
Those kicks are perfect for running it back, Cat, and these teams might be running it back against each other later on in the tournaments because of how things shake up. With these two teams being so good, I would be surprised to see them match each other again in grand finals kind of situation. We'll have to see what we get with Group B kind of situation as well, of course. But all I know is I'm very happy we get to see this map right now. So going into Agent Select on Bind, it's going to be Farmingdale versus New York Technology. Breach locked in instantly on Bind Catnator, something that we very rarely see. This is quite an unorthodox pick. Huh. My brain is racing as far as like, why would you pick Breach instead of Sky, KO, Sova on Bind?
Close quarters map. I mean, you get the opportunity to clear angles. The Aftershock, Fault Line get you in. It can be a good combination for B-Long Octagon area.
B-Long,
C does not exist, but there we go.
B-Long hold is really good for Breach for sure on defense. I think you have pretty good work to be done from U-Haul as well. For a short control, you can reach that over towards Showers to support as well. It's pretty good lining. Yeah.
I do wonder when we put a smoker on the board is the thing.
From either team. What you mean?
Zeno's thinking about it, at least.
Okay,
there we go.
Brimmy. I like Brimstone.
Very traditional combo.
Brimstone and Omen are both really, like, this is actually an interesting map that every controller I consider to still be viable in this map.
Yep.
All of them.
I would agree. And well, we'll see two of them. So we get some options coming through. It'll be the Omen for NYIT. I'm sure they lock that thing home, and moments away for doing so, but I imagine now it has come through. So we got an interesting composition. The Breach is really the only real point of nuance to come through, but that means no Sova. That means a little bit of lack of information going through dart-wise. So, I mean, you make up for that lack of dart by throwing your rays in on top of a fault line. So,
yeah, we also saw that New York Tech is also very willing to use their own bodies as information.
Yes, exactly.
As well. So if they can continue getting away with doing exactly that, then they don't really need a Sova or KO Sky for that situation. Basically the only reason you get those is just so you don't have to risk your own life. But hey, man, faster rotations for your team, more concrete information to work with, more consistent, things like that. Going into the game at this point in time, it is the Rays picked up for both teams, but a double duelist composition for Farmingdale to match alongside the Sky Brimstone. They just want to go for more explosive, just jump onto the site action, which is going to make it really hard for Omen Sky to hold on B. At least they have that trademark to work with, though, so it should support a little bit. The paranoia could be massive if used properly. So a lot of pressure on Synergy for this map, I'd say, from the defensive side.
We'll see if they're able to answer said pressure. The trademark going to answer the call here. And Hookah has information. It'll catch the raise. The young player looking for a scholarship. Got to prove that they're worth it, though. Early need to come through. Cubby, no one there, though. It's the one angle no one's on, actually. Cloud to elbow.
Spike down.
Hey,
Sight is picked up, too. Very nice with the headhunter. Flash to come out of Octagon, but do they get the contact? Do they get the frags? They do not. It's Cloud locking things up. Long looking for one more, but Akira headhunter shots of their own. Both chambers looking clean and well. A trade to come through with none other than the headhunter. 1-0, the New York Institute of Technology.
Winning out that first pistol round is massive for them, especially considering that's pretty much the struggle they had in the first map of the day, which is the only one that looked kind of close between this for this team, is not being able to win that pistols, giving away 4 rounds because of that. But we saw on the second map, once they won the pistols, look how good they are on rifles for both maps. Like, this team, once they start getting momentum, they just keep running with it. So that's rare with a nice 3K. Beautifully placed shots. Going over to A site now, you see those 2 members of New York Tech. Like, where do we go? Where are they going to go? Where do you think? And Synergy just hanging out in the middle. Ready to just drop some dark cover, support the team, and push up from showers.
Ooh, I like to play for Orb.
Scholarship.
Oh, scholarship good for 1, but unfortunately, that scholarship did not get renewed, so they are gone out the round after just 1 year. So he's picked up 1. See, they're going to get their way into the site. Farmingdale's making it happen right now. The TP going to come through. They recognize all the presence, all the pressure. Say, we're out that John. We're going to go towards B instead. But honestly, NYIT's almost beat them to the rotate. There will be the smokes there. Denied them that early access. Flash out for Cloud, and they want to make a move happen off the paranoia. Contact coming through, but no frags. It's Sosa and Akira to pick up 2 more. And suddenly, it was just Mango, low HP, getting spammed through the sky. Smokes Zeno to find the frag. It's a thrifty for Farmingdale. They take it straight back. It's 1-1.
A little bit of and too much ambition, I say, from Zycer there from Short. I mean, fair that Scholarship got that kill on a Michiru. They're going pushing up to try to get that orb grab. That's definitely a risky play considering they smoke themselves, so it allows a team with eco to go up close and do a right click just like that. So I'd rather Synergy didn't drop that smoke and just have, Mango cover the distance. They have the range advantage. And then from there, Zycero just went a little bit aggressive, too much to try to get too much reward, too high of a risk. Synergy, though, going for a little bit of a dark cover play, something I like to see from Domans.
Oh, the timing was almost there. Scholarship going to catch it just at the end. Synergy puts the shoulder in the dark cover, so Scholarship will grab 1. They're looking to send their way into the site. Nade to the back of it. Cloud has to swing out. Can't get the gun out in time. And Akira certainly has theirs out. Subby's picked up Mango to jump to the TP a second as well. Good trigger discipline to come through for the sky. Rewarded because of it. Slicer into CT. Flashes come through. Will not connect. They're here in the sky smoke. They'll back up straight into Sosa. And the girls love Sosa. 2-1. The flawless for FSC.
Even though Synergy didn't get much out of that situation, at least in an early stage of this map, Synergy told Farmingdale, I am willing to sit in my dark covers. You have to respect the fact for the rest of this map that if I ever pop a dark cover, especially if you hear a shrouded step, you have to respect the fact that I might be in there. And it will always slow down Farmingdale until they stop having that respect. So we'll see if we can maintain that from the side of Synergy, but at least starting that off early is actually a really big deal that we haven't really seen from Omen so far today. Big paranoia. Hit all 4 of them.
And it has, and there's been damage all across the board. That Sky very, very low. About 35 HP left on that HP bar. Still Mango tucked to the back of the site. Gosh, just picked up towards bench. Now he still will get the space. They have to wait for all that util. Good flash to come out early. They have stopped the plant, but they have not killed the planter just yet. Synergy will take down the player sitting towards shower, but they cannot take the bench player. Scholarship still kicking, but for how long? Zeno gonna save the teammate, just baiting him for now. Sosa's picked up yet another. Vichero looking to swing to the site. They haven't been able to get through. 1 to come through CT. Mango's picked up 2 nice frags. Page now recharged. We'll throw it towards initial truck angle. No one's gonna be on it though. They'll be tucked back. Closer, deeper towards U-Haul. Early pop flash has caught nothing either. Subi just gonna be waiting on this flash. Does have it, does get turned. Good half for Mango. Look at a swing. Is Subi will catch 1, Cloud has the other. Oh no way. This guy's gonna sit here and hold this thing. Let's go. Just the last second, and Zeno has the frag nonetheless. It's 3-1 for Farmingdale.
Perfect timing by Zeno there as well. Good heads-up awareness. 4 seconds to defuse there. Just waits until about 3 seconds and swings it. Perfectly done. Honestly, Farmingdale looking insane right now. They were probably the favorite of this group, I'd say, going into this. Just New York Tech was looking so good in the first 2 games. The score lines across those wins were so identical between these 2 teams that you're like, is New York Tech showing up? So far, not to the level that Farmingdale's at, but we're only going into the 5th round of this map, so plenty of time for New York Tech to make adjustments, such as this flash entry, but
yo,
that dark cover actually protected Scholarship from getting flashed. Unlucky.
And it's Stimmy time, baby. They're getting in there. Synergy's picked up one. Mitchell trying to make something happen as well with the Sheriff, but it's not to be easy. You know, Scholarship will kind for 2 frags, and they're into the site. Plant's going to go down, and Saiko post plant looking strong. Both players going to be on their way through CT, and so is Scholarship. The Roomba sent him out of U-Haul. First flash, it is going to pop. It's going to connect as well. Scholarship now unflashed. Good for 1. Cloud, a nice 1 tap. Phantom in the future will pick it up now. Contact with U-Haul with Zeno. We'll win that one out as well. And 2 people swing to the back of the site, but it's econ damage to be done for NYIT. Not a bad eco. 4-1 the scoreline.
I like the timing for Farmingdale for these players has been really good. Zeno the round before with a timing on the 3-second. Just now for Subi, just swinging off for the ally for actually off of Zeno. First contact. Make it a checkmate situation. Love seeing teams set up checkmates. The trademark being placed in hookah yet again. So a lot of B coverage coming out from his this rare, and then it has a tour de force as well, so operator will be available. Gonna retake op though. Does not feel good.
That dog she can cuss 2 in the shower, so there's a definite space to be made for Farmingdale. It's like storming their way through A short. The paranoia does save them from the danger of the showstopper. Scholarship gonna nade that back aside, looking to get towards Synergy. Looking to trade his teammate. Is Sosa gonna fall out the sky smoke, and Synergy's caught another stand strong to the back of the side, and now the shower players are out in waves. They're angry about getting held down by the dog, and Mitchell will let them know. Able to find one. They'll swing towards short looking for more. Mango's picked up Subi. That just leaves a short player. Akira, who has won that initial diffuser, but Mitchell has that quick trade yet again. 2 for the breach on the round. 2 rounds for NYIT. 2-4 on the scoreline.
Synergy getting that first frag and then just whipping it off. Taking down both duelists instantly. No, the explosive threat gone. The rest of it, NYIT having the player advantage, swarming onto the site. Sky smokes from Zeno, timing out. And just no post plant hold for FSD. As part of the problem with Brimstone is your explosivity is so good with those sky smokes being dropped, things like that. But the post plant becomes weaker naturally because you don't have smokes to use later on. So if teams can just survive that explosivity, they're going to be having an advantage naturally afterwards.
Early showers contact for both teams. Kiru,
I'm not sold on this dark cover.
Started.
Dark cover for A short is good. For the showers though, they have 2 people fighting for it with a dark cover as well. Why would Farmingdale push through that typically, right?
Right.
So it's kind of just like you're putting a lot of resources to a point where you're also stalling Farmingdale anyway. So you're not really setting a trap early.
Yeah, and then they just wait for it and kill you when it clears.
Yeah.
Like they just did. And Scholarship's taking all this space already up to be longest found 1. Both players playing towards deep back of sight. The other towards elbow. Smoked off right now, so can't really get the trade. Gonna walk into that sky smoke and we'll almost certainly see it dissipate and then hit situation from Excise Rare as well. Oh, not at the tracers come through, but Akira yet again through smoke has not quite found the mark. Smoke now gone, and well, Excise Rare gone just as quickly as Zeno has that frag, and Mango has one. Looking for another wall bang. Already hit one onto Akiru, very close to Zeno, and that was a 6 HP Brimstone as well. But he's not on too much HP themselves. 3 HP, so gotta be careful spraying through the smoke. 1 loose bullet could be the end of you. They're just trying to bait for Synergy to get out of Hookah, who's now dropped 1. This drop gonna make noise though. They should know about it. Double swing not on its way. Oh my goodness, Mango's picked up 2 on 3 HP. Saw makes it happen. Sosa up towards Octagon, and the dark cover getting thrown out. The gun not out just yet, and it's a 1v2 clutch for Sosa to save the day from Octagon. 5-2 for Farmingdale. Almost won back by the Rays.
They buffed dark cover speed, but it's not that fast. You gotta wait for just a second.
They didn't buff your arm speeds. You still gotta pull the gun out, man.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, for sure. New York Tech calling a timeout, I believe, for the first time we've seen today. The third map we've seen of this team, and the first time we've seen them call a timeout, because they've always been in the lead. They've always been looking comfortable, but we're actually behind for the first time that we've seen so far outside of pistol rounds. Farmingdale, it's just that explosivity they got on the site, and they keep exploding with getting frags and getting on the site post plant with player advantages. Even right there, immaculately, New York Tech got a triple kill and made a 2 versus 1 situation, but Mango was still a 3 HP raise. The showstopper takes a lot longer to pull out, and that was punished so well. New York Tech, I feel like they just need to stop pushing out as much. They adapt to the point that they found success pushing out aggressively and getting a lot of map control on Ascent the first 2 times that we saw them today. First 2 maps. On Vine, it's harder to do that. A lot more claustrophobic of a map. And also the fact that Farmingdale is exploding the way they are, you don't have time to set up that map control to be able to rotate and make those things happen. You gotta just like recognize that you need to fall off site, wait out that utility from Brimstone, and follow up afterwards. After the double duelist composition and Brimstone, all that explosivity is gone. Their post plant is going to be so much weaker if you just survive that fall off and retake S5.
Well, they will not fall off for this round on the A site, as they are going to be gamble stack towards it for the eco. They're currently right in that prediction as well. Oh, I like that rendezvous concept to come through to now be towards Cubby, but you're caught by the nade, you're caught by the bullets, scholarship, so it is not going to work the way you would hoped. This is known as info on Hookah, so this is kind of what it is. There is the Sky now to flank from long. Going to pick up one as Synergy has one from the site. Probably going to pick up another. Kira is good, and Zeno is as well. 2 kills to come through from Farmingdale, but it is going to be that 2-on-2 now. Here gets to do technology, slowly walking things back. TP to come forward. Yet again, an opportunity for the Sky to pounce from mid-market.
You know about Sky, though. Sky did get that kill earlier on.
Zeno going to walk out.
A secret angle as well. They know Sky's going to be in market.
Future Cloud just wait this one out. We'll do just that. Take a flash early. Is going to have a teammate to work with here to play with, and that Omen should have one, if not both, smokes back. So there's potential here. And has just gone down. The Torta forced to pick up one from the top of Crate. Is he going to fall? No longer going to have smokes into this round. Got that guy I like to work with. This is the only one that's charged right now for Cloud. It's popped. Oh, it hasn't even blinded the operator, but the op's not quite there for the shot. Akira going to fall off into tube. Now we'll switch to the Phantom. Just that classic rifle. Cloud still not out of hookah just yet. Playing this quite nicely. Looking at double swing. One will sit towards Octagon. The other sitting towards Spawn. Just waiting for a drop. Then they'll play off another. You gotta be so scared here if you're Cloud. We'll just now get the flashback. Says, there's no time, man. I don't have the money. I'm gonna walk away.
Akira had no reason to peek hookah window there either. People in rate matches, keep tabs. You don't have to peek hookah. You can just hold for the crossfire. Like you said, Zeno on the brim has the angle from Octagon. So as soon as they have the first contact, likely the person exiting hookah would not be checking over to Octagon. They would be clearing tube first since they know somebody's over there. So after Zeno probably gets the kill, even if they don't for some reason, if they get challenged, they can swing after your allies being challenged at Octagon, and you'll have the back. Just perfect setup by Farmingdale. Keeping it simple, doing it clean. 6-2, they're in the lead. An anti-eco. That one rifle saved the hero rifle. Naturally be paying attention to it.
Oh, guys, you gotta calm for me, guys. There's nothing worse than being an initiator in util, getting some sort of projectile at your feet and no one saying anything. Subi's crying in the comms right now. Bro, I'm in dog. I don't know. He gets eaten by the paint shells and has no chance to get away. Unlucky, really. So that's an early Friday to come through for NYIT. They're gonna love to have that one. As Farmingdale still tucked towards A short. We're going to try to use his raise yet again to get some pressure out early into that B site, but last time around we saw that raise into Hookah and it was the only player there, so if you're NYIT, you should have some sort of read on this one, but the only thing is if you get that read, you don't rotate players over. Scholarship is taking on this pace elbow, and he tells his boys, he says, come on over, guys. Nice and easy. Trademark is going to come through Hookah, so the information going to be there. Akira picks up one. Mango has a quick trade back the other way from the back of the site. Still going to be tucked there, but Scholarship now on his way around through the sky. Smokes. Hello? Okay, never mind. I don't need to do anything. Akira's got it for me. Thanks, big dog. I'm going to sit through CT instead. I'm going to come out the sky smoke. I'm going to catch him off guard. And it don't matter. You catch him off guard, he still finds a frag anyway. The chamber's clean with it. We'll take the Vandal for the troubles. Has a teammate on the flank as well. The Breach going to make contact literally right now. Throws the fault line caught by Sosa. He's got a good read, a good tuck to the utility. Serrera stepped through to CT. He's made space front of the site. How about timing on this one? And once again, FSC going to be playing a nice little double peek together. Okay, so we're going to try to tuck this Octagon player. Hasn't found the peek just yet. We'll find the peek from Hookah. Octagon, this is your time to swing. Dexter not going to give you the swing as he jumps all the way into Hookah. Caught by the right clicks, though, of Sosa. 7-2 for Farmingdale.
Sosa has been looking so good in these post plants, man. He plays it so well. Earlier winning that 1v2, just now, just knowing they can just stall out. Challenging at Mitch, realizing, like, recognizing the fact that the game of market control, they don't have anything that's stopping him from getting it. And there's also a rifle over there, so because there's a save round for New York Tech, they're probably going to send one person at least to go and grab that rifle. So just holding and waiting for short. As soon as he hears the fault line, swings out and challenges and takes out the Breach when they're trying to recover from using utility. Those little things mean so much. Playing a first frag in the next round as well.
Trade instantly back the other way. We talked about the fact that the dark cover's been there for space, but it's never been really utilized. And it's time to use the Breach and the raise combination to send themselves in through the flash, through the dark cover to find that first frag. Now the Rolling Thunder going to go through as the plant goes down. I'll hit a lot here. Scholarship, yeah, nothing going to be found there. Off the showstopper. Synergy's picked up 2. Looking for a third. Masino's the one player on concussed will come through short to save the day. Fault line will reconcuss both players. NYIT will take all that space on the site. There's a TP opportunity, but you got to get across to do so. It'll be flashed yet again. Great breach util all the way through this round for the Cybears, but close this one out. Guiding Light has found nothing. Michiro has certainly found something. Dino gonna fall. Sosa looking to swing out for the no scope. Clouds caught it. NYIT will find yet another round. It's 3-7.
Synergy with insane impact kills just now. It was Synergy and Michiru with massive impact kills in a sense. Both players have not really been able to find that kind of magic so far this map here, but Synergy stepped up massively that round. Did earlier as well with getting the double kill, like on the kill on Sosa and flicking over towards Scholarship. That was many rounds ago. Just outdid it again with finding massive impact frags, opening up the round for the team. There's been a lot of consistent kills from other members of New York Tech, but if Synergy pops off on kills, that is translated always by New York Tech so far. So I'm just looking at that player being the driving force for this defensive side in the last 2 rounds of the half. On the other side of the map right now, though, Synergy.
Talk about the FSC's been running it down all game, and clearly they need a shower. The whole team there. Let's send one just to jet up towards short, and straight. I guess we're gonna pick up one with the operator from heaven. Gets smoked off now though, so they do get to the site. One player CT. Sosa out for the swing is gonna find it. We'll refresh the daggers as well. The players coming through short though. It's a very large lurk. 2 players going to be onto it. And that Sky Smoke will be gone in about 5 seconds here. So excited we're going to have angles, sight lines yet again from heaven. So he's picked up 1 Mango now. The flank that's arrived. He's picked up 2. We'll have the teammate to work with going forward into it as well. See if they're able to find as they get their way into the site. Oh no, Sosa to sneak around. To find the daggers though. Excited just holding on to the defuse. Is going to grab it. Asumi stuck towards CT. There's no way they can stop that thing planted for triple. Excited will grab the last frag as well. 4-7 NYIT looking to grab 1 more before the half.
Oh man. And with that first pick that Zysera was able to get onto Kiru, there's no trademark to stop the flank that time. Farmingdale still was aware that New York Tech is definitely willing to go for flanks. But they didn't expect the second member to be there, which is Mango. So if the first one fell, the second would capitalize very well. Surprised that Sosa was not able to get the kill onto Synergy. That kind of just spelled doom for the rest of the round for the team.
Yep.
And the answer back from Farmingdale in the last round and a half seems to be just sending it through showers, getting aggressive, and try to just roll through the enemy team before they can rotate properly. That might be exactly what happens.
They've caught the breach, and the breach has been a hassle for them in terms of utility, so having it gone early is very much nice for them. Same story, though, for NYIT. Has been that Raze lurk, and they've shut it down very early, pushing 2 up towards long. They'll take him out the TP. The Chamber should hear about it. We'll look for it now, and caught by the Showstopper. Unlucky, really. The rocket launcher going to do justice here. Mega looking for another. Well, Satchel 4 is straight into the jaws of Xeno, and he's good for that first frag. Looking for Morris. Cloud going to think about it. We'll throw the flash to get themselves in. Exciter has been able to pick up a Vandal. Xeno's picked up another. Is Cloud going to fall? Secrets to come through for Farmingdale for all this information for these last 2 players as they make their way to the back of the site. So you're going to start that defuse. Exciter has picked up 1, traded him instantly by Xeno to Shower. 3K for the Brim has been huge in this round. The orbital strike to sit on. Honestly, you can throw it now. Exciter, you can't touch the spike. That's wraps. GG's only. Last round of the half, we'll realize now says, I can't even save the op, man. I just got nothing here. Went down to spike. GG's only. 8-4.
GG's only.
Switching sides.
York Tech managing to win enough rounds to still stick it into this game. Farmingdale, though, they looked so good and dominant for the most part. It really took largely Synergy just popping off with a big 2 to 3K to start off the defense for the team if they wanted to win those rounds outside the pistol. And beyond that, it was that one round of that first pick onto the chamber, that kind of stuff, so they couldn't have the anti-flank properly set up. But Farmingdale now, they have a double duelist set up with a Brimstone on a defensive side, which Brimstone, if you don't have the ability to get good consistent info to properly use your smokes on good timings, it's really hard to hold on defense with Brimstone oftentimes. So offense can just slow things down on an already slow map of Bind and just wait out the utility.
Oh, Subi out early to grab 1. Synergy's traded it back from Shower, and we'll grab both players as well. So Farmingdale will be punished for that early aggression. He's got to find that Brim towards Lamp. He's peeked up for close contact. Looking for a lot here, Xeno, and well, a lot of frags will go to NYIT instead, as they're good for a 3K early, and they'll set their way to the B site where both players are actually going to be ready. So the advantage has been turned back to Farmingdale for just a minute. As Secures pick up 1, and NYIT will say, okay, maybe we don't TP, maybe we walk back around. They'll go to mid-market, they'll come back to A, where that is going to be open season for them. They'll get the plant down, they'll get the chance to set the post as well.
I'm kind of surprised they didn't just push through A site and just explode.
Yeah,
maybe they just had to read that Farmingdale like gamble stack 5 or something, but nevertheless, we are where
Sometimes
we are.
you play yourself.
There's no more headhunter shots for Akiru. Just a classic.
Just a classic, and just 3 players to find. Sakura will walk in. So well, now he'll make him only have to find 2. He's able to find 1. Michiro to pick out of U-Haul. Synergy, good for a 3K. Traded now by Akiro. Got to find 1 more. 3 bolts in that classic. We'll reload it. Pain Shell's not going to catch it. Looking to half the spike. Mango to jump peek. We'll get him off the spike. We'll recognize Mango going to kill so much time here. Look at Satchel away, but caught mid-Satchel by Akiro. Good for a 3K. Now just has to get the spike. Has to work against time, and almost certainly going to have the defuse. It's 9-4. It's Farmingdale. They are going to win out the pistol.
Plenty of time. If you're in there, not even close. Synergy
Not
still,
worried for a second.
I mean, Synergy still got a big double kill and a 1v2 win over towards Showers.
Yeah.
Found another frag on site. Like, that round was looking really good for New York Tech. But at the very end, like, Kiru especially just clutching up those shots.
Focus now. Eyes off me.
That track on the movement of Mango was sick. That was really sick.
Yeah, mid-Satchel. You love to see that. You really, really do. All right, see, they'll switch up the opening. They'll head it straight towards B. There'll be 1 tucked deep into A long for Farmingdale. This Jet's able to find. Chamber gonna be stuck. Oh. Well, tail went directly into the dog, and that dog do bite. Kira back to side, same story. Gonna pick up 2, and Sosa back swinging. 2 with the Sheriff. Cloud will trade 1 back now. Kira back to the site. We'll use the Sky Smokes now to isolate these 1v1s. Good to find the first. Oh, talk about it later. That leaves 1 player to Octagon, and Cloud will send it home through the Sky Smokes. Good read, a 3K to the chamber. I love the the very delayed flash turn. Gets flashed and then tries to turn the flash that already flashed them.
Hell yeah.
And bro,
Dude,
it's too late, man. It went off already.
Even though Kiru did get full flash from that, the movement going straight through tube and then instantly after like being able to see again, it's like, oh yeah, I'm here, okay, and then just spam fires the prediction spot and then like VACs.
Yeah.
Cloud 8. It looked like they weren't flashed at all. It's crazy.
He will take a walk down B long, tour de force in hand. No peeks just yet, and NYIT have recognized, okay, we've tried to stack up. We've tried to go in early, nice and hot off the presses. Nobody's buying the paper. Maybe we slow down. Maybe we let the sales come to us. We do a little bit of on the street work.
Mm-hmm. So they're able to get Vandal this round as well. Big power point for the team. 3 stack up at the A site. Pushed up a scholarship. The smoke's going to go away soon. That's a fallback. Nice little jump peek by Zeno. So they gain some information. Looking over to showers now, realizing they don't have any control over that at all. It's a bonus round that if Farmingdale wins this one, they're just going to run with it for this map. It's been so hard for New York Tech to come back from.
Mango's able to pick up one. He gets close into that site. Subi, this would be the biggest plot flash of their career. Able to find one Excite Riz, taking it back though. A good trade. He sits in that dark cover, so he is not going to be flashed by the guiding light. Scholarship will sit into U-Haul for now. Plant's gone down. Excite Riz found yet another. Sosa will fall towards heaven.
Vandal down.
Farmingdale looking at a 2v4 for the retake here. A lot to ask of these two players. Ray's trying to get a U-Haul still. Synergy will throw the dark cover forward. Mango will throw the shots. We'll find that frag. Tour de force shot. Not going to find. It's Marcus Sicer good for it. 3K. 5-10 is NYIT. They got to bring back 5 rounds to tie.
Big round for New York Tech to win, especially considering it's so healthy as well. They only lost 1 in the process, so they can keep so many of these weapons. It's going to be a buy-up for Farmingdale, though. The Bladestorm for Chief Sosa, who hasn't come up big with that so far. Honestly, the Bladestorm and Showstoppers of this game all have not been very impactful in comparison to what you'd expect from offensive ultimates, but we'll see what comes to that moving forward. Same for the Tour de Force and Orbital Strikes. Like, the offensive ultimates across the board this game have not been very fruitful, but still early in the second half.
And then it is an early up into B long. Is going to be Sosa.
There you go.
Oh, clean for 1. Got him on the second, though. Shot's not quite to land. That is a knife.
What is going on?
Now somehow still
He's
alive.
What?
The cloud burst.
Does he grab the orb
Fix
at this
save
point?
their life. Mango has satcheled away from danger. Said, I don't know what's happening. That man's got a force field against the bullets.
Oh
I
my
can't tell.
God.
Scotch has picked up 1. Instantly traded back by Cloud. Molly to come through. Mitchell don't care. He said, I'm a timing you, big dog. I'm here. Zeno said, okay, I'm here too. We'll trade it right back the other way. Mitchell was trying to make a play towards Lamp, and now he's out the round. And NYIT, they're down a player. TP's come through. Scholarship's trying to go the distance onto this one. Zeno's caught Cloud. That just leaves Mango, and he'll get caught midair by Akiru. 11-5 FSC. They give him 1 round. They say, we feel bad. We'll let you have a win, but we going straight back the other way.
Not only does Sosa somehow miraculously live in that situation, but also with the support of Subi, goes over and gets a rifle from the synergy, as well as the rest of New York Tech just runs away. And then very justifiable timeout being called, as New York Tech kind of just fell apart. They were taking some single fights across the map there. Everybody trying to do some hero play, trying to make some big impact happen for the team and explode from there. But nobody could find success in any of the plays they were looking for.
Yep.
It might be a pressure thing since they're falling so far behind. And I mean, I don't know. Like maybe it's like a comms thing too. Sometimes comms get so cluttered. Maybe sometimes there's no comms as well. Like nobody's talking. Like something has to be changed here. That's probably what's being talked about from Pranix right now, considering how uncoordinated that round was. Is probably either we need to start calming more or calm less and keep it clear, concise for the team, keep the cohesion up.
Well, we'll see. They were able to find 1 round, but it has been a 4-1 run in the last 5 rounds for Farmingdale. They have been definitely dominant here thus far. So we'll see if they're able to find a switch up here for NYIT. They're going to need one. They definitely have been giving us some different looks, but nothing too committal in terms of strategy. It's kind of been very basic. Let's play contact. We don't get contact. Let's rotate. So see if they're able to put a strat together early. It's going to be the dog down shower. Yet again, they'll put 2 players in that department. And we'll get a dog for a dog here. It's the dog park linking up in the shower side of the map. And contact for both dogs. They'll both back away.
Some decent ship damage as well. Full-on impact from the Trailblazer.
Okay, Mango's picked up 1. Good start for the team, but Scholarship, he's ratting on top of the box. He's found both players. The Rays got the verticality to come out with that satchel, and that's going to leave NYIT 3 players. Still have that man advantage. And once again, it's contact. We don't win it, we'll rotate. Same thing to come through even after the timeout. Trademark is going to be there yet again. They'll walk past it. Showstopper's out. So this could be everything. Good for one. Looking to trade. Uses the tailwind and dodge the rocket. We'll find a second synergy to trade back late. And Akira will take the last frag and rendezvous away to safety just in case. 12-5 for FSC. Match point. Say to go flawlessly into the playoffs tomorrow.
A lot of that's the power chamber on defense, man. You're just on the other side of the map and you just have these trademarks set up that just work at all times. You have to be in range. Like Killjoy, you can account to be like, oh yeah, you have basically 2 alarm bots, right? Like you have an alarm bot and then the turret, but you have to be in range. The chamber can be on the other side of the freaking map. Those things are still just as useful. Supporting the A site take, no works go through, but it still feels like there's 2 people on B site.
Sosa has picked up a nice shot. Mix Rare looking to send this game out of here. NYIT have been defaulting pretty heavily to shower. This time around, there's no contact. FSC's recognized. They've already taken all this space. They know this one's going to the B site. Rolling Thunder going to come through. It'll tag Sosa. Does not catch Mix Rare, but it will not matter as they're into the site. They have enough space. FSC going to play purely for the retake here. They use those Seekers, and they got 2 on the flank. They'll be coming on their way in moments. Just to be seen. Xeno's picked up 1 coming out through Hookah. And go looking to make a play. Kind of get the top of Hookah, but caught by CT instead. Akiru, the smoke clears just in time for him to have perfect positioning there. Now to Tube. He's picked up another. Looking for the 3K and nails it. 2 crispy 1 taps on top of that first body spray to come through with 13-5. It's a 3-0 on the day for Farmingdale. They'll be the first seed out of Group A tomorrow.
Indeed, they will. For that map on the defensive side, New York Tech just didn't have time to set up that map control and like slowly rotating with the team and setting up the strong defense that we're used to seeing them be able to have on Ascent. Both those 2 maps, they were able to do that a lot more quickly and more easily because of how Ascent works, but also the fact that the attacking teams that they're dealing with at the time weren't as explosive as Farmingdale. Farmingdale just took the fights quickly almost every round in a way that New York Tech just wasn't able to set up for properly. On the offensive side of things, New York Tech just couldn't figure out cohesion. They weren't very coordinated as a team, it seemed like. And then the couple times that they were coordinated, they kind of played into the trap and waiting arms that Farmingdale may not have predicted primarily, but at least accounted for, like times like the trademark setup on B side that Sosa was able to swing off of, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we talked about the fact that New York Tech in those first 2 games just really were able to get control and then leverage that control. But in that scenario, I guess you do get the chance of like Ascent, they played pretty heavily for mid control, and in Bind there is no true mid. So we can talk to that aspect just a little bit. And the fact that just didn't really feel like they could get control anywhere. And then if you're not able to get control, if you're a team that needs that control to execute, you can't execute. It just never happens for them. Just walking into Util constantly, just not able to make it happen. But nonetheless, they've still made their qualification happen. They will move into the playoff bracket tomorrow. That'll see them into what's going to be 3 best of 3s for a chance to qualify to, of course, the Commissioner's Cup in Atlanta, May 7th through 9th. But for now, we've got a second group on the way. We're not done just yet. We've got 3 more best of 1s. That's Group B is going to try to play their way through. That is SUNY Canton, post St. John's in Suffolk. So there's still action going to be had, and that is, of course, after a break. So don't go anywhere. Group B is coming. We'll see who's going on the other side of the bracket.
Welcome. It's going to be Group B time. Myself, Chad Landis, joined by Catinator 3K, who really likes waving at the audience. Wave at the audience. You would love it. You would actually, it would
Please wave.
It would butter his toast and his biscuit if you did so. Thank you.
Yeah. You can enjoy some biscuits over with the snake people.
Yeah.
On Ascent, where we're headed to, Chad.
Back at it, baby. NA's favorite, Ascent. Something that we've seen twice today. We saw a lot of map control from New York Tech that came to be very successful for them. So we'll have to see in this next matchup if teams can actually do exactly the same thing. If we get worse wall spray action, we always see on Ascent, see some op action, things like that. I want to see if we get any creative team compositions. Still like kind of a question of which controller we go with. We've seen a lot more variety, which has been awesome. It's going to whatever the team wants to play, basically, instead of what they have to play. And right now, you basically have the option between Brimstone and Omen for the most part, but you still see some success with Astra play on this map as well.
Yep, absolutely. And just as a reminder, the slates are clean. Technically, this is Group B, Game 1 of Group B here. These guys are just getting started for the day, and that'll be 3 best of ones going forward. The exact same format. You guys saw Group A. You know the deal. You know what's going on. Just in case you're a fan of one of these 4 universities that is in the later half of the day, later half of the scheduling, just in case you're getting in, we'll let you know. It's 3 best of ones going forward here. It is a round robin group stage. You play everybody. My lights just disappeared. I'm dark now. Nonetheless,
the dark side of the duo.
The gameplay will be bright. And yeah, so they're all coming through. One of these teams going to try to turn the lights on for themselves into the playoffs tomorrow. And that'll be 2 teams making it forward. The last teams that we saw make it through was the New York Institute of Technology and Farmingdale. New York 2-1, Farmingdale 3-0.
All right, and we're also, the game's going to get into in just a moment. We'll get into the agent select. It's a quick little lobby bug that caused a little bit of a delay, but we're getting into the agent select as soon as we get that up. But yeah, personally, I'm loving the chamber play that we've been seeing today. Brimstone, I'm big fan of Brimstone right now. I think Omen is awesome too to watch, especially if people know how to play around the dark covers. Set one-ways, go in through there, just to lurk, things like that. Something that has been interesting is we've been seeing an Omen versus a Brimstone all day today. We haven't seen double Omen, double Brimstone yet. And that might be what we get again is, Omen versus Brimstone. So we'll see which one comes out on top. So far for Ascent, it's been Brimstone meta. For Bind as well, it's actually been Brimstone dominance today so far.
Yeah, it has been Stim supremacy, most definitely.
Sure.
And we'll see if that trend does hold true. Other than that, we have basically the same composition. Only difference going to be that this time around, we're not battling with the chambers. We're going straight for Killjoy, which takes me back a little bit, man. I haven't seen double Killjoy in a while.
Yeah, double Killjoy was also surprising as the Reyna as well. A lot of people considering Reyna not have a lot of value lately. A lot of people considering KO to be basically a better Reyna. You can flash just like Reyna can. You can do survivability things with that ultimate, just so you can just not worry so much about you going down. So you can go for that fight, get revived, and go right back in. But you can also get a lot more information for the team, as well as using the Molotov, the fragment to just stall out as well. So I mean, Austin, even on stream, was quoted as saying KO is basically a better Reyna. So you just play it as a pseudo-duelist, kind of like how Sky used to as well. So I think KO is a better pick as well. I am definitely in the KO camp over Reyna option. Reyna, you're basically playing for yourself and trying to just frag out. And it's kind of a situation where if you're not fragging, then you're not providing a lot of utility for the team.
Right. It's funny you say that. It's almost like a different story in collegiate play where we have some players that are just so insane and often can be carries for the teams that the Reyna ends up being the better pick because they can just go crazy and frag out on their lonesome. So we'll see if that's the case for Cornflakes, see what kind of game they're having, because right now it's Duels 14 out early. They found Johnny and they're making their way into mid-market where they're caught by Cornflakes and Frosty. We're going to be good for 2 frags of their own. Jack's traded 1 back. They've got all this space towards B. KJ's gone, so they're going to waltz their way on into the B site. Turret will have information as it will shoot the players crossing from Cat into now mid-market. So Plant's gone down here. See if Canton's able to hold on to this thing.
Radiate.
My
the frag shutting down the garage control attempted, but Cornflakes answers right back. Keeps it into a 2 versus 2 situation.
They're going to come out here for the Reyna. Recon scans both players. They're basically going to be there. No one to wallbang. No surprise, there is the pistol round. Kind of hard to wallbang with those lower caliber bullets. Recon not going to get the information here. It's going to all have to be done manually here for Post. They're going to come out early. Jack caught 1. Damien from the back of the site will have the other. SUNY Canton, they've grabbed themselves the first round. The pistol will go their way.
So unfortunate. Everything was being done so correctly, but that recon bolt at the very end was not used properly to give them any information. So they still had to just swing the angles themselves to peek, and slightly uncoordinated for peeking the box right there as well between Chris and Cornflakes. JCK find the first frag and they answer right back immediately. So we're seeing, let's see up on top, SUNY Canton Give a nice early lead to Bulldog in the hand of JCK. I know you love that weapon, Catnator, so I'm sure you're glad to see it.
Yep, love a good Bulldog.
Yeah.
Yep, smile.
Very worthwhile.
Good budget rifle, to be honest. Honestly, if you're in the headshots, it actually is not too shabby. Right now, this Sky Smoke not too shabby either. It's stalled for some time. It's a long smoke as well, and SUNY Canton said, let's not mess with it, boys. Let's just go over to the B site. Guys are going to be lurking in the tile right now. Not sure if they saw the Reyna or not. The Reyna definitely hearing Duelist 14 make a run down towards Cat. Now dropped off. So there's info given. You see the rotations come over. 2 players going to be close. Playing off the turret into mid. We'll see if those peaks amount to. Right now, it's Radiant's peak amounting to that first frag. We find one caught, though, by a double tap. Coming through from the classic of Johnny Fuego. He ain't done just yet. Okay, maybe he is. Stuck in the reload. Duelist will swing out through the smoke. Able to pick up that one. Not done just yet. Gonna look for more through mid-market. Second frag is clean. Takes the reload. Ducks out towards Log. Full flashes Frosty. You hate to see it. A 3K to come through for Duelist. Communist Doggy will bark down CT to wrap up the round 2-0.
Hot 2-0. Doing a little bit of chip damage into the economy there, but not as much as you'd like. Rifle Squad. The Rifle Squadron, Catnator. We'll see if they actually go ahead and take all the long angle fights that they possibly can. With the Vandals like this, if you go with no smokes to take the longest ranges possible, that'd be ideal for sure. A lot of people smoke themselves off from longer angles, though, just like right now. Interesting.
Dark cover will go to smoke CT, and that turret's gonna be close to mid-market instead, so it's a little interesting trying to deal with it on the execute, but they've clearly dealt with it quite well. SUNY Canton already into the site. Frosty will catch one from CT through dark cover. He's able to tuck as well, so he'll keep his life, which you do like to see if you're the KJ. We're gonna go throw that mid-market door down. There'll be a 2-and-2 split right now for the retake. The Reyna's hit the turret in the back end, so they will know about the lurk for the SUNY Canton post plant. They to pick up one. Swings all the way out of Log. Doesn't click CT. I hate to see that, as Chris is able to take that one away quite freely. Duels from back to the site clean on the Spectre. He's looking mean right now. We'll pop the Blade Storm out as well. 3-on-3. Everybody on site here for SUNY Canton as the push is starting to come in. Duels has found yet another. Recon Bolt good to scan 2. Chris will take the wall bang off of it. Now to sneak through lane. Duels pick up one with the Blade Storm. It's a 1-on-1, and Chris Ramirez, he's going to win things out. Of 4K for the Sova. And post, they will take the inside bonus. They'll find the first round.
Bulldog just couldn't do it very in their Cat. Not quite enough.
Because it wasn't in Communist Doggy's hand, realistically. Yeah. It's his gun.
Yep.
In the name.
Bulldoggy. Hey, JCK, you ain't the dog of this team. What are you talking about?
What? Sorry.
I get this?
What? What?
Sorry.
What did I just hear?
That was an accident.
You okay?
Sorry.
You good?
Yeah, Communist Doggy gonna be leading the charge for the team as they look to go A quickly here. SUNY Canton already made the space. 0 points come through. It has gotten, I don't believe anything. It might got the Reyna Cat, but I do not think so. But nonetheless, SUNY Canton are going to want to push their way in here. Early Cloudburst to stall them out, but the Cloudburst the shortest smoke game, and that's already gone. In this side we go. Duel's gonna look for one gen. Has it. Quick trade from Johnny Fuego to come through. He's got a second as well from Dora. The Brimstone has found the value. The stim beacon difference, really. The Molly to come out now from Jack. Is looking to swing his way out anyway. He'll find 2 for his troubles. That's going to go down for the Omen. Yet again, it's the Reyna on the lurk, but she'll be caught out. Shock will line up. Then you line up Larry fans. That will go towards Generator. That is not where the spike plant is located. But the frag, nonetheless, you do love to see that. Chris Ramirez. Oh, you got to clear wine. Damian sipping, and he's hitting the shots. Cornflakes, he's going to fall on the round. Never thought I'd had cornflakes with wine, but no, sometimes you're living it up. Chris Ramirez will find a trade back the other way. It's so on Sova Prime. As Jack will wrap things up from hell, Chris Ramirez will drop down, and Jack a clean 3K for the Omen. 3-1 on the scoreline.
The revenge of the 1v1 coming down to the wire there, but one round later, JCK wins it out. Number 1 rule of Valorant is check your corners, Cat. And honestly, I feel like clearing wine basically follows into that same rule. You gotta clear wine if you're coming in late like that. You have time on the spike as well, so you might as well look for it. Throw the leer for main, so nobody checking main will be able to cover you while you just swing wine. You know?
That's the reason I have to lock the liquor cabinet. Because I make sure if I see wine, I'm clearing it. Communist Dog, you're going to be out mid early. 0 point. It's got all of the information in the world, but it's the stim beacon strat with a frenzy. Corner take that one away. Jack with the trade right back back the other way. Chris Ramirez picks up one. Damien traded immediately. So they're going punch for punch here, which if you're SUNY Canton, not the greatest thing in the world considering you have rifles and they have pistols.
You should run.
The guns are at least far enough away they can't be recovered except for one. So there's one Vandal picked up for the team now. Lockdown out of the round. SUNY Canton, I mean, honestly, they should win this round realistically on the post plant, but they've already lost it.
Yep. Ooh, laying the plant as well for the team to get into better positions. They got some rifle upgrades as well. The overall strike to further delay. But not for any
They won the
kills.
round again.
Yeah.
I changed my mind. Dart's going to come out early. You got a frenzy. That's a lot of distance you're trying to cover, big dog. See what they're able to find. Chris Ramirez drone does tag one. As Damien is tucked towards hell. Getting absolutely bullied through the scaffolding, but it's bullying right back to the way for SUNY Canton. I'm just going to find some damage. He's got a low player to work with as well, but Radiate is going to be all the way into main. With lots of HP to work with. It's a beautiful little double hold coming through. Drone will have information. Goodbye, Jet. Radiate has a frag. 4-1.
I'm not stoked. I'm stoked about the go fast play. And by the way, if you're not making race car noises while you're just running it down that fast, then you're not really playing the game.
Fair.
But I'm not super stoked about using the Hunter's Fury to stall. A little bit of a gamble that you can get the kill with it. No info to work off of it, so it's complete guesswork. And while that's happening, the rest of your team's not rotating for better positioning to capitalize on it. And then the orbital strike goes down, which, all things considered, is kind of easy to dodge. It was a little bit of also gamble work that they'd be planning towards hell and get trapped in the corner, but I don't know. Nobody was positioning to capitalize on the opportunity either. The disruption created by it.
Johnny Fig will find the first. After that initial contact comes through, no one finding anything, it will be the contact towards mid top cat that has the presence instead. There's a spike will be defaulted to as well for SUNY Canton. It will lose Smoker early, which is always tough to deal with, and the Reyna going to be locked early as Duelist is going to have that frag. A lot of util used out mid early, but it's all fakey util, so they're not really going to hit there just yet. Defaulting back towards spawn.
Lockdown is available for post, though. So they will be able to stall out if they can get some hard reads about where SUNY Canton is coming from.
Smoked off of B main. This guy's going to have to walk away. Just simply no options there. Still head all the way around, going the long way down, headed towards the A site. And post, they say, noise is cut. We've seen nothing. Let's send a player back. They'll do just that. Wouldn't be shocked if they float the Brimstone as well. They'll float the Sova. Either way, somebody going to be here to help on the A side of things. Premise is going to hear all this noise and say, guys, they're coming. Ring the bell. Find the headshots. Able to take a second to go with it. Looking for a third. Radiate's going to have the trade. Has time to plan as well. He's got to keep scaffold clear and scaffolding all the info in the world for them as that recon comes through. So you can't think we're going to have the Hunter's Fury to work with here, and they pop it early. But Chris Ramirez has found Radiate, and that means you're getting ran down. If you're the Sova, ran down indeed. Frosty has it. Does use a lockdown for the troubles, though, so that will be burned, but they've won the round nonetheless.
Yeah. Hunter's Fury, the idea is there for sure, but considering the fact that you're on 1 versus 2 situation, they're locked on pop, you're kind of cornered, they know exactly where you're going to be in this situation, then you have no way of stopping them from just swinging you just like that. You kind of just have to have your gun out and try to find a way of getting the first frag, make it 1v1, and then pop the Hunter's Fury once you hear the spike get pinged for the defuse. And if you don't get the first tag, then maybe deactivate Hunter's Fury. Anyway, we're going to a 4v2 situation for SUNY Canton.
Here.
Not on the best of bias, but I like that Stinger. Even though it's not amazing in the current meta, I still have a lot of fun using it. So definitely hope Doggy has a lot of fun using it as well.
Die.
Oh. Oh. What?
Okay, Damien.
Damien? What?
Way to go, caught lacking. Through the...
Ooh, what?
Through the Lear. Almost finds the Reyna as well. The Reyna will retweet back to Cat. Retreat back to Cat. Happy to have their life. Two players will be towards tree. Post starting to back away from this A site. Reading for the mid hit, and they're absolutely correct. SUNY Canton will walk through archway.
I like that they rotated play for that gun as well.
Woo!
Frosty.
Oh my goodness, trades all across the map. Frosty will find 2. There's pistol shots to be had for SUNY Canton though, so it does lead us into a 2v2 by the end of things. Frosty tucked in the Marshall, will re-peek it. Oh my goodness, he's feeling himself, good for 4K, but can't quite find the ace. It's 27 HP in a dream for Radiate. There are guns in the vicinity. The full health Chris Ramirez, full util Sova. He's more than happy to wait this one out. 30 seconds left on the round. Radiate opts to go Garden.
Doesn't grab any of the guns along the way either.
30
Could
seconds
grab
left.
a rifle from Garden, but doesn't go for that either. Just completely confident in their sheriff play.
Oh my goodness, so very close. It's the shoulders that are looked upon, but it's all the bullets over the top of it. Chris Ramirez will hold on to things for the team. It's a 3-4 scoreline.
Lockdown and No Command are available for SUNY Canton. This could be an amazing round for them because they can buy up as well. For the most part, it's not the best of buys, but they can get a pretty good one. And use that null command to get on the site from the shadows, from JCK, to create some disruptions as well. Maybe get some information on top of things. The lockdown could be fantastic for post plant. Boom. Or you can switch lockdown and null command. That works too.
Wilson gonna grab Permish early. And they're looking to take that space A main. They've scaled pretty far up now, all the way to restaurant side of Gelato. But last, they do not want to come in just yet, as the spike going to be defaulted over towards that B site. And Post has been pretty quick to rotate off contact.
They have. And SUNY Canton knows there's going to be a maximum of 3 people on B site. Now with that information as well, there's going to be a maximum of 2 on B site. But they also have a good idea at this point. That's going to be a Killjoy setup there. So that's why they're going to pop that null command and make Killjoy not be able to activate their utility on the B site. They had to go away from the suppression to be able to do so, but it also just actively pushes them away in the meantime. So it's going to be a nice entry. The lockdown will be utilized in the post plant in just a moment. There it is. Hey, the forecasting, it comes true, Cat.
We do love that, and it is bullets rained upon Duelist in mid. Frosty's good for that one. The lockdown still playing timeout. You're keeping him in the corner, and now suddenly the timeout has ended, and this team ready to get back to playtime, zooming their way out of mid-market. The Stimmy going to send them forward. Damien on a late lurk, so it's actually going to be a 4-on-3 to the site, and the lockdown on their own going to come through. Cornflake's going to pick up JCK and looking to swing out lane, but you got to do it quickly. Cornflake's found 2 on the Reyna, looking for a third. Swing out by Communist Dog, who's barking on top of him, but he does go down. The bark way louder than the fight, unfortunately. Better be some sick lineups here, because this thing getting held. The lineup, oh no! Oh no! The lineup, it went to the moon and it did not come back. Post will come back in the scoreline. It's 4-4.
What feels even worse is you have to save a Guardian. The lone survivor loss penalty. You only get 1,000 credits, and you had a Guardian in hand, not full shields. That feels bad for the economy. Faux show. Are they forcing it? No, they're buying for the next round. That's good. Tied up. That lockdown, Frosty didn't have that lockdown until that frag came through, so just kind of earned their own lockdown for the post plant, which secured the round for them.
Oh. Well, securing the first frag is Duelist.
Again.
Found the head of Cornflakes and has absolutely taken it off of the shoulders. Take an ult orb as well, so that's 2 ult orbs collected in the round. Every kill also nets you 1. Surprise, surprise. This will swing out through scaffold where we'll meet a drone. We'll take the drone out, but we'll take a dart for his troubles. And oh, look at this, man. Look at the brim. Look at Johnny Fuego.
Big Chef
Look at
Johnny Fuego.
Oh, no. Okay, we're good. Out the bracer in time.
Gotcha.
I radiate. Good to find 1. This player's coming to cap, though. That should be there to trade this one out as they start to slowly pinch onto it. Do they know? Oh, no. Duel's been caught once again by the box tuck. Not able to turn the flash at times. The Communist Dog, you're going to pick up 1, but Frosty has that trade right back the other way. Through the dark cover. Or through the sky smoke. Different smoke. That one's not dark. No, we'll never know. It's gone.
Sure it's our cover.
Oh, that was right.
On timing. Yeah,
Second guess myself.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
You have faith, confidence.
30
You
seconds
know, 80% of your shot is confidence. Cat Nader.
That's why I never hit shots.
Wow.
SUNY Canton gonna head their way down towards wine, but look once again who is sipping. This time Permish. Does he have better luck than his teammate is the question. Well, no one's checked it again, but they've ego checked him. JCK's at a clean shot. Recon bolt to come through, so the Omen cannot swing. Chris Ramirez looking to find the double to send them out of the round. We'll have a teammate to help scaffold now as well, so it's a 2-on-2 showdown for the retake. Frosty is waiting for the timing out the dark cover. Recon's come back through for the Hell Sova, so they have some information here. Need to come out for door for Chris Ramirez. Oh, interesting drop from Frosty to time to find the trades nonetheless, but cannot find JCK from a main who will find the frag. 5-4 is the score line. SUNY Canton is your leader.
Oh, Post had all the positionings correct. They just that minute timing difference made all the difference. If Permish waited another half second to a second to swing that, if Chris decided to jump down a second sooner or to look over the generator, like those little differences, they just didn't quite have the timing right.
I love the confidence of that. Just wide swing, classic in hand, hope for the best. That is quite the strat coming from the Reyna. It's pressed now, and Kamiya's Doggy looking to finish out the job. Will do just that. Damien's found one as well. They storm into Cat now. Close twitch box is going to be Permish, but he's caught by Radiate. Chris has traded one back from the back of Dice, looking for more, just praying for shots, and Communist has taken a second frag. The KO leading the charge. Frosty, the Bulldog in hand, will sit guard and has timinged the Jet. Have a chance for the cross too. Shots not to land. Suddenly going to get pitched on from all directions. One cat, one tree, one through door. It'll be the cat player. What are the frag gaming has it? 6-4. SUNY Canton leading by 2.
In all honesty, I really like that skin on the Bulldog, by the way. But anyway, anti-eco for SUNY Canton, really good. Overall, good positioning by Post to predict that it's going to be an A-hit kind of situation, but still they had just a very weak weaponry in hand, basically. It's kind of tough to pull off. But now, go back to the next one. Chris set up with a tried and true setup with Odin in the hands of Sova. Meanwhile, mid control, Big Chef has been doing a good job of getting mid control for the most part, but complete set by SUNY Canton is not going to let him have it this time around. Radiate putting him down.
Yeah, Radiate will put him down, and we'll look to continue on that trend as they swarm through mid-market. Dark cover will come through, so that Reyna is going to be useless into this one. But the Sova gets so much space. Chris Ramirez takes all of lane, and this takes the spike down as well. The Odin spray going to come through from close range, but has to hold on to it now. Teammates going to come through CT, but they'll be late in their endeavors in getting there. Cornflakes picks up one on duels, trying to get aggressive. Radiate take a trade. Communist will have one as well. That spike picked back up. That's null command out. Communist Doggy not going to let this round get away from him. Radiate will not either. We'll grab a 3K coming through CT to make sure nobody is there for trade opportunities. Canton will take the plant down.
Do they burn the lockdown here, though, is my question. It's a 2 versus 1. They typically win this situation for the side of SUNY Canton, but 2 rounds left in at a half. Are you really going to be confident that you'll be able to utilize the lockdown next round, or are you more confident that you just don't need it this round?
Oh, you can tell they're confident. They'll be sitting towards line. Communist will walk in, and Communist Doggy, who better than to grab the kill? 7-4 for SUNY Canton.
Round before the switch.
And their risk pays off. Confidence runs true. They'll have the lockdown for this last round of the half. The only problem, though, just something I didn't really have time to set up as a conundrum there, is the fact that the Hunter's Fury and Orbital Strike are available for Post, which both can counter the lockdown just fine. So it's going to be tough for Radiant to find a good opportunity to use that ultimate other than just using it to bait out the enemy's ultimates, so they don't have to deal with that moving forward. Might just pop that right immediately early on, just to bait out at least one of those ultimates.
You should run.
There goes. Probably the Hunter's Fury. Oh, it's an Orbital Strike.
The Orbital Strike will go down and will indeed break that lockdown out. And suddenly, SUNY Canton, the Emperor has no clothes. Jules has no life. Neither does Radiate. As Frosty Purpose going to grab those first 2 frags. SUNY Canton still have somehow found their way into the site. Hunter's Fury out for Damien is connected for Permission, has found the frag, so there will be a trade in that department. Lockdown back the other way. They're thing, the 100 is for a frag, but it cannot stop the lockdown any longer. So the retake is going to come through. You're SUNY Canton. You got to get offside, or maybe you don't.
Shot
you got
bolts.
lineups. You got lineups instead. SUNY Canton, we don't need the Hunter's Fury. We know that we can make it happen with the double shock bolt, and that they do. So Post, suddenly they can't make anything happen off the retake. Both lockdowns getting negated into this round. And Post, you got to do it all on your lonesome. They're throwing all the util out early. They've tried to flash their way in. Jack's able to pick up one. Traded now by Fuego. Frosty will pick up one as well. Damien just has to hold on to things for a moment. Drone tag will get him one onto Fuego. All about timing and setting out the sky smoke. Tap once. Retap now. Sprays through. Now the cover gone and the shot there. A 3K for Damien. He'll clutch things up 1v2. 8-4 is the scoreline going into the half.
I was thinking that was going to be SUNY Canton making a little bit of a mistake with using Hunter's very early, but they only did that because they knew they had shockbolt lineups for the default position. So putting that lab work time in just to make sure you have those lineups is very, very important. Sign of actual true Sova mains, Sova players. That seems to be what SUNY Canton has on their hands. Gives them an 8-4 lead on the first half. Going to the second. On the defensive side of things, looking at what's going to be offered. Post has a double duelist set up with a Brimstone, which naturally is going to be a lot more beneficial on an offensive side of things than defense. So fair enough they had a hard time on the first half, but this time around it should be a lot easier for them as long as they can navigate around all the information gathering that SUNY Canton has, the Killjoy utility to slow them down, paranoias, and flashbangs.
These flashes are out and early damage is done. Permission to find one instantly traded by the other jet of Duelist. Though Frosty's out to pick up one. He knows exactly what Duelists do. He's going to get pincered on. Just looking to trade one more, but he cannot. Fuego has that one. Post will have the advantage into this pistol. They're going to take it all the way over into that A site. And will flood into it. We're waiting. He's going to pick up one. Slowly starting to equalize the numbers. Oh my goodness! He's found one and making another to go with it. A clean 2K right after the first. He's going for a 3K now. Shock bolts to a generator. Frosty picks up one. Looking to save this round from the depths of despair. 9 bullets in Damien's gun. Knows that Frosty's close generator. Maybe he doesn't. He hears the turret though. Has to know he's got to be Gen. The swing to come through. Frosty throwing util. He knifes him! A 4K for Damien. A melee kill. The Raptor Rockets 9-4. He pulls out the sword. A knight in shining armor for SUNY Canton to save the round.
Oh my god. Yo. You see Damien standing still now because they're actively clipping that round. That's what's happening.
Activated NVIDIA shadow play. I gotta put that one on Twitter.
Yo.
Another to go with it.
That was nuts, dude. Didn't even need to. Like, had the bullets for it.
Yeah, I definitely had the bullets for it. Saw the headshot opportunity. Said, this man's in nanoswarms, bro. He's lacking. And if you're lacking, man, I'm gonna cut you. He said, bop. GG's only, man. Hey, next time, maybe look. You know what I mean? Maybe check the elevator, big dog. That's easy for me.
So we got a 1-for-1 trade so far for this next round. It is an anti-eco. SUNY Canton should be coming out on top of it. So it's good for Post to be able to get the one crack that they were able to do so. But with the pop flash pushing through, SMG's in hand, close range, swinging in. Communist doggy with the 2. It's going to be a...
He angry at a cat. Those boys looking like T-bone steaks to him.
Is that what an angry dog sounds
Showing
like?
him down. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll give you a pass because your name is Catnator, not Doginator.
I shouldn't be. I'm gonna change it right now.
It sounded more like an angry cat than an angry dog. I'm gonna be honest
No,
with
it
you.
didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Honestly, that knife kill from Damien, I think, has ended the game.
It might have.
SUNY Canton looking.
That's a mental
looking
blow.
just bad to the bone. It's 6-0 in terms of the run. Last 6 rounds. You got knifed. You got knifed so hard that production ran the first replay in 3 games because it was so fire.
That was a fire replay though. It's quality.
Like, what do you do in this
Quality
scenario?
over quantity, man. Well, so now's the test of if Post is confident in themselves and their composition, they should have more success with the double duelist composition with Brimstone. Brimstone falls early, which is not a good look. You want to be with the Brimstone with the duelist. At least one of the duelists with the Brimstone. Just get them on site, go faster. Do the rest of the team explode. Do one duelist.
Oh, good timing to catch Communist Doggy. He'll be caught out, and unfortunately, his owners left the house. They left him outside, so not the result you want to see.
That
10-4.
is not what you want to see.
Yeah, not what you want to see at all. And
No.
if you're a Post fan, you need to win this round. If you let SUNY Canton bonus, it's actually just GG's.
Spike
You
planted.
can't let him bonus this round. Radiate, it's going to get timing. Oh my gosh! He 90-degree flicks onto it and lands 2 straight headshots. The Cornflakes is caught out. That's available picked up for Radiate. He's going to use that early for information. They know about Dice now. There's been 2 players forward. They shot the drone before a recap can come through, so there's no wallbang opportunity. They got to play through quickly. There's going to be Sova lineups available. Bomb, you gotta move, and Radiate will do just that. He's gonna pick another. Swarming at the site they go. Frosty gonna take both frags though from Generator. He'll steal the deal, and he'll make sure Post are able to convert their anti-bonus. It's 5-10. They've got more work to be done now on the gun round, and they've lost 3 guns in the process.
Yeah, definitely a lot more work to do. But hey, losing pistol, fair enough. You lose anti-eco, or the eco round, fair enough.
Placing
You win the
sentry.
next anti-bonus. You'll be able to do a pretty decent buy moving forward.
Turret out.
But it's like confidence in your composition, man. You have a lockdown to work with. Have Big Chef Johnny Fuego up with the boys, you know, like, let's go.
Take flight.
It's got to be the mental for a Post. Even if he had a rough pistol round and not the easiest defensive half, but compositionally, rough defensive half is just fine.
Chris Amir snapped one early. Oh, that is unlucky. Cornflakes.
Good trade.
We'll get caught lacking, and Permish will catch.
Blocking
Right
sight.
back. So all is well in the Post camp. They've got the extra member to work with. They've still got the lockdown to vibe out with on this round as well. And honestly, throwing into this round wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. Sometimes you just want to segment one. You'll break eco. You'll be able to start rolling the ball yet again.
Revealing
Needs a
area.
Post, and gonna hit timing in the sky smoke almost certainly. You gotta peek out of this. They will do just that. Chris Ramirez will have a second frag. They've got all that mid control. They'll have to take their way to the B site. That is all that KJ util there. The KJ is still active as well to back the site. Radiant's got a big moment to make.
Player standing.
Is the moment too big? Yes, it is. Frosty will seal that deal. He's confident his doggy. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders if he wants to win this round. He wants to keep the eco cooking. It's good for one. One more pump flash. Picking up the 0 point as well. The knife now out. It will tag 2 to site, so that's some information to be gained. But is the last player back to site? Is the last player main? You don't really know. It'll be a log player, and Fuego will take it. Find the Phantom 1 tap. Communist doggy out the round. 6-10. Post will break eco. A chance to walk back into the game.
They still have the lockdown as well for Post on top of it all. Winning out that round is massive as well because it breaks the economy of SUNY Canton. So it's going to be anti-eco here. It's going to be 7-10 score line. It's a very real possibility we just continue on a trajectory where it gets tied up. And honestly, with how the team compositions go, if SUNY Canton can't figure out how to stop the rolling through of Post, it's going to be really hard for them to close out this match. Killjoy utility being set up on B site is good. Alarm bot in mid. That's very forward alarm bot and gateway. A lot of information gained from that 0 point as well. So SUNY Canton is rotating on the map. They're going to have 3 people on A site, which is good to read. But something similar to Post's issue that we saw in the first half is a really good read, but it's eco round. Can they really convert the read into kills?
Well, so far, no opportunity to do so. Post is really thinking about it. And fortunately for them, SUNY Canton isn't playing those extremities like up B lobby and things of that nature. They aren't droning through. So at the very least, they don't know about it. They are floating still 3 members forward on this A site. So they kind of have the read, but at least it's not extra members. I mean, the lockdown going to come through is going to commit extra members over. I mean, of course it will. Post, they're loving this fake. They haven't made any noise just yet, but they do throw the recon over. And they're going to walk all the way over to that B site. SUNY Canton have read into this one just a little bit. They'll send 2 players back over.
Alarm bot goes off. That 4 alarm bot gives them that faster read. Oh, because the Nano Swarm is put towards where the alarm bot usually
30
is.
seconds left.
Orbital Strike on the radar.
Yeah, Orbital Strike guarantees are going to get all that space into CT. So guarantees they do get that plant down. Fuego playing with fire out to CT. And, well, he'll burn Duelist out the round. Cornflakes has one as well. Traded back. The classic of Radiate. They'll pick up Phantom. Aries going to be on the Sova now as well. SUNY Canton looking to make a retake possible. They got a flank on the way. It's Jack. And right now, Chris Ramirez is not looking for it. So that should be a free pickup. It is for Jack. Now they'll send themselves forward. Again, those Johnny Fuego chefing up, making moves, making frags. Good to find a 3K, but Damien will trade it back now. Phantom, Hunter's Fury into the round.
What?
Damien, big guy, relax. frags. Yeah, you know, he said, damn, I really used it, huh? He said, guys, I got a little excited, man. I thought we could do it, man.
I love the cheese and
Well,
grog.
well, not cheesy any longer. Permits to take him away. 7-10.
Damien knows what he's done. That's
Damien, come on, man.
It's all good, man.
You're top frag, bro. You know better.
You also have the lead. You don't need to do something like that.
Come on, man.
I mean, technically, there is.
Think
a
about it. If
world
he
that
had done it, it
worked
would have
off.
been really cool.
Yeah,
it
if
would've
he
been
did
cool.
get at least one frag and then damage on the other one, he get a double kill over. So,
Oh, how I love hindsight.
yeah,
plays.
there is a chance it could have worked out. Damien definitely knows that was a low chance, and all good.
I like that recon out of there. Clears all mid, and there's nothing there. They'll be aiming instead. Turret's going to be on it. The KJ utility has once again migrated.
I like
from the
that.
A site.
It's good. That's what SUNY Canton needs to do, because Killjoy is one of the biggest factors that can stop this aggressive team composition of posts. Attack sided,
Standing ahead.
favored team comp. Killjoy utility. That's why you get Killjoy, is to stop aggression.
This doggy will throw the Northman mid. Imagining he's expecting that to be an instant push, but I will say the only thing he's seen is Chris Ramirez. But hey, sometimes it's better safe than sorry, and Chris been having a pretty solid game. So they've stalled the Sova to mid. A little bit of damage onto the KO, but alive nonetheless. Not gonna have the fragment going forward. It's still 40 seconds, so plenty of time for this execute to get set up. And set up it is being. Firmus will take down the KO, so none of that util is gonna go into this round. And look to work their way into mid now, where Duelist is actually just running and gunning Phantom. Oh my goodness! Somehow was able to dodge that with the
One
tailwind.
enemy remaining.
Cannot dodge the shots of Johnny Fuego though, and neither can radiate through. Smoke.
enemy remaining.
Glacier's gonna find another. JC get back aside too. Massive frosting permits. They thought they had no play. Yo, TP, please hit the button. Click. Oh, was trying to from the shadows to get away out of the orbital strike. Just froze up in the moment. And Johnny Fuego, he rains it down. Rains the fire from the skies. 8-10. And so grab the frag.
Can you do that fast enough?
You can surely Shrouded Step, because it has been the time has been increased.
Yeah, try
You can TP pretty freaking fast. You can Shrouded Step out for sure. From the shadows, no, it holds you there for like 3 seconds.
Yeah.
He could have done it anyway, but he didn't even try to click. It's like he's got into it and he was like, damn, I actually can't do it fast enough. I'm just gonna die, guys. My bad.
Unlucky, honestly.
That's actually the comms there. It's like, guys, I'm not gonna waste it. I know I can't make it.
But the real thing there is that that's 2 rounds in a row that a member of SUNY Canton has burned an ultimate that was like almost guaranteed to not work. So the lockdown I work with 100
Dr.
streams
Wine?
that I post.
Free frag for Damien. It gets out as well. No util needed. Not a single piece of util for that play. Just walked in, walked out.
Love that.
Crazy. Going out early. JCK out as well. Oh, almost got both. Cornflake's able to save their life just barely after getting one tapped. And thank goodness you're the Reyna, because that means you get the little devour, you get a little meal.
There
You get
is
to heal yourself back up.
There is not a world.
Oh, Communist Doggy gets timing. Communist Doggy gets timing. He just ran time. He's able to save himself. 0 point to come through to make sure he's not getting swung, but he is indeed getting swung. He's going to be forced out by the Nanoswarm as well. Great util play. Set up Cornflakes for the alley-oop dunk, and he send that one home. Communist Doggy. He's got posterized. Radiate. Going to be into CT. Chris Ramirez is going to be there for the contact, and well, he got contacted all right. Let him know that his car's extended warranty's about up, and it was a scam caller. He's gone. 1v2 now as Radiate's going to make his way forward into CT. No, he's good to work with. He's going to have that Vandal, though, just recovered.
It's not a world like JCK actually expected there to be 3 people just completely lined up in the mid like that. That's crazy. Radiate. Trying to use whatever utility they can. Do they go with another ultimate? SUNY Canton?
KJ turret on CT too. No, certainly not. You gotta get at least a frag first, and even then it's not worth it. There's not enough time.
Well, so we know that the lockdown would have been good here, but Radiate.
I don't think lockdown would have been good there.
Well, because we know they'd be trapped. Like they can't get themselves.
Yeah, but
out.
they just double swing it surely, right? And then they just trade each other.
By the time the lockdown actually finishes, is there?
No, they just go as soon as they drop it. As soon as you drop it, they just run CT stair together and double swing. You know?
I don't know if you make it time because if you stomp it, you can just hold the angle as Radiate and just mow them down.
That's true. Yeah, that does become an interesting scenario.
Yeah, obviously, Radio does. That's all hypotheticals because we know all the information. Like, Radio
Yeah, and then
doesn't
the
know that
only
nobody's
place
in
he
the
can
garage
re-
or something. So
The only place he can put it there is in front of Switch.
Yeah.
If he does that, it doesn't get the backup outhouse. He has to put it on the wall, and then they just wall bang it.
yeah, that was like a position he could actually make it happen, but it's a lot more aggressive. And you have to hold it a lot harder for sure.
Yep.
Anyway, I like that they held the lockdown. They didn't use it.
Yeah,
It's an
same.
improvement
I
from
would
what
have
we
to agree
saw.
with that. Ramirez is looking for the world here and has gotten one. He has gotten half of it. Currently at the Earth Crust, looking to get a little deeper though. Cornflakes has taken one. Damien a trade to go with it. Johnny Flay going to be out the round. That's no controller power now. Ooh, good shot ball lineup to come through. She's thrown under the door. That's where Mish going to be low. Plant's gone down. Still on the lurk, going to be the Sova. That'll be a little bit later in the round. Mish Fury going to be there for them to get a cheeky on that, but they don't even need it. 3K to come through for Cornflakes. Just absolutely mowing him down. Scaffold takes 60K, then Duelist onto that ramp. But that's going to be Garden for Damien. Window broke for him. Fear out behind him.
Oh my god.
Chris Ramirez will get the frag as the Reyna jumps into his waiting arms. 10-10 is the scoreline. Post have brought things back.
Yeah, they have. It comes down to this compositional thing. It's just the strength of the post comp is offensive favored. That's natural for Brimstone as well. Like, just moving forward the meta the way it is. It was even more heavily so beforehand because of the double stim beacons, but I honestly think nerfing the second stim beacon makes Brimstone weaker on defense than it made him weaker on offense. Like, I think that's even
so
more
ironic.
heavily favored because it allows you faster rotations to be able to get those smokes down better for your team and stuff like that. You know, like
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah,
on
it doesn't mean you have
offense,
to-
you'll need a
to
second
float him
beacon
as
'cause
heavily.
You're gonna explode one time. Like this is our one explosion.
Spike dropped.
Yeah, I mean, that's only holds true unless you're Cornflakes, in which you explode periodically through the round.
Mhm.
Finding big moments. Looking for another one up through Garden right now. Going to be through Tree. All the KG utility has moved yet again, so just walk in and... Okay, sometimes you self-implode. But Damien has that one. Duels will pick up one as well from CT, looking for more with the Marshall. The shoulder peek back out through the dark cover. Hip firing like an absolute maniac. Has some damage, some tags through. Everybody gonna get away from the lockdown. Radiate, please go further. He's gonna get out in time. Shots through mid-market for the team. Just spamming out. It's SUNY Canton. Damien spamming out towards mid. Will find Johnny Flago, who's trying to make another flank happen. Now the controller out the round yet again. Post will get to sight. Give an opportunity to plant. They got a Hunter's Fury, but man, nothing much you can do with it. Don't pull Damien. Just, hold on to it. Great recon. Can you spam
Oh
through?
my
You
God.
can. Chris has found one. Frosty another. And suddenly things are different.
I think you burned now. You burned
Somebody's
now.
got to
Yeah,
shoot
you
it.
do.
Somebody's got to shoot it. Thank you.
30
Absolutely
seconds left.
amazing ultimate to come through here to stop the lockdown.
One
Value.
enemy.
The CT stare. They can
player.
double peek off each other. Frosty's found one in the trade for Chris Ramirez back of sight. They take an impossible 2-on-5. They win it out instead. 11-10 for Post off of a beautiful recon into a fantastic Hunter's Fury.
That post plant was played perfectly by Post. They'll burn their Hunter's Fury instantly because they know, like, it's still a 2v5. But when they get 3 kills, it goes into a 2v2. Yeah, we're burning Hunter's Fury, taking down that lockdown, just have a nice little 2v2 frag because suddenly this is a winnable situation. That was so immaculately well done, on top of just hitting their shots perfectly. Like, that was literally everything Post just did was everything they needed to do. That was awesome.
The hunt begins.
We'll get it. You look from Post. That Cornflakes is already in. He looking mad. He'll throw the Empress in. He's able to find Kamiya's doggy, who's now out of the round. Spike's gonna come on its way here as Cornflakes looking to hold on to things. Where's the back? The smokes. Has the lead. Does he have the shots? Still, that fight's still happening. As Radiant's gonna fight Chris Ramirez. Oh, he walks into the Hunter's Fury. Damien gonna take that one away. Was looking to stall the plant, but he's found a player instead. Plant does go down, of course. Duel's gonna find one. Takes Fuego. Hermish stuck towards door. It does get shot for him. Leads him back into the play, ironically enough. Frosty's found one towards sight. Got to do all the work from hell right now.
Aldrone
We'll throw the
getting
lockdown into this round, and Aldrone has not cleared
Last
Cat at
player
all.
standing.
So Permis gonna have the opportunity. Yes, everybody gonna swing for the lockdown. What can you find here? It is loosely planted for him. Find the first one to Damien. Looking for the second as well, but Radiant is going to have it instead. We'll have the quick trade back the other way, and it's 11-11. We're tied back up with SUNY Canton. We'll end the 7-0 run.
I think it's fair that Permish held the angle, didn't actually punish the Aldrin not clearing them immediately because You're trying to do the trigger discipline thing of like, oh, if more people go through, then I'll be able to get more out of this opportunity. And it wasn't until after all the people dropped onto Frosty alone on site that permission actually finally pushed through, realizing, okay, I'm just going to get this over. But even still, considering the amount of people alive for SUNY Canton, like, that's a hindsight 2020 thing for sure. Like, you can't fault Permish. You would like to have seen him if you're a post fan. You're going, challenging the Sova faster to be able to support the team, but it is what it is. Duelist also, nice headshot. Holding on garage, falls back, still holding control of B main. A nice mid A hold remains for SUNY Canton, trying to get the lead back for themselves.
Right here.
Post will work early A. They'll make presence known, and they'll look to head back now into mid. They've been given the space, but is that far archway alarm bot yet again? They'll have the information if they do want to try to push through this smoke, which they do not. They'll head B lobby. Still KJ utility in that department. So you can't be doing such a good job of moving this KJ util around where if you're post, you really can't get anywhere for free. You have to poke out for it. And it gets so much in for. They lost for such easy rotations that you can't make notice. The noise cut on A. They've already rotated over this B side. This push going to come through. Cornflake good for the first early. Absolutely obliterating Radiate. That's the turret now gone. Versus the team can safely make their way through. There's no Nanos to stop this presence. No one's taking down the market door, but they have been able to get all the way into sight, and they're going to be able to set up for that post plant.
Duelist continuing getting some frags for the team. Post plant happening from the shadows pop, causing a lot of guesswork to post, but they're all cornered back in the boathouse, so that guesswork basically doesn't really matter.
Push to come on. Duelist over the top ropes. Requirement to pick up one. Looking for more as well. This is trade for the backside players. Just permission now to work a 1v2. Caught by the recon, caught by the 0 point. He's got no dash, got to do it all just by the gunplay. And Doggy looking like the dictator in this round. This will send him to match point 12 to 11.
They don't have anywhere to go at that point. Maybe just activate it a little bit faster.
Match
swing
point.
out, support Cornflakes a little bit more, perhaps. Match point now for Post after this incredible comeback streak that they were having. SUNY Canton finally figured out how to adapt and adjust. Get some frag rounds back themselves as well. I want to see permission I want to see permission especially to explode on site and lead the charge for the team. Drop the cloud burst, dash in, great space for on the site. Allow a higher probability of getting those initial frags for the team, so they can actually go through and get into a post plant situation with a player advantage, which we haven't seen for quite some time.
Right.
I like the alarm bot being put up towards the gatehouse as well, because a lot of people will shoot like shock bolts to clear out alarm bot in the standard area near pizza.
Get out
But
of my way.
put that up towards gate, gives you a little bit more early
Sure.
knowledge, and also it's not going to be cleared out for free.
We'll say the only thing about it is it's been there pretty much every round. If your post and your IGL can spot it, you just spam it from top cat. It's gone every round, and then you don't have to worry about it.
Right.
That is the only downfall. It's very easy to spam it blind at the start of the round, but that won't be the case here. They will trigger it, and they will step in the mid. Zero Point's gonna have information. Great double swing to come through, but not if it can shut down like this. Cornflake picked up the first. The back away for the fragment as well. Pop Flash is not going to do the damage. Cornflake's back out of the dark cover, but caught by Communist Doggy. JCK's picked up a few. Fuego as well. There's no controller into the round for post. It's going to be such a very, very difficult take for them. They've lost the duelist. They've also lost their smokes. They do walk into sight, though. They've got an 8 for free.
left.
Nobody's guarding. Look at the plant, but they got to hold the post.
Yeah, very important. Couldn't get Valir to heal to survive the body
This is
shots.
offsite.
Now Duelist finds another frag offsite, like you said. No lockdown to use, no Hunter's Fury at all. They're going to get themselves back on site to be able to defend this.
No charges left.
Yeah, they've handed side over. You see players to find their way to get back on. They got to play some cheeky little lineups. Chris Amir's going to find one. Look at the recon. Looking for information here. Where are these players at? Duels has found the A main player, Chris Amir's. These lineups better be goated. The first one going to come through. Find damage. 3K for him. The shot will the bait Jack. Step out. He's found it. A 4K for Chris Ramirez. Yet again, another clutch from the Sova. It's 12-12. The hero.
Overtime.
Step up first with a knife, this time with the Vandal.
Wow. What a play. And SUNY Canton in that moment as well, I would love to have seen them just push the tempo a little bit, realizing they have side control. There's no ults to be able to play for post plant. So try to just get forward positioning because post is going to be trying to fight for that retake. Based on the information they had, it's going to be A main, tree will be the two spots to play with. And it seemed like they were a little bit uncoordinated on exactly how they wanted to handle that pressure. Didn't go for the tap or anything like that to force them out of their hiding holes sooner. Allowed time for Chris to be able to rotate into tree properly. Yeah, we all saw exactly what he did with that.
It's SUNY Canton time, baby. They're on the offense. They're quick with it. Jules has already jumped through to the front of sight. Radiant's found one on the flank as well. Jules' NCT stairs picked up the frag, and Fuego, he's gone just like that. They're into sight. Looking through mid-market door, but Chris Ramirez is going to take it instead. He'll find it through that dark cover. Tracers is all he needs to be his guide. Door broken by permission as soon as it goes down. Post can look for a quick retake here. They're already set up for it.
No charges. Cover going up.
Ooh, good shock ball. Oh, the second one will come through as well for Chris Ramirez. He's been able to equalize here. The HP bar for him quite low, but the numbers even 3-3. He plays me towards B main as well, so they're more than away from the site here. It's really just the KO to back things up. If you can find a way to stop these players, you don't have any dark covers, you don't have any smokes and flashes, so it allows for Radiant to just get free opportunities, free sight lines. A 3K for the KJ to come through. Frosty's picked up 1 minute to trade from who other than Communist Doggy. 13-12 for SUNY Canton as they look to wrap up the game here on the defensive.
We'll be looking at primarily which team can win on offense. Or just which team can win on defense, sorry. Which team can win on defense for the overtime, because offense has been the favored side for both teams. 8-4 both ways. SUNY Canton, they started figuring things out towards the end of that last half, though. You got to imagine that they're going to be the ones favored to win on defense first for the overtime, which means they're favored based on history of these rounds and the way things have played out. They'll come out on the offensive post. Field is one bot, didn't amount to it, so a lot of information given to SUNY Canton. The dark cover instantly blocked them out.
Place to jump through up the leer, but it's blinded nobody. They all see Radiate. JCK both gonna find frags. One traded back by Fuego, but he's gotta find JCK as well, and he cannot. JCK stomps him out.
Enemy remaining.
That leaves 2 players, and now just one. First step out of B main had to be the hero yet again, but it's not to be. Damien Sova counter pick will find it. That just leaves the Killjoy. A 1-4 for post if they want to hold on things here. They want to keep their group stage flawless run alive right now. 0-0, so things not too shabby, but you don't want to go down early. It's no choice. As Communist Doggy will come through and bite down on Frosty to wrap up the game. It's 14-12 for SUNY Canton. They are up 1-0 in the group stage, winging OT number 1.
Valiant effort by Post on the offensive side of things, bring things right back, but SUNY Canton coming out on top in a very exciting overtime map 1 of the Group B, Cat. I'm really looking forward to what else comes from this group, because SUNY Canton figuring out and adapting at the very end to be able to shut down the lurks and the picks that Post was able to set up, find opportunities to be on a player equivalency or advantage on those post plants, and also the might have been a little bit of hubris, who knows, but they're going for kind of the gamble options for their ultimates in situations that perhaps they could have done some other options as well and save those advantages for later. Put them back a little bit on the adaptation, but SUNY Canton, once they kind of decided, let's hold the clock down for this 1v2, let's go ahead and hold our resources, play smart for future rounds if we find ourselves in deficits. They did so, they regrouped, and they came back on top.
Yeah, that they did, and well, when we come back from break, we're not done just yet. We've got 2 more games from the Group B section as this round robin does continue. 2 more matches for all these teams. We'll see who is joining the likes of NYIT and Farmingdale in the playoff bracket tomorrow. We'll see you in just a couple minutes. Welcome back, one and all, and let me tell you, SUNY Canton, after a clean victory last map, Communist Doggy really made us feel alive, and we've brought in another animal to the desk. Camel, welcome in. What is going on, brother?
Nothing much, man. Feeling good. Ready to cast some Valorant today. Have the last two maps, and it's going to be Canton versus St. John coming up. Anything you're expecting out of these sides? I don't know if you've casted them previously in the day, but you have any sort of, maybe tips or tricks we can expect from either side?
Tips or
Oh.
tricks? Well, I will tell you that both are 1-0 right now.
Mhm.
And for those of you who don't know, for people that either just got into the broadcast, just got into the stream, people that just got here, perhaps, we are in Group B now. We just watched Group A earlier today. Now we're in Group B. That was game 1 of Group B. It's a round robin, 3 matches, so 2 more matches here in Group B, and the top 2 teams qualify into the playoff bracket tomorrow. So right now, SUNY Canton, St. John's, they win this game, they qualify. If you're 2-0, if you're 2-1, you qualify, like for sure, 100%. So one of these teams looking to qualify here as we jump into split. Both 1-0. Post is going to be 0-1 right now. So they've got to win the next 2 games realistically to try to make things back in the swing of things. So that's going to be the big thing, is that one of these teams, they will qualify here. This game is for all the marbles. SUNY Canton and St. John's. It's going to be an interesting game. I do think that the other game, Post, was actually the best game that we're going to get probably out of this group, if I had to guess. But St. John's fans, maybe the energy's good. Maybe they're vibing out. We'll see what they got.
We will see. In the double Sentinel will be the option for St. John. Starting an attack. How do you feel about that, candidate? Because starting an attack, you're not going to get. I mean, actually, I've seen ways that the Sage Ball actually could be used on split, and getting your way onto site, making it a little bit easier. So for St. John, especially with the Reyna as well. So you're really going for an aggressive duelist. So clearing space definitely be the name of the game for St. John's, and the KJ to respond here for SUNY Canton, and a split. So very aggressive duelists on both sides.
Yeah, they're interesting comps in the swing of things. Smalls Nation is going to have a lot of a task to try to solo duelists on the Reyna. Going to have to find frags. We talked about it a little bit last game. Just that's going to be all about fragging. The Rays, on the other hand, Communist Doggy, he had interesting results. He was playing the KO last game. Wasn't finding a ton of frag moments, but the good thing about Rays on split is that you don't need them to frag. You just need them to throw good paint shells, and you need them to be the bait and willingly be the bait. Just double satchel into sight, go die so we can clear space. That's literally all he has to do. So I think that'll be fine. The Rumor plays should be fine as well. They had great util on the KO, just weren't quite finding the frags, which is okay if they're literally being used as the human bait as the Rays going into this one. Other than that, the competitions are kind of interesting. The Sova for SUNY Canton is a little goofy, not gonna lie to you. Split is one of the hardest maps for a Sova because the skybox has so much going on that it's almost impossible to throw good lineups. I will say we've seen a couple interesting lineups in terms of like Sova shock bolts that go towards trademarks that are in both rope and be heaven, but they're very inconsistent due to the fact that the shock bolt only gets so much in terms of its splash damage that it's almost null and void. It's almost a waste of time. So we'll see what lineups they're throwing, but they got to be crazy because it's going to be very difficult to find use of this initiator. Thankfully, they do have the double initiator set up with the KO to make up for it.
Absolutely. We'll see where this attacking side opts to go. Seems like mid could be the idea. A 5-stack brewing over towards this mid area. There's the presence being detected. Great suppression. Gonna force Communist Doggy away, and already a decent amount of space being cleared away here by St. John's, but very stagnant here as you see numerous sides being taken by Canton, waiting for their moment. Pressure forward, but a lot of utility being burned here, Catnator.
That it is. They've taken the space nonetheless, though. Now the question is, can they get out of mid and into one of these heavens where SUNY Canton literally playing the composition for the actual push into sight? And it's because they don't really have a strong sentinel presence here. We got the KJ, but it's all the way to that B site, so they're giving them the space to be heaven. Now that contact can be made.
Contact is made. There's 1, there's 2. Trident picks up JCK, and now the site should be easy pickings for St. John, and get the spike down as well. They're going to avoid the mollies as well. Heads up play there. Kenny trying to go right between the eyes. Doggy's got his number. Radiate good for 1 more. And a good flip back there for Canton. Evens things up at a 3-3. Now Heaven. The idea here for Canton as they'll maneuver out. Here come the shots flying for Damien. He'll find 1, find 2. And a great retake there for Canton.
Yeah, I like the way they're using this composition. They recognize the fact that they don't really have a good, strong mid-hold by any means. The Brimstone especially. The fact that you get yourself the Sky Smoke is 20 seconds. It's pretty long. The Molly is not too bad, but other than that, I mean, people just wait for it. They let you throw the smokes and then they push. So instead, let's get to the mid space. Let's smoke instead for our extremity, which is going to be Heaven mailroom. Not let them get there early, and then we'll make them group up. We'll give them the space as false and security, and then when we have the contact here, we might lose the close contact player, which they do. They lose the Reyna. They instead send over, or they lose the Heaven player rather, sorry. They send over Communist Doggy through ramp. They send over Damien from CT. They let them pinch together, and then they retake as a team, recognizing how this competition is going to work, making that adjustment very, very quickly. That's going to be scary to look forward to.
Towards mid with this overarching aggression. Canton have moved over that KJ utility over towards this A site. Last time it was on B, and Kenny will try to anticipate a play, moving over through sewers, but a great owl drone there for Damien. Will spot a handful. Decent chip damage on towards St. John's, but it will just be healed up there with that Sage. Now Doggy looking to wait here for his moment. He will be imminent. There's the contact. He'll be good for one. Can he make his way for two? He'll plunge back down and retreat over towards Heaven. Great early frag, and they're still coming over towards A. Coming to Saki in a great position, but he can't find the shot. Small Nation grabs one.
Yes, indeed. That's a Spectre very close here. They are going to get out from Heaven. Make noise jumping forward here, and they'll grab another Spectre for the trouble as Damien's going to fall. They're going to swing now towards CT. Both players going to be peeking, and Boy will take yet another for his troubles. Caught in the fragment. Will recognize now. We're going to throw that 0 point, and he has actually both members spotted out here. They know that they both got to be CT. They both are going to come towards Heaven. They're going to look to go towards site anyway. They have the choice to pull off there, but they have
30
what
seconds
they feel
left.
like is going to be an advantage going into this one because they have so many kills, so many players up that they have control of the fights right now. They recognize, and they're going to look to play off that control.
One enemy remaining.
Boy, off of that control. Void finds his third. Duelist 14 able to somehow recuperate a kill, but now he's got 3 feisty St. John members to deal with, and as he slowly but surely meanders his way onto the site, he's just waiting, walking into one of these barrels. All members are decently low though, so this is a potential win for Duelist. He's got to make his move though. Now he's looking to make something out of nothing. There's the run and gun play, but he pulls out the knife. Wrong place, wrong time. Void grabs his fourth. The thrifty round here for St. John's. Great bounce back after the first round.
The VALORANT classic. Knife in the hand after the first frag. It's just like the ancient Call of Duty reload. Immediately after the kill, you reload the gun. You don't have anything left in the tank for when that second peek does come through. So it's an easy refrag to come forward. An eco round converted here for St. John's. They've already bounced things back. And they look to buy up into this round. They'll buy 3 rifles, 2 Spectres. Interesting because you know that SUNY Canton is going to be broke. I mean, you have the money to buy. It technically is what is the traditional gun round, so go ahead and run your business. But if this goes awry in any sort of way, it's going to be very expensive for St. John's. Look at the case ends up being, though. So they're going to flood into the A site and look to use that advantage and take it. Front of the frag, Small Nation in already for the first contact will win the fight.
Small Nation just tramples over Communist Doggy. Good for the first kill of round number 3. Damien with this Bulldog will drop down a massive investment, and he already dies. 5v3, make it a 5v2, and it's going to be difficult here for even, a couple of kills to be traded back for Canton. You see the space being cleared by St. John's, and this gun advantage looking to barrel down through Heaven potentially as St. John's will and he will be good for 1. Can he find 2? He does. Easy kills there, the flawless for St. John's, and already seeing that 1 round to warm up. Now they're back into the swing of things. 2 rounds in a row.
Yes, sir, and yeah, if you're a SUNY Canton, you're just looking for econ damage that round. You don't have money going into it. Damien buying that Bulldog really does curse it just a little bit. Yeah, you lose the Bulldog, you lose the money of it. Now you can't buy gun into this round. Now you can't really buy util into this round. You know, just kind of what it is. And at this point, you kind of want to force around your team here. You want to go like maybe Marshall, maybe Spectre, just the bare minimum. Okay, we'll do that. So Spectre going to be out. So there's a force buy to come around it. It's just unfortunate, a little unfortunate. But SUNY Canton still going to look to hold on to this one. As they broke, no fix it. St. John going to head themselves straight back to the A site.
They've loved A. They've never gone B over through Garage once. It's been mid, it's been A, and it's been working. As right there, Damien and Duelist both drop a desolate wasteland over towards A, and St. John's. It's just so much confidence kind of that they're playing with.
That it is. Looking for the wall early. Coming to swing the wall, but it's just not quite. It's a cartoon. We're watching a Roadrunner recognize the fact that he's off the cliff. He said, oh, and then he falls right afterwards. Fortunately, he does not fall. He will float in the air for now over towards screen, and well, now finally he falls as the wind beneath his feet. So we'll take that one away, and leaves 2 players on the retake. 1 known about by the 0 point, of course.
Now, for Canton, unless a miracle here happens, but it's just so difficult. You're in this sort of cycle of just horrid eco, and now you're going back to a save after this one. The buy wasn't that great. We weren't able to get Damien a gun really for himself. Does he?
He
I don't know. It's gonna
didn't
be
save it.
difficult.
He didn't save it. I can already tell you. No, it's not even. Don't even build a storyline. There's no reason. Throws the alarm bot down. I mean, by the time the alarm bot triggers, they're already there. You see 3 barreling down CT. They said, nah, sir, you could not save that gun. I'm so sorry. So much money for St. John's right now. They're feeling pretty dang good. Tommy's dog. Okay.
There we
Listen,
go.
man. I heard they put no building in Fortnite. They got no Sage in their comp, and they've all bought judges. Oh, they changed their mind. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. I did not want to see the Bucky plays come through. The shorty, I'm cool with, but like, we can't waste that much money. We can't all waste $900 on a Bucky, man. That's just, we can't do that. We can't do that.
He's the target.
Yes, sir.
No,
It
here,
ain't
St.
broke.
John's. They're going. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. They love this.
It
Ace,
ain't
like
broke.
they thrived in this environment. Cat there, they found another kill. And just like that, site's cleared and sanitized, and Plant will go down. I mean, what do you do to stop this aggression? I mean, you have to move the KJ
wait.
over.
The chamber just died here. There's no trademark behind it anymore. They can walk through on this flank because Waterflank now exists. You need Jack to get a kill though, unfortunately, so he's not going to grab that one. But the KO's been able to sneak all the way behind because that trademark is disabled. Everybody going to go towards Heaven and is planning for Heaven as well, so there's a massive advantage at the same time. There is an opportunity because they have been able to wrap this KO. He's going to wrap around Heaven. He's going to be behind all 3 players Rafter here. Yo, bro. Meantime, Duelist is fighting against the ledge. Is going to be able to get it now. Gets the gun in the hand and picks up 2 massive frags. The flank good so far. Utility work with as well. Players call towards the screen, running out with Util in his hands, turning his own flash. Small Nation says, okay, I'll take it. Thank you. 4-1 flank opportunity is eco. Did some damage. We'll take what we can get.
Decent try, all things considered, but nonetheless, will be a buy up here. Okay, thought we were gonna get the KJ operator, but no, Radiate's is strong with me. So back to another situation. I'm Damien, dude, struggling here. Let's see if he ends up buying up. Now he can. Hasn't been able to the last few rounds. This time he is. So all even footing in terms of the gun. Discrepancy here for both of these sides, but ultimate's aplenty for both sides. Cat under. Where do you see St. John's or Canton rather looking for these plays with this ultimate as potentially a play out of this smoke? Become a possibility.
Big dog, and well, they're playing out of Sky Smoke. Boy, gonna catch that one. He's just got the easy read, and they'll send themselves forward. Probably gonna stall these rope players. SUNY Canton forced to sit here, forced to be contained. All the room in the world for St. John. We talked about the fact that SUNY Canton's been giving them mid this time around. They are pushing for that mid control, playing incredibly hard for it, and just not winning the fights, unfortunately. Kenny's taking one on the lurk in the meantime, and stampeding into that B side. This is wide open. It's completely free. KJ utility is going to be there, but surely they shoot it out before they plant that they have.
Scattered defensive hold here for Canton. They'll try their damnness to thwart off this attacking effort from St. John's, but a 4v2 now. You have an Empress, you have a Tour de Force, you have a Revive just in case things go south, but I don't even think you need this one here. You have a Brim, you have a KJ, no real way of getting into the site, but JCK will be good for 1. There's the trade back, the rubber banding effect, easy pickings for St. John's, picking up their 5th round win.
Yeah, St. John's is looking better in every capacity right now. Definitely better economically. As yet again, I have a rebuy. They're pretty much full on eco this time. You can't even buy your teammates because everybody's about gonna hit max. If not this round, then the next. Once again, for SUNY Canton, you gotta think, do we force around this? Because they do have 2 buys. They have ultimates to work with, but the rest of the team's gonna be staggered. Start to ping pong your eco yet again. They'll recognize, they'll say, okay, we don't buy. Damien yet again, the one who initially bought that Bulldog, said, trust me. I buy the Ares. I go A main here, I win the round. So he's at 900 credits. He's not gonna buy next round. Hopefully someone can buy him. I don't think they will be able to, but they don't need to buy if he can grab 4 kills. Or 5. I don't know.
Pretty tough. We'll see how this mid push works here for St. John's. This has been how a lot of their offense has been facilitated. It could just be a bait and switch. Lurker in the chamber over towards A. Duelist lying in wait with this flash at the helm. Will throw 1. There is a wall available. That could segue off a part of split here to give a chance for St. John's. There's a second flash being used. Good retreatal there from Duelist, but it will just block off his re-entry onto this B side. But there's the kills. Nobody cleared it, and Radiate takes advantage. Good 2 kills for Canton.
The other one going to come through. That A-main, that lurk finally getting caught out here. Void taking one back. It's going to be that KO. The null command going to be gone, so he's going to be sitting here looking for a recovery. And that core more than able to be stabilized. Nobody's close enough to it. There's a Hell player, but sure they do not jump up the rope and try to stop the stabilization that they will not. They'll get caught now by Communist Doggy. Res comes back through. They got 4 players down to work into this retake. Last player going to be towards CT, trying to find a play. He's going to find 2. Last player going to jump up. It's the COD reload, the classic maneuvers, and well, you got to reload in that scenario. You got to get the full gun. Damien, well, the Ares, it was worth it. He found the frag. He won the round.
And not clearing Hell. That was the difference maker there, Cat.
Yep. Just the Ares buy, actually. That was butterfly effect, bro. The Hell play happens or not, nothing to do with it. Trust me.
Is Radiate doing what I think he's doing, Catnator? Tell me about it. The op KJ. I'm surprised the KJ Utility has stayed on B for a majority of this game. They have never gone B, like, through Garage. So, yeah, I mean, Catnator, how do you see it as? So, how do you see, KJ Utility swapping sides? What do you see it? Where's the cutoff? How do you know when to switch, in your opinion?
When you start losing the sight. Take that for how you wish. Damien up close for he got full flash, so he has no idea that the Sage just walked past him. So that's who's gonna pick that one up. He was flash, chat. Okay, everybody relax. You're trying to clown him. It's not his fault. Actually, not his fault. Small's gonna find one. JCK gonna fall. Just these 2 players with SUNY Canton. Smalls will take another. And since the KJ hasn't switched, she's on the late rotate and has just arrived towards A Heaven. Once again, is gonna be looking to save. I would not be surprised to see SJ hunt this, due to the fact that there's an operator in Radiate's hands and they have way too much money to count. Please don't peek this dry. Okay, peek it dry.
Oh my god. Peeks it dry.
You can.
Well, when you're hitting your shots like that, 6-2.
I doubt
St.
it for no reason.
And now we're back into another interesting position. Damien should be able to buy 1, so we'll see if they end up going for a save. Duelist already equipping that shorty. Yeah, looks like a save potentially. I mean, it's just going to be like a weird kind of half buy type of deal. The economy has just not been there for Canton the whole game so far.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those situations where you get a chance to buy finally, you lose the buy round. It's just GG's. There was an opportunity where they got just that Damien Ares buy. They were able to find a couple classic kills, which I guess Camel did technically come out of Hell. But talk about later. That's already in the site to go.
Standing ahead.
Already into sight they go. This time around, though, Smalls Nation is taken down before the push can actually start up. But S-Flow will be good for 1, good for 2. Prancing and dancing his way inside of A. Has the revive available. Will he opt to go for it? He does. Small Nation will be taken out of the grave. And now a 4v3. Very solid here for St. John's. JC will be forced out. Great Molly. Great heads-up play that I tried to now completely control A site. But Kamisaki on this flank looking to do damage.
Will do damage. Fragment will be a little bit too short for both players. That fragment going to stall for some time here, so it means that nobody coming through the ramp side of things just yet. Doggy can cover the 0 point. Radiate is up 1 with the operator. That's recently saved from last round. Smalls picked up Doggy. That just leaves Op Man to try to make something happen, and he'll be looking at a very nice double coverage here. The crossfire very clean. Press J and Radiate. Deja vu moment. Time to save the operator. Later. Hartford Hills, use a turret to stall for some time. Small station will jump through it, but it should be too little too late. Yeah, his goes water anyway. All good.
We'll save the operator.
It's impossible to die here. It's impossible to die here. It's impossible. Yep. Good work. Don't peek the other angle. There's no... Thank you. Oh, goodness. Please. You got one. You got the op. We're good, man.
Now we're back.
We're here.
2-7. Lockdown available for Canton, but this time around, you have 3 ultimates for St. John's. And last time around, they just popped Null Command off the rip. This time, it's going to be B. This is the first time I feel like they've went over towards Garage to push this side. If they just ult in, it's going to remove all the cage utility. It should be a pretty easy push for St. John's. But it's not going to be easy when your duelist dies. So there's the first kill for Radiate. Great start here for Canton to hold off and stave off this aggressive St. John's attack.
Radiate looking for more. This is a hard op angle to play as well, but he didn't get the job done. First shot not going to be there. Void will swing around to find 2. Plant for St. John's, and well, finally they switch things up. They say maybe the KJ Util moved. It did not, but it doesn't matter. They moved the KJ Util out the way. It's absolutely bulldoze through it. There will be Brim on the lurk here. There is a trademark though. That's going to be right in the wake. Now Now they know about it. This is the easiest swing of Trident's life. Never mind, he dies. And that makes it a 2-on-2. There will be one more towards Garage. The Chamber, it was his trademark. He said, you broke my totem. That's not cool, man. Spent a lot of money for that. I know I get it free, but... Oh my gosh! He just hops, he jumps over him. Look at the swing again. Is Damien with the 3K now to come from Void. Looking for the last player towards sight. Jack's got to tap the spike. Time runs shorter and shorter. Has smokes to work with. Does not use them. Gets the frag instead, but there is just no time. Has to walk away. Trying to save the gun. Will knock out a spike range, I don't think. Okay. Barely does. 8-2.
Wow, I mean, that was a lot, at least for me, that felt a lot closer than it needed to be. I was surprised Trident didn't turn around the moment the trademark popped, but I guess just living in the moment.
Different breed. Yep.
Living in the moment, the bag energy drink really keeping them locked in. So 2-8 here is the scoreline for St. John's. Clearly have been feeling themselves on this first half of play. And with the competition they've been putting themselves in, Small Nation, he's been really the main aggressor. 12-4-4 as you see there, doing massive work here with this Reyna in hand. And Dagger will be destroyed, and already mid seems to be the idea for St. John's. They've loved this mid area. It's where they've gotten a majority of their kills, and they will continue to march forward. And it's just looking so easy for St. John's, and dwindling hope for Canton. 5v3.
I'm just waiting for the KJ util to just go somewhere else. I don't even care where. They can throw like in spawn. It's like it's on site B. It's just St. John's was working around it. Like, I guess credit to St. John's for the fact they recognized immediately where this default defensive setup was, and they're like, we'll just go the other way. But eventually you gotta like change it.
Gotcha.
You know what I mean? Jack will find a second as Flo walks in, right clicking the classic. New gun out and new gun down as Void's gonna have that frag. 9-2 is your score line as St. John's
Last
up by
round
7
in the
rounds.
half.
Do you think putting the alert bot mid, could that be an idea? Or do you want
Literally anything else. Anywhere not on B site. Okay, yeah, put an A. I like that. Put an A.
Placing
Everybody
alarm
else
bomb.
stack B.
Placing swarm grenade.
We'll find value that way. We'll have something else to do.
Placing swarm
Okay,
grenade.
I like this. They're not gonna go A this round, but at least
Feeling safe.
the utils move.
Oh. ASMR Catminator 3K has given us the idea here for St. John's.
Oh
See
no! The
if
showstopper's
anything
out for
can be
Doggy.
done.
The nade's
Wow.
out. He's 4 smalls into it.
Wow.
Who is gonna take the damage?
No.
Oh my goodness! Smalls finds both anyway. The man has so much util against him. He just doesn't care. There's one little box. They don't know. They don't check. Oh, they don't check. Please, no, not like this. Not like this. The judge trying to kick the Heaven player. He jumped in the orbital strike. He just threw the biggest moment of his life. I don't take that one. Small face with a 3K. The Reyna comes out huge. Radiate says, this is all I got. I got through the lockdown. I put my util somewhere else and they went B. How did this happen to me? Lockdown's out. Everyone's going to back away. They got to go towards garage. The little inkling of space they have left on site. And they molly for time, so they've kind of stalled it out. They'll walk back the pillar. You get to walk to this frag in here. You're basically already dead. Trent has a frag 10-2.
Yeah, Guardian Gusto there for Radiate. Not going to be able to
Switching
find
sides.
anything there. Just too much utility to work through. And it's 2-10. Switching sides here for St. John's, now having this chamber and Sage. You could even argue this is their better half, and split considered. I mean, really, it's considered defensive, right? We want to. I guess. I mean, at this point, 2-10, you know, could be offensive for St. John's. Who knows, really? I mean, we'll see where they end up going for Canton, where they end up trying to elect to fight. Seems like B is the target. See how that favors them. They have this raise.
Can we get this over the start of the round? I really want to see it start.
I'd like to see that.
Thank you. I want to see where. Oh, okay.
Oh my god!
Can we get Kenny the start of the round? I really want to see his headhunter collat. Sorry, bad comms on my part. Yeah, I should have saw the collat instead. I'm
Should have
sorry.
predicted it. Yeah.
This is why I am not the technical director for this show.
Well, good trade back for Damien, but at some point, this maneuver will work in favor of Void. Potentially is able to find the first kill. Can't find the second. And somehow, some way, it's a 2v2, even after that insane 2-for-1 kill there for Kenny. And if you're Canton, it's going to be difficult here. Where do you go? Do you go mid you go all the way through A, and from sewers, it seems like that will be the idea. But they're sparring here with Trident, who's somehow able to find Damien. Right between the eyes he goes, looking for this 1v1. Can't find the bullets. Essentially half HP here on JCK. Small Nation just has to wait for this plant, and seems like that will be the case. A's the target.
Stim beacon here.
That it is. Stim Beacon gonna get him there a little bit faster. As one Stim Beacon now after the Brim nerf. He does have the timings, has the smokes as well, and they've gone down. He's going to for sure get a plant down here. The Reyna gonna inevitably use that smoke to walk forward during the plan, and you're gonna be in for a surprise with the Brimstone.
Second shot there for Smalls Nation. Is able to secure the kill on JCK. Stick the defuse as well. So St. John's looking great here. And hey, they already started one out. They're looking to be 2-0 here, and 2-11. It's looking that way, Catinator, at least right now.
My mom always told me anything's possible. I believe. Even in the face of doubt from you, Camel, I believe.
Okay.
This team's 1-0 for a reason. Just wait. Just you wait, young man.
Teleport's ready.
You ain't seen nothing yet. It'll be safe to come through this round. SUNY Canton is going to play for the big OT strat. Never mind. They bought the Spectres very late. Everyone doesn't buy a gun! Ironically, Communist Doggy, the one who bought the Bulldog initially after everyone else saved, has not bought. Oh, how the turns do table. How the tables do turn, my friend.
I'd be tilted.
Oh, how the B-side's wide open.
Will Canton elect to go? I mean, they have the spike over towards B.
But it's open. I just thought you should know.
Oh, they're waiting.
Oh, the raise, the timing. Oh, it's a wall. Okay, we're good. Never mind. No sashes, unfortunately. A little too broke for that. But not too broke to grab a free frag. S-Flow trying to make some cheeky little movements and has been caught out. Just like Void has caught out Radiate, trying to make a way through into a main. A dagger for the second player. These utilities. I don't know about the raise, though. The raise is going to get through undetected by the 0 point. This Brim's going to be more than detected by the trademark if he gets to step out B main.
Void will orbit around that.
Oh my god, the Brim walks through the trademark. He just walks into the B site. Free kill. How does that happen? The trademark is just too far away. It's on the top of the box. It doesn't see him. He literally just walked right past it. He got the B site for free. Literally for free.
30 seconds
left. The plant. And now it's going to be St. John's walking all the way back from A. So it's been a bait and switch here for Canton. Finally doing something different here. JCK going to use the molly as well. Will force these players away. So great stalling power for Canton in a 4v3 scenario. It's going to be very difficult here for St. John's to push back onto the site, but they have a Reyna, they have a KO to play off of. They have this one stim from Trident to get into the site, but these angles being hawked over, the smoke is in place, the bomb is down. It's going to be difficult here. Here we go, Stim Beacon's out. Here we go. Trident's going to roll with that Judge. How does it play out, though, after Void is going to find a second 2v2 exchange here, making a 2v1. Smalls Nation all around, but there's no time.
Have to kill a little bit more time for your duelist. Has done just that. Smalls Nation dismisses a little early, so is going to die to the spike. Unlucky, really. Goodbye. Oh my gosh. He's barely done it. He's barely done it. 11-3. Yeah, he's too clean. He's too clean. What can I say? Look, let's come through. The third round picked up by SUNY Canton. I told you, Cam. I'm a believer. I'm a believer at heart. The Spectre bike comes through. They don't even need Communist Doggy to have a gun. Doesn't matter. Win it anyway.
Now they will reap the rewards of that round win, buying up here with these Phantom, with these Vandals, and all consideration. St. John shouldn't have a way back into this round, but we've seen miracles before from both of these sides. And Communist Doggy, no way. Oh, he actually sleep at the wheel. Catinator, sleep at the wheel.
Must drive a Tesla. Couldn't blame him. I wish I could. Wish I had a Tesla, man. JCK will take down the robot. About as innovative as a Tesla, but Chaos kits out the round, so it does not really matter. Fragment has gone very deep into ropes, so Smalls Nation has absolutely zero peeking potential. So there's going to be peek from B Heaven. It's made some contact. Oh, and so is Smalls Nation. He's made some contact, made an earthquake, man. Shaking the tectonic plates. We'll find two, and that's a gun to be picked up for him as well. JCK, in the meantime, is going to waltz into the A site. Spinning, leaping, bounding, dancing, vibing, rejoicing. Plan to go down back screen.
JCK Bit of an uptight plant here. He doesn't know where these St. John's players are coming from, but it's going to be a long marathon here for St. John's, working back over towards this A site. Empress is available, as well as the orbital strike. That could be used for JCK to stall for time and just play for another post plant scenario to burn more clock.
Oh!
Like to use it. Heaven! I mean, okay.
You can't get off site, so you're going to have to. You
Yeah.
can't get off site. You're just killing for timer.
One enemy
Able to come
remaining.
out the smoke to find one. Trying to...
Oh,
Will die
double kill with the
to
turret?
the turret.
double kill for the turret!
411 is your score line. SUNY Canton should have a rebuy here. SJ, you should not. I do not believe. I would like to see the eco low key. Because they did just lose 2 rounds in a row. So, I mean, there's a potential they have a loss bonus or not. Okay, they'll force it.
Okay.
3 on lights is interesting when it's 11-4. I mean, you could literally just wait a 1 round. Then you can opt mid. Then you can have a good time. But you know what? SRU feeling themselves. They said, we won a lot of rounds in a row. I'm not going to lie to you. So, hey, run your business. Let's see what they get.
What they end up doing here, wall will be destroyed in mid. Trident, he'll have his orbital strike available for potential post-plant scenario, but mid seems to be where the brawling has occurred a majority of this game. And that will continue. Duelist almost gets timing there, will reenact that aggression, go back forward. Smalls Nation out in front, finds one. Can he find two? He'll dismiss away. Playing for time, playing the space ever so phenomenally well, and with 2 leaders available, still looking for more kills, is able to square away and find Doggy's skull, bludgeons the raise, and gives SJU a 5-3 advantage.
Escape. So deep into Ramen right now. Spike right behind him, so there's definitely potential. Trying to peek, trying to play the sky smoke to his advantage, but he's caught by S-Flow. He's out the round. SJU, they buy this one. They felt pretty confident, and well, they're showing us why. Damien, who's seen the barrel, but has not seen the shots. Kenny gonna take it instead. Radiant to trade 1 back, but you gotta do a lot more than that, brother. You gotta find yourself 4 more frags, and your back has been spotted. The backpack seen. The jacket just a little too puffy. Gonna find 1 frag, but caught by Smalls Nation, who's good for a 3K. It's 12-4. It's match point.
Match point.
SUNY Canton have a light, and when I say light, I mean light. Rebuy.
Very light. It's a Canada Goose jacket, I think. That's why. And, you know, just,
I don't know what that
just
means.
not enough there. Come on.
What's a can of goose?
Canada Goose?
Can of goose?
Canada Goose?
Canada
Goose. Yeah,
Dude,
can of geese.
that's got to be illegal.
Charlie.
You
You
think so?
cannot just throw geese in a can.
But you know it's
I feel like that's what
illegal, 4 to
SJU has
12.
been doing on almost every executed retake.
Oh.
That's Kenny. Yeah, well,
Yep.
geese flock together. JCK is going to re-peek, and just barely. The damage does not come through. He's been able to keep himself alive, and well, he's canned his chances of peeking. As S-Flow will jump down water. Doggy's out of this one. You hear that geese and dogs don't typically get along. SSK, they are indeed getting pinched down. Raining down from the skies is the defensive side of things, but it's right back the other way. Damien's picked up 1. JCK is another.
remaining.
Kenny's got a trade back. Another to go with it. The tour de force good for a 3K. That just leaves the Brimstone in a 1v3. There's 2 players coming up water. Does he check? Does he check? He does. First peek, he's got it. The second, the spray cuts are not quite there. Void has made him null and void. He's finished the round as 13-4 for SJU. They'll win it out in dominant fashion.
The tyrannical overflow of aggression there ends in St. John's picking up that victory, moving themselves to 2-0, and you know it was off the back of Smalls Nation. It was off the back of Void. 12 assists for the Sage as well for S-Flow, 10 assists for Void. So clearly they were playing off of their utility exceptionally well, Catinator, and really everyone was able to get involved. The stims were also very well timed, and 4-13 is your final score, and it was 10-2 after that first half of play. So clearly SJU came out with, you know, full guns a-blazing, and they're going to take this one.
They are indeed going to take this one, and that means they've taken the first spot here in Group B for tomorrow. They are 2-0. There is literally nothing they can do to not qualify at this point. They will be setting themselves through most definitely. And there's 1 game left in Group B. There's 1 more chance for SUNY Canton to qualify themselves. They're 1-1 right now. They're going to need another victory to make it forward. And that's going to be a game up against Post University, who I do believe are 1-1 as well. So the winner of that game, Camel, they will qualify through.
They They will qualify through. We will see what does happen in that game between those two teams. But before we do that, we will go to a quick break. When we come back, more Valorant action coming your way. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone, to the CECC Northeast Invitational here. I am Camel. Joined alongside me is Catnator. We have our last match here of groups. It's going to be post going up against St. John's. Catnator, we just saw St. John's, play Valorant at a very high level, and now they're going to go up against Post. How do you see this matchup differing from what we just saw against them going up against Canton?
Forget how I see it, Camel. Let's talk about
okay.
what the audience can expect to see tomorrow. One of these teams has to qualify, Camel. That's what's important here. That's what's at stake, right? Post are 2-0. They're 1-1. I'm dumb. They're 1-1. They're trying to make it, right? They got to tie. So they got to win this one. They got to go 2-1, right? Right? They got to go 2-1. That'll make they'll make these three teams all 2-1, which means that they'll be round differential ties instead. So the only way the Post homies can make it post today is to go 2-1 and then win by round differential. So basically, what I'm telling you is that Post needs to dominate this game.
They need to dominate. We will see if they can dominate. We should be going into agent select momentarily. The players are ready to go. St. John's, just played, so they should be warm and all set to go. That could favor them in this type of environment. But last game here of the groups here, one of these two teams, or at least Post, is looking to qualify for that next day of play. We'll see if they can do just that. But I think we're going on Haven, so it will be Post starting on attack, going towards Haven. We've seen, the chamber be a thing people have turned to on this map. The long extremities really help and can really, hold those angles pretty well. Anything else you're expecting to see? I know you have your pocket picks for each map, Cat. What do you think we're going to be seeing here on Haven?
I think we'll probably get Brim Omen combination. I think St. John's will probably give us a Brim because they've been playing pretty fast. They were definitely liking the aggression out of mid on split, so I would not be surprised to see them throw the Brim out. Post, I don't know. We haven't got to see them on the broadcast just yet, so we will have to wait and see what they bring to the table. But probably Brim or Omen. I'm actually really liking Astron Haven. No one else agrees with me, so that probably will not happen. Especially like down here, it's just a lot of collegiate comps are like take whatever comp that is working in pro and just try to use it. And no one is running the Astro yet, just because I think we're getting there. But in terms of like counterplay for St. John's, especially, who I feel like are going to rely heavily on just running it down with Brimstone Beacon, it would actually be super meta to run an Astro instead, to have the gravity wheel combination to try to throw against it. But alas, that will not be the case.
All right. Well, we see the chambers. We see the Brim here, at least for Post, come out. And Chef Johnny Fuego, he was hovering the Sova, at least from what I saw. He had some crazy lineups, some dirty lineups. Really, everyone on that Post team is working in the lab in terms of their lineup play. So we'll see if that does come out here on Haven. There are a couple good spots to play off of. But now we get to see a Jet. Cornflakes back on the Reyna from 2 games ago. So he'll be looking to dominate in creating space, going for those aggressive plays there with that agent. And, looks like KO as well. And here we go.
It's interesting. We're going to get the opportunity to double op here for Kenny and the chamber. You can technically say the same thing for the Reyna and the chamber on the other side of the board, but it gets a little muddy, that concept. I'm interested to see how many KOs we've seen today. Consistently, KOs getting picked up. And, it's been a great addition to composition, the fact that you get to 0 point, you get a chance to stop early aggression, make sure retakes aren't an option. The fragment's pretty reliable, and then the pop flash opportunities are pretty dang good as well. But just the fact that so many teams have adopted is crazy. I feel like for so long we got this consistently sky. So to see players go and play the KO instead, it's been quite interesting. And also to pair that KO with the Sova for almost everybody, like it's weird. It's like everyone said, okay, we'll take KO initiator, we'll try nuanced utility, we'll try something new, but I need the dart. Everybody's kept the dart around, so I better see some lineup Larrys. Some cool things. Actually, I lied to you. We have seen Post on broadcast before, and they did have a lineup Larry on their squad in terms of Sova, and that was on Ascent. So there is potential for that Sova, and I'm surprised to see it come through.
Absolutely here, and we will go into the game. Last one of the day here, and with these two teams very amped up, ready to go. Post looking to solidify themselves here in this tournament, make it one step further. And, well, St. John's looking to rinse and repeat from their last game against Canton. We'll see how Post fare against this defensive front of St. John's as A. Seems to be an idea, but looks like just a default. Just trying to burn out some utility, trying to burn out some of this space, and see if they can pick and choose when to go garage. Seems to be an option. Space being created over towards that side of the map.
And it is his Post looking to take all this grass control. Already getting to garage, and well, getting right out of it as Slow is going to have a clean shot to Chris Ramirez. So he has looked for additional space, and well, he has not found it. JU, once again, on top of the fact that they are 2-0 right now, they're feeling pretty confident, recognize that they win this one, they 100% qualify, and they'll leave the tiebreakers to everybody else. So you definitely want to make it through here. And actually, think about it, and we'll think about Kenny hitting shots right now. We'll hit 2 clean with the Sheriff. Always interesting to see the Sheriff come out first round. Those body shots can be deadly, but it just makes it interesting. You really got to be precise if you buy Sheriff first round, and Kenny absolutely has done just that. It's found too early. Last 2 players can be tucked towards grass right now, and technically, if St. John win here, they're 3-0. Post is 1-2, and they do not qualify. It would make sure that SUNY Canton do qualify. So if you're a SUNY Canton fan, you're actually preying on Post downfall right now.
30 seconds left.
Looks like Post in a 3v2. Both members are spotted. They've been hunkered down in mid for a decent amount of time. Haven't been able to move, and just that shot. Yeah. Johnny Fuego goes down. Now it's going to be one more kill here for Medusa, but Kenny, he'll drop down, but just leave it up to his 2 teammates here. No time to get over towards C. As Flo, the timing there, not necessarily quite yet, but he should have just enough time to get over there. And he will, so Medusa will go for this plant. Should get it off just in time. Oh, I lied. He didn't have enough. My bad, Catnator. It's on me. Okay. It's on me.
You gotta take the one with chat, not me. I'm not the one who's gonna be on you, man.
It's okay.
Go ahead, tell him. Go ahead.
Well, you know, they got plant money. That's a good start for Post, but round still goes the way of SJU. Spectres will be bought up here for the 5 players here on this defensive side, so Angle should be held decently well with this trademark, with this chamber entirely over on this defensive side of SJU. They're able to use these trademarks especially well, but Cornflakes actually buys up with that Spectre, will take the first kill onto his Esflow. Good trade back for Void. Banding effect over towards Garage works in favor of Post, considering they're going to be able to gain some space and continue to press forward onto this C site. Eventually, Garage could be an option. Chris Ramirez with that Marshall kill will mean that C is going to be
missed the dart.
Damage.
Oh, missed the dart. Got scanned. Frosty will make sure he knows about it in the back of the site, but Kenny's dropped through the Sky Smokes in Garage window. Has taken out the spike. Immediately gets taken out though by Johnny Fuego, who lights fire in Garage. Will take both frags in Post. They bounce back. A forced buy, and round 1-1-1 is the scoreline.
1-1 here. The buy-up works. Now Cornflakes. See what the option to here will just be a Sheriff, it looks like. But I like what Post did there, you know, buying up, not really expecting that. I doubt SJU were thinking about it. So, you know, you have to make something happen. Obviously, they just saw, you know, what St. John's did to Canton. They understand they're a very physical team, very aggressive team on both ends, on defensive and offensive sides. So Post trying to make something happen, being self-starters here and getting things done, picking up their first round after 2. And another default here from Post. They love playing these methodical styles, Catnator, and waiting for their opponent to come to them.
Yep, they do. And Cornflake's gonna have opponents that have come to him. They set up a nice little crossfire. Kenny with the contact. Good for 1 second as well. We'll grab 3 body shots on a Frosty. He'll take him out. And Trident said, "Hey, man, you left no kills for me." We're going to be in for a rude awakening here in just a moment. We'll throw volume to Sky Smoke, but it's been jumped over. Leaping across is Chris Ramirez, good for the first, and he'll send himself to the back of the site now. Will be caught by the 0 point, but it's all the way forward to the Sky Smoke, so has a lot of room to work with, and caught on the flank will be Kenny by none other than Chef Johnny Fuego.
3-on-3 here for the retake. More shock darts being lofted in by Johnny Fuego, trying to ward off this hold up, and here we go. S-Flow good to go for one. Chris Ramirez in a great spot. Will find one. Can he find two? Pulls out the Sheriff. The Diffuse is coming in for Trident, but Johnny Fuego wreaking havoc here on this C site. Smalls Nation will try as he must, but Johnny Fuego, he's heating up. Blistering hot there is Chef Johnny Fuego cooking up a second round win for Post.
A 2-1 scoreline for Post. They recognize we need this win to keep ourselves alive, to try to make it forward to the playoff bracket, to try to punch their ticket to Atlanta, Georgia on the weekend of May 7th down at the Gateway Center Arena. They want to make nationals. They're hungry for the Commissioner's Cup slot.
And mid have been the MO for Post throughout this game so far in the first 3 rounds, and same thing. Owl Drone will be used. S-Flow will shoot it out for a brief moment. Bullets in the chamber will have to reload and look to go back. More shock darts being flown in here by Johnny Fuego, really making it difficult for any defensive scheme to be crafted for St. John's. And Post now in a great spot here. That Owl Drone will spot one to force Johnny Fuego away. It's going to be a wall bangable situation, but not the kill. Kenny?
Controller DC, big dog.
Yeah, DC.
No, that is unlucky. Trident will take one. Try to sneak their way into the A site, caught by the trademark, and that's a good use of the utility there for the defense side. I think Small Nation will find Medusa. I love that. It's a sub actually coming through. That was not a player in the first game for Post.
One enemy
We'll
remaining.
pick up one. We'll swing down to S-Flow to take another. Is Fuego going to fall? And that just leaves the KO. He's waltzing around the A site now to head over into B. Spike's going to be down. 35 seconds for Frosty. Full util. Everybody kind of tucked towards garage. 1 0 point shuts
seconds
down all the util. But I mean, you got to find the frag is the only thing.
We'll look. The frag, is he walking right into the barrel S though?
Yes.
He is, and Frosty goes down. A frenzied finish for the chamber. 2-2 for St. John's. Working right back to where they started. All even footing here going into round number 5. Now the ultimates start to become a factor here for both sides. Hunter's Fury, Blade Storm, and that Tour de Force available for St. John's. If it's not a Post, you have Hunter's Fury, Orbital Strike, Tour de Force of their own. So decent amount of stalling power for Post if they're able to get that plant down, Catinator.
That is the question. And that is the scenario. See if they're able to make that happen, as they're going to look to take it like straight to the C site to do just that. Art should scan the KO here, but it's broken early and it does not. So that allows for Post to come take all this space. And they're going to do that immediately. Hunter's Fury coming out as well. There's no scan off it though, so it's got to just try to find the tags all by impromptu, and it has not done that. It's been frags instead for SJU from the back of the site, and they've absolutely stalled this push out. 2 players made their way in. The rest tried to play util. And it ends up in a bit of a bait scenario where players on site said, "Guys, like we're here. Are you guys trading or like what's going on?" They were not trading. They were not trading. Oh. Sneaks under the scope just barely. Chris Mears a little high, not gonna lie. He was aiming for an 8-foot-tall man. Character model is just not that big. And Kenny, well, he's that big, huge in the moment to come for a 2K with the Blade Storm. A flawless round for SJU with 3-2 on the scoreline.
3-2 there, and still we're able to keep S-Flow's Tour de Force, so he could even pop that later on into this first half if he would like. But yeah, very difficult, as you said. If you don't get the scan with that Hunter's Fury, the combo, it's very difficult to find those shots. And like you said, no scan to be had, so Johnny Fuego just had to blind fire that one in and wasn't able to get much success off of that ultimate. So Post now 3-2, did burn a decent amount of ultimates there. Will have the Orbital Strike and the Empress available to turn to and to piggyback off of, as once again, Garage, Mid have been where Post have facilitated a lot of their offense, but SJU were wise to it.
Still going to take the spacing into Garage. The timing could be nice here, but instead it's Cornflakes finding it instead. Your point to come through. We'll shut down the trademark, and look how much space Cornflakes is taking. It's going to jump into it. Jumping Spectre spray, and S-Flow is gone as the feet touch the ground for Cornflakes. Frosty's found one as well. Ooh, the Molly doing damage, and Cornflakes have to back away. They take it to the C site. Lear to come out, and they have sight quite easily.
easy sight take, but how does the defensive line look? Chris Ramirez will drop to Void. Good early kill there.
Spike planted.
On the rebound here, SJU looking to move their way into the site. Trident brings out the protractor, takes down Frosty. Now things for Post looking very grim in a 3v1. Kenny rides the escalator up top. One going for the defuse. The orbital strike is available for Post. And it seems like that is the idea here for my dude sub. Now Kenny, waiting for his moment here, is going to check the corner, will find the kill. Not enough time has burned off the clock. Apple's already given. Trident has the rest. And 4-2 for SJU.
I like taking it there. Because, I mean,
yeah,
literally, why not? You got 2 teammates alive, and you get pretty close. It's about a second off, so unfortunate, really. But they do tank at least to get halfway to guarantee that if something does happen, if my dude does start to make a play, like, at the very least, you got it half, and you know for a fact you're going to be able to get somebody to finish it, realistically. It makes it so much easier when you go from a 7-second defuse, 3.5. And definitely was easier in that moment. Revives for both teams. SJU going to slowly start to build up quite the bank. Surprised to see Kenny not grab an operator. I'm sure that'll come through if he were to go down here. So don't be surprised if he starts to play a little more aggro.
Double operator on Haven is so difficult to play around. You have one over towards C long, one over A long, and it makes it difficult for Post to find a way in. But we'll see if that does become a factor, as A will be the target. Chef Johnny Fuego, check, good trade over Cornflakes. Can they continue this onslaught over towards A? It seems like the answer is no. They're gonna look to go through long, but already they're in a pretty difficult spot. Kenny right between the eyes, can't find the kill. Good trade back for Frosty. And A, too strong here for Post. Have the null command available, but with 16 HP, a gust of wind will take him down. Plant should go down here once that brim makes it over for Post. It's gonna be tough. Orbital strike available for SJU, and that's exactly what they're gonna turn to.
Looking for the wall bangs through the backside of heaven. I've never seen that in my life. Well, they see good flash to come out though. Wood will get one, Smalls the other. Great pop flash out of heaven. A teammates, everybody getting involved in more ways than one. 5-2 is going to be your scoreline. SJU, little bit of unstable footing starting out the map, but now, man, they are firm as a rock.
And no op.
Rock hard foundation,
Kenny.
I'd say.
Oh man, no op here for Kenny, so we'll just stick with the Vandal. 5-2 here. Tour de Force will be popped for S-Flow to try to gain some space here with this weaponry he's got, and he will be able to spot some players. Will he find the kill? He does. Cornflakes drops, dissipates off of Haven. S-Flow, good for 1 with that Tour de Force. Can he make it 2? No TP available to go back off of. And that early pick is going to do so much for SJU already in the opening round.
Void gonna grab one early. SJU, even more benefits to be had. They've already stuck up a lobby. The trademarks, look how far in they are, man. You just give them a few space, and if you're dead, I mean, you can't use the trademark anyway. So now going from the round, none of the other trademark's gonna matter at all. Trident will take yet another. Look at a swing for 3, and has 3 indeed. 6-2 as Suffolk will push that A lobby and absolutely dismantle the eco.
And we saw this from SJU, playing on the defensive side against Canton. They loved to take space and really just play inside of your spawn. So for SJU, nothing too crazy there, and they're back to another situation. Just gonna be a full buy the economy, living lavishly. Catinator is SJU right now, and they have a null command 100 to play off of just in case things go south. And for Post, potentially there's a way you just completely rush onto one side, but they haven't really done that. They've played through mid, through garage a majority of these rounds.
Ooh, the little wall bang from slow early has not caught any damage. So things all good for now. Eager to come out, under all this smoke utility, taking the bullets, but has taken the space to go with it. Trademark gonna be popped early. Hunter's Fury somehow has missed this, man. The fragment, something finally has to ground Cornflakes. There's only so much space you can make, man, and he will be stunning out. I mean, Cornflakes, they kind of go with everything, but like you put water in it.
Right.
I mean, come on. Well, this is soggy, kind of weird. Jets on top of the box here. The chamber is not going to check this. They're going to have no idea over towards A main. They've walked through. The trigger display from Kenny going to be there. Doesn't spot a second player. We'll take the frag. Finish that one off. Yes, it happened all in the mini-map. In the meantime, there's 3 players here sitting towards lobby. Spike is going to just sit on the outside of grass. They don't really have anywhere to go. They haven't won anything. They lost C. Cornflakes, I mean, arguably was kind of too far for you to do anything off of the space they created anyway. Same story with the chamber, who is always, of course, that lurk agent. They're the sentinel, so they're trying to look for something. Didn't find anything, and that is Now an awkward scenario for Post, who said, okay, we'll take the chamber. Chamber, please find something. Save us from the
30
round. And he
seconds
could not
left.
do such a thing. So now they have to go C long and hope for the best. Smalls Nation has instantly broken the dart. He'll pop flash this out. They got to get the site.
Oh, massive flash. We'll find all three. Smalls Nation lines them up like dominoes. S-Flow comes in just in case. Flawless for SJU. Tremendous flash there for Smalls Nation. And catapults SJU into a 5-round lead over Post. 7-2 here. And you gotta use these ultimates now or never. I mean, Frosty, Cornflakes, that's the combo. Just null command Empress. You just gotta get onto a site. Use those smokes, use that aggression, and just make SJU sweat a little bit.
The thing is with Post, man, it's hard because they have had these big moments, especially in the 2 rounds that they won, where they were able to just get space off of one player. Especially playing off the Reyna, you're expecting that Reyna to be able to make the space. But they cannot make the space. Now you have no answers because you don't have a set piece to execute that you're actually running. So they've made the space this go around, but they still got to now make the space to go to site. So they got to get the CT angle, they got the platform angle too. They do get the CT. Now they got the space. Now they make the play happen. But it's a matter of keeping that consistent the whole time. And still, even with this new space taken, Trident's come back to rotate for 1. Small Station back to the site has taken 2. We'll take a 3K, and still you get garage, you brute force your way in, you still can't get the site because you're not using util to do it. You're purely running Reyna in, hoping for the best, and I mean, it's a very one-dimensional strategy, especially against a team like SJU. You know they're gonna hit the shots.
Yeah, they hit the shots and they expected it. Null command Empress through all of that in the kitchen sink. SJU were able to scramble together another round, and now let's see. All right, we're gonna get the Brim op here. Oh no, we're not. Okay. They're just toying with this. Actually, now to be an op here. Kenny hasn't even gone to the op here for this Jet. He's been comfortable with this Vandal. He's loved this faster weaponry here, being able to go for those highlight plays, and now more benefits here. Just trying to spot a couple. Here we go. A is the target, but they're walking right into the meat grinder of SJU, so it will be 2 quick kills for SJU. Make it a 4th. There's the flash over. Flashed himself. Oh, why are you hitting yourself, Post? Oh, no.
Lucky, really. You hit themselves, and Trident does hit the shots, and it'll hit a nice little aim correction there. A micro adjustment to find that last frag onto Chris. A 4K for them. 9-2 for SJU, who are absolutely cleaning house right now. They look like the maid service.
They do. They really do. And 9-2 here with 2 ultimates available for SJU. You have to imagine they're going to use them in your last round for both of these sides. So Hunter's Fury will be popped for Chef Johnny Fago. Let's see if he pops it early, like we saw that first time around, or if he decides to play it for another post-plant situation. Tour de Force and Orbital Strike for post, 1 Ult Orb off. So we'll have more options there if they are able to find the kills. But it's a big one. Big whiff there for S-Flow, leaving Christian Ramirez alive and getting more time for Post to work around these angles. Good trade back there. Void finds 1, Kenny finds a 2nd. Nation will be revealed to Kenny, and that's going to be ghosted before the Switch to be popped. Let's see. Kenny's got the fancy footwork. He does. Not even going to move at all. We'll find Frosty there right between the eyes. He's good for 1 more. 4v2 situation for Post to deal with.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, the Hunter's Fury is not a game of cricket. You do not want to put up between the wickets, so not able to find anything. No tags there. Smalls Nation will grab himself 1 with the Phantom. Pop flash into his own fragment. Thank goodness Kenny's there. I did not want to see that play transpire. 10-2 for SJU. 8 rounds leading, getting them to the half, and SUNY Canton fans are rejoicing. They are cheering. I don't see the Twitch chat, but I know they are people clapping. They're the happiest they've ever been.
Yep.
As they're hoping that they will get the qualification slot via their 2-1 scoreline. If SJU can go through flawlessly 3-0, and they are looking to do so, I would say. But what's that? Oh, production is telling us that Post is actually defensive team.
Oh,
defensive based
okay.
team. So actually,
Thank
I think this is anyone's game. This is anyone's game.
Yeah. Thank God production came in with that. I would have been
I never knew
terrified
that.
if I didn't know.
They did more research than we did.
Clearly. And now we know, though, that Post is the defensive team. But let's see if they can handle this offensive onslaught of Monsoon. A wave of aggression approaching through B. The spike will go down. There is a flanker to be worried about. It's Cornflakes. He'll be good for 1. Shimming his way around Void.
They all want him.
Smalls Nation, he deals with it. And now, a 4v4. Spike is already down for SJU, so they can just play back over through window, over in this mid area, and force Post to come to them.
They will do as well. They recognize they do have that spec planning for them. Kenny looking for the shots. Oh my goodness, he's just scared of the defensive prowess of Post as Frosty take one on the retake. Fragment gonna send one back the other way. It's the stim beacon out. It's my Dutsa Stimmy inbound. It's Espo to pick up one. A second to go with it in. It'll be a 3K for Smalls Nation. 11-2 for SJU as him in the chamber. We'll get all the work done in Post. This might be the force-up round. This might be the last chance view moment for this team.
Gonna have to take a massive adjustment. It's gonna have to take some sort of miracle. Someone's PayPal has to be exchanged, and 11-2 is the scoreline for SJU. You're gonna see Smalls Nation. He'll buy up here, go for that Phantom. Really has been feeling himself, and you can see, Kenny has been leading the charge, 16-8, but everyone has been getting involved, and Void, he's just playing a role. He's got those stims ready. He's just farming assists. He does not give a damn. C is completely exposed, and, well, SJU don't know it, but they're going to soon find out.
Oh, they stuck through Garage. They stuck through Garage for free through the smoke.
Go.
They tried to make a shorty play, and they got gunned down.
No.
I love the play. I love the strategy, but oh my goodness, St. John did not care one bit, and they're not done. Kenny to run through CTs, picked up another. Not going to run through Garage. The Brimstone doesn't know what's going to hit him. Check behind you. He does, but it doesn't matter. It's a 3K for Kenny. He's now going to tailwind the CT, or Void will take it before he can. It's 12-2. It's match point. Post. What can you do?
Nothing. That's yeah, it's like the conch from SpongeBob. It's like that episode where they like pull it. Post is gonna pull it. They're gonna ask like, it's not like, can I have something to eat? It's like, can I have a round win? And it's gonna say no every time. And that's really been the idea here for Post. They're trying their best, but there's just no, they're just getting outplayed, outmatched, outskilled, and potentially this is the last round here for Post. We'll see what they can do here. SJU right back over towards B. One will be detected. Let's see if Smalls Nation has the aiming for this round. Site will be taken. Plant will go down. It's standard stuff here for Catnator, and it works so well.
That does, but it's not the Post plant here, and it is with rifles in the hands of Post, so this is an opportunity to make the retake happen. The rain is going to be heard about by the trademarks, though. A little cut short window early, but it doesn't matter if Chronoflakes has a good frag. Good for one. More's got to be done, though. Players towards Garage. One more towards Spawn as well. Esflow's picked up Chris Ramirez, and oh my goodness, trying to almost swing through for another. That's Vandal picked up now as well.
Molly. Now, 4v2 here for Post. Gonna have to make some magic happen. It'll be tough. Johnny Fuego, good for one. Got 4 bullets in the chamber, looking for some long-range logistics. Can't find it. Gets absolutely bombarded. Now a 3v1, it's almost a formality here. Spike getting lower and lower. Void will press through the smoke, concealed in darkness. He can tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets. Catnator 13-2 is your final score. SJU a quick work of Post, and 3-0. Simple.
12 rounds in a row. 12 rounds in a row. These boys, they took flight. There's a bird as a mascot for a reason. Literally spread their wings and flew. Spread their wings and flew to the stars. And they've flown straight into the playoff bracket tomorrow. They're the top seed out of Group B. And they will be joined by SUNY Canton, who have a 2-1 scoreline of their name. It's a 3-0 coming through for St. John's. And they have pushed the SUNY Canton squad forward as well, which means that tomorrow morning we will see in the CECC Northeast VALORANT Invitational 4 teams duking out to make their way into the Commissioner's Cup. Only one team can go. Will it be the New York Institute of Technology? Will it be Farmingdale? Will it be SUNY Canton? Or will it be the ever so dominant St. John's? If you got to play St. John's round 1, it might not be worth waking up. That's an early game, and they're looking to take everybody out early. I'm not gonna lie, but what a performance from that team.
Yeah, what a performance. I think the one team that can maybe go toe-to-toe is Farmingdale. We'll see if they do end up clashing there tomorrow. But regardless, great cast through Canton, a great 2 games. And St. John's moved themselves to 3-0. And like you said, definitely a formidable force you do not want to play up in this playoff bracket. But that will do it for us here. And thank you to production. Thank you to Esports, everyone involved in the back, helping us out, pressing those buttons, Say and KTAD. Just lovely people, beautiful people. And Catnator, it's been a pleasure to cast you as always.
Yes, sir. An absolute pleasure. But guys, the party, it does not stop just yet for the CEC Invitational. We're headed over to Poly Hype after break. We're headed to Rocket League. There's more action on the way. And of course, day number 2, the playoffs takeaway tomorrow. But Rocket League group stage, it's got to come first. So make sure you're sticking around if you do like to see cars hit balls. And we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good one.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Collegiate Esports Commissioner's Cup Northeast Invitational. My name is Paul Santoro, aka Paulie Hype, and I will be your host for the day as we round out the culmination of this amazing Northeast region as we are here for day 2 of the CECC Northeast Qualifier. Remember, the winning team from each game will qualify for our grand tournament just next month in Atlanta. That's May 6th to 8th at the Gateway Center Arena right here in Atlanta, Georgia. And they have tickets on sale now. So I'm sure you can find that ticket link in the stream. We also have it on our website. And those go on sale this week. On sale now, excuse me. Coming up today to start out VALORANT, we have semifinals match 1 and 2 with 4 amazing schools. In semifinals match 1, it'll be Farmingdale State versus SUNY Canton. I'll be tuned into that. These matches are going to be amazing. For VALORANT semis 2, we have New York Tech, the Cy Bears, just 10 minutes away from me here on Long Island, versus St. John's, another local school. Again, going to be a fantastic match. I'm really excited for it. And here on twitch.tv/esportsu, if you're watching, you will be joined by the amazing commentary presence of Chad Lantis and Catnator 3K. My boys are going to do a great job today. If you're over and interested in some Overwatch, that'll be on Esports U2 to start the day. And the first winners finals game will be Bay State versus Champlain. And the Overwatch losers finals will be Johnson and Wales versus, I believe, the loser of that winners finals game. So without further ado, let's throw it on over now to Overwatch. And that's going to be Septilant and Dividing. They'll be on Esports U2. Again, if you want to watch VALORANT, that'll be on Esports U, and you can tune into Catnator 3K and Chad Lantis. I'll be back, though, midday with a break and to get some information about how the tournament has shaken out and played out thus far on the day. So without further ado, let's get a quick little moment of hype in for everybody. Woo! Pump it up. Esports Day is here, and we are getting ready for the Northeast Qualifier, day number 2. Without further ado, let's throw it over to all of our casters, and I'll see you here on the break.
Thank you very much, Paulie Hype. Esports Day is here in the VALORANT action. It is near. What is going on, ladies and gentlemen? I am Catnator 3K. That is Chad Lantis. And yesterday, we saw 4 teams make their way into what is going to be a best-of-3 playoff bracket today. One of those teams will make their way to Atlanta in May.
And that's going to be a big showing there as well. So we want to send the best teams. That's why we're doing these qualifier tournaments just like this. And speaking of best teams, we got some of them right now that will be playing today. Farmingdale especially will be the one that I'm looking at as one of the favorites to go the distance on today. They're going against SUNY Canton, though, who also have definitely earned their spot into this playoff. That is basically like the symbols of this bracket. We'll be going to map 1 as well in just a moment. So while it's happening, though, predictions going through Catnator, I'm thinking Farmingdale. What are you thinking about this one?
I never want to give them the 2-0 because I never want to curse. I never want to be the caster curse. I don't want the university staff in my email, but it's all Farmingdale, right, baby. It's Farmingdale season.
It's all right. So if you love the underdogs, that sounds like you'll be rooting for Canton, but that doesn't say that they can't take this off, because I have seen some crazy underdog stories, and I don't think that would be that crazy for SUNY Canton today. Look at the roster lineups, though, as far as agent selections already. Brimstone locked in versus the Omen, and this is similar to what we saw yesterday. Is a lot of Brimstone versus Omen maps.
Yeah, almost exclusively, right? Just consistently seeing these 2 controllers, and it's literally one or the other, and getting to see both in every lobby is quite ironic. Also worth mentioning the fact that Farmingdale, they are first out of Group A, and SUNY Canton, they are second out of Group B. So There are some interesting points to note here. As far as SUNY Canton, they went 2-1. They did have a team in their group that was kind of vibing out. So technically, they went 1-1 and then got the other game to go with it to qualify themselves forward. They had an
Well, the
interesting
tiebreaker.
showing up against St. John's, which is the first seed out of Group B, and it was a showing. They were there, and that was why it was a showing. So I'm interested to see them play Farmingdale, who I argue looked almost better than St. John's yesterday, and they got to have done a 180. They got to have really stacked things up. They had a whole day. They had like 12 hours now to kind of decompress, watch the VODs over. So hopefully they did the homework. They've got something to show us here. All those VODs going to come through as well. I mean, St. John's was on stream for the end of the day, so they do have some footage to look at, but that footage, unfortunately, going to be on split. And so they said instead of learn their split, let's just ban it out that they did. So maybe that makes a difference for him.
Yeah, maybe it will. Something that's interesting to me is that Duelist and Kamisagi have switched roles. We saw them on Ascent yesterday, and they swapped not only roles but also agents. Duelist was on the Jet, Doggy was on the KO. So different roles for them. Pushing through C site, we'll see how it works out. So far, not so good as Chuzosa gets the first blood, but trades all the way through. Doggy gets the 2, might be able to convert the 3, not quite as Zeno jumped in and flick over.
Last player
It's a
standing.
1 versus 1 to finish things off.
That it is, and Jack slowly taking his time to grab out that sky smoke, and he's out of it now. He's got the spike in his hands. Will be to sight. Plant's going to go down and looking for Scholarship. Another player who was playing Duelist yesterday, now playing the Sentinel of the Chamber, was initially the Rays in the first game we got to see. And maybe out for the peak here, and ooh, so very clean with the Frenzy. Tap to come through off the spray, and that's going to be round 1 for the Rams as they stick the horns in for a 1-0 on the pistol.
choose to burn more time. The play is going to be for C site. This is orbital strike that just hit Subi.
He eats
Friendly
it.
fire.
Down, C.
He eats it to look for the frags on
Oh.
a doggy and gets caught anyway. Is able to get one, so it's a straight 3 game.
Player standing.
If you're looking for scholarship here, remember the 1v1 as you've just found. Doggy through side of the Radiant crate, and now the Vandal he picked up. A little bit of a noise bait to go towards garage, and now
A lot
back
of guesswork here from both
towards
players.
CT Radiate. They've got a full back on the other side of things. Looking for scholarship even has time to pick up that operator before they go for the defuse, and that's the results you want to have if you're Subi. Man saying, listen, I didn't get my 1, I got my 3, so somebody better kill these last 2 players. And well, that somebody is none other than looking for scholarship. Please, somebody, Farmingdale.
The full house.
Farmingdale, he's
between two of
18
them.
and 4. Give him some
Yes,
money. Give him
is
some
he
money,
still
bro.
looking for a scholarship at this point? Farmingdale, please. Maybe
At
they'll
least
get
like
if they
a
win the
couple
tournament. You know?
dollars.
Maybe it's like a win this tournament, you win a scholarship kind of situation.
Yeah, if they send them, if we send these boys to Atlanta, this guy better have a scholarship. Hell, I'll give him a Canton 3K scholarship, man. I'll pay him like
How much is that
bag
scholarship?
of-
3K?
a bag of chips. No, I'll give him
Dude,
like a bag of
you
chips
should
to
start
land.
a scholarship. Figure out a way of just miraculously having a ton of money somehow, and then make your scholarship be 3K per player you use.
Interesting strat.
It's the cat neighbor.
Figure out how to make a lot of money somehow. If I knew how to do that, I would have done that a long time ago.
Just like Doggy figured out that all he needs to do is have a teammate bait for them, and then just swing off that bait.
And all Sosa needs to do is exist garage for a free kill.
Apparently. All right, Jet beat Jet.
Woo! Oh, good
JCK.
morning. Hi.
Oh.
JCK's caught him. He tries to dash away.
You thought it was a
Garage.
1v1.
Suddenly, the team gets in. The gang gets involved, and SUNY Canton have themselves to the C site.
Spike
Get that
planted.
plant down, but they've been here before on the post plan. It was looking for scholarship to really dismantle things.
Did you just see that crosshair from Akiru?
What do you mean?
Good lord.
That's what peak performance looks like.
That is so beautiful.
You
love
might
it
not
so
like
much.
it. That's what peak performance looks like right there from the brimstone.
Yeah, it is.
Looking for scholarship. Oh,
That's
peak
peak
performance.
performance right there.
I lied. Massive from scholarship. You're gonna find one as well. And the post
One
plan, they're
enemy
shaking
remaining.
their boots on the side of SUNY Canton. Akiru has found another. Jojo good for 1, or Joe G good for 1, and scholarship around with the headhunter for the quick trade. 9-2 is your score line. Farmingdale will lead by 7.
This player is getting 1v2 clutches, getting VACs through walls. Just the prediction read of holding the far wall behind the box too, not even like pushed up to the edge. Nice drive-by swing headshot with Headhunter, true to the name. Doing everything right now with scholarship. I mean, Farmingdale in general is doing a good job, but look at even scoreline 6-6, 7-6, 7-7, 10-10. Like they're kind of like doing 1-for-1 trades across the board, kind of just like doing their part. But it's really scholarship driving ahead with this lead, with the clutches, with big pick moments, creating opportunities for the team, and consistently doing that as well.
Canton we're playing the most spread default we've seen from them all game. Early drone has spotted Sosa yet again. Plating all the way off the door. Shots like a player, so both alive now. And Farmingdale slowly starting to work their way up long. Doggy yet again going to win that fight up into loose grass. So that's the first fry to be taken for Canton.
Subi's having a hard time against Doggy so far. in his last rounds especially. Getting that first pick into B is so huge, just creating this massive gap in the middle of the map, causing a split for the defensive line. Forcing them to go weaker on the edges. Stay open in the middle. Ooh, the Stimpy can dodge it! Oh! Fighting squad.
No charges left.
Scholarship yet again.
Ooh, Sosa over the top rope. He's going to throw out the log shot. Looking for it over the Radiant crate as well.
30 seconds left.
One more time. Not quite to be. We'll just have to opt for the basics. We'll have to see. 3K nonetheless for Sosa. 10-2 scoreline for Farmingdale.
That's quite the half for Farmingdale, and now we get to see them on the offensive side of things.
Enemy remaining. No charges left.
These jump peaks. After this last jump peak, Sosa's out of knives, so he just swings left because, you know, gun in hand, boots on the ground. I think Joji was expecting Sosa to jump again, though. Was not quite looking the lower angle. All good. Doggy, the player I'm looking at for SUNY Canton, though, the player who consistently was getting an opening picks on the offensive side of things. JCK as well, having fantastic positioning so consistently as well. So those are the two players that really shone brightly on the side of the SUNY Canton for that first half. So I'm looking at them to be the ones to keep driving forward on the second. They need to get this pistol round kind of situation. There's a sheriff in the hand for Doggy, which consistently performs really well on pistol rounds because a lot of people don't go with armor. As you see, three members of Farmingdale, and that's 2 shots to the body. That's all it takes with that sheriff in hand. 1 to the head.
It's true. That's very, very true. A couple goes out as well, and we'll get out of that quick little pause and back into the match. It's a pistol they would like to win. Almost a necessity at this point. This radio will be close to B-Link. In that sky smoke as well. They'll look for opportunity. Players will jump into the cage, will jump into a trip and able to get through anyway, regardless of the front of sight, but caught immediately by shock bolts to come through from Link. Joji to pick up 1. It's that first try to be converted here in Canton. They've honestly held off the site with just that 1 kill. Doggy gonna fall to Subi, and finally the KO, when once on the offensive, is able to win that 1v1.
A-site's gonna be completely opened up for Farmingdale as well. It's gonna be a 4 versus 4 retake for SUNY Canton with very little utility because of the pistol round. It's gonna be so hard to retake in this situation, especially Farmingdale can have this time awarded to them to just set up post-plant crossfires, things like that. They have 1 player watching the flank, which is Zeno, but they have the trademarks as well, so they don't really have to watch that heavily.
Puck tells you gotta get involved. The Q is gonna pick up 3 for 1 more. Crosshair doing the work of several players as Duelist will be caught by the shock bolt. Zeno confirmed the pistol. It's 11-2 for Farmingdale.
I swear every round that passes, Akiru's crosshair gets wider. You know those memes on Twitter? It's like every time this thing happens, we make this person Photoshop to be bigger or something. Like I swear that's what's happening with this target, this crosshair.
Every time I get a kill, I make my crosshair bigger live in collegiate qualification tournament.
Every kill makes the next kill harder. Challenge round for Akiru.
No, it's definitely, the gap is definitely getting wider. There's no other way.
It has to, yeah.
It's the gap in round differential. It's going to get wider as well. Sosa already into the site. JCK trying to tuck that dark cover to make something happen, but he's caught with Sosa, or caught by Collegiate as well. So that's plant that's going to go down 1000% for sure onto the site for Farmingdale. Tuck to the 0 point for Sosa. That's get some early presence to CT. His own teammates Molly going to be at his feet though, so we'll have to wait just a little bit. We'll hear the steps going towards heaven. We'll see Radiate CT. You know they're there. Oh, touch the Marshall somehow still alive. Doggy, please, please.
What is this?
Switch to the classic. It's good to find the frag. We'll pick up this.
Oh, here comes the big crosshair, boy.
He will find it. When the crosshair is that big, it's impossible to not hit a target. 12-2 is the scoreline. Match point. Farmingdale would not be surprised to see them upgrade here just to look to close things out.
The classic Akiru massive crosshair wide swing SMG spray down and anti-eco after winning pistol round play. Very concise title of a notorious moment for sure. Yeah, that was unfortunate. Sosa about to throw the knife at them too. Nothing else is working. It's not the kind of blades they can throw as a jet though, unfortunately.
Deploying drone.
Duelists on the other side of the map can't negate this owl drone with their own 0 points. Meanwhile, the rest of the members of SUNY Canton falling without having a lot of information to work off of.
They didn't break the trip, but they broke the cipher instead, which in turn breaks the trip. So whatever works for you.
Deactivates. What's not deactivated is this trademark that's on this back end that Zeno is ready for. Swing off of Yugiru as well. Will be able to swing off this with Zeno. The 2v1 now is just one number. Floppy. That's gonna be it.
Attackers win.
FSC, Farmingdale, the favorites to win this match. And you can see exactly why we both predicted it there. Just a very strong team, very tough opponent for SUNY Canton to overcome.
Yep.
But it's a best of 3. And I've seen matches where a team goes down 13-0, 13-1, 13-2, and they come back and make the reverse sweep happen. Sometimes it comes down to just unlucky map pick, because Haven definitely is a very wide map. A very fast-paced gameplay comes out supreme. Things like Akiru, running, gunning, speedway across the map, things like that. Really good sight lines for the double up setup for the composition that Farmingdale had. Plays into the strengths of scholarship as well. Looking for scholarship on that team. So it could just be a strengths thing. It could just be bad reads on the gameplay that you got unlucky on certain buy rounds, things like that. So SUNY Canton by no means is out of this competition. It's a best of 3.
Yep.
But we'll have to see quite the comeback for sure, considering how dominant that first map looked.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ascent, I think, was SUNY Canton's best map yesterday. It's a map that they consistently were able to grab mid control and then use that to pivot themselves through for 2-pronged executes. The question is if they can do so against this team, and we'll have to find out as we're going to get almost straight into this map number 2. For SUNY Canton, this is where they got that first win yesterday. It was their first game. We watched it live on stream. It's at the top of Group B. We'll see if they can do the same thing here, because if they cannot, that'll be it. That'll be the Commissioner's Cup run over Chadlantis. They will not make it through. Farmingdale will continue on to the finals.
Yeah, Farmingdale definitely they've been doing quite the run through collegiate scene as well. Every time I've seen them, I've casted them a couple times before, and they pretty much always look this down. They're definitely a team out there that's hard to compete with. And they just have good synergy as well, and also clutch potential from scholarship. That player was just running through that lobby at that game. 22-5-3, over 350 combat score. The only triple-digit econ rating player on the team. Like, to be fair, is on a chamber, so you can get the headhunter and tour de force. So a little bit of a cheat there, but considering how good of a performance, you still got to give credit there for sure for scholarship. Not many first bloods. The first blood's really going to Sosa and Subi for the team, but was definitely the player that was stepping up to clutch a lot for the team instead.
Right, which is fair, because I mean, Sosa and Subi, the 2 players that are really pushing the tempo, getting damage in early, and finding themselves up A long pretty consistently. And finding opportunities there to contain early on the defensive side of things. SUNY Canton, we're running a Reyna last go around. We got to see them here. We'll see if that will be the same case, and if Duelist is going to be running said Reyna or not.
I'll have to see. Yeah, yesterday, like I said, like Doggy was on the KO, Duelist was the Jet, and that was on Ascent. So switching agents, fair enough, it's a different map, but going back to Ascent, maybe they do feel like is better off on different roles than what we saw yesterday. Have to find out soon enough. Akiru back on the same composition. The entire composition is the same for Farmingdale, with exception to Zeno, who will be switching over to the KO while Scholarship goes away from the Chamber. The Killjoy for Zeno, sorry. Well, Scholarship goes from the Chamber over to the Sova. So they're just basically swapping roles there. Different Sentinels, so they swap roles. Fair enough. Sova's also a really good clutch option agent, something we very commonly see in the clutch position, because naturally you'll be falling into sites later than your allies. You'll be setting them up, that kind of stuff with your darts. So Scholarship, clearly proficient with clutching. We'll potentially be seeing that again.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would definitely agree with that here. And all right, as we jump into the game itself, Chadlantis, what do you think SUNY Canton needs to do to try to contain this Farmingdale squad?
It's tough because we didn't see that many attacking rounds in Farmingdale.
That is fair. That's fair.
So in the terms of containing, it's rough because Farmingdale on defense was very spread out, very default, and basically just laid traps and just gunned down SUNY Canton as SUNY Canton trying getting through. So I think it's more so that they need to use their utility to just break through that defensive line, disrupt the angle holding that Farmingdale has set up, and push through those holes that they create for themselves. Which
Well,
is
there's the
almost what we
holes.
just saw.
Yeah.
How does Farmingdale react? Oh, in the face!
Yo, good morning, doggy. Gonna walk straight into this jet of Sosa. And he runs
my
back
God.
to his teammate. He runs to help. He runs to his dad.
One
But he
enemy
falls as
remaining.
well. It's always good for one. Duelist will pick up scholarship
Spike
into
planted.
that sky smoke. And Zeno has a shorty, so I don't know how far you get with this one. Does find a classic on the floor, and we'll take it. But it's a 1v4 for the KJ. A lot of work to be done. Oh no, we got another crosshair.
But it's round 1, no kills yet, so it's very thin. Very tight.
Oh no, that's thin.
Well, like, you remember Akiru's, right?
Yeah, but that was. Yeah, in comparison, it was pretty thin. You know, just looking for someone with a short. You're looking for a little bit of econ, and JCK will take that one away. 1-0 for Canton here as they're out early in the pistol. A nice mid push.
I like the gusto of switching to a shorty in response to the smoke being dropped down, so they can just burst out of that with a double burst from the shorty and try to just take somebody out in speedway. Definitely a gamble play. And SUNY Canton doing exactly what I thought they needed to do, was just be a lot more aggressive as a unit, explode through the defensive line, because we saw a lot of really slow-paced approaches to sites on Haven from SUNY Canton. That was just, the angles were held by Farmingdale, and they just gunned them down, round after round after round. But if you can be more explosive, there's more explosive meta as well. Burst through that.
Down, mid.
We'll love to see it. Shorty
So much
traps. Wait.
Oh, doggy turns 2 back.
Okay.
The smoke fades. Archway and gonna pick up 2. Subi has 1 back though from Cat. It's still gonna be in all this spacing as Canton are gonna try to play their way back into mid. This pop flash could be one to end them all for Subi. You try to tuck it, and well, you do if your JCK is able to swing back out and save the teammate from any sort of despair. Farmingdale suddenly go from what was looking to be a very winnable eco round to now a 2v2. Both players on shorties.
They're in perfect position to get upgrades, so as soon as they hear the spike get planted, not even that, they're just being aggressive, taking the risks. We find the upgrades weapons already, so 2 Spectres in hand now. Fairly healthy as well, both members, but the shields are definitely in the slot in inventories
30
for
seconds
SUNY
left.
Canton. We will have the advantage here. They're tucked away in the back corner of votes. To deal with the 2-pronged attack from Farmingdale.
4-pronged attack, really.
Utility being removed.
Last player standing.
Zeno in first, and
One
will out
enemy
first. JCK will take that one. Trade to come back through. It's the Brimmy x Brimmy. No stimmies to be involved, but JCK will find it. A 2-0 for Canton as they are able to hold on their anti-eco.
Unsurprisingly, Kira having a really hard time hitting the headshots with a Spectre in hand with that crosshair.
Bruh.
But challenge round continues for Kira. JCK winning on top. JCK had a fantastic start, especially to the game last map. But had a little bit of a hard time closing things out. We'll have to see.
Interesting buy for both teams here. A
Scanning
lot more
ahead.
lights than you're typically used to seeing on a full on a full buy. We should just do a
It's like
tour.
Band-Aids.
We should just do a tour of the Farmingdale squad and just
It
look
looks
at
like
the
one of those
crosshairs.
like those old school cartoony like giant cross band-aids on like the cheek or something.
Change that to red. He's gonna be the Swiss flag.
Meanwhile, JCK looks like they don't even have a crosshair. It's so small.
That's the way I like it. I'm not gonna lie.
Like, I can't-
2 trades will come out early, both on opposite sides of the map, ironically enough, and Canton will take that to mean mid control will be their choice and try to play further in the garden to Cat where
Amazing.
Scholarship was ready and waiting. They have the recon as well. Will scan too. That's information to be gained. JCK not going to be scanned towards tile though, so he's going to be that odd man out, that extra factor for them into
Spike
mid.
down,
But
mid.
another man out the
One
round is
enemy
Radiant. They'll
remaining.
pick up another. Zeno to come through from Archway has one as well. And now the Brim's known
He got
about
the-
Scholarship to grab a 3K. Well, you're going to need band-aids if you're Canton because that man just shot holes into your skull.
I kept saying amazing because a crosshair like this and hitting really clean headshots. Like, that's not just spray downs and getting lucky. Like, that was just like 1 2 1 2 1 2 headshot. It's crazy. I guess that was more like a 4, but you know, counting is hard before noon to Catinator. That's why I get afternoon classes in college.
Counting's hard for me. Afternoon. So flash out early. Radiant's gonna pick that one up. Sosa will fall. It's a quick trade. Ah, the turret! You shoot it forever. You just can't break it. The Molly comes through, does some damage. Akira and Xeno gonna do damage with as well, and the turret. Technically a second kill for the turret. I mean, the Molly kind of helped the first one, so it is what it is. 2-2.
The turret got more kills than anybody else that round. That was something. I mean, I'm all for sending it, absolutely sending it on eco rounds, because, like, you know, maybe you'll catch the opponents by surprise, and you're probably gonna lose a round anyway. That was extra ambitious positioning there. Gotta be honest. Just didn't work out. But they have rifles in hand now. When I said I wanted to see SUNY Canton be a little more explosive, that's not quite what I meant. Now using a little more utility, some more information. They're going to run it back, but I think they're going to be able to deal with the turret a little bit better this time around.
The thing is that if they do want to cut noise and rotate here, Farmingdale's already made it through A main. They're running it down as well, so they're going to have all this information here. I like this. If you're gonna have if you're gonna cross her down, to be out early through Cat to find 2. There is trades to be made back though. It's the only thing about playing a 2-on-5 on the peak. There's plenty of trade opportunities. Akira will find yet another. As Duel's gonna fall to the front side of lobby. Canton now will try to cut nose. We'll try to make a rotate towards the A side.
Akira finding that kill actually was a pretty big deal over onto Duelist. So that's going to be a 3v2 post plant situation. They have the orbital strike and lockdown. So the orbital strike before Akira will be able to counter the lockdown that Radiate will try to use in the post plants. So you have to wonder, will Radiate even try it? They'll lock down their own on Farmingdale.
As these lockdowns do come out into this round. This case is walking into guard. It makes it look like it is going to, and that it has. Doggy's found one early, so now it's a 2-on-2.
You should run.
Doggy will take that space in the scaffold. Second lockdown now active as well. And the orbital strike will get burned to make sure it is not active any longer. Doggy tucked towards generator. And oh, they both obtained. What are you going to do? Oh, they'll let him know. Akira will troll this a little bit.
They can't get back to something to defuse.
Nothing but a whimper. Radiate, yeah, you can't get into it. There's absolutely nothing you can do if you're detained. And SUNY Canton, they have a good start to the round. They just cannot hold on the post plant. 3-2 for Farmingdale.
Yeah, it's a really good call there from Xeno to just drop the lockdown first, because you have the entire site covered by lockdown. There's no shock bolts or anything to challenge it. You just hold your device, and if the enemy uses the lockdown, all good. Orbital strike it. It's a 2 versus 1 on ult stairs. It was a perfect scenario for Farmingdale to set up. The SUNY Canton didn't have any good answers for. Really, all SUNY Canton could have done was just drop their own lockdown, force out the orbital strike, but also make that be done in a way that they can just run off away. Just like Farmingdale is running away with this round. Finding 4 kills already. Subi off for 3. One of the kill leaders for First Bloods is Sosa and Subi, and those two just push out together for numerous rounds now.
Yep.
Aggressively out of A main, and they're finding success from it.
Yeah, same story on A long for them last map, and Subi will come Cat to finish things up with 4K for the KO, a 4-2 scoreline for Farmingdale.
Yeah, once those rifles got in hand for Farmingdale, it's a completely different story than what we saw the first 2 rounds of this game number 2 of the best of 3 in the semifinals here. But these ultimates are coming online. The orbital strike for SUNY Canton. JCK on this Brimstone now, which gives that explosive power that I was talking about. So if they can use that utility, the null command, suppression from Hunter's Fury, push through, get a pick or 2, upgrade some weapons, go for post lane, use orbital strike for post lane, Blaze Storm as well to utilize on the safe round. Well, this could work out.
Oh, Sosa won with the Blade Storm, but that's it. Yoshi has to trade back the other way, but now it's Subi, the duo yet again. Dastardly. They're going to find a 2K. Jules is going to find 1 with the Marshall. Kira's going to be caught trying to make a play towards the archway of mid.
They have spike control.
That's some space. That's a weapon to be picked up for Canada if they can get to it. But yeah, you got to get the spike as well. As SUNY going to push forward all the way into spawn. They'll make contact now. Doggy, who's good to find one with the right click of the classic. A second, not quite
One
there
enemy
for him, though.
remaining.
A Scholar has the trade. Xenos come all the way out of B lobby to catch a duelist, so no more shenanigans from tiles for the Marshall player. JCK, Spectre in hand. He's going to have his beacon as well. Throw. Can he find something here? Damage to be done for Scholarship. Shaking his boost. The Vandal picked up for JCK. A nice headshot as well. He'll run this thing as fast as he can to the A side. He's got utility use as well for the post.
JCK, the player, is one of the shining lights for this team in the map number 1, despite it being a dominant loss. That a bit of a crushing blow in the mental, but Zeno, the one who's done so well strategically so often for this team of Farmingdale, it's one of the shining lights versus one of the brilliant minds in this 1 versus 1 situation that SUNY Canton needs to win, because if this is a thrifty win for SUNY Canton, that could be all the momentum they need to take it away with this map number 2.
JCK tucking hell.
Open up the sky.
Orbital strike's gone down. It's gonna force Zeno forward. He'll check the corners, and JCK will get caught. Zeno will have to defuse, and Farmingdale will be 5-2. Ult orbs gone to dust.
Seems like the shining light couldn't shine bright enough down in hell, as the brilliant mind accounted for exactly where the position would be, considering all things that was done. The aggression there. Sosa having a really, something about the way that Doggy moves has been throwing off Sosa this whole series. Because Sosa looks really good until going into a 1v1 against Doggy, and then just something is just different. And they just can't get the kill. They can't do it. I don't know. Something about the movement throws them off. It's been quite an anomaly of a situation. It's not the crosshair. I promise.
There's your point. We'll find presence of the jet towards cap. That is it for Canton right now. They will set up this new opening here. They'll send players up towards A main. Both players caught by a 0 point though, so there's information there now. Farmingdale as well as it's reset. Two to float mid as well. So they've got the read on this one. 100 series out for both teams here. One tag will be had for Canton, none for Farmingdale. So that's going to be the advantage for the ult trade going the way of Canton as they step now into cat. And already pinching into mid is all of Farmingdale. Kira's picked up one from Archway. Joji's picked up another on Sosa. That's originally where that tag came from. And then was able to find the shock bolt as well to finish the job. Jules has picked up Subi. That's the only player left on the A side. It's the rest of Farmingdale's gone into mid. So they've got the space to play A, and they're going to do just that as Zeno's to pick up one. He's going to use his teammate Smokes here to try to get the retake going from the door side of things.
Look at the situation for SUNY Canton. They have an open man to solve this approach in Farmingdale. Not much utility for Farmingdale to use in the first place, though. It's a 3 versus 2 for SUNY Canton. It's a fantastic opportunity for them. Only 9 HP for Akiru.
He's back. You see players able to find one, able to find damage as well. But Duelist, he's good for one and a 180 to door as well for the second, a 3K for the KO, a third round for Canton to be picked up just within 2 now.
Duelist really stepping up. Had a little bit of a rocky first game. As I talked about, Farmingdale, everybody was awake in the first round. Everybody's getting kills, things like that. And they kept running with it on that first map. Finished 13-12. Duelist was the one who has performed really well when we watched them yesterday from SUNY Canton. But that first game went on a 4-14-2 scoreline. Not a good showing, which is not what we're used to seeing from Duelist. So it seems like they're finally waking up, and that's the moment that SUNY Canton really needed them to do so, and doing so fantastically.
Got it early, Sosa has caught it. The drone will come back the other way for Farmingdale. It will not spot this solo. We'll spot the jet though. So there's information to be gained. Subi gonna peek into it. And Joji gonna be good for the refrag there. He's got away as well. Get the spike, please. Don't forget the spike. Is able to get back into the spike in time and get away before the util hits. Radiate will find one into mid as Zeno once again goes looking for extra spacing. Canton really has started to learn this team. Null command out early. Pop flash. Peeked into before it's actually popped. So Duel's going to fall. Hero and Scouts will find frag their own. One trade be had for Radiate. They'll also res that KO. So technically you get a second trade back as you got an extra player on the board. But that spike is going to be down in A lobby, and Scholarship being the one to hold on to it here.
Scanning ahead.
whatever again could be huge. Oh, scan. It scans
so
two.
much info.
Just able to spray into that sky smoke. CECC gonna fall. Turret broken before that can get any more frags on this map. And these two
30
players are
seconds
going to take
left.
themselves mid-market.
Lockdown available for SUNY Canton as well. No Hunter Sphere to stop that, so popping that right now is going to be massive. I think SUNY Canton should go for it. All things considered, they are still behind on rounds. They have this ultimate ability. What better time to use it than now? Stop Farmingdale from getting on the site, but
Enemy remaining.
perhaps they didn't feel confident in it for some reason
Here.
and challenge a 1v1 duel instead.
1v2 for Duels in the back of Boathouse. He's got both players incredibly low. Good recon to come through. The shoulder peek from Duels, just trying to kill time, and he's been killed by Scholarship at 3K for the Sova, and the defuse going to come through Farmingdale State. It is 6-3.
Could have been a 5-4. I feel like I would definitely have preferred seeing Radiate drop the lockdown. Even if Farmingdale tries to swing through to challenge a lockdown, just use that as bait and swing off of them challenging the lockdown, right? Classic swing off the turret kind of a play when people try to shoot out the turret.
Enemy remaining.
Oh well, all good. Farmingdale doing a good job on the retake, recognizing opportunity, and with a two-pronged attack, have the angles to work with and hit their shots really well.
If they did, able to save that round before Canton could convert yet another. Drone will come through for them early. Will tag Sosa, but Subi's looking to make a pop flash play. He'll jump in for one, but that's all she wrote as Canton has a quick trade. Joji yet again, that player to trade into main. As Farmingdale continue to bring that pressure early. Oh, do they know? Stuck close. They'll see him. The Stinger doing so much damage. It'll grab the frag as well. Sometimes you get too close to the B, you just get stung, brother. As Doggy's able to pick that one up.
Deploying
Not sure if he
drone.
recovered the Vandal or not, though. He did not. Unfortunately, Scholarship's drone able to save that one, to save that extra utility. Just means Spectre is going to be on the board for Canton.
Nice pick by
New
Zeno
angle.
mid. Yeah.
And from Archway to
Wake
Cat.
up, new angle by Zeno.
Revealing area.
New angle and a good one at that. And good time for the Babe Wake Up joke. 11 a.m. About time to wake up here.
That was a good time to wake up.
Early breakfast. About to get into the brunch hours. As looking to chow down here. Eats himself 2 eggs and a slice of toast, but unfortunately got a little too burnt
30
in
seconds
the oven
left.
too long. It's not able to pick that one up. Zeno was going to fall, and they look to storm their way into the B site where Kiru is ready and waiting. This is your moment. The table's been set.
remaining.
Can he find it? A good 2K looking for the third, and he's got it all three to come through. He said, I don't care how burnt it is. I'm hungry. The 3K going to come forward for Farmingdale, held off by the Brimstone.
And that crosshair finally goes back to what we are more accustomed to seeing in crosshairs. Look how much more accurate here is. The training weights are off.
Round B.
You ever watch Naruto?
Yeah.
Pat?
Yeah.
You know that scene where Rock Lee drops those ankle weights?
Yes. Yes.
It creates this giant crater in the ground, and everyone's like, "Oh God!"
You were fighting like that?
Training weights the whole time. It's been years of episodes, bro.
You were fighting with a massive crosshair the whole time? With massive firing error the whole time? Sosa hitting some movement on him. Doggy said, please let me go. No, sir. He's caught by Sosa. He's got that movement off of the thrust. Players have to walk away from all those right here. And they walk straight into Akiru. The Brimstone uses their ultimate to zone all those players into a lobby. It's a flawless round for
round in the
Farmingdale.
half.
The weights are off, and they are cruising.
Look, 12-6 for Akira. Switches the crosshair and goes from the second low frag for the team on the first map to just top fragging and slaying the lobby. Like, they heard you mention brunch, and they're like, oh shoot, wait, yeah, if we finish the second map really fast, we can have some time for brunch before grand finals. Let me switch back my crosshair real quick. Close this out quick.
Look to do such a thing. Last round before that happens. Sosa once again off the pop flash to go top ropes, but he'll be the distraction as Subi's going to pick up 2. CECC has ran all the way back towards spawn. Same with Doggy. Early darts have found nothing. The Sova going to be in for a wide awakening, and he'll use that drone first. So it will not be a scary one. We'll spot both players now, just looking to shoulder peek. That Bravestorm Jet, he's able to find the frag as well. JCK gonna get caught momentarily in the stim beacon.
Unlucky.
Does not have a weapon in his hand, and Joji, he doesn't either. He's in the dart. Security's gonna find yet another 2K. It's 9-3. It's a flawless round for Farmingdale.
And now Farmingdale goes on to the attack as well, and we saw how effective they are when they have the tempo in their own hands in the first map. This is a tough situation for SUNY Canton to come back from. 9-3. They talk about the curse. You have to wonder if that would be even enough right now. Farmingdale, full of confidence, pushing through. You can even see the confidence as Scholars were just willingly just taking 1v1 fights, not even setting up advantageous situation considering they had the player advantage in the last round. Won it out on top of it too. Sosa and Subi almost every round just pushed up A main and just found map control or found frags, which is kind of crazy. So we'll see what they do now through mid. It's still this dynamic duo of Subi, Sosa pushing through mid, trying to get advantage of the team. Sosa's pushing through the smoke. What a mad lad!
And they'll get the frag as well, looking to send their team into that B site. The KJ utility's been thwarted. They've worked around it. Found the fragment to force that KJ to the back of the boathouse. Haven't found it yet, though. He's going to pick up one, taking out Sosa as he overextends all the way into the CT side of things. Subi going to pick up that frag. Now activate the champion's aura as he's going to be top frag of the round. Joji's picking one back up. There's a trade to be had for Canton. Look to make their way forward. The pop flash to stall out just a little bit of time here from the KO, but Doggy, he does not care. He's through lane to pick up the Kiru. More work to be done, though. Knife to come through. There's no utility to utilize the Farmingdale's. All got to happen through gunplay. They've got damage on the board, but you got to find all these kills if you're Zeno. Good for one. A second not to happen, though. It's a 2K on the back of the site for the Frenzy of Duels. A 3K on the round for the KO. A 4-9 scoreline is Canton going to grab themselves a second pistol.
A little bit of humorous for the way that Farmingdale is challenging those angles, pushing out one at a time, and just complete confidence. But the fortitude of SUNY Canton is stick together, work as a team, as a unit. They're still here to play. They still want to win through this as well. So punishing the over-eagerness of these members doing lone wolf tactics from Farmingdale in that round. It started working at the beginning part of it, but once those three members that just worked as a unit came back to the site together, shot together, stand strong, you're able to win out that round, win the pistol for themselves. But we did see them win the pistol in the first half. Likely will win the anti-eco if that were to happen, but it's actually a force by Farmingdale. Now the spray down with the Spectres, that should have been enough audio cues to know that they're forced up.
There's a trade to come back forward and into the site is Farmingdale. Plant is going to go down. Util out for both teams. But Util that's negated if you think about it because no one's able to push off of it. There's too much going on. Do what he says. I'm gonna be what's going on towards scaffold. Able to pick up one. Gonna have both flash control fragments done off A main for just a bit of time. And Zeno will make sure nobody's coming through the door. Yak trying to find his way into the site, jumping down from scaffold, but he jumps straight into the waiting arms of Zeno. Gives him a big old hug with the Spectre bullets. One to be grabbed from the Silva as well. And Farmingdale State for 10-4, up 6 now as they immediately take a 4 spy round win.
Yeah, that was actually a massive round win for them. And what's crazy is some members like Subi, Sosa, Scholarship, they're kind of just going for it with a lot of these very ambitious positionings here as well. But while all that's happening, just chaos constantly happening, Zeno is the person I gotta give a lot of credit to. Sitting in a really just like safe spot, playing still like really solid Valorant, while the other 4 members are just wilding out, causing all this chaos and commotion on the site. Zeno's like, all right, now they're causing distractions, going to like analyze and like capitalize on these situations.
Most telegraphed beacon I've ever seen. It does not matter. Lockdown's gonna pop. Able to find one as he was just looking for something in CT stare. Never got the peek in time. Sure did come through for Subi to trade one back. Josie not done just yet. Trying to get to the Spectre, but caught by Sosa in the cross. Sosa will grab a second as well. Radiant gonna fall through that smoke. JCK will pick up Akira. And that is going to be the door to go down for Sosa. One will be the back of the lobby. One will be towards CT here. Canton. Duo left alive here, trying to win this one out. Caught apart. Doggy in the Marshall. Hip firing, looking for something. Sosa, a 3K massive on the Sheriff this round. Scholarship, please. Don't knife this guy. It's not like that.
Last
Oh, you gonna take
player
out Sosa.
standing.
No more funny business for scholarship. We'll pull out the Spectre, but he's caught by the classic of Doggy as well. Doggy with the Spectre in hand. Now looking to take Zeno. Will do just that as Zeno had a knife in his hand, but we'll say it's just bad timing. 11-4 for Farmingdale.
I actually firmly believe Doggy should have died there.
Yeah, probably. Now you have a
I don't think it's-
Spectre. You could have had a rifle last round, a couple extra dollars too. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, because you got the survivor penalty. So, because it's 11 on the scoreboard, Doggy will be able to overall have moving forward by living there, but will not be able to have a rifle for this round.
Standing
I
ahead.
don't think it's the worst decision ever, but I think it would have been better to have a rifle here.
Just a decision, most definitely.
Definitely a decision.
This is a decision too from the KJ to throw this lurk lane to the smoke. Actually, so low HP. JCK's picked up Subi. When Radiate's picked up Sosa, was trying to make that dash into scaffold, but got absolutely caught out. Like this KJ's about to be caught out as soon as they swing. And yep, there you go. Joji's picked up Zeno. Radiate's picked up Scholarship. That has left Akiru. We've seen some plays from Akiru before. We got the real crosshair. There's a chance it'll be right now, but it'll be the jump off of scaffold. Full attention. Doggy will walk out door for the frag. 5-11 for Canton. They need every round they can get, and that would be a good start.
All right, so the decision worked out though.
Revealing
So
area.
they will have there's a more risk reward situation on decision for sure, but the risk was not found. The reward was went out the round really helpfully as well for SUNY Canton, so they'll have a really good economy for the rest of this game. 11-5 now. The squad winning out a round that Farmingdale had weapon buy-ups for. Farmingdale also in a position where they're just going to force up every round at this point instead of playing for eco stabilization. They've been playing a very aggressive, highly confident game style, play style on this attacking half that overall has worked out pretty well. We'll have to see if they can consistently do so enough to pull things out. They do have such a significant lead that it might not need consistency to be successful. Sosa just can't beat Doggy, man.
Sosa looking
Doggy
for
has
the
his number.
Spray, but Doggy consistent in winning that one out. We'll get recon, but no one there for the wall bang opportunity. Now Scholarship will just walk through lane to find that one instead. QB's picked up 2, was shut down, the no command as well for Canton. And just gonna be camping the bodies, puppy guarding that thing. Don't you know in freestyle you're not supposed to puppy guard? It's against the rules, so we don't care. Radiant comes through, tries to save his teammate, tries to unfreeze him, wants him to be able to move around the playground freely yet again, but unfortunately, he's caught by somebody cheating. I hate to see that. You don't puppy guard, man. It's not cool. That's Doggy's job.
It feels like they still need a challenge mode situation. Move the crosshair back to a regular action crosshair, but still burns the orbital strike. That also burns Zeno's shields. Force them to buy those back up as well.
Together.
So Farmingdale is still trying to keep those training weights on. It seems like this immense confidence from this team.
Smoke down. Stim beacon down.
And they're bringing that confidence all the way through A main. The Stimmies to send themselves in. Sosa, the only one to actually beat the utility with the tailwind. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Hell's not
Ladies
cleared.
and gentlemen, no one has cleared Hell. Disaster is set to strike. It's a matter of if the moment is too big for the KJ or not. It is not so far. Ready to pick up one. They do get Sosa all the way to scaffold. He's going to pick up 2. He's trading things back the other way. He's picked up 1. Akiru's got another, and that's just coolest to instantly is fragged by Sosa. 3K for the Jet. Doesn't clear Hell, but that's because they're taking space scaffold. 13-5. A 2-0 for Farmingdale here in semifinal number 1.
Yeah, Farmingdale members recognized that Hell was not cleared. Sosa pushed on past that. So they still had members like Subi swing through and clear it themselves. Meanwhile, Sosa pushed up on Cat to the point where, on Heaven, where the members of SUNY Canton thought, oh, Hell wasn't cleared? That means they probably didn't push that far forward, right? And did not expect Sosa to be there that far forward that fast either. So it's a good setup by Farmingdale, just playing the mind games essentially at the very end there. Very aggressive, highly confident play style on the offense. They since the blood in the water, they pounced basically. They knew they had an immense round lead, so you can go with more chaotic tactics. That was not going to be very consistent by nature. However, definitely closed out the game fast and also is exciting and still still found the success even still.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it really is that simple. We're winning in the frag department. Let's go frag them. And that's exactly what they do. They win it
Frag
out.
out.
And Farmingdale will be seeing themselves into the playoffs. The question now is who, or into the finals, not the playoffs. This is the playoffs already.
Yep.
Says who will they be playing against, going to be the question for them. And we got a couple questions for them as well, Chad. So see if we can get a homie in here to talk to us before they take that brunch break they're looking to grab.
Yeah, they definitely closed out that match very fast. So we'll be going to a quick break, see if we can get an interview going on. And after that, they'll should have a fairly sizable break themselves before the grand final starts. So we'll be right back in just a moment. Let's see if we can get an interview with one of the members of the winning team. See you then. All right, we are back with an interview with one of the winning members of Farmingdale. It is going to be Zeno locking things down on the Sentinel in the last map. So for the first one, which is interesting to me, my first question, Zeno, for you. Hello, by the way.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. You went on the solo for map number 1 and switched over to the Killjoy for map number 2. Was that just comfort picks on Sentinel options, or is that just Sova comfort picks on the maps, or just kind of just playing whatever you felt like at the moment?
It was just feeling for the team. A lot of times our team kind of switches off on roles just to make sure that we can play maps comfortably. So it was really just how our team normally plays together. We all switch it up constantly.
Right on.
Okay, for sure. And you say you switch it up.
Right.
We saw you switch up the crosshairs.
Yeah.
Let's be real. We saw you switch the crosshairs. What was that about?
We wanted to give them a fair chance, so we decided to change our crosshairs and kind of. It was more fun that way.
Didn't go too bad. Didn't go too bad.
Did not go too bad, that's for sure. We actually thought it was interesting. Akiru's crosshair on Haven was progressively getting wider as they got more kills.
Yes.
So it was getting like harder and harder as things went on. It's like a challenge mode thing. And then the training weights came off on Ascent in a moment. And Akiru instantly was incredibly accurate and won a 1v3 on B site and then just kept slaying from there. So we thought that was an interesting situation there. But
that's our boy.
Yeah, we saw a lot of aggression, a lot of aggressive strats, especially Sosa and Subi going out just aggressive as a duo, like a dynamic duo, just pushing out A main on the defensive side, instantly either finding kills, which gives an advantage for the team, or finding a lot of map control as well.
Right.
Is that just one of those strats that's like, we want to actively look for map control aggressively, or you kind of just felt like you want to just end the game faster?
So we call that strat Sosa and Subi supremacy, where they just take control of everything. So yeah, they kind of just make space, even on defense or offense. So yeah.
The triple S.
Yes.
I like it.
It was supreme. It was definitely supreme, and you guys definitely looking supreme playing forward. Now I gotta ask you. Your top frag, the chamber, name looking for scholarship.
Yes.
What's going on there? Are you guys not a scholarship team? And if so, how did this roster come together?
So all of us are just running it down as like kind of a friendly group. We don't have scholarships. We're all just playing out of our heart, and we're here to make friends and have fun. So that's what we're doing. And with keeping things low stress, like because we don't have scholarships, we can really do whatever we want. So it kind of works to our advantage. But yeah, he is looking for a scholarship. So please DM us.
Who do we DM? Name.
So you can hit up Farmingdale State College's Instagram, as well as other platforms of social media. And if anything, you could join our Discord.
Okay, perfect.
And I'm also captain, so you could hit me up. So.
Okay.
Y'all even have jerseys and everything, so it's not even a scholarship thing. Y'all just made those yourselves and everything like that, or is that?
Oh,
like
I bought it, and yeah, this is the breast cancer. This is the breast cancer
that's
one.
Real.
So yeah,
that's real. The real scholarship was the friends we made along the way.
Yes, precisely. That's my best friend. Ella Scholarship. That's my best friend.
Nice. We love to see that. And honestly, that's actually a really big deal that you have a really positive, just friendly team culture as well. So you can trust each other a lot more. You keep the positive vibes as well. So there's not like the stress keeping you down and, oh gosh, we're falling behind. So that's actually really good that y'all keep a good culture for that moving forward. And we can see that in moments where we see players clutching up, you see them working together better, things like that. I like the moments towards the end that y'all went with just complete chaos on the site.
Right.
All 4 of your teammates were just like hounds swarming in like a cyclone on A site, while you're just there at generator, just like, all right, there's this crazy chaos happening. And then as soon as like the members of SUNY Canton just try to go onto the site, try to figure out what the heck is actually happening, you're like waiting there and spring the trap and just deleted 3 people.
You should hop into our Discord and just hear us all screaming at each other. It's great. The chaos is really what fits well with our school. So.
Right on. Is Farmingdale voice comms video win?
We could look into it. We are the RAM as well, so we run it down, and chaos is kind of our instinct. So, yeah, it works.
I like that.
All right.
I like that a lot.
Let's get some more chaos on the desk. It's too friendly. The vibes are too high right now. Zeno, let's stop playing games, okay? This is the real question. Now, New York Institute of Technology is up against St. John's here in semifinal number 2. One of those teams has to win. It's just the way it works. And then they're playing you guys. Who's winning that game? Are you guys winning finals?
Finals, yeah. We'll win it. I'm not really sure how St. John's is, like if their kids have scholarships or not. But, we don't have scholarships. So, we have some motivation in order to win. But we've seen their team. We've seen how they are, and they're a very good team. And we look forward to versing them. NYIT, we versed them recently, and I think we 13-5'd them or something of that sort. So we can assume that will most likely happen with St. John's as well. So we'll see.
Yep.
She says scholarships or not. Scholarships or not, we beat them. Okay, I like that.
Yep.
A lot hungrier for sure. Things to earn. Typically, people who have more to earn will come out stronger for sure. So looking forward to that match later. Who it is against? Maybe it's like NYT trying to get that comeback story, or if it's St. John's being the challengers for
either way. We'd love to verse both of them. So
right on. Why not both? Right, take them both out. You already took down NYT though, so I would personally like to see you go against St. John's, just so it's a new matchup for us to watch. I remember we talked right before the interview a little bit that you mentioned that you would be looking forward to that as well, since you would be a new matchup for you on top of things to top that. So with parting words, unless Kat Nader had anything else to say, if there's anything for you to want to say to your fans, people out there watching, your opponents out there, whoever it may be.
I'd like to thank Saad, Akiru, Fireblaze, Funko, Semi, and Subi for all being very strong positive aspects in our team. And I'd also like to thank our president, as well as the e-board of our club, because they gave us the opportunity to actually join this tournament. So thank you for advocating for us always, and yeah, we look forward to the next game.
Right on. Thank you so much for joining us. Looking forward to seeing you play further in the next game and see if there's a little bit more creative strategies come out yet that we haven't seen so far. So thank you, Zeno, for joining us for this interview. All right, Kat Nader, that was a very fun interview. I enjoyed that a lot. It was. I'm looking forward to the next match for sure. I don't know what the update is on that matchup so far, where they're at, but it'll be a roughly 11:45 a.m. is the predicted schedule for the next match. So everybody go ahead and take some quick break. Grab your quick brunch, perhaps. Grab some water, do some stretches, stay healthy and active, and come back because we'll be sitting down, locking in, and ready to watch an exciting grand finals for the CECC Northwest Invitational of 2022. We'll be back in just a few. See you then. It's time for game number 2, match number 2 of this day for the CECC Northwest Invitational semifinals match, best of 3 between St. John's and New York Tech. And this is going to be an explosive match. I think it's going to be a lot closer than map number 1, or at least match number 1, I should say, of today's matches today, Kat Nader.
Well, we will definitely see. It is going to be that second seed out of Group A, New York Institute of Technology. They took a 2-1 to get here, and a 3-0 for St. John's out of Group B. They're that first seed coming in, and man, did they look mean yesterday. They gave us a run on Split, a run. And when I say run, Chad, I mean run. They ran it down and definitely won things out. So it's no surprise that their first map pick is going to be Split. They look to play back off the successes of yesterday, and NYIT will take us to Ascent afterwards, where they found success as well. They won a game on the stream in that regard, and then Fracture will be that remaining map to close out. I'm hoping that we can make it all the way to map 3, because I really want to see that Fracture game.
Yeah, Sent definitely seems to be the forte pick for NYT. That's definitely what we saw yesterday. St. John's, though, their opponents yesterday were not going to be as difficult as New York Tech is going to be in regards to team strength that we've seen. So even though they ran things down yesterday and just had a dominant performance all day long in the group stage, I think they're going to have to put a little bit more effort into this best of 3, to say the least. So we'll have to see how things go there. But I also agree, though, having a match on Fracture would be fun. It's the newest map in the game.
Yeah.
And it's definitely a very unique type of map. So it's always very interesting to see how teams approach that one.
And Collegiate Fracture is so fun to watch, honestly. Right now, it's very innovative in the fact that teams are more than willing to stick off meta for it and just play what's comfortable. I think it also brings a lot of questions in terms of like the new controller metas that we're seeing come forward, and like how do you manage to play the map? Do you play double controller, and if you do, what controllers do you play? But that's a conversation for way later, way down the rabbit hole here, and I'll come back up to the surface of it, which is going to be on split, and we'll get these 2 elevated positions. We'll get 2 looks towards heaven, and in those look towards heaven, St. John's were always making it through a mid split. There was not a single round where they took from a B main, from an A main angle, almost always having mid and then executing from there. So initially, I want to see what NYIT can do on the defensive here to guarantee that that is not going to be an option for this team, because if it is, I promise you, they're going to take the space.
So we're going into the agent select right now, and I am excited to see if we see any Brimstone, because this has been kind of a dominantly favored Omen map so far for controllers. It's just the fact that you can cover across the map, because Brimstone's a little tough, especially on the defensive side. On offense, it's not that big a deal. You just, you're a very explosive playstyle with that controller in general anyway. But if you're on defense, you kind of are forced to sit around in mid, and even then, you can't fully cover the edges of the map. You have to kind of favor B side or favor A side, and if the attack is going on the side that you're not ready for, then you could be caught off guard a little bit and not be able to support your team properly for a while. That's one of the bigger reasons people favor Omen on this map for sure, as well as the angling you can work with for stride steps. You get on top of Tetris on B side for defense, things like that, to be as an example.
Absolutely. We're going to get the Rays up into the Reyna. St. John's, they played the Reyna last go around on split as well, and Spalls Nation had a lot of success, so not a massive surprise to see it come back. I will say the Rays is much more comfortable, especially on a map like split. Just gives you the option to bait that player, and then you get extra utility to go with it. So the Reyna's got a lot of work to be done. The other big difference going to be the chamber into the Killjoy. Chamber, the operator, natural player, are going to be able to also get out with the rendezvous, but the KJ has a little bit more utility to lock down sites, especially when you go over towards that B side of things.
Yeah, I like the synergy of these banners from St. John's. The synergy buff might accelerate them forward. New York Tech, I'm noticing they have some players that we didn't see on the roster yesterday. Mishiru, Mango, and Zaisarera are familiar names for sure.
Yeah, Ethan Infinity Prime X stepping into the mix.
I wonder if that's because we didn't see them on split, so I wonder if that's a map thing or player availability thing. Sometimes Collegiate, like some players, like, I gotta take a test, man. Like
that could
sub
be
me
that
out,
could be too.
and maybe that could be the case. And sometimes you just have a full roster that they just have Ethan is more comfortable on Killjoy or something. Like there's oftentimes you find more than 5 players on a roster for Collegiate, so it's a lot of possibilities. I'm interested to find out what it might have been. Perhaps if they win, we can do a winning interview with them and ask them that question.
Well, they will have to win out the series in order to do so. We'll see if that's possible. Also, they will work their way through mid early and instantly breaking the stage wall, but get to it a little late, so it will cause for a little extra turmoil, a little extra classic shots to come through. They have broken wall now and already forced out a slow, so it's a little bit less utility you're going to have for this NYIT side on the defensive.
Already a lot of utility burn from that stage. Just waiting that out is St. John's University. Now that's going away. The wall is basically mostly useless at this point. It does limit the angle they can hold a little bit. But meanwhile, just looking for picks. Just St. John's just kind of feeling out the defensive line right now. Just being, okay, what do they have to offer for us right now? It's going to be a little damage that they take in regard to that. It's Flow, Smalls Nation, all falling in New York Tech are off to the races already.
Off to the races as they will keep all that mid presence on. Now they've taken all that space outside of A as well. Thinking about heading into that attacker side spawn. Haven't done so just yet. 0 points come through as part of the raise the rope. Take
30
that B
seconds
site early. The chamber going to step in. More rendezvous away for Kenny. They're looking to go Ramen here to now work back up mid where they had originally cleared what they could in space. And immediately got caught by box though. So NYIT haven't really given them much to work with. They kind of have to go now. 15 seconds left. They're going to look to flood their way into this mailroom side of things. Well, they get packaged right on up, and Mango will use extra tape to secure that flawless round for NYIT.
There.
Flawless start for NYT. And going into this match, on paper, you'd imagine St. John's would be the favorites to win it out. But I'm seeing VALORANT that on paper doesn't mean the full story of what things are. A fantastic start. And it wasn't even like St. John's just was overconfident like that. They were trying to feel out the defensive line and trying to actually take that round in ways of getting some reads and trying to create an opening for the team. But they just lost the gunfights across the board, really.
Yep.
And New York Tech across like the entire map were just coming out top.
St. John's on the eco here. Going to look to head straight into a main. Michiro, this could be a massive vector spray down. Good for one, but only one. Small Nation traded things back out. Infinity Prime for Ramp will take one before moving away to Heaven for a new positioning. Peek out to come forward. Good for a 2 and a 3K. With the Spectre spray. One more tucked all the way deep into screens. We'll find it. Excise Rare. A wide swing for Ethan. Cannot quite find it. He's got the trade. NYIT up 2-0.
Infinity Prime, fantastic spray control. Ethan as well, winning out the duel at the end there. So these two players coming in from yesterday weren't recognizable really from yesterday. Infinity coming on top really well, performing fantastically. Gonna be the bonus shot coming through. B-site take is what's going to be looked at. That's where all that Killjoy utility is at located. Zeisrare and Mango with that Sage Raze duo in the mid is one of the more traditional compositional holds for mid control of splits on defensive side of things. And the reason why is the slow orbs compared with the or paired with the paint shells. It's just a death trap.
Yeah, absolutely. And that KO versus Wells are going to have a pop flash to work with once that contact does get made for SGU, because they know initially in that pistol round they did start to work for mid space, and then when they could not get anything B or A main, it came back around. And Smalls Nation good for that first frag early. Still presence to be had here as the Razor swing from mailroom. Going to get damage done, not enough to kill just yet. The KO getting involved now as well. Pop flash to come through from Mitch Rose, been able to pick up one and finish just yet. A second with the Sheriff. Big for the bonus to start it out early. For guns to be converted. Fragment to go through to make sure nobody tugging close box cubby. Weak indeed, and Mango will let him know about it. Come down with the satchel to find S-Flow. Back up one more, going to be towards Ramen. A 4 HP Reyna. Chamber now at their hip. They're in a 2v4 situation in Smalls Nation. It's one sneeze to blow them over.
30 seconds left.
Complete mystery on the situation, though. Running all the way over to A side. This could be an issue for later in this match if it's a little bit more even on the playing field for these two teams. But because it's a 4v2, it is good that they're rotating together as a unit, realizing it's pairs of two rotating. So even if they run into the members of St. John's, they will still go into a even playing field combat kind of a situation. It's going to be a save for these members of St. John's, which puts us in a very interesting predicament if you're at New York Technology of going to this next round. Do we continue with a bonus, or do we just drop it here and start buying up?
These are good questions, and they'll get extra time to think about it because SGU is not going to have much money going into this one. They got the 2 rifles out, but it's a question of, do they force around it? Do they still buy down to that 2K to make sure they can get a buy in the next round? Because this could really, if they force here and it goes awry, could really, really ruin the eco for a significant portion of the map.
Yeah, overall, though, is St. John's, I mean, the A hit was the eco round. They kind of just deathballed and got mowed down by the SMGs. That's pretty standard. That could have just basically happened in any situation. But as far as the pistol round, and then we just saw on the buy round of the rifles, like it's like confirmed now that St. John's does not have a good read on how to handle this mid control from that Ray Sage KO combination. During this timeout, you gotta be talking about how can we hit B or A site, because Killjoy is gonna be at one of those locations. We're gonna need to figure out where that utility is, rotate around, and play for the site that the Killjoy utility is not at, because they're putting a lot of resources from New York Tech in mid. So if they're putting 3 members in mid for control, and the Killjoy is going to be on one of the other sites, then it's pretty obvious from our perspective at the very least. See if St. John's get the read on it. But they should be going over towards the side that Killjoy is not located. It should be 1, maybe 2 people holding it. It would be a lot weaker side of the map because pushing through a Ray stage combo, pushing through Killjoy utility, it's so tough. The KO is available in the hands of Void, who can use that 0 point. If you can hit that on to Ethan, shut down that Killjoy utility, that could get you access on site though. But it takes a little bit of gamble working, especially with the 0 point being used so quickly in the round like this. It's going to make it harder to get to the B side.
That it will wall and slow back up yet again and burned rather quickly for this team. So they can find that advantage off of it to go around as they are going to have once again another chip into the wall. Dark cover will go up and Mango looking to make a play right on the outskirts of it. SJU still feeling out that mid presence. They've moved the chamber over. Now the lurk originally was going towards B main. This last time we saw it poke and prod its way in for the rendezvous to get out. This time around it's going to be over towards the A side of things. Now it'll be the Reyna B main instead, looking to make contact early. Spotting nano swarms. Alarm bot going to be right in the wake. That's scary.
Confirm now that Killjoy is over at B site. The 0 point should be up any second now. Be used to try to lock down Killjoy.
There it is. Oh, they're caught by the nano swarms though. They get off.
Get her,
prior.
though.
Yeah, it's right off of the range for that 0 point. So Ethan's sitting in the backside chilling, still there. Turret's gone. Both nano swarms popped as well. It's still the alarm bot. That Spectre is going to be close range here to the back of sight. Excite has picked up one on the cross. So is Mango from Heaven. Ethan now to swing. Good for 1 a second from Pillar. Looking for the third as the sight swing comes through, but Flo going to pick that one up. So get the trade, but it's a 2-for-1 from the back of sight for Ethan. Flo's going to have to find 4 frags this round to win it out. There's a second, but no more to be had as Mango's there. 4-0 for NYIT.
Yeah, this composition from NYIT is so tough to work with. I mean, that we already talked about the Sage Raze combination. The KO also can just suppress and stop the approach from St. John's. On top of things, Opening can provide the smokes from across the map that we talked about during Agent Select, that the Brimstone's going to have a hard time on the defensive side of their own. So St. John's, even though this is a map pick, they're going to run into an issue where if they can't figure things out on offense, it's going to be similarly difficult on the defensive side of things, depending on how, of course, depending on how New York Tech actually handles their attacking approach. But I think it's coming down to St. John's. They should just slow things down, wait out this Sage utility, because the Sage is free to use this utility instantly right at the start of this round since we're going to an eco. Wait out the wall, try to like bait out the slow orbs, and try to find a way of getting either 0 point or null command that's going to be coming up soon. Just shut down the Killjoy, slow down sight from there, or just try to attack the side of the map that the Killjoy is at. I want to see St. John's attack A site, honestly.
Yeah, really. I want to see that come through mid as well. I mean, let's talk about how early this utility goes up to the Sage. They can get rid of it so early. It's just if you're willing to play, executes that lane to the round or not. Because executing at 30 seconds is scary. Something goes wrong, you get screwed. Prime's going to take down S-Flow, trying to make his way through A main. And not going to find much there. Papa just come through. NYIT will sit towards Heaven here. Nade for Manga to make just some space. This team going to look to go now to rope instead. As Void's going to find one. They've got some spacing. This could be the chance to actually go towards A, but they're faking the noise instead.
30
Shift
seconds
walk
left.
back up the ropes. Mango going to be on this close contact still, though. Turret has the information. KJ setup still going to be there. Kenny, a nice kill. A beautiful headshot. We got to get more here, so come through CT side of things. The KJ got to give that space away. The disciplined play to come through, and Ethan's still going to get caught. Trident's found another. Those are the frags that SJU need to get themselves into the fight now, just to hold it on the post plane.
It's a 2 versus 3 situation. Null command is available for SJU, but I think they would want to save that for the next round. Now they have to. The big pick comes from Jice Rare.
Cover going out.
Divinity Prime also working with these dark covers, isolating just the cubby, but the smoke isn't good. It leaves it exposed.
Remaining.
Yeah, there's a massive
Jice
gap.
Rare able to show up. 1v1 cat.
So we're going to use that smoke now. We'll sneak through the inkling of gap. Has some space. Kenny looks away for just a moment, and this Ice Rare is able to strike. It's a 4K for the Sage, not just the healer of 5. Oh, as they'll heal up any sort of damage that's into the round and make sure it still will get converted for NYIT.
St. John's honestly did that round perfectly. They waited all that utility early on, and even though they lost a member over towards the A side trying to make a lurk happen, they still found 2 picks in mid. They created that opening in the defensive line, and they exploded through there in an angle that Killjoy did not have utility set up for. They found like fragging on Killjoy as well, but at the very end, it just came down to a factor of Zeisrayer just clutching, like hard clutch, just winning every fight. Perfect accuracy in that situation. Infinity Prime did land a slightly off-placed smoke there, which kind of resulted in their death, but
It's all daytime.
all good.
It's all daytime. Sometimes you just gotta throw the ults to try to get the round. No commands out early. Surely goes for the post plant. Not as sure there's anything to say about it. Holding down the Psycho for 2. Small Vision gonna find the trade back. Possibly be able to res this KO here. They got the smoke to go up as well, and they're gonna hold on to this thing. Close to come through. That stage util was not used in mid, so they'll get used for this retake instead. Fight to come through the ramp. Ice are gonna fall to Kenny.
No charges.
Roomba broken just in time for Esflo to dodge. Could have been a significant amount of
remaining.
damage. Pete to come through from Mango, top of heaven. He's caught by Esflo. Well, they've got the frags. It's this one. KJ rotating all the way over from the B side, and the small station will take it. SJU, they switch up the tempo. They say, forget the mid default. Let's just go away. They do. They take it their first round.
I love it. Doing exactly what we've been wanting to see them do for rounds. I mean, we have a greater advantage of information because we can see everything, right? So we get the reads instantly, where it takes a while for them to really kind of figure everything out. So it's harder for them, to be fair. But another rifle round, full rifle round comes through. They have the null command to shut down any kind of like paranoias that Infinity Prime was trying to use in that situation. So no blinds can come in to stop you from just throwing yourselves on site. You have the null command KO leading the charge as well. The Reyna following up as the secondary duelist essentially in that situation to be able to get the healing off, and they'll get the resurrection as well. It's just literally the perfect execution for the situation, and it's coming down to New York Tech now to try to figure out how to adapt to this newfound opportunity that St. John's has found of a weaker A side hold.
Infinity will now move to the back of site. Meteor instead up into heaven. Dark cover to come through. Paranoia gonna blind at least 3 here as they step out that dark cover. Infinity is swing back side. He's caught 1. That's what's gonna fall. Full flash. This Void walking into the showstopper. He's absolutely obliterated by the rocket. Visual's found 1. Infinity another as he trades Trident. He just took down his low commanded KO. He's Kenny up into ramp. Low command now null and void is going to get stabilized here. So you have info that 2 gotta be towards Raptor. He's looking to swing for it. Find Ethan looking for the second as well. Has it. But it's Infinity Prime just waiting for the back of the site for a 3K. 6-1 for NYIT. They take 1 round down and say, we're coming right back.
I've seen a couple misplaced smokes from Infinity Prime very slightly, but otherwise everything else Infinity Prime has been very impressive this entire game. Perfect timing on the swing there. Really fantastic hold on the sights. The trigger discipline has been really good. The recoil control as well. And then that time around, as St. John's tries to repeat the strategy, it doesn't work if you're not constantly suppressing the Omen. The Paranoia comes through, completely stops the entire attack from this team. Mitchie then follows up that Paranoia with their own flash, just keep it flash for forever.
Let's play.
After Infinity Prime wears a really nice flick onto S-Flow, take out that stage, then was able to convert with more kills onto the flash players. But now, New York Tech tries to over-adapt, I guess. They mixed up and put Killjoy over to A side for the setup. There's no more Sage Rays setup for B, or at least the mid hold. And mid's completely been given to St. John's.
That it has, and NYIT sent
3
everybody
members in
down
garage.
into garage instead. And well, checking out the cars they might be, but it's SJU racing their way up into the heaven. Got all the spacing. Wall will go down to CT. Util coming out. We know in our heads, so not really needing it. 3 players over to going to come through. It's going to couple. We're going to find 1 early. Do you know, SJU, that this many players are coming to garage? Surely not. Excited for, okay, that's it, right? Right? Okay, try to. He's dealt with it just as quickly. The adaptability, the improv, and the brimstone to catch all 3. Still strength to come through as well. Infinity Prime has to try to step out. A very heads-up aware Omen play, but caught by Small Nation regardless. Ethan will be alone into CT. No Phantom. You got 3 players to find. Takes a little bit too long to pick that thing up, and Small Nation will catch it from hell. 2-6. SJU will find their second round.
So they didn't know those 3 people in garage, especially after the trademark was triggered. They knew there would be at least 1 around the garage area. But whenever the Sage peeked that angle, there were multiple members in the garage exit spraying down that member of St. John's. So they basically died for that information for the team. So Trident was mentally prepared, and the rest of the team was mentally prepared for there being 2 to 3 people in the garage. So S-Flow dying for the team, dying for the cause. They got their information. They're able to account for that accordingly. St. John's realizing now how to capitalize on opportunity given to them of an opening of mid control. New York Tech realizing, you know what? We should go back to what was working for us. Sage Rays back in mid. Michiru on the KO, supporting as well. And it's Infinity Prime anchoring on A side all alone. Has Paranoia still available. Using those smokes, one-way dark covers. It's going to be a little bit of a safe round for New York Tech. Because of that, they're not going to have the weaponry to be able to actually control these sites.
A lot of spray damage to that smoke.
What?
Infinity will get a frag as well. The hip fire good for Marshall. Kenny's found 1 a second as well. Dominating the heaven control. Taking it back to make sure NYIT don't have an easy leg up in this one. Trademark of information on Mango, who is on that flank in this moment. Just like Infinity Prime is both players default. Kenny and Void combining for the final 2. 3 to 6. SJU will find their second round in a row. And slowly get back into this half. We're starting to figure it out.
Yeah, flanking as any agent that's not a vision denial agent is going to be so hard against a team that has a chamber. So you basically, with this composition, you'll need Infinity Prime to smoke it. Like, allocate a dark cover for the trademark, or Zeisrare walling off the trademark itself. It's pretty much your only 2 options to properly pull off a flank unknowingly. But Infinity Prime and Michiru going over to B site now. The lone KO set for A site. I think this is a good change. The other one that they did where everybody went to garage was a little bit of an over correction. But this one's a lot better, in my opinion. Zeisrare falling, though. No more slow orbs to stall the approach from St. John's. That gap in the wall, they have to just drop that dark cover. But it's unique. Getting so much approach. The thing about the turrets and trademarks, it only notifies that somebody's activated. The turret does give you a little bit of vision, though.
Mm-hmm.
So they know it's just
Kenny is really deep tucked towards A as well. There's no information on this Lurk. This Lurk has so much room to walk through.
Yeah, that
can actually walk through heaven for
reset.
free.
Yeah, I'll amount through later, but for now, Michiru is going to be the one having to hold this. A nice swing by S-Flow. Will take down Michiru. Smallization as well, taking out the heaven control over Infinity Prime. And the switch up on map control for New York Tech, I like it in theory, but it's not working out so far, especially with Kenny Beal work through that A heaven lurk that we talked about. Taking out Mango, it's all down to just Ethan with a Spectre in hand yet again. I feel like Ethan's had a Spectre in hand this entire game.
Yeah, it has kind of felt that way, just a little bit. And if you're Ethan, surely just looking for a weapon upgrade here from somewhere. It's 2 guns down mid, so that's going to be an option for him. Taking their sweet time to work their way up into ropes. Kenny's going to be ready mailroom, so for Ethan, the swing not going to be an easy one. Just looking for an exit here. If you're Ethan, hoping that maybe a little somebody, a little chamber fellow like Kenny himself will come on down. Hear him start walking down mid. No one going to come into that mailroom angle. No weapons to be picked up. Stuck on the Spectre, so another round with it will be had for Kenny or Ethan.
You can upgrade here. Ethan, no!
No, he just doesn't know. Unfortunate, really.
But that's his teammate.
Unfortunate, really. Look, man, I'm trying to give the benefit of the doubt, man. Just let me give it to him, please. Maybe he just likes the Spectre. He's a big Spectre player.
Big Spectre guy. I played a match the other day as Cypher, and I had to use my util because we start on defense. On the defensive side, I had to buy util every round. It's so expensive. I had a Spectre every round. Yep. Sad day.
Yep. There it goes. For the KJ constantly getting util broken. Unfortunate, really. So again, Mingo's going to work all the way down into this smoke into mid, getting real aggressive with it. And that's particularly been something he's been doing on the eco. Spot still caught that girl. He's just going to back all the way away here. It says util to be used by NYIT. Smoke gone early. And a lot of B presence and not a lot of presence anywhere else. The gamble set coming through on the eco. And unfortunately, sometimes you gamble. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you walk out the casino broke.
Mm-hmm. All
And
right.
yeah, they are broke indeed. A free site to be picked up for SJU. Sometimes the house does win. The Omen to come through. Instantly caught by Kenny. He's got that stop. And NYIT just looking for a couple frags. Looking for an inkling. And Mango will find more than that. Able to take 2. Rumor to come through the clear space. Going to be an opportunity for him to get off that Stinger and get onto a Vandal. He's done just that and will walk back up to the top of ramp. Suddenly NYIT, they have a chance to possibly win this thing out. Nade to come through to hell. It's landed on a Trident as well. And I'll kill. A 3K now. Showstopper activated. Mango wants it. He's hungry. Almost taking the episode. This missed timing is perfect. Able to TP away as the Reno Smalls Nation looking at frag for his trouble. Same with the KO back of sight. 5-6 for SJU. What an incredible micro play. Sees the rocket coming. Has a Matrix moment. Absolutely Neo moment tucking that thing.
That was looking so good for NYT, but Smalls Nation gets the kill onto Michiru.
Later.
And Mango, I feel for you. I have a showstopper. This was going to be a kill. Michiru, why? Why would you peek before my showstopper goes off, brother? All good. Happens. I'm just reacting because I felt that. I've been there. All good. Freaking Reynos, am I right?
But good has awareness with the Reyna as well. Mango once again back down mid. This time not an eco round, and we'll take out S-Flow. Not expecting the tempo to come through on what is a buy-up for this team, and sometimes that tempo switch is what you need to get yourself an early advantage for NYIT. Look to play off it as well. They peek all the way up into Ramen. They're looking to double swing wide here. Go box for now. Start coming. Top flash has not caught Mango. Gonna find one. Trident has a trade on his teammate though. Taking a lot of damage through this box. The Molly incoming. Oh no, Mango, you have to go into the sky and Smalls Nation. That's an easy aim training warm up for him as he tracks that one right on home. Has the spray. Will find the frag. A 3-on-3 now.
You want to
SJU
play?
have
Let's
converted
play.
themselves into mid control.
It looks like NYT is actually set up for the B site take that SJU would have the currently is looking at, but now that the Brimstone's rotating for Trident, it's going to be a taken yet again. NYT overall
30
having a bad
seconds
read in the
left.
situation. Gamble stacking a site that is not going to be the site that SJU is going to be attacking. That's what we called out earlier as well. Of, this could be an issue of New York Tech over-rotating, over-gambling for the rotate across the map. We saw that before in that 4v2 situation that SJU had to save during, so didn't amount to a loss then, but we have seen now multiple times in these buy-up rounds where it's even field that this over-rotation and bad read gamble stacking is just coming back to be a little harmful to New York Tech's.
Taking his shoulders, where the contact is there for trying to get a pick up one. Grab a second with his life. Orbital strike to be dropped. Excite Spray forced to play close to sight. Kenny's picked up Ethan. Excite Spray does get to sight though. Gonna look to stick this defusal and change to stop the grafter. You gotta try to send it through the screen, and Excite Spray is gonna hold on to this thing. The spray's not coming through for Kenny. He's thinking he's gonna peek, but he plays chicken with him, and Excite Spray pros, they don't fake that thing. He's not a college player anymore. He's gone to the big league. 7-5. NYIT will lead by 2.5.
Batteries aside, they had to rotate from the other side of the map, but it doesn't even matter because Icebreaker yet again has a massive clutch up moment, pushes past the orbital strike. It's a little bit of a misposition from Trident, pushes in through there a little bit further ahead than Trident was ready for perhaps, and then a perfect read of the scenario that Kenny has an operator. What are the odds that they'll actually hit this shot through the screen? The odds were low, and that's the odds that Zeiss was betting on, and that comes out on top, clutching out for the team. This player stepping up when it counts the most.
Chad, you remember the good old days, man? When it was 6-1 for NYIT. Where did the times go?
It's just an adaptation from St. John's, man. It's one of the reasons that they came into.
They're walling over. Are they walling over?
Because,
Hello?
yeah,
Are they walling over?
Boy, I hope so.
I have not seen a wall over in far too long. S-Flow Looks about ready for it though. Fortunately enough, Smalls Nation definitely ready to have a Raptor. And oh my goodness, SJU, it does not matter. It's caught off guard, but not for very long at all. Right click to come through for Ethan to pick up 2. He's got the trades to come forward. He's got them into the side as well. Avoiding trying to pick up the last 2 members of his team to the back of sight, just leaving him now in 1v3. He's got a low brimstone. That's about it. His turret's already gone, so not getting information when these players do come off a scaffold. Molly going to force him to play strictly to the outside of elbow to the back of the side angle where Kenny's there with the headhunter to wrap things up. SJU have now brought this game within 1.
Yeah, so good adaptation, good experience across the board for this team, ready for the possibility of the wall over like that. And Flow, with a combination of Small Station just being able to fall off just a little bit, get a couple kills, and buy a little time for the rotation of the team to come through, which is just enough, exactly what they needed. We're talking about the defensive composition for New York Tech and how hard it was for St. John's to go through. It's a very similar issue because the Chamber is so good on defense. These trademarks being able to just cover so much ground for information gathering. The Sage being able to do a very similar thing that we saw from last half from New York Tech. There won't be a raised combo with it, but the incendiaries from the Brimstone should be a very similar success rate. And of course, like we would expect, Brimstone is hanging out towards middle of the map. Seems to be favoring the B site instead of the A, but still will have a fast breakaway over to the A site if they need to. Simbeacon provides a really fast rotation at the very least.
Oh, jump peek for S-Flow. Mitch cannot find a headshot on S-Flow. Certainly can. Running back up to the top of the staircase to find the angle over the head. It's the first frag early. S-Flow to do the same sort of shenanigans. He's going to jump in the top of wall here. He hasn't done so just yet. Looking to get an angle on this player to play jump up. Nate is coming through to make some space. Mango, and it slows back across for everybody. So no one's getting through mid right now. It is in no man's land. And Slow's gone now. Opportunities to make a move. Stembeacon going to be out for SJU. They are reading this early push, and they're absolutely correct in the read. Nothing to smoke haven't landed just yet. Slow going to get run down by this offensive. Satchel does go right for Mango. So S-Flow's going to catch 1, 2, 3. A 4K now for the Sage. Just leaves Ethan in Mailer. He's caught a clean trade, but only one. Trident's right back with the refrag. 7-7. SJU to bring the game now to a tied scoreline.
S-Flow is just hyped and ready to go. Didn't even wait for the full heal to come through. It was like, I just got a 4K. Let's go for the ace, baby! And then just got shut down with a headshot from the Ethan. Feels bad, but still, though, a fantastic hold from the top. It looked a little hairy when that peak right there happened, but when Mango pushed forward, that flashback was a little bit too far forward to successfully get through the doorway properly, and S-Flow answered that perfectly. Got the nice spray down for the other 2. Couldn't quite get the kill on Ethan, but it's all good. They did the job perfectly that round regardless. That's going to be buy it for New York Tech. Also having similar issues to what St. John's had, where they are running into a stall in mid. They're not able to get past the Sage utility. They have to slow way down, where they're going to have to figure out a way of getting either through B side or A. And considering the Sentinel for St. John's is set up towards B side, just like we saw Ethan do for New York Tech, we might see a very similar solution for this attacking half for New York Tech, as St. John's found eventually on the later end of the first half.
One quick check pause, so it's time for early adaptations, but only 2 rounds, so all Gucci. All is well in the world, and Mid Control looking like it's going to be early and much more contested here for NYIT. SJU definitely dabbled with it at the beginning of the half, did not find the stuff they're looking for, and just kind of let it ride. Instead, work through, play additional members into main, and then just lurking their way through mid very much later into the round, which is the clean adaptation and definitely did make the difference for this team. It looks like NYIT able to smoke mid, early in these rounds, and SJU's been doing a pretty solid job of stunning that early. But as I said, only been 2 rounds. We get the bonus to come here for this team. Now, we'll see what SJU is able to find in this one. They've stacked all the way up towards the B, and their read is not too shabby. Oh, Ethan out for 1, but he's instantly traded as Boy's going to pick up not just the first, but the refrag as well. Look at the pop flash to go even further into this one, so he got the spike down. Pop flash into a Vandal. The flash don't last that long. It's all good. Kenny's able to swing for a 3K, and that he is. SJU pick up their 8th.
Kenny being able to get that Vandal upgrade there and just use that perfectly. St. John's with the lead for the first time this series. It is map number 1 of the best of 3 in the semifinals. And I think Kenny and Small Nation are going to have a fantastic experience on this half. Chamber naturally performs really well on defense, as most Sentinels do. But just naturally you have an Operator Ultimate, which is really good at holding angles on defense more often than offense. And the trademarks are fantastic for map control across the board. That trademark and vents actually especially, I really love its position there. So people do get control of mid, and know where they're going.
Ooh, nice shot on the Small Nation, but it's a slow to come through. Boy, look at the swing off. Good for a 2K. Mitchell tried to one right back though. Now a Vandal in the hands of the KO. Rez will come through on the site, and that will be known about for NYIT. You know, these 2 players going to be towards that site angle, and they look to take ramp now. Look to take Heaven control. There will be just the Chamber watching it right now, but he slid over just in case they try to make a rotation happen. And S-Flow will be close towards Heaven. Recognize they have walked away here. NYIT thinking about cutting noise and walking back.
I'm surprised Kenny doesn't set up trademark or rendezvous yet. Just now did. Interesting rendezvous positionings on Vince for B.
Yep.
So you hold high.
This is fake if you peek from Heaven, I guess.
Yeah, I guess you can hold from Rafter and then just jump down to. Well,
yeah, if you peek B
I'd
Heaven, you
actually-
TP and they think you TP to CT. But in reality, you're under sight and they probably don't clear box. It's that's the angle. It's not gonna happen anyway. So just.
I'm actually curious if that's on box.
That is
Just
a good question.
TP back to high.
Regardless, S-Flow has taken 2 to Rafters as his team tries to make their way out into the site. Excites Rare. Finds the trade, but doesn't have the spike in the hand, so has to back away. We'll recognize I'm saving. See you boys later. JU will be on the hunt. Throw the slow just to make sure these guys do not make it to me in time, that they will not. So he's able to escape with that gun. It's a 4-0 run early for SJU here in the half.
Yeah, all things considered, the slow order is not that much of an investment in comparison to the risk of losing the rifle and armor. And that long strip of sewers, that slow order is just the help that S-Flow needed. Instant wall. Honestly, Cat, I am not a fan of instant walling.
Sure. He's just broken a lot of the time.
Because that right there that just happened is the normal response.
Yeah, the instant wall almost just delays the default. Everybody go break wall. Okay, guys, go default. Bye. It's like a team huddle at the start of the round.
There was still a minute 15 on the clock and the wall's gone.
Oh
my!
Both players on A, they're gone too. Mishru's found both. If you're SJU, you're kind of forced to rotate here. You got no defensive side left. It's going to be a free side. They want to take it. NYIT have the read. S-Flow trying to come through mid to try to save the day, but he's caught by Infinity Prime. Has info though. Saw 2 to mid. Saw 3 mid actually. So knows Small Nation. They're probably headed your way. Be Heaven. And we'll get the heads up. Pull the Smiths away for 1. Now tucking towards Hell. Looking for a second, but not quite to be as Ethan stuck out garage to save his teammate for any sort of headshot to come through. They've made it into the site. The Side Bears will throw the plant down, and Kenny has a 1v3 ahead of him.
We've seen the proficiency of Kenny with his Vandal in hand, but in a 1 versus 3 situation, Crossfire is set up. If he takes this angle, it's going to run into a complete firing squad through the dark cover as well. You have no vision to work with. Yeah, that's not going to happen in a million years. Ethan with the first shot to do the trick. NYT fighting back, getting the first round, the second half, making the adaptations and finding success sooner, but is it as much adaptations as it is Michiru just popping off?
Hey, sometimes you can adapt and get better. Sometimes you can be better. And Michiru in that moment was
hit
better.
Your shots, kid.
Yes, sir. Yep. So they should so close there. It's not quite. And Ethan there to bail his teammate out before any danger can happen. Spike defaulted here to the outside of Ramen. Wall's not come through instantly. 0 point has information on the Sage. Still yet to wall. So we get a little switch up. Any switchers?
There's no from the shadows to capitalize on this if he is successful in B site, so it would be a fake that they have to commit to. Dropping that to try to present some mid control, but there's a wall there, so St. John shouldn't be falling for this one. Even this bait, I would be surprised if St.
Rizzo's gone.
Commits to us. Oh my God, they're falling.
You'd be
for
surprised. Well, are you surprised?
Okay, he's going back.
Ken?
He's going back. He's going back. He's going back.
He does
He's going
come
back.
because they have not heard any noise from this side, and that gets on very, very quickly for SJU. But it's too little, too late. Try to smooth away from the angle, so he's not going to be able to get into sight. He's got to get the space away. Null command is well going to mean he's got no utility, so he does not want to get in. We'll save that utility for when that null command does fade, so they can find the retake instead. So good for the first to ramp.
No.
They know. Yeah, they absolutely know. And S-Flow will take a second out of it. Sage doing the work to get him in. Kenny Boyd and Small's Nation all will grab their one. They storm into the retake. SJU baited for just a minute. They save the util for the retake. They come gushing back in. North Command multiple throws, using all that first point util.
I really like St. John's response to that situation. Yet again, we see St. John's doing a fantastic response overall. I mean, Trident was kind of falling for that, but honestly, Trident tried staying on the side itself. Probably would have just died to the just aggressive, just death ball strategy that New York Tech just used. So they just falls off. Let's play for retake 5v5. We have the angles to work with because we still have heaven control. We still have screens control. And then playing from heaven into ramps, once they got control of that, it's a three-pronged attack onto site. New York Tech was completely cornered, especially towards the elbow area. And St. John's had their own null command to work with. It's like, oh, what you tried doing to us, we're going to do to you because you can't run away to fall off the site. And it worked out beautifully for them. 10 rounds now for St. John's. Fantastic adaptations on the site, on the reads, and now in the lead. Looking to continue growing that into the victory of this map. It's paranoid though. Flow having a fall back, still fighting through it. Finds two, gets the third on his ice rare, and False Nation coming out as well. St. John's, they're just running away with this game, Cat.
You can walk in my util if you want, but you walking into me, big dog. Like, what? You really want to do that? All right, man, come on in. S-Flow said, come on. It's my treat. I've prepared tea. I prepared cookies. And he makes them eat up the bullets, man. So clean for S-Flow. They come through the wall. They come through the slows, but they do not come through the storm of bullets that S-Flow is cooking on up.
What a moment for S-Flow. Had a little bit of a slow start because you're a Sage playing the anchor role on attack. Obviously, that's going to be a little bit tough to deal with, but ever since S-Flow was put in positions that is like advantageous, they have capitalized on those opportunities so well. Getting multi-kills after multi-kills, the control over mid so firmly used.
Oh! That's a really nice play. The pop flash
That's B site opened up. There's one player here.
Satchel?
It's just Kenny.
Only Kenny, but Kenny get like toward
Kenny's just
only
enough.
Kenny, we say. Only Kenny. Kenny looking as strong as 5 men on the defensive to come through into mailrooms. They're getting absolutely nothing in that department. Work back towards Ramen. Have a chance to go garage, but they triggered the trademark there, and they already know Kenny's around heaven side with an op in hand. So where do you go if you're NYIT?
Yeah, those trademarks are going to be doomed for them. Even if they clear it out, then they're going to have that sight line that Kenny can just crossfire it. Once the smokes go away and that's what gets better control over mid, Kenny will actually better.
Enemy removed.
Oh, just kidding.
Ooh.
Dice Raider just made
Oh,
that
this is the
winnable
bait.
team.
It's
It's
the
as
bait.
well.
He doesn't get here in time. He
But
doesn't
it's
get back.
Kenny.
A 3K, and it's the tour de force 2. It means a slow field comes forward. Infinity is able to sneak through it. 6 bullets for Excise Rare in the gun. First one to come forward. Can't quite find it when he has it. Infinity climb. He's got the weight of the world on his shoulders, and Kenny bearing down on them as well. A 4K for the Chamber and SJU. They now see themselves on match point.
It's just Kenny. And you might have thought at the start of that, it's going out to having to try to fight off all these members and getting rolled through. That would be an opportunity for New York Tech, based on the numbers, based on positioning. But the result at the end of the round was that only is Kenny that's needed. Just Kenny needed to defend the entirety of B site for the team, as well as mid for the moment there. Smallization shows up there, but it was just Kenny for that round. match point for map number 1 of this best of 3 for St. John's after having a rough start. The adaptations, the reads came through, the tech pause came in, or the tac pause and the tech pause, but tech pause they can actually talk through.
Mm-hmm.
They figure things out on defensive side of things. This composition.
Who is it? Who is it, Chad? Tucked on
It's
top
just
of
kidding.
box.
There.
That it is an NYIT. They're going to look to burst, execute the B site. They gotta deal with his trademark still. The util to come out. They get the site. They'll let him walk in. Nothing to be found for Kenny. Void's found a trade back the other way for the Mango player who does stuff into the front of the wall. Mitchu's taking the trade back on that Heaven KO though. So MIT, they got some spacing pillar. Small station will catch Mitchu as he backs up behind the wall, gets the sideline. Void rezzed as well. Res trying to the open though, so Infinity's taking it straight back. Small station to take one more from pillar. Listen this away now to the back of the site, down towards Hell to help the team out of drop. Slow to come through the back of that Sky Smoke Garage. Trades back on sides. Infinity and Trident both getting involved. 2-on-2 and oversight to back site. You gotta move to the Sage. Move straight into danger. Site's ready to take out one though. The swing to come through for Smalls Nation, but Ethan has it from Pillar. Will keep the game alive. NYT 9-12 after they just run it into the B site.
I really like the idea of using that overall strike to flush out any of your rats around the corner in a cubby, just so they can try to get the bearings and swing out and not go into crossfires. But they didn't expect to fall to the person swinging out of cubby. That kill honestly was everything to allow Ethan an opportunity to try to win out 1v1, and that they did. So New York Tech stays alive with a very explosive take onto B sites. That was Ultimate's used. Here comes another one. The death ball onto A site. Nearly worked before. Got through the postman at the very least. The Trident shutting it down with a 2-kill. Make that 3.
Make it 4. There it is. And
win.
S-Flow will finish the job. It's 13-9 SJU. It is just them cleaning the house to wrap things up on Split. Took a second to find the footing. They had to get the ingredients together. They were trying to find the mop. They were trying to find the broom. Looks like they had to take a trip early to Home Depot. But as soon as they came back with the cleaning supplies, they got to work and they were scrubbing it up.
Yeah, Trident was forced off site from a little bit of a misread beforehand when the no command death ball strategy came through. But this time around, Trident was there and ready, had the angle lineup, and just sprayed down, found all the headshots. It was quite the performance in the last round for Trident. 13-9 post-match. And New York Tech came out really well on the defensive side, very strong out the gate. But overall, the adaptations from St. John's to be able to read the situation of, okay, we can't really fight for mid-control that heavily. We have to wait out the utility. New York Tech is willing to burn that instantly. Let's go ahead and wait out that time. Be patient and attack the site that's a little bit weaker and doesn't have all that utility set up from the Killjoy, things like that. Once they figure out how to do that properly, they started winning up and racking up those rounds on the offensive side. On the defense, it came down to a similar situation that New York Tech had to figure out to break through that defensive hold from mid, from B. They had a solution maybe of A site, but at the very end of it, it was Trident that just gunned them down and said, no, this is not the weak side. I'm here, ready to fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And St. John's, this is the ability to recognize, like, we're just getting stalled mid. Let's go work presence on the other side of the map and then come back. We'll send a late lurk through mid and then we'll take that space. So the fact they're able to waste that utility and then come back around. And that speaks to the early wall you talked about, that literally they just meet up, shoot it together, and then break off as homies. Just a quick little ready break at the start of every round, and a literal ready break as they break through that wall and then get all that so early. And yeah, you give the mid space away just a little bit. If you're SJU, you let NYIT have it and you say, listen, you can get into the pits of mid, but you are not crawling out of them. We're not giving you any heaven space. Kenny, very apparent the fact that he's not giving any heaven space away, and they're able to just quickly clean things up from there, looking very dominant towards the end of the series. We'll see if they're able to continue to look dominant now, as they are going to jump through their opponent's map pick, which is going to be a much more standard map of Ascent. I will say in the collegiate space, at the very least, Split is a map that we do not see very often, a map that really has some nuance to it, a map that's been constantly changing, especially meta-wise now, to take the Astra away from Ascent, to take kind of like away from Split. It's kind of taken the Viper away from Split, which has made it very awkward for some teams to play it. So we haven't seen it nearly as much. Ascent, on the other hand, we see it every day. I mean, if you saw it, what, 3 or 4 times yesterday. So it's a map that everybody's going to feel comfortable on. So that gives NYIT a chance to maybe feel a little bit better, feel a little bit more cozy, and we'll see if that makes up a difference here.
Yeah, and 2 of those times that we saw yesterday was from New York Tech playing on it, and what they did very well on Ascent was map control. If they have time to work their way out, find those gaps where they can get the pacing, get the spacing, and get access to the rest of the map, then they did. And from there, they use that information to collapse and just oppress the enemy who's on attack usually. So New York Tech having really good looks on defensive side of things, which they did on Split, and consistently was defensive favored matches. Yes, that we saw as well, which is interesting for the story for the entire tournament. But when New York Tech ran into issues on Ascent is when the attacking side team, it was Farmingdale, the first semifinal we watched today, actually Farmingdale, that were aggressive, explosive, and didn't allow New York Tech the time to set up that map control. So if St. John's, as we've seen, is oftentimes wanting to be explosive, even on Split, which is a very slow-paced match, if New York Tech can't slow down St. John's to establish that map control, then St. John's might be able to just explode out and be able to take out New York Tech in the second map of the series.
Well, we'll see as we explode out of break. In just 3 minutes, we'll be back with map number 2, semifinal number 2. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Welcome back, one and all, to the CECC Northeast Invitational, where we've just watched map number 1 go the way of St. John's University. Now, NYIT, they look to strike back on their own map pick, as they will need to get this to fracture to map number 3 if they want to keep things moving forward, if they want to punch their ticket to the Commissioner's Cup in Atlanta here in May.
Yeah, and we kind of talked about before the break of playstyle choices on this map. St. John's willing to be explosive, and that's similar to be what the weaknesses of New York Tech, at least what we saw yesterday on Ascent, but that's a whole new day, and they could have figured out, you know what, we need to do this and this and this against explosive compositions, and figuring out a few different ways to shore up those little weaknesses could be enough to be able to come out on top on map number 2. And it comes down to stylistic choices as well for this team. So we're going to Agent Select to see what the compositions are. We saw a Brimstone on this side for New York Tech yesterday, I believe, if I remember serves correctly. And
correct.
We'll have to see if they continue going with that, especially if we keep with the same roster that we saw today versus yesterday's.
Well, we'll see. We have not got to see St. John's on this map at all, at least not on broadcast. So we'll see what they have cooking up and how they're looking up on the map. Because if you play a map like Split to that caliber that well, you should certainly be able to play a map like Ascent better. Because I mean, it's just a map that you know, map you 100% know, guarantee.
Yeah, NA favorite, collegiate favorite. That's for sure.
They'll go with the Brimstone as well. It does look like, no surprise there. You talk about explosivity. You got to have the stim beacon around. You just got to.
A little bit of mix-up. So it seems like Kenny is kind of like the opera player for St. John's, just because they go from Chamber, Jet, Smallization, just wants to play that like pseudo-duelist, off-duelist, that kind of thing, going to the KO, which a lot of people say is like a better arena these days. So I kind of agree for the most part. And Smallization looked pretty good on the arena on splits, so I expect that they'll look just as good on KO. Void going off of the KO onto the Brimstone, while Trident goes over to Sova, which perhaps is just comfort picks, familiarity picks. There's no real Sova play on Split, but if you know the lineups in Sova, you're the Sova guy, then, you know,
Choose
go over to Sova now.
You know, I looked in the
Prime
mirror
does the
this
same thing.
morning, and I feel like I'm having a deja vu moment. There's a mirror right in front of me.
I was looking in the mirror this morning, and I was feeling like I was a David Shaw vu moment. There's a mirror right in front of me.
Are you me? Are we the? Are you me?
Are you me? Are you me?
That's exactly what these two teams are saying as they're playing the exact same composition going into this one. So the question is not going to be about compositional differences. It's going to be about who's better at the game of Valorant. And if you're NYIT, if you're a Cybears fan in the chat, let your energy be known, because they need to be better to keep this series alive.
I actually like side bears. That's cool. Big fan of bears. Good stuff. Right on. I also like the Scarlet Tempest. It's cool mascots. Shout out to these teams for coming up with a little bit of creativity with mascot choices. Like that a lot. And shout out to these teams for coming up with what is perhaps the best composition on this map. I think there's a lot of even ground between the Brims and Omen options for Ascent. And I also feel like Astra is still viable, depending on the composition of choice.
You got to be able to play the slower pace to be able to utilize her effectively.
Yep.
And both these teams like the quicker pace. We can tell already that contact going to come through, and already through A main is SJU, so they know this one's going straight to the B side. Probably going to come down to B main, limit some space. But that Sky Smoke is all it takes, and it lasts for so long. This team has to respect the positioning. Spike's going to go down for NYIT. And those flanks still going to be on the way. Do you expect two out of B main is the question, and NYIT, they're going to poke and prod to CT. They've got Mango up pretty far early, but oh no, this could be disaster. It's everyone to walk through B main. That's an easy cleanup for Smalls Nation to take it. Kenny now to push the team down lane. Now the tail end opens as well. Looking for the first on the brim. Going to find it. And Void will find the other backside in the meantime. So they've gotten both frags. SJU will take the pistol. We'll keep 3 alive as well.
Great first round for SJU so far. Team Ace coming through for the defenders. And Kenny, I'm expecting to just keep this Sheriff going for the next 2 rounds. Oh! Just kidding, I guess. Not playing for the other operator. A lot of times you'll see, especially the defending side Jet, if they win pistol rounds, will go and just stick with the Sheriff or whatever, Ghost or whatever, and just go into the anti-eco. Win that out, they'll stick to that same thing for the bonus. That way on the full buy round for round 4, they'll have an operator. It seems to be a pretty common trajectory, but Kenny would prefer going with a little more aggressive opportunity and more comfortable with rifles in their hand, it seems, not having to crutch onto an operator option, and seems to not be really part of the game plan.
You get to find the first early. Oh, the over-under angle though! Mitro just waits so patiently, waits for Kenny to walk away, and takes his turn to strike. The Brimstone going to be up close and personal now. Void going to be the second close contact player.
You know this Brim's here.
Loading in the stim.
You know Void's
the
here.
ring, no? Oh, well, we'll find it regardless. Mitro has that one. Into the site will be NYIT. Small, they should have picked up sites rest. There will be no flank into this round.
Oh, unlucky.
Okay, well, interesting round. All interesting round. 0 point will come through.
That.
Information to players to the scaffold. The chamber out of door, looking to really shake things up. Great. So never mind. The fragment lands top. That initial effect looks a lot wider than it is. Infinity will take 1. NYIT holding off for the postman right now, but it's those Spectres now looking to get involved. Great recon to come through, but it does not matter. A small nation trying to immediately hit shots if they drop, and that they do. Last hold going to come through main. It's a classic on the Sova. Got a lot of work to do and just cannot get it done. Trident will take that away, and SJU, they're going to find the retake. They're going to find the defuse. They're going to find their second round.
A little bit of an awkward post plan. Infinity is sitting over there towards A site with just a classic in hand. The 2 people who got weapon upgrades were the ones sitting in hell, and that information was gathered from the SJU members because they heard the double Spectre kind of like do the kind of shots going on. It's silence, but not that silence of the weaponry. 2-0. That buy up though, that was a very bloody anti-eco, all things considered. The spike got planted for New York Tech. You got 3 kills as well. All things considered, I'd say that's a successful eco, and they get a full buy up now. Phantom Squad. Phantom dominance decision making by New York Tech.
New York Tech will take early mid presence. And they'll look to work some extra space. That first space going to be up towards Caddis, low 1 HP. Unlucky, really. So not much you can really get in this round if you're the chamber. Just want to keep those trademarks alive. Wanting to keep watch of all these additional anglings. As Mitru will find that first. Void going to fall. It's the Garden Brimstone gone. The smoke's out of the round here for SJU. It's going to start to get consolidated. Kenny just barely hits the shoulder. And Excise Rare will come through main now to find that frag onto the jet. That's sight open for NYIT. That's the plant that's going to go down. S-Flow will pick up a ghost, but still 1 HP. So not much to get done for the chamber. Scaffold, rest of the teammates going to be on the way, but they're all on the flank, and they're going to get caught by that trademark.
1 HP is all you need, baby. That's it.
You're a believer?
Still alive, still a fighter.
Well, we will
Goes
see
in
Smalls
hand.
Nation has an opportunity to really make something happen. We'll also have that 0 point to go forward. Fragments early. It's a flash back of his own. So the KO's got to actually be there as well. So there's at least 2 in his way. Could actually be 3. And Infinity Prime will make sure that he's the only one who needs to get involved. Find a second to go with it. Now to peek back towards main. Scaffold, Tech S-Flow. Trying to get to find 2 with the Spectre. Econ damage will be there. It was a 3K. Infinity Prime to wrap up the round. 1-2. NYIT have taken the anti-bonus.
Nice swing at the very end there. Good crossfire setup at the start as well from Tree and Main. Challenging. New York Tech winning it out. We'll have to sit by round. And again, there's no operator this early on for Kinney. It worked out a little bit with their initial attack from A main. From Kinney. Defensive attack, weird to say. But didn't account for that second player to be there, so that kind of game plan of just snowballing the early buy-up for the Spectre didn't really come to fruition. So now they're going to have to go with the rifle option instead. They're holding over towards A main still, not looking for any aggressive peeks, because they're not working alongside a Sobel or the KO to flash themselves out or get information gathering. For defensive option instead, having a dash burn a lot of utility, but the ultimate was also gone.
Ooh, Excicerary will take Smalls Nation. They made a little bit of space for themselves yet again into mid for NYIT. And they're going to take that exact same mid presence. They're going to look to work towards the A side of things. Maybe Kenny on the elevated position here. Honestly, it's been a long time coming since people have played this angle. I don't know if you check it or not. If you're NYIT. Surely you check lower, but I don't know if you check top box.
It's not common, but it's still like often enough that I feel like you're going to check it.
Well, I guess we'll find out. Recon will kind of make it happen. Oh my goodness, the counter recon though gives positioning for Kenny. It was like to a third through the smoke. Look at make a 4K happen. Infinity Prime trying to trade back now, and Ethan will push through against Void. Getting a 1v2 for themselves. Will have enough HP to be able to work with something. Get out the plant. Looking to the scaffold. Nobody coming out just yet. Molly to come down to make sure that plant can get held, but it's been touched.
Right through that
Step in front of it. Ethan, he's not gonna be ready for this time, and there's certainly no way. Sitting on the orbital strike as well.
Ult yourself, Ethan.
This is terrifying.
You won't.
Ethan
Just
is
do it.
to risk it all for the round. He throws the orbital strike, but S-Flow is taking the frag, and he's avoided the entirety of the ultimate. 5x7 ult orbs. You will be missed. Thank you for your sacrifice. 07's in the chat. It's 3-1 for SJU.
Feels bad. Yeah. How wild would that have been if Ethan just ulted himself, man?
This play wins them the round. It really does. That
really
recon to come through. That third shot is just intuition, the heads-up awareness to take out Excicerary. But that early
that's
recon,
the sliver of the gap between the walls, right? Like just experience the game. You know that's where you'd shoot.
Yeah, exactly. It's not just the fact that that recon comes through for Trident to make that play possible. The fact that he cloudbursts himself to tuck the recon scan so he doesn't get shot through and checked instantly. The only reason he gets any frags there is because of that cloudburst play. Just very heads up from Kenny all the way around, and it really makes that retake scenario advantageous for SJU. The only reason they have that player advantage going into it.
Yeah, player did a lot of creative things that we saw in Split, like the trademark setups on defense that we talked about. They didn't really come out to matter in the end because there's an A hit instead of B hit, but like there's little things that Kenny does are very creative micro plays.
Yep.
That it just shows that this player has an open mind, like just is willing to be creative in the moment and does so in a way that's actually optimal.
Yeah, an open mind and open via garage door because that thing is big.
Yeah.
Simple door won't cut it, man. Bedroom door, not enough. That thing's motorized.
Yeah. I might need to get a motorized garage door opener for my own place soon.
I thought you were gonna say for your brain. I said not enough space, big dog.
I do it.
I mean, I don't know. It's not too bad. Oh, for your garage?
Yeah.
No wonder you got the brimstone muscles going on.
30
If you're looking to
seconds
muscle his way through mid, he'll have to work through the trademark though, and have to work through S-Flow, and that's not gonna happen. Stroh's been caught off. Small Nation gonna grab 2 with the frag, but the 2 trades straight back the other way. These players coming through mid market, a dash to come in early. Kenny's gonna catch Excicerary. We're gonna come through mid door as well. Spike's gonna be down from Mango. Gotta find players to get down if he wants to pick that thing back up, but it's not gonna happen. Void will catch him from the top of the scaffold. It's a 4-1 scoreline for SJU. They started out looking dominant on split, looked dominant in that round, but of course that is the NYIT Eco. Now into the gun round they go. Maybe money not looking insanely great. Maybe not. Maybe a buy down. Where they money at, Chad?
Dude, I'm getting some Kenny Ackerman vibes right now. Any Attack on Titaners in chat?
Don't know. Oh, that's the one guy. Yeah, I know who that is.
Ah.
The one guy, not good explanation, but I do know who that is.
I saw that one guy from that one show, right?
It's that one guy from the show.
Yeah. Great character.
Yeah.
Very diverse.
Oh,
very
isn't the
depth.
guy I thought it was? I was thinking about Levi. Never mind, I was wrong.
Can't use that.
It's his uncle, I think.
Old guy. Yeah, I was wrong anyway. NYIT are right in the fact that they've snuck into lane pretty much instantly. I've just worked through all the util. Drone from Trident will know about it. They'll have at least all this util for SJU to get back in. They'll have their orbital strike. It's didn't use it in an interesting post-plant scenario, so they have an opportunity to use it in this post-plant scenario. That orbital strike goes back a sight. It's actually just free money for SJU because it forces all of NYIT to walk up. We'll see if they use it or not, though. Just looking for frags to get themselves early advantage. Just Mako to find one with the frenzy. That's a big frag we picked up. They'll come and make sure there is going to be no orbital strike into this one because they cannot use it. As Mako going to find 2 more with the frenzy. 3K with the frenzy.
Oh my god!
3K of his own. Mitchell's turned 1 back around, and that has left him into the KO 1v1. No utility plays response here. He cannot flash his way out and make sure it will catch him. NYIT, they win out the post plant. SJU just don't want to use util into that round.
Wow. Yeah, orbital strike is available from Void.
Yeah, why, man? That's free. Because this player tucks back a boathouse, able to get opportunities. I mean, really, I guess
3.
we got to give it to Mango, who finds a 3K of his own, jumping through CT stair and literally just gunning everyone down. No fear of the frenzy. You peek for 1, you say, okay, I did it. I did my job. I steal a gun. I try to get away. He says, no. I don't need another gun. This is the Pocket Spectre right here. I'm good to go. Finds himself 2 more.
Even though, like, looking at it now, you're like, oh, Void, you have an orbital strike. Why wouldn't you use that in this situation? But, like, you already got the 3 pop-off, and at that point, like, everybody's going to swing.
Well, he can't. Well, then he can't
you know?
use it. At that point, he can't use it because he's no commander, so there is an excuse there. I'm talking when he's B main before they even get into it. Kenny's picked up 1 onto Mitru. Oh, do you reswing this if you're excited? Are you willing to reswing this? You hear all the steps coming through. You have a teammate now to help you.
Giving away, yeah.
Mango's going to find 1 into mid, and NYIT are honestly just letting SJU walk into them.
All right, Kenny's watching the upper ankle this time. That curse angle that ruined their plans from the initial bias earlier on. It's all going to come down to Kenny here. One of the players we've been focused on more so, with good reason, this half.
Oh, Kenny. 1 more for the road, perhaps, but is
don't agree.
NYIT absolutely punishing that peak. Kenny does manage to somehow escape. To get out of dodge onto that one. Press flow, rather. Ethan will pick up Kenny. He is not escaping his fate over towards generators. An ult over there. A chance to pick up an orbital strike if you're Ethan, but so they will walk all the way around. They're going to look to go towards Cat here, which we'll see their chamber holding on to things. They're working to beat. All that contact did come through. They said, okay, we know about the contact. We know players are going to be here. Let's go B. We have no smokes to work with here, so Trident's going to have free pickings. 10 seconds left. If you're NYIT, you just got to run it down. And in the time that Trident is in dart, they snuck under his nose. The orbital strike is going to come through. Doesn't stop the planet, does not. He gets it down just seconds before he falls to that orbital strike. Great shot for Prime. Has put the numbers back to even here. Does that Hunter's Fury come out now is the question. As S4 going to pick up the first.
It would be risky.
Prime, where would you throw it? They're going to push you surely.
1 enemy remaining.
CT instead close. They're able to take 1. You hear the brimstones. Randy sneaks away just before the walls can connect. Coming down CT stair. The reload from Prime. The peek out. He gets it through the Radiant box. Infinity Prime. A 3K, a 1v2 clutch to be had for the Sova. A 3-4 score line. As NYIT now trail by just 1.
I think the Hunter's Fury actually would have been a really bad call there. And Ethan just like, with their dying breath, just supplants it. Just like, you got this, team. I believe in you. They had to, too, because if he fell off and just tried to save his life, they would have lost the round for sure. And that's the only reason why Infinity Prime was even the opportunity to clutch up this round. But what a clutch it was. The lineup, just the knowledge of how this game works, like ace the geometry class, surely. Infinity Prime, fantastic clutch moment there. The Hunter's Fury was available, and with the information we had, I think it would have been a fair call, and it could make it actually work out really well based on how they were lining up over towards CT as well. But with the information that Infinity had, obviously. That would have been a tough decision to make. I don't think it would have been the right call with the information they had. So I agree with what they did. Yeah, that was wild. What a wild time. The orbital strike was like half a second earlier, even like a quarter second earlier. I think they would have won the round on the side of St. John's. That was so close.
Yeah.
Narrow margins all the way through that post plant. Infinity barely getting out in time to get out of that box when Void was swinging to go and get the reload off too. Like, oh my gosh.
NYIT around, they should expect to win here. SCU take the timeout. They're playing the eco this go around. Work the whole team through A main. They're going to hit the trademark, so it should be known about. NYIT in the meantime is just taking the space to go into the B site. We're Trident. Let me just grab a trade here. There's a chance. This is going to be a very large scale flank coming through. You got a Spectre on site. Close lane too. Good for one. You're going to have that trade though. NYIT here into sight. Plant to go down momentarily.
Dragging that kill could have been enough. However, there's no orbital strike available from New York Tech. Saw if they get the information that they're all coming from garage, which they should have at this point. Yep, orbital strike. Not the best placement. They just probably thought they were going to be more aggressive pushing out.
Range on the first CT. Still going to be a thing that is up right now. Excites for Ethan to find two. All Dayton's traded one back. A second as well. Suddenly a 1v1 with a little bit of time. He can find one last headshot, but just not quite. Excites for left on 15 HP, and NYIT will win it by one member standing. That is their anti-eco, by the way. SJU does a ton of damage to the point where we're pretty much evened up in the money department, and they've gotten out the orbital strike too.
They've had a nice streak though, so the economy is good enough for the buy here, but it's surely going to be broken if they lose on this round, or if it's even a bloody win. If there's only one person surviving again, it's going to be kind of tough. It's going to get to that point where I can't really buy up. But it's nice for clutching up multiple times the first map, doing it yet again for this team. And that's 2 rounds in a row. It's like a 1v1 situation that New York Tech has had to win. So even though it's a tie game right now, it's still just so narrow margins that New York Tech wins these rounds.
Way to swing out early, or from Mitch Roots, but he swung from the wine player. Kenny will take that one away. KO's out of this round. The entry initiator utility gone. NYIT stuck lobby, looking to rethink their default.
While this approach happens, I want to give a quick shout out to our observer, Cool Scoots, giving us the big map pop up when there's macro rotations like right now, so we can easily see the macro things happening when there's no gunfights. But now, the gunfight for S-Flow try to hold the angle. Here it gets out. Ace Hype being attacked on, but there's all these members of SJU are here ready.
They are, and you don't have KO utility, so you got to do it all dry. And so there's so many trades being had right now. S-Flow waiting. He got a door here. Is he going to be stuck towards post generator? Still gonna wait his time as he knows those scaffold players smoked off right now. He's waiting for them to get through, and now that they're through, he's gonna find one, and that guarantees there's a trade opportunity. Trying to grab that one through the scaffolding as well to wrap things up. SJU 5-4. They come out the timeout, lose on the eco, but they get back to the gun round, buy up, and are able to consolidate the defense to make adjustments and find themselves a round win.
Nice to reel that situation by St. John's. Having that stack up that A site with 3 members there, part of the why they are able to do so is because they are able to place these trademarks, just like you see right there in the pizza, right there in the middle of the map. So you can have more people allocate over to the side, not have as many people towards mid control, especially the forward information you have from double initiator step on A site, or B site, I should say, the KO and the Sova. You get so much forward info to allow the team time to regroup, especially with the stim beacon. You can get those 3 members over rotated a lot faster as well. So it's honestly a set up for default on defensive side of things. Void though gets a little greedy for information, which is fair. You gotta make some greedy plays sometimes in the game of Valorant. Or shut down.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is always when greed turns to gluttony and you end up choking on the food. S-Flow post garden. Ooh, good flash turn. We'll find it and we'll rendezvous away. A beautiful play to equalize the numbers here as Kenny will be stuck towards the site. Fragment goes wide, so it means players can still swing. Changes that attention over, and Prime able to catch him with the ghost. Small Nation has one back the other way, and S-Flow running to be here on the flank. Small Nation took a second for his troubles. Ethan will find the trade now, a second to go with it. He's caught the door player, making it a 1v2. Small Nation is not in any sort of position to be recoverable. That puts things all up to the Sova. Shock will come through.
One enemy remaining.
Not one who's afraid to use the orbital strike in post plan. This time he'll use the Phantom instead. He'll find a 3K. NYIT 5-5. They tied things back up.
As I give people a lot of credit, I have to call it out when it is due. Kenny was very greedy on that round, though, with how they're positioned. They just kept going away further and further from Dice. Just kept going further out, exposed, completely exposed to the angles of tree and A main. Already confirmed that there's people fighting at tree and A main, but kept like inching. We do like that as like stutter steps, right, to reposition slightly. Kept doing that toward more exposed ground instead of back towards Dice to try to get to cover. So just greeting for the kills, trying to pop off a little bit too much in that situation, and didn't. Sometimes you just gotta stay alive for your team to rotate in.
Absolutely. Out mid early is all of SJU on the eco. Kenny's found the frag. That's a gun easily picked up for the team. NYIT will pick up site control. We'll walk into A site for that spike plant. Oh, Mitchell walking right into Kenny. He's gonna find that one though. The pop flash out the smoke. No one there to receive it. SJU are all gonna run their way down into A main where the Brimstones tuck line. Ethan, he's looking for the spray now. He's looking to make a little bit of a clip here. He's out. Good for one. A second. Looking for the third. And does not convert. A Small Station, the player that does pick up that rifle, does have frag back the other way. Looking towards Halford sites wherever there's a trade to be had. And Mitchell will swing around Garden to take out Void. NYIT now lead 6-5.
Last round in the half.
A lead for the first time in map number 2. Something we haven't seen since early part of the second half of last. Yeah. So this looks good for NYT as well, because they definitely looked better on defense than they did on offense yesterday. So if that continues to be true, then they might just run away with this game at this point, even if it's a tie game going into the half. But sometimes it comes down to a stylistic thing, and honestly, Brimstone is naturally a better offensive option.
That's rare. They find the first two. They play for close contact, and they do not win it out. Hunter's Furies come out, but it's given away that so is Fishting. He jumps to CT Stero. Mango is ready to intercept, trying to catch that frag.
Wow.
Two players going to be all the way to A main.
That's probably the round 2. I mean, there's
at least they cloud burst the trademark.
John's. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how helpful that is when the whole team set up on post play on the other side of the map.
Yeah, you're expecting them coming from this angle anyway. It's like cloud burst actually allows them.
Smoke down.
Hunter's Fury out. Not found anything, but not like it matters too severely. It's last round of the half. You might as well throw the overstrike in trouble. Contact comes through. They've done just that. I'll go mid-market. It's first Void out train to the jaw of Pango, who's good for 1 and good for 2. As Kenny gonna fall. 3K to be had. Void will get 1 post-mortem. That helps the KD just a little bit, but it's a 7-5 scoreline for NYIT going into the half.
So NYT, we saw Michiru primarily being a person who just pushed out, especially in the mid yesterday. That was against teams that were not as good as St. John's, though, as far as performance this weekend. So I don't know if Michiru's going to be able to get away with that as consistently as we saw yesterday. But oftentimes we saw Michiru out in the middle, as well as the Brimstone player for New York Tech yesterday as well. Ethan's doing the role today. And based on positioning here, on pistol round, they were a little bit more cautious, trying to get a read for how the attacker teams would fight. But as the half went on, they would progressively feel more and more comfortable pushing out for mid for control.
Deep A main. Will get caught by damage. Able to tear one away, but he's brought himself back in the sky smoke to be caught yet again. Void and Flow to find the first frags, and sight is SJU. Small Station will find another. As everybody from NYIT looking to take individual peeks, and no one has been able to win a duel.
We're seeing that willingness to explode from St. John's we're talking about in the pregame, where that could be the ankle breaker, the backbreaker for New York Tech. They don't have time to set the defensive control of the map. Just buckle under the pressure of explosive offense, and that alongside a Brimstone, especially in pistol round, Simbeacon is even stronger.
Last player standing.
It's all down to Zysphere, who's clutched it multiple times before, but on 1 versus 4, yeah, it's a little tough.
Not to be SJU. They're taking the pistol, and they're going to be looking to tie this thing back up. But it's almost reminiscent of the split scoreline.
Yeah. Feels very similar indeed.
A gift.
Also similar so far to how the first half started. Pistol round going to St. John's. The rifle rounds overall tell the story of the half. This just generates an accelerant. Didn't play for the Operator on defensive side, so I'm not surprised to see Kenny go for the Spectre this time around, since Operator is a stronger option on defense than offense typically. So of course they'll go same game plan here. Spectre in hand. Full through explosive aggression works out for them anyway. The swing around, Shorty is here. Does nothing. So a little chip damage.
Chip damage definitely not what's going to kill. So into sight they're going to go yet again. Simbeacon to send themselves as quick as ever through Garden. Will be the Brim breaking down door right now, but President is going to be sheriff. It's more than known about the shots are ringing out. Void has swung through. Stimmy difference, baby, every time. Ethan gets caught out. Sice Rare caught by the rendezvous, and Kenny able to set up that alley dunk to find shots home, and that just leaves Infinity. Shorty long range. Well, they do call it a shorty for a reason. It's 7-7. It's a flawless round for SJU.
7-7. That was far healthier as well than last time. Last time they had like fully buy up, and it was like a really awkward buy for the bonus round. This time around, they'll be just fine economically moving forward. One for a B-site hit. Trademarks are not set up for installing this, so it's coming all down to Michiru to use that utility to fragment their own, try to get that 0 point send out as well to stall. The smokes are here from Ethan. And the rotation through, they'll be able to get the molly down as well if he brought that one up. Actually, they don't have it, so just the smoke alone will still be enough, though. Hold down mid for Ethan. See if they can get some more information. Little peek.
Quickly working into mid. This will side smoke has come through. This team gonna to play their way as quick as ever through it. Wade's picked up one trademark, gonna slow him for just a moment here, but the Snippy is back active. It's go time here for SJU, flooding out of mid-market. In the Cloudburst, out of the Cloudburst. Kenny finds it regardless. Ice Rare will find one S-Flow now down the CT there to pick up. Michiru in there are comfy, chilling onto this site. They've laid out the sleeping bags. They got the pillows. They got the s'mores. They're perusing. Pull out the popcorn tin. Mango take one back. It's his popped S-Flow. He's got to do more than that. He needs the popcorn with the butter, with the kettle corn seasoning on top. Call it a recon right now. He's trying to make sure he wall in. Yeah, that's the only thing. If you don't use utility to get in, it's all coming on the post plant. And Mango, oh my goodness, there's the butter. That's the kettle corn. This got to find one more. They're looking to add a little bit of the soda to wash it all down, and they got it. A 4K to come through for Mango. He said he needed a little bit of extra sauce. And my goodness, that boy is dipping.
All right, Mango. Hey, we were talking about brunch earlier, right, Cab? Looks like Mango got a nice hearty breakfast today.
They call him Mango because that boy just made him a smoothie.
Yes,
like
sir.
That. He blended them on up. Got the
that
4K.
dash through, create that crossfire. Yes, sir. What a play from Mango. Getting New York Tech back in the lead. But it's so bloody still. Even though that was an amazing play, still so many members died. They can't get a full buy-up on this round. And we still are seeing success from St. John's with the explosive playstyle. We saw that as the weakness for New York Tech on the defensive side of being so slow-paced overall that if they're allowed time to breathe, they look incredibly dominant. But if they have to deal with explosivity, it's a little bit tougher for them. What an answer back when slow. Calm down. Don't shoot at me through the smoke. What you mean?
Trying out Cat. Be caught by
They found my
Esplos. That's the retake dart gone down. Mitchell's gonna find long range Spectre
Finally
fight.
put
He wins
down.
against the Vandal. That's impressive. Just still gonna fall. Still a lot of work to do for the retake here. They will have the second initiated utility, the KO utility to work off of. Time runs shorter and shorter. They're gonna try to bring that KO on the flank, and Trident has more. Okay, man. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. Just as I try to give him credit for being set up for the deep lurk, he leaves. Kenny will make sure Exciter leaves around, tries to get out door, he gets caught. It looks like he'll come through to force out the Brimstone Fall Station to pick up that frag. And now Trident, he is doing a great job of watching the lurk deep. He's found frag into A main, deep gelato. It's 8-8 as SJU have tied things back up.
That wasn't really the explosive thing. It was more just S-Flow just saucing two people.
Yep.
And then the defensive was just like, it was just naturally weaker at that point. The rest of the team just worked as a unit, used the numbers advantage, and had a setup that was just so tough for an NYIT to get through. Blades are available for Mango. We already saw what they could do with a pistol in hand and a rifle, but we'll see the Blades coming through most likely this round. And there it is. Gamble stack for B-site. Unfortunate read. The rotation through, noticing that they didn't give information early on. S-Flow punishing the rotation. Mango, hello, you're awake.
For a second to go with it, not quite. Double updraft could be in the future, and that it is, but just can't connect. Run out of plays. One more play, he has that for sure. You can see that only 5 kunai allowed. Excited shot through the smoke. Gotta catch some of his own though. Flo has the frag. Trying to play with the back as Mango gets one from close generator, and it's a cleanup to come through for SJU. 9-8. As they will wrestle to keep that lead in their favor.
Dude, that round would have been completely different if Mango had one more blade. Get that kill onto Void. Get the reset. That Brimstone utility gone. Actually, could have been a round win for New York Tech. So close. Operator in hand for Mango now. See where he goes with this one. Looks like might be going into tree. If so, it'll be challenging Esplo most likely, because Esplo has been the one challenging this angle. But no, Esplo rotating around. Smoke off. Smoking off their own operator. Interesting. Pick.
They contact, they trade.
They won't know Kenny's here. Yep.
Well, they know now.
They actually baited themselves into that misread. Smoking up their own operator forces Mango to have to do this like cheeky around the smoke hole towards box, which makes them feel like based on position of the players that they have mid controlled. So he thinks, oh yeah, nobody's mid, surely, right? And he kind of just peeks that willy-nilly and just gets shut down. Because of that, Mango needs to push out and try to do even more than they really should be, because they have to, which is then punished by S-Flow. So it's just this chain reaction of unfortunate events for New York Tech.
That it is, and they'll try to find some luck here on the retake. They're good for the first.
You don't know about S-Flow.
Play through lane. There will be the flank on the way, and S-Flow now to arrive. That's 100 Fury is popped as well, so that's the ultimate gone. Vicerere will fall as initially clipped, now fragged. It's a 3K for S-Flow. It's a 10-8 scoreline for SJU. We're looking to take another round that should be pretty free for them here, as it is the eco to come forward. We're going to finish this series off 2-0 and send themselves into the finals.
If they smoke that, then they need to have Mango in mid instead of at tree. They smoke the gateway. Hopefully in the future they'll do that. I mean, that's typically what you should do. So maybe they're trying to do like a career play that has a higher risk but can catch them off guard, but I don't think they needed to.
Let's get you the Temple 6 come up here on the eco.
You ever have your ultimate completely stalled by one smoke, Cat? Because that's just what happened to St. John's. What wins, an ultimate or one smoky boy?
A battle of epic proportions. The Null Command, costing 7 ult orbs or a $200 Sky Smoke.
It's not even 200.
Is it cheaper now? Is it 100?
It's way cheaper than 200, that's for sure. Yeah, it's 100 right here.
Man, 200 is nothing for me. I'm I'm rich. It's
Yeah,
cheaper
it's always
for me.
been 100. Yep.
No, I mean, 200, they might as well be 100 in my book. You know, my wallet kind of stacked. It's kind of fat. I'm not going to lie to you. That orbital
We get
strike
7
is
orbs.
on the site. It's going just like that is the orbital strike, but he stopped the plant for a moment. It just will go down to his underhell instead. Oh, caught by the dart. Here is Void and going to be caught by the damage.
This is an eco.
Eco looking pretty dang solid right now. He'll find another. Traded out now by Trident. He's got to do a lot more work than that. Hold on to things from close generator. He gets caught by Prime. And it is an eco to come through for NYIT. They thriftied him. It's a 9-10 scoreline.
A lot of that was just really nice headshots with sheriffs. That's just the way of Valorant, is if you have a godly shot with a sheriff, you can make any eco look winnable. That's exactly what New York did, is they used $100 100 credit Sky Smoke to stop the entire ult and the entire attack of St. John's. The rotation came through. Nice read by New York Tech for that one. Used their own 7 orb ultimate to stall the plant long enough for the rest of the members to rotate through. It also disrupted and channeled the members of St. John's to certain positions that were more predictable, more easily read by New York Tech, so they could then swing through and have prediction lineup shots when they did the quick peeks. Hit those headshots, get the numbers advantage, swarm from there. Beautifully done.
Indeed, and that's the kind of momentum you'd want to see come through for this team. He needs to take this map to keep things pushing forward. You know, pushing that drone will come through towards Cat. It's spotted the chamber, and they've rendezvoused away to safety garden. It's another $100 smoke to stall up the push towards Cat. And begins to come through, and it's a massacre to come through for Ice Rare, but only good for one. Validation is taking back the Brimstone player. Desper trying to get over the Sky Smoke now, but does not see anything. Nothing to be seen, in fact. He'll be primed towards Hell. He'll be caught out by Trident and has that frag. Plan to go down, generated for SJU. Looking to hold in the post plan and have ults to do so. Yeah, I like the Milk Make middle here. It means that you don't get to use any of the ultimates if you're SJU. You gotta do everything by gunplay, and that they will do. Small things take it to a second through the Cloudburst. Just has the read on Michiru, and it's suddenly just up to Mango, who's good for one, but gonna have to find 3 more. 2 players gonna be towards main. Now that the Milkman's gone, that Hunter's Fury is going to be online to be worked with here on the generator. Slow fall down, but he's into Small's Nation, who has picked up a 4K for his troubles. 11-9. It's SJU. Bounce instantly right back.
Yeah, Mango doing everything they could there. I mean, we've seen them get a 4K clutch moment before, but the setup from SJU is just too good. And the jump through to try like isolate 1v1s, like that's literally everything Mango could do in that situation. But just physically, it puts you in disadvantage on that challenge when you go against Small's Nation. Small's Nation is simply too good to fall in that situation. Speaking of which, 21-12-7, Small's Nation having a fantastic showing this map. 4 ults available for St. John's. That smoke slowing things down again. And the rotation off again for St. John's. But this time, New York Tech, they don't have the orbital strike to stall. Not instantly rotating off either. We'll see if they can still pull off that kind of miraculous round that we saw from before. Trademark is here. Milkman does not shut down Trademark.
Does not. Util shut down here. That's to give away all that garden control. They step forward. And stepping forward out of Scaffold is both Prime and Excites for both to be snapped away by S-Flow. He's going to find those first. Short. But all good. The Molly will get utilized instead. Just needs a little bit less stall potential. Flash to come through. They walk past the Molly. Mitchell's found 1 and Kenny's found both. So once again, a nice double to come through on Scaffold players. Mango will now walk towards Scaffold, the fate that all of his teammates have met so far. Kenny to fall. Second for Mango. Looking to avenge the lives of all the brothers he's lost on Scaffold. He'll pull out the Blade Storm. Does no one's close dice though. Does he check this angle? The Brimstone just going to tuck it for now. Mango to drop. He's cleared Hell. Looking to push forward. Knife in his hands. Still hasn't cleared dice. Void will have it. 12-9 match point. SJU looking to punch their ticket to the grand final.
Match point.
Good tuck from Void. Very good tuck. Literally just never, ever gets impatient there. Gives the time for Mango to go clear.
The Trademark does get suppressed. I'm crazy.
It's all good, man.
Never mind.
Mango go up close and personal. Gets caught trying to make a big play. B main, and what has not gone his way. S-Flow has found Mitro as well, and suddenly SJU, they're up by 2 bodies here and have all of the B site under their control. They'll start to pop ultimates here, and why the heck not? You want to secure this thing. You've got 4 ults to work with. You might as well let him ride. The tour de force for now. Orbital Strike, I guarantee, will come out, and Hunter's Fury very much safely do so. Let's see off his drone tag. Looking to find shots. That it has done. Tags to come through. Ethan's going to fall. Small Stations finding Sice Rare. Now the Blaze Storm's out. Last player to be made. Infinity Prime. He has himself up against the world. A 1v5 that you need to grab to the soul. We're going to be mollied off for now. The Blaze Storm will find that final frag, and everybody on SJU will get their one. They take a 13-9 scoreline, a 2-0 series, and they'll be up against Farmingdale here in the grand finals.
Fantastic showing by St. John's. They did it on both maps where they just kind of figured things out, adapted, and just did better at the end, especially the attacking half. Looking fantastic, honestly. They're doing exactly what I kind of predicted was potentially the weakness of New York Tech is if there's explosivity, it's hard for them to react to it. That Smokes, the Sky Smokes were doing a really good job of slowing down the explosivity from St. John's. But at the end, like especially that last round, the whole command being popped, they just burst onto A site. All those other ultimates being used to suppress and just push through as well. With that as your point on top of things, just St. John's figuring out the formula for success and executing it perfectly.
Yeah, and the KO utility, I love you mentioned it, very, very good for that team as your point to come through, make sure trademarks are an option for Garden, allows them to step in and to play that style they like to play. That util does not suppress them. The fact that they are able to suppress their opponent, literally suppress them. That's the name of the ability off of the 0 point, to be able to then walk their way in and be able to freely push themselves into the site without having to worry about any sort of stall potential. That one Sky Smoke's the only other instance of that, but that gets thrown down before they get a chance to actually get those ults, get those 0 points out. So that's the difference being there. Honestly, St. John's just have really solid control of their composition, really solid play over their executes. IGL leadership pretty good over there, but now they've got Farmingdale.
This is the matchup that starting the day, I was thinking it'll be sick if we get to watch some Farmingdale versus St. John's action. That's exactly what we'd get to see from for the grand finals. Farmingdale also, we interviewed Zeno, who she said that they would love to go ahead and match up against St. John's. Because somebody they haven't matched against before, and they think they'd be a really good opponent to test their skills against. And I think that's going to be the case as well. New York Tech, a long-standing competitor with Farmingdale that Farmingdale oftentimes wins against. And we saw that New York Tech was able to put up a pretty good fight. It was 2 13-9 maps, which are not blowouts, not dominant at all.
Nope.
Really good competitive matches there by New York Tech. They do fall, though, but we do get to see a very exciting grand finals. I think we'll be going to third map and full distance. We'll have to find that out later. We are going to go to a quick break, though, but when we come back, we'll have an interview, hopefully, with one of the winners from St. John's University. Ask them for their insight on that and what they're thinking about for the matchup for Farmingdale as well before going into the grand final later on. So stick around for a few minutes. We'll be back with an interview as soon as we can. Interview with one of the members from St. John's University, coming out with 2 back-to-back wins, 13-9s, but still looking really good the way they close out those matches in a nice, comfortable 2-0, going on to grand finals. But first, to ask some questions, we are joined by S-Flow, who's a member who had a lot of really good lurks, especially on that last map. So S-Flow, thank you so much for joining us, first of all, and asking you questions about this. Going into the series, you have New York Tech for semifinals, and going forward to Grand Canyon or grand finals up against Farmingdale. These are teams that have played against each other a lot. You're both looking forward to playing against you specifically. What were your thoughts going into today's events?
Honestly, just going into it, we were just going to play our game. We felt confident, and I think we really showed that. This was my first semester of being IGL for St. John's, and I think we're showing great results.
Yeah, I'd agree.
And I'm looking forward to this grand finals.
I agree. That's interesting to know that the IGL leadership in the game coming through for you. We'll get into the crux of that in just a little bit, but we'll start at the very start of the series on map number 1 of Split. 6-1 deficit to start things off. You guys come back around, finish at 13-9. How were you feeling initially and taking that timeout through the first half of the map? What did you talk about with the team?
We felt so confident. In fact, actually, our mental was we were there. In fact, we were actually kind of happy we were down because we knew that we were gonna come back. We weren't letting it get to us, and we just kept our head straight. You know, we said, you know, we're better. We're gonna play like we're better, and we're gonna prove it. And that's exactly what we did.
I think confidence matters a lot. I appreciate you putting on a show, just, you know, allow it to go down and just make that comeback happen for sure. It did seem like it was a little bit of a stall in mid with that Sage Raze combination for sure. And having a little bit of difficulty finding those like picks and anchoring off towards A side, things like that. But especially like after you found success on attacking the A and things like that, especially on the defensive side, you were just holding down mid like a rock. Oftentimes dropping the wall instantly to just stall the default a little bit. And then once people were pushing up, you just held the line, gunned them down. Was there a lot of tactical adjustments you need to make, or was all that kind of going towards your game plan? Because we even saw times that they were going for creative, like over the wall plays, pushing their own wall up and just exploding. But it seemed like you kind of always had an answer for it. Was it predictions? Was it just experience?
It was honestly, with the team I'm with right now, we've been together for about a year and a half with all the players, and it just comes with experience. We know we just kind of have like good reads most of the time, and it turns out to be true. And we ended up capitalizing off it.
Now, S-Flow.
Yeah.
You're the IGL.
I am.
Okay. The attacky side, pretty good for you. But S-Flow, listen, man. Between you and me, we both know your opponent, Farmingdale, they're probably watching the stream. So don't say too much, okay? This is me looking out for you. Don't say too much. You're about to play them, okay?
Yep.
But we know that your work around the KO pretty solid to get you guys in. But let's keep it basic, because you don't want to say too much.
Sure.
How are you feeling about the KO in your lineup? Let's just say that.
I'll keep it brief. But all I gotta say to Farmingdale is just be ready.
Just be ready. You know, actually, on that topic, we got to talk with Zeno of Farmingdale. After their win, they said they're beating you easy. They said it'll be a 13-5 scoreline on every map. That's what they said. What do you feel about that? How do you feel about that? That's what she said.
We just gotta play it out.
She said we 13-5 NYIT and we will 13-5 them too. That is what she said live in my ears. How do you feel about that, S-Flow?
Listen. Words are words. Play is play. We're gonna show out.
He said it's on the map. He said forget on the interview desk. It's on the map.
Bring it in. Let's go.
Catnator, the live embodiment of that Mark Phillips meme, just instigating, just kind of, you know, stretching the arms a little bit.
That's right.
Professional instigator. All right. Well, I'd like a spicy grand finals for sure. Do you think this is going to go the distance S-Flow to 3 maps, or do you think it's going to be a 2-0 one way or the other?
You know, we're gonna play our game, and listen, I think there's a big difference between being confident and cocky.
Oh,
and
big man.
We're gonna get them, like, you know, the respect.
Okay.
And we're just gonna play our game.
That's real. That's real.
Yeah.
S-Flow, much respect to you. Before we throw you off the desk, do you have any shout outs to give to any homies, your mom, significant other? You seem like a charming young man. What's up?
Thank you. Just a quick shout out to honestly everybody in my team. It's a group effort. It's not my team. It's our team. And quick shout out to my girlfriend Allie. I love you.
Oh, I knew it.
Hey.
Hell yeah.
You could hear it in the voice.
Yeah. We're ready to play this grand finals.
All right. Well, best of luck to you. It'll be around in a couple minutes. And hey, show them what's up, man. Show them in the server.
Will do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. What
Catnator.
What a humble guy, Chad Lantis. I was ready to hear the heat. I was ready for him to fire back.
You tried.
It's in the server, man. It's in the server.
All right. So what is going to be in the server and what's in the schedule is we're going to try to make it a 2:30 start time for grand finals. The scheduled time originally was closer to 3, but it's a quick 2-0 for both semis. So we'll have the schedule right now. We'll see if we can get these teams put together, because obviously we have to let them know, be ready by now, right? So
yeah.
See if we can, you know, send out some lassos and bring in the Warriors to get into the server for the grand finals a little bit sooner. So we'll go to a little bit of a brief break, but definitely tune in, check it around, and see when we get started. We're going to try and make it happen as soon as possible for you all out there. So get some water, get some a little bit of a lunch perhaps, and be back soon. It'll be grand finals between Farmingdale and St. John's University. It's going to be a fantastic match. You don't want to miss it. See you then.
Different stinger.
It's time. Grand finals. It's going to be Farmingdale versus St. John's, and both these teams are looking fantastic so far today. Farmingdale literally true to the name, farming on the first series. St. John's had a little bit of a rough start on the first map, but beyond that have looked very strong beyond it. So going into this grand finals, I think we're going to be going the distance to go for all three maps. We have three exciting maps to cover as well. So Catnator, what are your thoughts going into this map? Because both these teams, I think, could have a really good look to take it home.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Both of these teams have massive amounts of potential. And you know, Chad, I'll be honest with you, even if the squad and Xeno go down, I know that she'll be coming back for the reverse sweep. So no concern there, regardless of how these maps do end up playing out. But we've got three of them going forward, and we know what they're going to be. Map 1 will be Haven. That's picked by St. John's. Map 2 will be Fracture. So this time around, not in the map 3 spot. Guaranteed to see that Fracture, which I'm so very excited for. In map 3, if we get there, going to be Ascent. So we've got two very comfortable maps for both these teams, Haven and Ascent. And then that middle piece, little bit of a speed bump in the middle of the set list. It'll be Fracture. I'm very interested to see how that one gets played out. But more importantly than that, I'm interested to see this map number 1, how St. John's is looking. Because I don't believe we've seen it on Haven either.
Yes, this is one of the OG maps from like the alpha days. It was Bind and Haven. Haven is one of the favorite maps of NA and of the world. Honestly, is one of the most popular maps out there.
Yeah.
So both these teams are going to be definitely know how to play the map, obviously, and also they're going to have to figure out what to do as far as map rotation, set up defensive lines. Such a wide map with 5 lanes to work with 3 sites. So naturally, defense is going to be spread out. So it's going to come down to a lot of like good IGLing to figure out how to rotate around and deal with explosive play styles. Which in this meta, that's pretty much how it is. Is you pick and explode generally, especially if Brimstone's going on the roster, which both these teams are really comfortable with Brimstone. It seems from today. Then we go into Fracture, which is a lot more adaptation work as far as just not the best flushed out strategies overall, because this newest map is a very interesting creative map. So
yes,
it's going to be a very 180 change from map 1 to map 2. So we get to see all angles, all sides of these teams.
Yeah, ironically enough, we've seen St. John's on Ascent and Split. We've not seen them on Haven just yet, a map that should be pretty familiar for both these teams. I'm interested to see what St. John's looks like on it. Would not be shocked to see the Brimstone come back out for them. And well, we know they're feeling confident. Xeno told us best. She said, "We 13-5 them. We roll them. It'll be easy money." But we got to hear from S-Flow, Chad, and he said, "Listen, man, I don't need to say nothing. My gameplay, it does the talking for me." So we'll see what the case ends up being. But both these squads feeling pretty confident. And one of these teams will not only net themselves $1,000 for the W, but they'll net themselves a ticket to the Commissioner's Cup in Atlanta, Georgia in May.
Yeah, I like that. Action speaks louder than the words. Mentality, Akiru on the Brimstone. We've seen them on Brimstone on Ascent earlier today. Definitely seem to be very comfortable and proficient with it. Void doing the same thing earlier on. So I think that this is going to be potentially a mirror matchup here. And there it is. Deja vu yet again. Catnator.
Yeah, it's like I woke up this morning, I look in the mirror, I feel like I'm doing the same thing here. Deja vu moment for me after the agent select.
Oh, they almost had a synergy. No, Sosa, what are you doing?
Sosa doesn't have it. I can just tell.
No.
Sosa doesn't have the banner. You can tell.
No.
Poor little
at
guy.
At least they have a jet, and they're playing jet, so it kind of makes up for the fact that they had the matching jet banner. So close enough, Sosa. Close enough. Go to the lobby now. And Chamber being really good on defense. We'll have those trademarks. On offense even, the anti-lurk options. One of the bigger strategies for defensive side of Haven is having somebody lurk up, especially through mid, once an 8 hit or 3 hit is happening. But those trademarks will give all of that away. Brimstone has a lot of explosive capabilities, and once those smokes are dropped, it's quite the commitment. Those smokes dropped as well, so we'll be seeing how teams will react. Oftentimes their response is to fall off site and play for retakes. So they'll use their own brimstone to then explode onto the site to take it back, kind of a situation, once the enemy doesn't have as much utility. A bit surprised to not see a breach being picked up, since that's one of the more commonly picked up agents on Haven these days.
Yeah.
It's also really good to be like anti-explosion to counter the brimstone even. Case today.
Spike down A.
Elias, Kenny good for one with that sheriff. We'll back away. Secure. They're gonna have a trade. They actually make their way into the site. The jet will dash forward. Site control will be taken. Let's see. They'll guarantee themselves at least the plant down, where that util can come through. Fragment's been dropped, but it will be off the money. They've got themselves some room to work with here. Another fragment coming to CT to stop this post plant retake for just a bit of time. Crossfire has been set at the site as well.
Cover slow.
Player standing.
There they go. It's a crossfire for Farmingdale, perfectly set up, and it's a 3v1 to finish it all off. They know exactly where Small's Nation is located, and those Talk Darks coming in strong. There's nowhere for Small's Nation to go at this point. It just has to jump out of the window eventually because the kills are not being given over to their way. Spike going down. So is Zeno. The timer. Oh no! Unlucky.
Little low HP.
Unlucky. All good.
It's okay. I feel we just watched it happen in a pro game, so.
Yeah, literally pros who are on jet and can glide down are doing that.
Don't
So
even worry about it.
that's the team that qualified for Iceland, by the way, did that. So you're
Don't
fine.
even
it
worry
happens.
about
And
it.
everybody's done that at least once. And also, all things considered, that was an unwinnable situation anyway.
Yeah,
so,
it was.
It literally was impossible for that to have any different outcome that matter. Maybe get the kill onto Sosa, but that's it.
Oh,
the
the
tuck
drone hasn't cleared it.
clear.
Drone hasn't cleared it. It's Smalls Nation.
Redemption
season,
arc
baby.
for Smalls. Some redemption arc for Smalls.
Trigger held.
Oh my
the trigger
god.
held. The
Oh
trigger
my God,
held.
Wade's cleared it.
Waiting for one more. Scholarship. You want the orb, buddy? Comes at a price. He'll lose his life, and he can't grab the orb either. So he's gonna go for the death instead. But nothing else from Smalls Nation. Dino will find the trade before that wildfire can catch the rest of the forest. He's tried it. He's looking to ignite some flames of his own here on the back side of things. Caught by Zeno, though. Yet again, the fire extinguisher around. Here's grabbed another. Sosa will stop the push out of Garage and will stop the push out CT as well. Avoid default. It's 2-0 for FSC.
How did nobody clear that?
Trust in the drone, man.
The
All
drone
trust in
didn't
the
clear
drone.
it. It's wild. I really thought Smalls was going to get more out of this. The unfortunate nature of things is with the timing, it took a little bit longer to kill. Looking for scholarship over here.
I'm pretty sure he got smoked by his own team, no?
Yeah, I got smoked there by the Brimstone, which allowed Zeno to cover a little bit more distance. Swing right back with the Spectre in hand. But all things considered, it was also an eco round. So both times we've seen that unfortunate circumstance for Smalls, it was in situations that really wouldn't have not been much different anyway. So.
Oh,
the incendiaries are there.
The
Oh,
fragment's gonna touch.
Ow!
Spike
Should have got
down.
one bit of util, not the second. So Fragment
Die
is
for the
going to get
cause.
the kill. That means the spike will not go down just yet for Farmingdale. And they are not down with the B side any longer. They'll head away towards Garage, looking to go to the C site where they just had that last post plant success. Able to find one through Garage window. Now the jig is up. KLB to CT. Smalls Nation looking for the cross. Already to sneak in is going to be one that guarantees that plant. Subi is going to go down. KL's been able to get the site. The rest of the team's still going to be very much tucked away. The B main flank is going to catch so many players in CT right now. Massive opportunity for Zeno. Going to pick up one. Wait, it's a quick trade. Zeno grab a second. Scholarship getting involved as well. Those are guns being converted for this team, but it's not planted for them. It's planted on site. Looking to hold that's going to be Trident. You got to wallbang this thing here. You step off to play the Garage player. Here's an opportunity for Zeno to get up close and personal with Smalls Nation and Trident both tried and true on the Vandal shots. And SJU will find their first round. 1-2 the scoreline. They'll take the anti-bonus.
It's a bloody one, though. It's a good bonus overall. They'll be able to buy fully up for Farmingdale. I mean, honestly, their takes have been very systematic. I mean, literally the one thing that has looked bad for their takes so far was just not clearing that corner. But, like,
Yep.
that's literally the only thing that I've noticed that they've not done cleanly. So, overall, that's just a very low punishment lesson to be reminded of that I'm sure they'll be accounting for moving forward. Stacking it for a site. Double swing, though, could be there for St. John's. No, we're gonna bolt clear. Tuck away.
So we'll check it and we'll find the frag. Kenny to fall. No shenanigans there, but trying it back with a good double. Fury will grab that trade. Now he's massive flanks on play for SJU, but how much space are they able to grab? No trademarks to worry about. Us at chamber
Lost their
early
chamber,
out the round.
yeah.
A lot of room for them to work with here. Have that KO utility going with it. They've stuck it along. They're very loud on the flank, though. Very, very loud. Weapons to be converted here. They should know about it. No one comms it?
Wait, what?
You gotta comm that, Akira. Let them know. No comm.
One enemy remaining. Last player
An
standing.
instant trade. Neslo will grab a 3K to grab the Vandal to win it out. Here, you big dog. Use the mic. They're elephants stomping down long.
Yes, full speed. They're definitely within range to hear that. That could be situations too. Feels bad, Bisubi. Sometimes comms are so active and people are so hyped, especially we're going to grand finals. Been on break for a bit, coming back in. Let's go. We're excited. Let's explode on sites. We're finding a lot of success. And that hype and the comms, they get so clogged that you don't actually hear little things like footsteps. Could be the case. That's why it's good to have clear comms, good calls. Aggressive pass flow. Gets out safely. Scholarship still looking, by the way.
Can pick up one.
Still
looking into the B side all the way through. It started as a window, now a door for him, and he's walked his way through. Tune's gone with him as well. Find refuge in the B side. Try to pick up one with the Hunter's Fury Scholarship. Pick up another with a newfound Vandal. One outside of the sky smoke sitting B link. He'll have a teammate on his back. We'll see what SJU are going to find out of it. Kenny peek into the Deagle of Shuby to pick up the first. Deceives Trident. Fragment going to be there. We'll stall for some extra time. Trident to spray through towards grass. He'll take large amounts of damage as Kenny, what other than still looking to Cubby. Trident will find his first, and yep. Pair of glasses on the chamber. That's because he's looking. 3-2 for FSC.
Still looking. Scholarship. 3-2. Honestly, this is the Farmingdale map pick. So you would have to expect a to come in looking really good on this one, and indeed they have. St. John's answering right back has a neural command to be able to try to stop this aggressive offensive playstyle coming out of Farmingdale. Go by round though. Off. Blazestorm isn't good. Subi shuts that down, but Small's answers right back. The Sim begins underway. On site, they'll be able to get spike planted, but that's guns donated over towards St. John's. This retake's going to be not too shabby, especially since he's still up in no command. You got to deal with Sosa. Haven't dealt with him.
They do now. Yeah. Trade to come through. That's a weapon to be picked up, and FSC will go the long way around. They're looking to come through C long for a retake potential.
At
least one player to sight. They don't check platforms. He's able to grab one before the util can come through. Akira now with the trade, or with the second frag, I should say. 4-2 for FSC.
Yeah, really well done. I would like to have seen that fragment go to the back of platform instead of to the right of double stack.
Yeah.
Because to the right of double stack, it's easy to just walk away from that hold. But back of platform, if they run away from the fragment, then they're running into your waiting arms by holding that angle kind of situation. So that sets up a checkmate, whereas the other one, they could just walk away and still have a good angle to hold. That actually might have been the doom for Xeno.
Scanning ahead.
Story. Something for the future.
Ooh, and for the present, it's Kenny to find Sosa early down long. The orbital strike will reward Void a kill onto Xeno. So that's shut down the A execute before it can even get started. Farmingdale, no choice but to run, sprint away from that thing. We're gonna head to C long right now, but the defense from SJU hasn't moved an inch. Still everybody going to be spread onto it. Sky Smoke goes to the left side of things. Void, he'll catch Scholarship to the right of sight. She had another frag. The lurk for the chambers found nothing. FSC are going to look to re-hit this A site. Still, 2 players ready and wait on the defense.
Last player standing.
Kenny, one of those players, op in hand, second frag to be picked up for the Jet. Kiru.
It's a high-low setup as well. You can deal with one, you can't deal with the second.
Gone. Flawless for SJU, instant bounce back.
What a round by Kenny. The player that stepped up a lot in the last series you watched in the semifinals. Definitely like somebody just high frag, aggressive, and gets away with it a lot. Both on Chamber and on Jet. Give me those Kenny Ackerman vibes. If that's the case, then you know they're good at what they do. Nearly tied up, but look at that board. Be buy up for all, except for Sosa, who has blades, and the rest of the team has the ultimates as well.
Get out of my way!
Everything Farmingdale could use is available for them now. If you don't win this round, it's going to be tough to look into the future for them. This is the moment for them to make a statement. Not suppress the Sosa. Team flash to Sosa.
Team flash, so suppressed in terms of vision. We need to find one, as he's got vision CT, and suppresses Sosa in terms of life. As Kenny's taking the outshot through CT, trying to pick up one as well. Shock bolt damage there. Flank to come through the chamber. Zeno's caught it. Sitting all the way back to lobby, ratting for that kill, and he's grabbed it. Fragment sits towards CT. So no one able to get in early here. And be a very patient reshape set of opportunities. And well, suddenly the patience has gone thin, as so has the numbers for SJU. Subi transfer for 2. Scholarship the last from short. 5-3 for FSC. Ping pong in the round scores now.
That transfer by Subi was fantastic. High on that smoke, just peeks, whips it over to the second to find Trident. That literally just shut down the rest of that. There's no more competition on that round, essentially. There's an operator in hand for Kenny, but has to deal with 3 people spread out across different angles with the timer ticking down so low. You have to wonder, maybe Kenny would that first pick, but even if getting it, dealing with 2 more people, might have just gone for a save at that point. Timeout going in for St. John's. Off to another little bit of a rough start. Not as bad as in that first series we saw for the first map, but to S-Flow in the interview said, oh yeah, we're completely confident in ourselves. So even though we went down 6-1, we actually kind of wanted that just to, make it a more exciting show, make a little test, make the comeback happen, which would be more exciting. So timeout coming now. You can say that, but will it be the same result second time around?
We'll certainly see SFSC looking once again to head towards A long, and they just met the operator of Kenny, who was good for 3 frags last round. Do they meet the same fate? Do they switch at the early util? That'll be the question, because they're 5 seconds away from possibly beating the exact same result. Okay, they switch up for early cloudburst. They'll pop flash their way through as well. So new util to get them in. Recon is good to look forwards, but no connections there for Kenny. SJU gonna find.
Wow, what a track by
Hunter's
Zeno.
Fury damage. Yes, indeed, as FSC almost taking out Kenny. He's left with 5 HP, but still didn't op in his hands. A one-shot weapon, so gun you'd want to have in that situation if you are that Jet. FSC has made their way into sight. They cleared the spacing. A lot of util to do so, though. So how does it post them? What does it say? Do setting up for that quick retake. One flank as well, being watched by Long. Flank goes to heaven, forces these players away. Kenny gonna finally go down. The util's caught him. Zeno's found one, a small nation. Sosa gets involved as well. Void to finally get one back. SJU was a 2-2 ace question. A second from Long. So it's cleared that space. Has made the flank look possible. We'll try to need something from heaven. Not gonna happen. Sosa has that one. Void will stabilize the core of the KO. So that's 2 down to 2. Sosa looking to take that close contact. Has one and has the second as well. A cleanup for Sosa. The 1v2 down. Sewer grab 4 on the round. 6-3 as Farmingdale State take their second in a row.
That's off the tactical timeout from St. John's. They fully bought into that round as well, even invested into an operator, and they still lost it. That's such a good look for Farmingdale. They tried getting that flank happening. It did find success, but the rest of their main forces over on the site themselves fell, and it allowed the time for Farmingdale to come back. They didn't expect Sosa to push up so aggressively in that situation. A nice continued spray. Hold down the trigger, because you can hear the stops coming from those brimstone dudes.
Drone out early. caught by the Martian back. So we're gonna caught with the dart, so has to back away. Farmingdale more than happy to take that C site, so they'll have it over now. Plan's gonna go down. They're gonna hold the post plan, and they get the downgraded until they have this one in the bag.
Nice Molly though, keeping them off. Makes this post point hold so strong. There's no ultimates really to be used here. It's an eco round as well. It's so tough for St. John's to get in here. Not a lot of utility working with either. And meanwhile, looking for a scholarship, who is still, by the way, looking for a scholarship. It got a nice double kill. It was a flank though. That's being held by Zeno. And Kenny falls on the backside while Hero and Subi handle business in CT. Flawless round by Farmingdale, looking unwavered by anything that St. John's is throwing at them.
Yeah, absolutely. And they've been on this swing of 2-for-1 trades this time around. They've got 3 rounds in a row, so looking to build even more of a gap here. Back to the gun round we go. FSC padding the pockets, so no concerns regardless of how this one goes. But of course, love to increase a nice little lead. We'll head back towards A-Lawn. I feel like they've been winning it nowadays with the new util switch up, and they've been absolutely correct in that analogy. So they'll do just that. Back once again they go. Really pop out of that cloudburst. No one even going to try to contest this one. They'll go down mid, try to make opportunities. Grass and Scholarship has caught both players. Alert good from the chamber. The Hunter's Fury, not so much. So nothing to be gained there for SJU. They've lost the ult. And as that alert gets the frags, I say, guys, that's probably the B player. That's probably the C player. Walk around. Cape seeing as well. That's why superheroes never wear capes, man. But it doesn't matter. They're trying to catch the frag regardless.
Planted.
Apparently. 3-3-4 now, I should say. Utility was in the last round, and the guns are a little bit better in the hands of St. John's. Still trying to fight through. By the Phantom. There's a lot of info to work with. He sprayed through that. Choke them out.
Trident on top of log to find one. Subi has a trade back. Salt Nation does as well. Out to CT. Now in a 1v2. Molly on the spike right now, so has to take just a bit of time here. It's half spike momentarily. Looking to hold this that up. This guy's going to be in his face. Shoot straight through it. It'll clear his out the job. 8-3. Farmingdale State.
Last round before the switch.
This has been a very fast round. That's one of the things I like about Haven a lot. It's very fast. All 3 maps today can be played at a fast pace. Haven especially. Because of the fact that the map naturally forces the defensive line to be so spread out, explosive playstyle naturally is going to have a lot more success than the average map. 2 stack over towards C-Long for St. John's. They're trying to figure out some kind of solutions. The last round that happened was a bunch of Spectres for the most part. They're trying to push up, try and get this chamber in position to use that rendezvous to get aggressive peek and teleport out, but they couldn't quite get it set up safely.
Farmingdale will walk the stimmy all the way through.
Walk.
The quick rotate to the A side. Yeah, well, a little hop, shuffle, a jump. Yeah. Mufasa fell on that thing. He will be Lion King all over again. Standing up close to first. On top of box. The judge will grab him one. Trying to have another Zeno now with the trade coming up the side of Long. A second to go with it. All the short players going to fall. Looks like guarantees. The rotations aren't there. And Subi will grab Void. Plant to go down for FSC. Plenty of time to set up the post to go with it.
And that's that natural strength right there, is that because it's so spread out, those other 2 members roll towards C site. The 5v3, and despite kills coming through, it's still a 5v3, so the trades will naturally go in the favor of Farmingdale to have an advantage going into this post-plant situation. The ultimate is gone now, but Saul is still good enough.
Last player standing.
Espo tries something aggressive, doesn't quite work out. Smalls gets a kill, and a nice pop flash, but a good swing by Kiru, covering the buddy's back. 9-3.
Switching sides.
The dominant first half for Farmingdale.
A very dominant half. A goofy little play from Kenny. Top of box. Sneak up for one. Just unfortunately that long presence does get through. Both players playing close contact to shore, and that means ain't nobody watching long. So everyone else will walk through. Farmingdale will swing through to sight. Slow pop through to heaven, and from there it's a good crossfire to be set up for the posts. Farmingdale have so much time to do so. Good stim beacon rotation to get them from that initial C contact to A main to make that play happen.
Yeah. GG's and good plays all around for Farmingdale. St. John had a few rounds, like obviously they won 3, so obviously they had a few rounds that could look good. But even in some of those losses, they still looked really good in testing. But it was largely a dominant half for Farmingdale. Score aside, even the way they won their rounds which is very healthy most of the time. This hold. Looking for scholarship, teleports out, but it's a slow and the fragment. The trap was laid and the trap was set. 3 kills going in their favor for the price of 1 and a few utility purposes. Boy, trying to get it back. Low on HP, low on bullets in the chamber. It so finishes the fights. Farmingdale, the fantastic setup to win the first round of the second half.
Yeah, you don't usually see that either. You don't usually see the defense looking stronger on the B site pistol almost in any instance. SJU's got it taken straight to him. FSC is able to just hold on to things, never even give them the space to get into the B site. You typically have that quick plant, have the ability to extend a little bit into the links as well. Make sure that no retake can ever come to fruition. But if you can't take the side in the first place, there's no chance to stop the retake. And that's a fact. SJU are going to look to go to long now. Early Sky Smoke will force them to work way harder. Recon scan too. There is going to be info there. Europe will have info back to site players. Kenny's able to dash into the Cloudburst to come out now to assist with the entire team. Find Akira trades across the board for everybody. Sosa, the one winning them out. He got a 3K. Now they jump to the Rainy Night, creates a 4K
Sosa
off of the Sheriff. 11-3. It's FSC. What did Zeno say? 13-5? 13-5, she said.
She said she looked at how St. John's plays and looking at what they have. She'll have to see what they come in with, but the 13-5 New York Tech, then they think there might be a similar outcome against St. John's, and that's what we're seeing so far. I mean, we saw St. John's struggle a little bit early, but they make a good comeback. But oh man, 9-3 going to 11-3. I don't know if we'll make it that much of a comeback. That's quite the mountain to climb.
That's slow.
Deploying drone.
We'll show them in the server. We spectating the wrong game?
Hey, Kenny.
See it, big dog.
Kenny, the
Kenny
player
out.
that I'd be looking
There
at
we
to come
go.
back into this game, though, because that's the player that keeps fragging out. That's their entry duelist. Has had many pop-off moments across the semifinals, and even had some good moments so far this game, all things considered.
And it ain't over until the final whistle blows.
Facts.
This team gonna make their way down sewers, just scholarship up close and personal. But he's got the rendezvous to get all the way out to CT. He wants close contact. He wants to get out this John, but are they gonna give him a chance? Good for one. Looking for more. No rendezvous opportunity. The only thing getting through is his body, and it ain't got no dang life in it. S-Flow will take that trade. To the site, they will get that plant down. SJU, see if they hold on to this thing. Fragments come through late. That guarantees the plant's going to be there. That's one piece of util that's not going into the retake.
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. That Steam Beacon is down. You get happy you got the 1 kill and you teleport right out, man. Steam Beacon.
Yeah.
They're gonna come in hot, fast and hot.
Ooh, Kenny grabbing a 3K. I still grab 2 more players trying to get out of heaven to help Akiru, and no help is there. S-Flow does have a quick trade. It is 4-11 as SJU. They have found their 4th round, looking to start to bring the round score back. Got to win this gun round. They'll break eco. They'll have a chance to cruise for just a moment.
Yeah, pretty solid anti-bonus there for sure. Kenny with no armor? Do they stay with no armor? No way, right? Yeah. They're one off from ults as well. And they could even work around the budget to buy. So I actually think it would have been better if they just played for an orb. It's smoked off anyway.
Drone coming through. We'll scan for scholarships. So that's some sort of information. Molly comes through pretty early C long, but SJU will take that as a sign that maybe they're not welcome there. So they will head to grass instead, and Farmingdale are going to look to scale all the way up A long. Gotta be careful how far you go, though. There will be the chamber waiting in wait. Same with the trademark. That's going to be on the pillar of B. You're close on that left side if they do want to work their way in to the front side of B.
Shutting them down. Throwing charge.
The 0 point has caught nothing. The fragment over to C-Link, but that's the second Skysmith that's come out to once again stall this team, and they're not going to play off of it. The recon back at site. They've pulled rotations. They have moved the Sova floating A over, same with the Jet, and Scholarship up close and personal. Good for one.
Down mid.
No more. Kenny has a trade in that department. We'll have the spike back in tow. Take that thing straight to the C site where they have some room to work with. S-Flow's found Subi as well, trying to get extra space out towards A lobby. retake here from the CT side. Kenny's caught Sosa. That leaves 2 out window.
Revealing area.
The second time we've seen looking for scholarship have a very aggressive angle.
Last player
Gets the
standing.
first kill, but doesn't rendezvous out. Greeds a little bit too much. Kenny gets the first frag, or the third frag, sorry, onto Akiru. It's the first kill of this post plant that Farmingdale is trying to make a dream of reality a little bit, but it's probably going to be a save here for Zeno. Maybe get 1 kill before leaving. Not quite. Boyd shuts that down. St. John, breath of life in the lungs. It's 2 in a row and breaking the economy of Farmingdale.
It's okay, Chad. She said 13-5.
She did. She did say 13-5.
So the only way to get 13-5 is let them have 13. So this round will be the eek. Oh, let's let them have 5. Let's let them have 5. No.
Okay,
no,
okay.
I'm so
Okay,
sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't let them have 13. Then you lose the game.
You lose.
No, don't have 13. You don't want to do that. This round, they're not going to have much for the Farmingdale side. They've got a couple of shotties to work with. See if they can get close enough to make them useful. Subi trying to do so with the judge. Really at the time of the pop flash. Turns it. Good to find 1 with the judge. A lot of damage to be taken back, though. From the spike carrier just yet. The long range of the blade storm. It's caught by S-Flow. So Sosa will get shut down long. They've snuck up the brimstone. Very far up to C-Long. They're just trying to get this team to play a rotation. That Brim will move away from the long position, so not going to be on it any longer. Like that from S-Flow.
Gun here.
Said, if I can't have it, y'all can't have it. That's for sure. That extra Vandal has gone to the wayside over the wall. Subi looking to take a round. He checks. Good awareness. Said, I know you have a judge. I know you're being a silly little guy. And he'll catch Subi out. Running out through short. Caught by the tour de force of scholarship, though. Slow field to come down to stall for time as 2 more players make their way through short. The long shouldering scene of Soba, but not able to catch it. Back out to short with Void.
30 seconds left.
Confidence on that angle to win it out.
Chambers dead.
That's the tour de force to fall.
They don't know about Zeno.
Spike planted.
He just got a shorty.
She'll
And the
be
Vandal's
a
off the map.
judge.
Last player standing.
Good awareness of Trident, man.
That is the benefit of throwing that Vandal off the map. You're
Yes.
stuck there with the shorty, you're stuck with the judge because you cannot pick it up off the ground.
Right. They had a good feeling that because they haven't heard a lot of presence like a site, and because there's a safe round, they're probably going to go for some shenanigans and some cheeky plays.
That's a good spot.
They already have the awareness of throwing the Vandal off map. That means they have an expectancy that somebody's going to try playing for it. So why not look for the flank when you know we're in a 3v2? 2 people watch the defending side of the map. 1 person watch the flank just in case. Perfect allocation of things.
Suppressing.
John's looking confident and composed despite being so far behind. It's a tall mountain to climb, but one that's not out of reach.
Drone will reach through the C site. It was back to site. That's about it.
Farmingdale. More respect given on this position
Yeah, you got
here.
It makes sense too, right? Like SJU's been playing slower. They've been defaulting way more passively as well, letting Farmingdale kind of walk into them because they've been wanting to get so far up A long, things of that nature.
Right.
You're just getting caught in close contact. When we talk about the fact that the chamber will wait so long before rendezvousing out that it's just one and done, even if it can be one and done, there's nothing more than that ever. And you start to lose opportunity, you start to lose your trademarks. So recognition for them, like, guys, we gotta chill just a little bit. Like, they're starting to come back.
The 0 point does catch out the chamber. Right, check the rendezvous area. They call for some cavalry, some support, and that's exactly what they get.
Can't use that.
All down to Sosa. And 1 versus 5. Suppressed.
seconds
Can't
left.
dash out. Can't use Thought Burst to stay alive. And get swarmed on by Small Nation and the crew. It's 5 versus 3 in this post mode. Plenty of ultimates to work with to defend the spike that's been now planted. Nothing for Farmingdale to work with at all. Honestly, Catnator, I don't think it would even be a bad call to go for a save at this point.
I don't either. I don't think you get anything off of this one. You just can't even get in the door. SJU have sealed it shut. They've hot glued it. They've thrown Gorilla Glue. They've put 4 different couches in front to barricade. They've put wood boardings. Yeah, they'll recognize, like, we're not getting through that. It'll take way too long. The spike will be detonated by then. They head away. And SJU chat have really been controlling the pacing here. They've taken it so much slower. FSC's been thriving in the fact they've been able to split up executes before they can come through for this team. And SAU, they've waited towards spawn. They've kept control of all of grass. No one's able to push up for FSC. There's no free frags given away. And then they will take the late round executes instead.
Esflo has seen that spike plant before. He knows exactly that positioning. Hung out, look at the death wall coming their way and didn't move a muscle.
That works.
Orbital strike still available. Blazer and Tour de Force as well. And with the economy that they have right now, they pretty much can buy out the... Actually, they can, because even if they lose rounds in a row, that means that Farmingdale will just win out the game. So, at this point, St. John's will be able to buy out the rest of the game. So the Blade Storm and the Sword of Force, you can pretty much let those fly whenever you want.
Spacing, caught by the 0 point. Info on both players.
Right here.
So they've been able to get up to grass, but Farmingdale, we talked about the fact that SJU's been shutting this plays just like this down. Not gonna let that happen for free. It's Kenny, he's good to find the first. You know we get shut down. So you try to flash back. The rest of the team got to kind of help grass as well. Farmingdale looking to have the great battle of grass right now, and S-Flow keeps the tides in favor of SJU. Through to trade one back. A second as well for the River Step Up Garage. Trident gonna have that trade from window. And still SJU, they sit spawn. They said, come on. Bring it on. The Rams, you want to come in? They'll wave that red flag. They said, come charge.
Amidst all of that, there was a Hunter's Fury earned by Trident while the Orbital Strike was burned. So they still have a post-plant ultimate to work with. The Chamber's down from Farmingdale as well, so that trademark's not going to do anything on A site. We'll late to respawn from Farmingdale. Its last members alive.
30 seconds left.
Saved last round. You still have such a big, significant lead. I don't think it would be a bad call to save this round as well, even though it feels bad to save twice in a row, but not a bad call, things considered. It was like they might try to go for it anyway, though.
Yeah, especially they can't really do econ damage either. Get the molly up early. Good lineup to come through. Hunter's Fury, if you really need it for SJU. But you really can't do much more than get guns down out of this round. It's not a round that you really expect them to be able to win. And then you're absolutely right. Like, there's not some money on the team right now. They have the round to give away. You find 2. They found the Sova as well. S-Flow. Oh my goodness, the discipline. Doesn't give a single peek. He says, I know you're not sticking.
This time!
I know
could have held it! Oh, they could have held it!
It would have had to hold. That was the only way. He steps off. We'll get the kill, but we'll lose the round. 8-11 SJU.
There's no way he would have known, obviously. On that timing, though, you have to know that if you do fall off of it, even if you get the kill, you won't have time to defuse. You might as well risk it at that point. And we know the rotation was late from S-Slow. He actually would have made it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, unless S-Slow starts running right then.
Yeah. Obviously, hindsight 2020, we know they all full vision in the moment, but like, based on timing, it's impossible to defuse it if you pull off of it. So you have to give it a shot.
Play for S-Flow. That's a Chad play right there. Just the will, not a Chad play as in Chad Lantis, but like a Giga Chad play. The willingness to not peek at all, and well, not willingness to not peek this round. Farmingdale will send out 2, and both will fall out of garage, so it will be a 2-player advantage right now. So we can send one back to the C site. Pop Flash to try to get out opportunities. They burned Hunter's Fury on the anti-eco.
Almost had a shot.
Yeah, close indeed. Void will have it through the Radiant Knight crate back to site, and say you are in C. They'll grab the plant down now.
Player standing.
Oh,
definitely interesting to burn the Hunter's Fury. I think they might have like felt more pressure than it was. And it was also better safe than sorry. You don't want to give up this round. That would feel bad for sure.
Yeah, 100%.
Down you go.
Cute Marshall in. Oh, clean little shot to the head of the back of sight player Kenny. For more recon gonna scan out here. It wasn't a wall bait to come through. It would have been the double swing. That's very clean from the back of the sight. Trident will wrap things up. 9-11. It's SJU. Slowly but surely flying back into this thing, 2 rounds away from being tied.
I don't even know about slowly either. That's 6 in a row. Like, they are stampeding back into this contention. And this mirror compositions as well. So these teams were both really skilled. Both are in grand finals for a reason. Both looking as strong as each other.
Focus now.
Going into this map, I mean, if it's mirror compositions, it's not that crazy of a world to see them having a similar success as each other on the halves. So this could very well end up in an overtime situation, or St. John's could even just keep stampeding through if Farmingdale is to figure out a solution to this aggression. A lot of it is also Farmingdale taking they're trying to take early trades and fights. There's been multiple members of St. John's swinging through and winning out the trades, either guaranteeing a 1v1 they get onto the site, or they can get that 1 for near 0 and just have even more advantage on the post-plant situation. So I think Farmingdale might look to try to fall off sites better. If I was a coach, that's what I would say at this point is just, hey, give site, play for retake. We have Orbital Strike, we have Hunter's Fury, we have Null Command. Those are fantastic ultimates to try to get back on the site. Just
absolutely
let it ride. We'll make it happen.
Just
5v5.
give them the space as well to be able to use your retake abilities, have the retake ability still online. Say you once again sitting default to the spawn, sitting towards grass. Now they'll start to make the execute into the C side of things. But that's the this time around. Has everyone still alive. Sosa will pick up by 3K to come through Garage Blank. They found nothing at all. Orbital Strikes guarantee nobody is making it through long. And SJU, they've been stunted. They've been caught off in spawn yet again, where they've sat for the entirety of the round. Pushed back in that department. Scholarship has snuck up A-Long to take one with the operator. S-Flow will peek in, will win the
10
fight.
seconds left.
No shot to win the round. Is not going to get there in time. We'll take the out for their troubles. Throw it off the map. Ain't nobody getting that thing just in case they get hunted.
I'm shocked that they used the Orbital Strike on the side of Farmingdale.
Yeah, Sky Smoke's there. Amali's in the Sky Smoke as well. Basically, no one's getting through
triple
C-Long
kills,
anyway.
5 versus 2 on the map. Yeah, so we talked about maybe not taking the.
Sometimes you just want around, big dog.
They did set up a trap this time around, though. Like beforehand, the criticism I had with that point was that they just would single person be posted up for the fight, Sosa or looking for scholarship. That time they actually had a crossfire bait and switch set up with pop flash things like that. So a little bit of a different scenario for sure, and they did it really good. Match point for map number 1 of the grand finals, best of 3 for Farmingdale on their map pick. Mirror composition though, and St. John's overall looked more dominant on this half. Nobody on A site, but there's just trademark that will give things away, and the positioning of Farmingdale is just fine for the point I made, where they can make that retake happen. Rendezvous can be there for look for scholarship. She up for aggressive fight, wins it out, and doesn't get greedy this time. Massive for scholarship to get out there alive.
You will dash their way into the site. Still going to get that plant
You want
down.
to play? Let's play.
It's not going to be difficult though. Down in members, no command. The Hunter's Fury now. It's their time to shine for FSC. The updraft for Sosa to find it over the wall. S-Flow going to fall. And here we go. The retake is on. Hunter's Fury will pick up one as well. Trying out a 3K.
One enemy remaining.
Converting so much there. Sosa to
Spike
get one down with the Blade
A.
Storm. It's all up to Smalls Nation to find a 2K to win it out. Has the first. Knows that Sova's got to be heaven. Shock Bolt will do just an inch of damage in that KO.
One
Gonna be
enemy
able to make the
remaining.
call outs here. Not anymore
30
though. We'll
seconds
fall
left.
away. Trying to award that true 3K now that the KO no longer stabilized. Zeno knows still Small Nation's got to be tucking the back of sight.
Nice 0 point.
0 points come
Confirms they're
through.
not in heaven.
That's no positioning. Pop flash to come through for Smalls Nation.
Oh,
Zeno
no way!
fall flashed. She said 13-5. They'll take it 13-9, and who better to close out game number 1? It'll be 1-0 for Farmingdale. A full flashed kill from the solo Zeno.
That is an unfortunate way for the game to end. That was the flash hit, the swing came through, but man, held the angle and just sprayed it down. That 0 point was really smart though, because that was positioned to where none of heaven was covered. So if Zeno was anywhere but heaven in that post point situation, it would spout them out. So it confirmed not in heaven, which down low. So play that perfectly. By Smalls Nation, but Zeno just had the angle. 13-9. That's what that's what St. John did to New York Tech. Both games was their 13-9. So they got 13-9. Couldn't make the comeback happen in map number 1 like they did against New York Tech in the semifinals. So on the map pick, Farmingdale comes out on top.
That they do, and we'll see. We'll see. Farmingdale taking us the fracture. It's a map that was in last series as well for St. John's. It was in there. It was their third map if we would have gotten there. So I do feel like they feel pretty comfortable in regards to it. We'll see what that case ends up being, though. But Chad, look at these teams on Fracture. What are we expecting to see?
I think the Brimstone is going to continue happening. I think Brimstone is a fantastic pick on Fracture. I think the Chamber option is going to be there as well. Probably switch off of the Jets to Arrays.
Yes,
I'm generally the call, and Chamber can still handle the opping and things like that. So I think Kenny might switch over to Chamber for the team, and they might put S-Flow onto either Arrays or something else. That might be the case, and we'll see how they decide to allocate. But I think those are the agents that we'll see. Is those I think Sova and KO are awesome picks as well. So there's a realistic chance we see a similar team comp, but probably swap out the KO for a Breach because that's pretty much the meta for Fracture.
Oh, well, we'll see what that case ends up being after we get to the other side of this break. And when we do, we'll see if Farmingdale are able to punch their ticket to the grand finals. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back, one and all, to the CECC Northeast Invitational, where Farmingdale currently lead 1-0 in the grand finals. They are looking to take themselves to the Gateway Center Arena here in May 7th for that Commissioner's Cup. But to do so, they've got to win out here on Fracture.
Yep. It's a time for them to close things out. And honestly, with how things look, they look really good with being decisive and concise with their attack. And on Fracture, which is a very similar map to Haven in regards to how hard it is on the defensive side of things to get a read on where the attackers are coming from. Very spread out line naturally. It might be another similar situation of how we see these rounds play out, which would therefore, you'd imagine that would go in advantage of Farmingdale's way. But I mean, St. John, it was a 13-9. It wasn't a stomp. These still looked really good. They just didn't have quite the right read for Haven.
Yeah, and towards the end of the game, I really did feel like it started to get into Farmingdale control, just able to keep momentum flowing, and from there, just never let go of it. Great runs from both teams, though. You see the same exact thing going for St. John's in the middle of the match, and then you see things start to flip around yet again. So both these teams, they know how to get momentum, they know how to hold said momentum, and take it all the way to the gate. Well, I guess Farmingdale does a little bit of a better job of taking it to the gate, as they did indeed make it to the gate first. They won the match, but there is always time. Fracture is very interesting to see played at the collegiate level because it's a map that almost never gets touched. It's almost the first or second ban in every single series. No one ever wants to play it, respectfully. Ironically, it was in the last set list. That was surprising. Now to see it come back is also very, very interesting. It's one of my favorite matches to watch at the collegiate level. I think we always get a lot of fun compositions and always some goofy stuff to be seen. Like, you bring up the point that we should see raises. I entirely agree with you. I feel like we probably don't see one for Smalls Nation because they've been running Arena consistently, and then they've been running Arena even on Split, where you would typically see that raise. But the Arena into Fracture would be goofy. It would be different. It would be a very collegiate level composition, and I would not be surprised to see Smalls Nation run it anyway. So we'll see if that ends up being true, but it seems like that is the comfort pick for St. John, so I would not be incredibly shocked to see it presented once more.
Yeah, maybe we'll see Smalls Nation stay on the KO and they go with a Breach for S-Flow and they just don't run a Sova at all, which I think is perfectly fine on Fracture.
Sure.
If not, probably more towards the meta, actually. Have Kenny on the Chamber. Trident could also go over to something else as well. If S-Flow, because actually S-Flow did play Sage on Split. So my prediction is Kenny Chamber, S-Flow Sage, Smalls Nation on Breach, Trident on Raise, Void on Brimstone.
Oh, you could have just cheated. Cypher. You could have cheated right here. You could have just cheated.
Cypher.
I'm shocked you didn't say Viper at the end there. You could have saved the day. That's the other option, right?
Hey, man, I'm being true to the call, man.
I like that. I like that. I like that in you. Instead of putting Smalls Nation onto Arena again, just say, get off the duelist, nerd. Go play the wall. And that's what they'll do. These are interesting compositions. For Farmingdale, I feel like a little bit more streamlined for sure. St. John's has given us the work.
There's no Breach in St. John's. And there's there's the lockdown, the Killjoy.
Not a much on St. John's.
For Farmingdale. Whoa. So the reason why one of the biggest reasons why Breach is so meta right now is because Aftershock counters the lockdown. And in the tunnel down below B site, There's 4 ult orbs on this map versus the normal 2 on most maps. If Farmingdale recognizes this opportunity and properly farms the ult orbs, they can just basically just throw a lockdown tunnel every 2 to 3 rounds and get B site for free every 2 rounds, like no matter what. There's other reasons people pick Breach. Obviously, there's a lot of other very valuable reasons. That's one of the first biggest reasons people start even considering Breach. It's because Killjoy dominated this map. People are like, what do we do against this lockdown? And they're like, wait a second, we can just aftershock down into the tunnel there. So we'll see if Farmingdale does that strategy on offense. They are on defense first. So we have quite some time before we get an answer to that question.
My early concerns are going to be this solo controller Viper. This Viper significantly less gas than prior. So can I use util for nearly as long? Which means I think we can expect to see Viper util stalled out for both teams on the offensive, and then I just absolute run down as soon as it's gone from the defensive Viper, which is almost exactly what we're seeing. The Viper util is gone on the defense. In we go for SJG. They'll throw in, attack the screen, they'll storm into the site, and they've got it just like that. My concern early is going to be, how do you allocate utility in a way that makes it so your solo controller does not absolutely grief you when they run out of fuel?
For sure. Yeah, ask that question. SUNY getting the first frag right now. Wall is going down eventually. I'm going to try to make their way on site. Completely spread out though. It's all across. All the angles are in command of St. John's.
One enemy remaining.
Sometimes when you get there so early into the round, you get all that time to set up. Pausation to find one. Sosa will grab Void, but you got to grab a lot more than that if you're going to take this pistol. Beat the 1v3. You got to find 2 more frags. Espo will pick it up with the Frenzy. Close box. It's 1-0 for SJU. They take the pistol.
So one of the reasons why you see Brimstone becoming in the meta right now instead of Viper is exactly what we just saw. Trident through that 0 point, completely nullified all the utility from Xeno, and Xeno sat there with nothing they could do to answer back. Meanwhile, Brimstones oftentimes will sit in mid. They will not get suppressed from that kind of stuff. They'll be able to provide those smokes to assist their team to defend on B site primarily, as well as sometimes on A. They'll have the chamber hold up on B. So if they don't get hit by the 0 point, then they'll be able to want to go out and do kind of like shenanigans of early peaks. So because they can provide that upfront aggression they're doing right now, they would be able to teleport out from B main. So the 0 point would be where miss them by being overthrown, they get caught out, or the chamber makes the 0 point be thrown forward farther ahead, they'll just be able to run back to the site kind of situation. So
Spike planted.
we'll have to see what Farmingdale can do since they don't have that like meta composition.
You go staircase caught by Smalls Nation as soon as they get close range.
One enemy remaining.
Ball Smalls will grab another 3K as well. And Sheriff 1 has to be had. It's a flawless round for SJU. They get all this weaponry going into the bonus. Smalls Nation gonna have the Spectre work with now as well.
Okay, anti-eco situation. Not went as expected. Biops coming through Farmingdale. So this is especially when we figure out what they do about this reallocation of sorts. If teams do run Vipers, they will always have them on A site, which is exactly where Xeno is now, because the 0 point lineups aren't quite as good to shut them down like we saw in the first pistol round. Chamber going over to A site as well, which is interesting because the Killjoy can just set some up on the B site, but they still have to account for the lock the 0 points in the middle frame later on if that's really the case. But for now, this is a really good setup for Farmingdale.
Oh, looking for scholarship out, and he gets punished by Kenny, who's going to grab that Vandal dish and look to play forward. The trademark gone as well, so it means they get to walk all the way up here. Aftershock has caught no damage. That's going to be gone now for Farmingdale State. You know, to the top of site, a lot of pressure onto this Viper. He's now out of that suppression, has an opportunity to use utility. Q to pick up one, traded back quickly by Espo as they make their way into sight. He picked up one, Xeno another, as they finally reveal themselves. Good for a 2K. Subi out CT, caught by Smalls Nation. Will tuck towards under sight. Has some spacing to be worked with here. Other player going to be into a main, so they have space to work with. Slow to go up to the top of sight, just confirming information really for the defense that that player is still going to be under sight. Peeks now for Sosa. While they're going to wall it off, looking to play the 1v1 up towards Xeno. We'll grab that one, isolating that frag. Spike in hand. Go for the plant for Chef Sosa, able to break through this wall.
Your duty is not over.
Ooh, the res to come off as well behind wall. The Void will be back into this round. Sosa's grabbed the first. Gotta find Void though, gotta find the Viper. They're gonna have no armor. Spraying through the poison cloud, but nothing just yet. Snakebite to come down as well. Sosa gonna push forward into it. Eating the decay, eating the snakebite, and doing the damage off the staircase. We'll find Void on their way up. We'll find the clutch 1v2. We'll be able to get the defuse as well. Anti-bonus will not be had. The C will grab their first round.
What would you all do without me?
Tactically, that was perfectly played by both Sosa and Smallest Nation. At the end of the day, Sosa's the one that came out on top on the trade. An exciting close into that round, which overall works in favor for St. John's. Economically looking, because look at this buy from Farmingdale. They got the round win, which obviously is a good thing to do, but it's going to be tough to win this one out. It's going to be so hard to continue any kind of momentum there. Chief Sosa, the literal hero play, challenging B main, the only rifle in hand for this team, needs to come up big in this moment.
Oh.
At least staying alive for another day. That's fine enough.
Yeah, Task will walk away, and we'll
That's a lot
keep
of
the dash
information.
in tow as well, which is always nice. Second peek now to come through. These players still going to make their way up this staircase. Peeks. First look for Sosa is going to reward them that kill. Got the reload as well. He did help them tower. Breach going to be there too, so they can actually make a flash play here, and it's going to be the flank on its way as well. The trip right now that Chamber's got to work through. Small Station has worked through the site defense early. Has found two. Will wall them in as well, so no help from CT coming through. The tower, KJ, you got a lot of work on your shoulders here, and S-Flow will run it down off the ropes to take him out. Scholarship now on the lurk to pick up just one. Help run through these stairs, but it'll be just a couple minutes before they reach.
Zeno can get an upgrade on the weapon here. Headhunter in the hands of Scholarship, so they have the weaponry to make this happen, but it's not the numbers. It's not the angles. Still a tough spot for Farmingdale. Don't have any flashes to work with or anything of that sort.
Last player standing.
They're losing team in the process. Those Smalls Nation out of tower. We'll find a 4K taking out these last two players. 3-1 for SJU.
Close round, for sure. Well, that was thanks to Sosa staying alive and managing to get one kill along the time, and Scholarship getting that first frag as well. The ults are starting to come online, especially for Farmingdale. St. John's already burning through a bunch of theirs, but there is that Viper's Pit that Void has already. If they get onto the site and pop that before Zeno gets hers, then it'll be a rough round for Farmingdale to fall back on and get a win on, but East site is going to be the first look. That's all the Killjoy utility plus the breach. We still just naturally going to be looking at what this KO can do with that 0 point. No commandos burned last round. The knife is still available.
Tuck the fall line.
That's why the Killjoy fell all the way back to mid, by the way, just so they don't get hit by the 0 point until they can still be used.
See that utility? That turret's going to spot presence up towards B staircase. Toxic Scream will go back down for SJU. They'll play that standard execute that will be caught from the back here, and they are more than aware that they could be up A main already. And Sosa most definitely is going to be. They checked for a moment, just a brief second, but not long enough as Sosa's able to come through on the flank to find two. The Jet now going to go under tunnel, trying to back out of this thing, trying to get linked back up with the teammate.
Shots by Kira as well.
Last player standing.
This firing squad for FSC. They've set two just up into this defender spawn, or this attacker spawn, just to guarantee no one able to find easy pickings.
30 seconds left.
Kenny has no choice really but to go under tunnel, has to work away. Where Subi will now hold up that position, will take the mantle, and will take the frag. It's a flawless round for FSC. Very clean defensive round for them as well. 2-3 on the scoreline.
Yeah, a little bit of a risky team opposition as well, considering the fact they don't have any forward information, no KO. Sova isn't really the meta of this map anymore. It's a little bit too slow of an agent. KO is a lot more fast-paced.
Yep.
And the angles with how they're all intertwined, the 0 point looks really well as the ultimate. That's one of the reasons people go with a Raze, is because you can use that boom bot as a way of scouting safely for your team. With the Jet, the Jet though can actually just get over those Cypher tripwires very easily, which is what we saw. Placing those up, just kind of updraft or jump glide or something over those. Be just fine. Timeout active for the attackers, realizing they kind of got dismantled there. They need to talk about how they need to deal with this Jet. They have a Cypher for anti-lurk, but they don't have physical people watching The Jet, they can just get around that every time. It's an interesting issue to deal with. It's one of the reasons they don't run Cypher anymore. Because even with a raise, you can just blast pack over them with tripwires.
Just briefly come up with the fact that Smalls Nation is 11-2 in 5 rounds.
Fantastic.
On the Sage.
Battle Sage. Almost another resurrection.
It's also ironic when players switch away from duelists to go play util agents and then frag harder. It's like now the pressure of having to frag is gone. They just loosen up and just really start to go to work.
Yeah.
I see it so consistently, especially around collegiate play, because so many players flex in so many different ways, depending on the map and just depending on what's best for the team the day of. Small Station, speaking of the devil, going to be out early, looking for opportunities towards Dice. They'll be kind to grab them instead. They do have to get them in. Trade to come through. Secure will fall from tower. FSC defense dismantled yet again. SJU he executes so good to the B site. Why change it? And they will not. So yet again, their end plant's going to go down.
Welcome to my world.
Catch one back from Canteen.
Underway. You have the old fighter spit to counter with though, so good luck to Cole Scoots on this observing. Just believe in you, buddy.
Time to free cam and go straight up into the sky. Soso send Estel out of the round. Not a work forward. Yeah,
yes.
Up into the air we go.
Yes,
It's
sir.
the only place you really can reliably get information
One
from.
enemy
There's a
remaining.
peek to come through tower right now. Scholarship to pick that one up and Void. They'll crash.
Player
They'll
standing.
flash right past each other.
Void,
Wait a second as well? Are you kidding me? Nailing it into his pit right now. It is absolutely his domain as Scholarship. Looking to bring things back. Looking for this Viper to play just like he's looking for some money to get to college, but unfortunately, still his name remains looking for Scholarship. 4-2. He's not able to find that Viper. SJU will find yet another round.
You know, if Void started running with the spike instantly, they actually would have saved that gun. All good. Just means if you run with a couple SMGs this round. Did you have a Blaze Storm though? Might not even buy an SMG for Kenny. See that moving forward. Surprised Zeno didn't pop her own Viper spit in that situation.
Get out of my way.
Actually, really surprised that didn't happen.
So we peek satellite. Very big.
Oh, anime battle!
And so well, he is the antagonist in this scenario.
Of course,
Kenny's able to
Kenny
pick that one up.
Ackerman is gonna win the anime battle.
Yeah, it just makes sense. Cannon really looking for more. Is gonna be Zeno back of sight. He cannot hold it off. Void will find him. Sight they go. Void will find another as well. Sakiru trying to get it through the box. It just reveals that presence and allows for Void to come through on the swing. These scholarships toward the forest out towards hallway. Yes, into this position. Void will know about it. Will throw the smoke and no longer having a sight line. Subi has to wait for the fragment. It's cleared now. Player top of sight. He'll find that one. Kenny Ackerman to fall. It's gonna be one player to help towards drop, but he Smalls Nation, so there's more work to do to clear for this early retake. Wall now going to start the fade. Subi and well cannot do so. Smalls Nation to swing out of drop. Lockdown out of the round. Scholarship to find one. Gotta find two more though, and gotta find it quickly. That spike timer always kicking, and Smalls Nation always fragging. 5-2. As SJU looking dominant early on to fracture. The trend continues.
Subi had to just stay alive there. Lockdown had the whole site covered. Sure, the person dropped could just fall off and come back in, but like that just means you only have to deal with that one person on the retake. Got a little too aggressive pushing forward, didn't hide. I mean, it is a tough call to be fair, because if you just hide, it can just swarm you in that situation. Nevertheless, you have to figure out a way of hiding. Their solution was to try to aggressively get the kill and push them off that way, but the higher risk, high reward play did not play off.
Posta to swing out deep. Scholarships found one on the opposite side of the map. Smalls Nation gonna work away back to the teammates, back to the comfort of friends. Over outside B main. Akira's into tunnel. This timing could be perfect for Kenny. Quite far enough. Oh, the timing could be terrible for Kenny, but it does not matter. Sakiru just on that downgraded utility, downgraded weaponry, can't quite find the kill, can't quite convert it. So deep into spawn here. Res has come through. Oh, this could be huge if no one catches this corner. And why would they check it? There'd be no reason to. The defense surely not this far of a satellite, right? Gosh, it's held the trigger discipline. He's found 2. But Trident will find a trade. So he shut it down before it could have gotten any worse. Void's also found Sosa. So suddenly the aggression, it comes back to bite FSC. SJU are going to play their way out of drop. Subi to hold close. You got to be big here on the... Oh no! And they're good for 1. Trident yet another trade. Yet again has saved the team for what could have been a disaster through trigger discipline. Still a chance though, 1v2, but now Void to throw out the Viper's pit. And we know what Void can do in the pit. We've already seen.
Having a second Viper's pit already is kind of wild.
Forward in that.
Yep.
And they have so much map control, almost always. Xeno to step into the pit, take that first dive through. Haven't spotted anything just yet. Void will be top of sight, so just has to worry about the KO down below for now. Trying to get to be on that staircase. Spot the barrel, find the frag, but we'll get caught by the snake bite. It'll nibble at his toes, and Void will take him down 6-2 as SJU continue to stride.
It's very weird that snake bite, that Viper's pit forms the way it creates like a air bubble in the middle bottom there. You just walk through like, oh, there's no gas here. Weird.
Oh, I can see.
Huh. Xeno has had this snake Viper's pit since the first time Void used theirs, and Void just used the second one. Xeno's still holding on to it. I thought in that situation that Void had used it the first time. I think Xeno should have used it then, but we will likely see it now. There it is. Yeah, Farmingdale does seem to have a good hold on what to do on defense here. What the answer St. John's approaches might be because there's inexperience in the map. Like you said, a lot of Collegiate teams just never play it.
Yep.
They might have not thought that St. John's would allow it to go through or even pick it. St. John's
happened to me.
clearly, they're comfortable.
Far more I like to mention. Sometimes you leave a map around after the first 2 bans, and then the picks come through, and suddenly it gets picked, and you go, "What? You guys, are you serious? You really picked this?" It just ends up working that way. Sometimes that is just how the cookie crumbles. You just got to kind of deal with it. You got to sweep it off. We Farmingdale cafeteria stocked with plenty of napkins.
Hold by scholarship. This Viper's pit has burned so much time. But we're going to go ahead and rotate over to A site. We looked at Sosa before to be the hero of the team. We're kind of looking at this player again. Hold this angle. Can't do it. Guinea wins the jet duel yet again. All this killjoy utility is here though. Still slow them down. 25 seconds. They'll be able to get through this in time. But will they be able to get through it alive?
Well, Subi pick up one from the cloudburst early, aiming to get towards the site, but not farther than that. A 3K from Subi, looking for more towards drop, but Chloe's going down a 2K of their own. That spike down! Scholarship with the apple drop spike. That's slow. You got to be able to kill this opera, and you do. Can you get the spike in time? Yes, they do. That plant's going to go down. That plant's going to go down just barely for SJU. It's seconds, about 0.5 that it makes it happen. Xeno will step through the hallway. We'll find the frag. We'll turn it back the other way before things can get any more dire. S-Flow, a massive play, but not enough to win out the round as the Rams will finally find their third.
The wall allowed just that little bit of a gap for Xeno to squeeze through. Makes me wonder perhaps if Small Nation isn't experienced with being playing stage, didn't quite position it right, and we've seen them be initiators and duelists primarily. It was a last second like makeshift wall though for sure. Subi nearly had the 4K there. That would have been all the little difference to stay alive and keep a lot more weapons in the hand of Farmingdale, but at the very least for their camp, you're able to get the round win. Operator still enhanced with scholarship recovered.
Oh, we'll spot the coat, and now he'll get enough of the chest. He'll take out S-Flow. Scholarship's going to be good for that first. SKU will go as a unit down into tunnels. It's an Ultorb Fiesta for them on the Eco. I do like that play.
I do as
Grab
well.
the
They
first.
still have the 0 point is on top of things, so maybe they can make their way through here. Fast point.
Shot slide over to take box control. Try to take this op out. We'll try to grab this Ultorb too. Yeah, T-Rex armed it. Happens sometimes. Oh, Small's Nation. This dude is insane. Skosh has fallen early. We can take tower. Oh, they don't know Zeno, it's Fortnite gun on top. Q's gonna grab one in a second to go with it. It's no build game mode. He'll take out both players. Zeno will grab Kenny with a classic. Farmingdale still not around just yet. SJU with Void 1v4. Getting it. Absolutely put through the ringer of Util, and Zeno will shoot through the poison order to wrap it up. 4-6 for FSC.
Rough round for St. John's for sure, considering the same round. And massive that Farmingdale was able to win it so healthily because their economy was not looking that great either. So they'll be able to maintain a good hold on that. Here, we've got another round to go after this. Farmingdale will be able to buy up, but St. John's will be on an eco again if they lose this one. Well, not eco, they'll have to force a bad buy, but. Rolling Thunder's available. Rolling Thunder, one of the premier retake ultimates in the game. Beforehand, though, Kira used that as a way of pushing back the attack of St. John's. St. John's just goes through that one and came through the site anyway. See if Akiro saves it, especially if it's going to be an A-site hit. Could use that for the retake situation. If that even is a possibility. Perhaps Farmingdale stay alive.
Oh!
Oh! Through the wall. Nice prediction.
Go down. He'll handle as well. Site Scholarship going to grab one as well as a quick trade to the site player Sosa. Void will pick up Scholarship to make sure he's not getting anything else as that drop player now finally traded out by Subi, but not before they can grab 2 frags for their troubles. Subi stuck behind this wall. Same sort with his teammate. They break camera pretty quickly. They get it off the lockdown.
They have their own. Now they can survive in that corner.
Just staircase. You lose staircase, but I mean staircase is elevated, so Zeno's gonna get a peek that he can try to jump there. And well, peek he gets, but peek into bullet, so good for one. It'll be a trade back the other way. Subi gonna be looking for more here. Yeah, did have that first frag traded for his teammate. Can he grab the other 2? Both can be towards hallway.
What?
Gonna come through, looking to stick for the half, and he's got it. Nothing's a lot safer, but trying to just tuck directly under that headshot. 7-4s. SJU will take the round.
Last round in the half.
Big round for SJU. Awesome to actually fully buy up this round. Well, not fully, but far better than it would have been otherwise. Because of the fact that they're able to keep those 2 rifles in hand.
Turret out.
Viper's Pit again for Void, man. That's the 3rd one for this half. And Farmingdale hasn't shown any signs of knowing how to deal with that Viper's Pit properly. Because with the composition, honestly, they don't have a Sova, Sky, KO. The breach flashes are not good to flush up people in a pit. So compositionally, they're kind of just shut down against a Viper in the pit. No good options. But can Void get to the side again? 3 seconds.
A lot of jump peeking early in this, round. No one making contact just yet. Nothing on the mini map of that jump peek either.
Ooh, Zeno tucks away from that 0 point.
Instantly broken
Gets
as well,
shot out
so
as
no
well,
information yet. We don't know about 3. So we got Tower back to site and Cubby. Ooh, good snakebite lineup. 40 back to site to back up just a bit there. And Scholarship will take the first peek. Kenny gonna fall. Slow field now out as well thanks to the Tour de Force. So you were going to try to take car control here, but it's been a struggle for them in the past. Scholarship will grab one and make it even more so. Smalls Nation can't get the cross across arcade. One player tucked back of box. Still has you not to rotate off just yet. And FSC have so much control over in the CT side of A main. They know, like, you guys, you got to hit this. You got to be hitting B. There's nowhere else that you're going to be. They're absolutely correct. So they haven't moved any of the defense over. They've been stacked here triple for the entire round. There's no reason to move. 20 seconds left. SAU, if you're going to hit, you got to hit now.
The time we're getting down low. Expectations coming away from Farmingdale, but the Rolling Thunder is here. You can still use that to hold him off.
That's pop it. Find 2. Looking for the 3rd now. In the tower, Rolling Thunder's going to go down. That play got to come through, but is it in time? It'll be so very close. It is not. The Rolling Thunder is all it takes for Kira to seal that round up. Trident will find Subi after the math, but not like it'll matter really too much. Just for the stat line size of flip now. 7-5 for SJU.
Another question from long ago. Some might have forgot about it. With St. John not having a breach, will Farmingdale be able to get away with that old school cheese strat of just farming some orbs, lock down a tunnel, farming some orbs, lock down a tunnel? Time active. a tactical timeout. You get one per half. St. John is burning their tactical timeout immediately before the first round even starts, Kat. Which makes you wonder, is this like a bathroom break thing? Is it a mouse died thing? Something like that? Or do they really need to really discuss, like, what are we going to do about this Killjoy?
I do wonder. I mean, I feel like surely not, right? I mean, if you notice KJ has lockdown, you just have to give B-side and retake. So certainly you don't take a full timeout to discuss the issue. Maybe just a little mental reset. But I mean, realistically, they lose last round. But other than that, they're still ahead by 2 rounds. Like, there's still an advantage to be had here. Yeah. So I feel like something else at play. But who knows? Who knows?
Consider coaching a collegiate team soon, Kat. What would you discuss right now if you took a timeout?
Right now.
Right now.
You want to hear my exact comms in the timeout?
Yeah.
Listen up, gang. We are up 2 rounds. We have just made it into the second half. We win the pistol. We get 2 rounds guaranteed. Then we're up 4 rounds. That's quick math. 2-2. That is 4. We are looking at a 9-5 scoreline. We can't lose from that point. Just don't lose. It's easy. Looking for team to coach, by the way. Hit me up.
You would take a tack timeout and say that?
I wouldn't take a tack timeout, but if I did, if the players voted to take one, that's what I'd say. Because there'd be nothing else to say. Dr. Screen early. Jump through is going to be Sosa. Fragment will come through for trying to stop pressure early. Kenny's going to grab one through the staircase. It's Sosa going to fall back of sight. SJU, they've stopped this place directly in the track. One more player to drop. Scholarship to find one. Trident going to fall. They start to back away. They start to pull off. Throw that KJ to the lurk for just a second to make sure ain't no shenanigans going on. Now they'll bring the spike around as well. You say, okay, maybe not the A site. Not a lot happening for us here. They have enough scholarship to potentially create some noise to try to anchor players to keep them here. Actually, they're going to walk all the way back. I've heard just the Sage leave. Still going to be 2 players towards site, though.
Interesting. The cut noise and re-exec strategy. But this Viper's utility, wait for the toxic screen to go down. The nerf, you can't bring it up immediately anymore.
Spacing for them to be made here. Both players absolutely holding their own. Stonewalling to the site. Kenny to pick up a 3K. Zeno good for 1 to sight. The dash to come through. The smoothment from Kenny. The frag to be had as well. A 4K. As Kenny not letting anyone even get close to the site. It's 8-5 scoreline. And I guess the timeout was to talk about how do we never let A site be an option. It worked.
Yeah. That Viper utility made so many people vulnerable on their way in from a hall. So hard to get onto the site and actually put up a fighting effort. Especially on a pistol round vulnerability. There's no like, oh yeah, we're just going to hit them the headshot. It's fine. It's even Stevens. But pistols, man, you die way faster than normal. Significant difference at that point. Eco for SJU. Or for FSC, sorry. The farming begins. The orbs to be grabbed.
It does.
They are walled in their favor. Thank you, SJU, for allowing us this free orb.
Not done just yet. They're gonna go spawn to grab satellite.
Yep, and here they go, dude. There's no breach on the team, man. There's a setup. Let's grab some orbs for Subi. It's already begun. Scholarship scattered out. You're safe.
Now they all go die, and they all get one more orb on top of that orb. Yep. They all band together to get one classic
They're
kill.
gonna play for halls,
Sure
man.
They get
Scholarship
one
is
more
gonna
orb
scout
too.
out this one orb in the halls. Let's see where we can get here, boys. Yep, they're using all the util to fight for that orb for Subi.
Man, I wish I felt this supported in life. It must be nice. The entire team
30 seconds
working
left.
around Subi to make sure that ultimate does
What's
come.
Subi has? Is it 1 or 2 away?
I think it's 2 away, but as soon as they
2
grab
away, they
one
might-
frag, no, they give this frag to Subi. Trust
One
me.
enemy remaining.
Oh, they get no frags, actually. Everybody gets mowed down trying to get up the ladder. You hate to see that. That's why they always advise you, if you're going to go up a ladder, have somebody hold the bottom or you're
Sorry, they're going to go for B main now. They're going to posture up, get Subi that orb, and then Subi going to go into tunnel and drop the lockdown. And then we're going to figure out what is in the playbook of St. John. What do they do to respond to this? Everybody in this current meta on Fracture just drops Aftershock to destroy it because they don't go with a breach. They gotta know. Like, they gotta have a plan, right? But they didn't go with breach. So what do they do to respond? Completely fall off and play for retake, like you said?
Yeah, wait and retake. Wait and retake.
Is that why they go with the ciphers? Because the trapwire will like stall them enough?
I think it's the benefit of that you get your KO there, you get the 0 point to negate post-plant utility, and then you just work your way straight in. We'll see what the case ends up being for them. Because they didn't play the cypher off site, so I feel like, I don't know, the Reed's kind of mismanaging that department. The cypher
It's their flank. 3-player hard flank. FSC, the Farmingdale, they're ready for it. They're waiting. Scholarship was ready.
Get off site. Oh, Subi was ready for it, but now caught the 3 HP. Looking for the spray through the toxic screen, they're gonna fall. That's gonna be a Vandal be picked up for the Spectre team running through. And they'll have that KO to try to negate utility. Sosa able to pick up one to Small's base to try to hold them off the staircase. And they gotta try to find a way for St. John's to execute themselves forward into this site. Cloudburst has come through. I think they play
know all three are there.
Enough time.
Farmingdale knows all three are there. On the timing, they're watching for the exit for the lurk for Kinney, though. They know this timing is here.
Scholarship protection instead. Always to come forward. Both these last two players on Spectre, so might play for econ damage. We're gonna do such a thing as Void around that poison orb. Found it. We'll jump towards site now. It's picked up one. Akira will have the trade. Try not to pick up a Vandal. That's the gun you'll save. He'll walk away into the other side. Attacker spawn. Hold on to it.
All right, so
they did not have one, I do believe.
It looks like the solution was sending it. It's just they're playing for the lockdown. We're going to just group up as 3 and go for a hard flank play. But Subi was accounting for the possibility. Couldn't quite get a kill from it, but at least got the forward information and scouting for the team, and the team responded well. And now the question is, how well will St. John's do at stopping Farmingdale from just farming orbs every round?
You want to play? Let's play.
Dish, playing for that orb at the very least, but the other 3 orbs are exposed.
They are one to be picked up.
Scholarship's ready for it. He's accounting for it, and that's 2 for Scholarship.
For Scholarship to come through.
Is the orb still there? Is the orb still there? No, I think he got it.
No, they grab it.
Okay. He still got Halls. He still got Arcade. That's still 3 orbs for Subi this round. Oh, they're not going to go Halls. Interesting.
Toxins going up.
Going to the side instead. We're Void. Need to grab one. Team are going to fall. Brother, you better find this frag fast because there's members come and drop. Void able to escape. Danger for now. Danger to come through this crate. Has no choice but to move the Aftershock to force them away. We're going to eat the Aftershock damage, and now the bullets of Small's Nation. Good for a second frag. Chief Sosa will find Void and now sneak towards hallway. Plant's going to go down as closed camera. Not spotted the KJ just yet. We'll see the turret though. I know that KJ still has to be on the site. A bit slow, but they have more than enough room to walk away if they wanted to go towards garage. We'll use that teammate there. So we're just going to be the bait in this scenario.
A little bit of crossfire said the alarm belt will let us know if it goes to the right, but Sosa will be the one. That's nice. Not greedy for the second kill. Crossfire.
Sosa good for the last 2. A 3K for the Jet. A 7-9 score line. FSC still ever so slightly walking back into this one. Now they'll have a Viper's Pit activated to go with it.
Okay. Subi did not get as many orbs as one would like on that round. But still, they did the economical damage. They should have the advantage onto this round. It's now going to be 4 people stacked up the dish to fight for that one. But still, orb goes over to B main.
They found my trap. Teleport's ready.
SJU running it through Scholarship. We'll hear about it. Looking for opportunities. The dash to come forward for Kenny. He'll pick up a frag. Frags from Scholarship though to get the trade back the other way. And you're going to have a Vandal for the trouble, but they got to find way more Smalls Nation. Going to help in doing that. Akira will trade that kill from Smalls Nation. Vandal looking to get recovered. They'll grab one for the teammate. Oh, what a team play for Kenny. Both players. First, you can have Vandals now. Kenny to clear all the spawn. Fault line to come forward. No one's going to swing out of it, though. They're going to play in that Viper's pit for FSC. Tucked all the way into sight. Waiting, begging SJ. First,
oh my God.
The jump into the pit. I'll drop it down, but a Q will drop both players. We'll find a double. The shorty play was clean, but not good enough to win out the round. 8-9 as FFC will continue to take rounds. 3 in a row now for them. Back to the gun round.
How in the world did Aslo get 2 kills that round? The first one on Tsubi makes sense. It's tucking around the corner to this shorty, but I did like that scholarship. Realize, okay, this aggression from Kenny, I'm not going to be able to really get away from this one. I'm just going to go ahead and step forward and fight people behind them, because a lot of people who follow a Jet in this situation might not be quite ready for a gunfight. They all like stack up and just bulldoze through, and that's what he found was a double kill from that. Massive opportunity. Unlucky that Kenny was reloading with Viper's Pit fell at the very end as well. Tsubi gonna be 2 away from the ultimate right now. He's gonna play for that orb. Will get it, survives. Can they get the one from Arcade and rinse and repeat the play with the lockdown?
Sosa will pick up this first frag on to the B site. That will not be the intention yet right now. Grabbing orbs still the tunnel, and Scholarship will pick up another. There's just early 1v1s to be had, and they'll win it out. FSC will bring the whole team over.
Save the lockdown, Rolling Thunder A side to get onto it safely and freely, and then save the lockdown for the next round. Could be the case.
His screen will roll up here. Off that CT angle. Look off their angle of the site to drop. Fortunately, no one's there though, and they'll sound everybody else. Scholarship will have one up here. We'll grab another and Trident. He'll do as he might. Good for a double, but now traded out. Smalls Nation in a 1v3. All the ults still up for FSC, and surely we utilize it in the next round. We'll see what Smalls Nation is able to find. No money in the tank for this team, so wouldn't be a terrible save, but they're gonna flood into the site just looking to get some damage done.
It's a crossfire setup. A near impossible situation for Smalls to win through, especially since he's off a wall. Smalls keeps dropping that wall in Arcade, which actually supports Farmingdale's ability to farm those orbs.
Good fault line.
Perfect timing from Akira as well. Yeah, good fault line. Rolling Thunder and Lockdown available. Economy, I believe, is shuttered for St. John's. Yeah, it's not looking good. Not going to be goodbye. And they're going to have to deal with the lockdown setup, which is even though it's not going to be a full buy round, it still will be beneficial for Farmingdale to drop this lockdown here, just so they can get the B site secured. And it would be even easier win this round, because not as good at range weaponry that St. John's would have would make it harder for them to make the retake happen. Use lockdown now and start farming orbs beyond that. Go back for round 3. There we go.
Here.
Alright, Scholarship, can you survive? Nothing. Okay, their option here could be just going hard to challenge this lockdown, but because of the breached positioning, that's exactly why Akira was looking to support Tsubi there. Completely pushes them off. They can't go and challenge through tunnel. The site will be granted over Farmingdale. 1 weapon upgrade because they took down Scholarship. Swole Station? Swole Station? Feels like Swole Station at this point. Finds Sosa. Rolling Thunder is available, but the null command is there for Trident. This could be a winnable round for Farmingdale.
You're going to pick up 1. Rolling Thunder going to come through for FSC, looking to hold on that post plan. That's through tunnel as well. We'll see a different amount of players. Subi and Esco trying to get their way up ramp. Now Q back around from down in tunnels. Flash to come through and blind both players, looking to line them on up and knock them down. A 3K for Akira. Zeno to finish it off from the top of tower. 10-9. This FSC suddenly, they have found themselves in the lead.
Same question. Still waiting for an answer from St. John. How do you stop this orb farming from Subi? They're going to go 3 strong to Dishkin, maybe? Go aggressive out Halls? You know what would be good right now, Kat?
What?
Tactical pause.
Ooh. You mean to tell me teams have timeouts? You can stop the play to think? But can't they only do that once per half?
Once per half?
So let's say they were to use it at the very first round of the half. Does that mean they couldn't do it anymore?
It does mean that, Kat.
Oh.
Which also means Farmingdale probably never
Here.
call one considering they have that advantage right now. But I mean, this probably was some kind of like mouse issue or something like that, forced them to have to use a tech pause.
No, because you can use a tech pause for now.
That's true. That's true. That's true.
Well, the world will never know. Sometimes the dog just gets into your laundry. You gotta call it
far.
tech pause for it.
They're gonna get the dish orb. Scholarships pushed up, so they know that Hall's orb is not taken yet. We snuck past this. Oh, the ambition. The risk is here. The read is good for St. John. Scholarship finds the frag, though. Will he account for this?
Oh, almost able to find the adjustment, but Triton's gonna have that one. Fragment in his hand, looking to go hallway, but
30 seconds
they
left.
walked back. They said there's contact here. This Viper's pit is too much work to get through. We'll go to B instead. You guys got anything here? Knock anybody home. They see the cage come up with the Cypher. They know he's got to be somewhere close. He's tower. They found him. Akira's gonna have that frag. They've got the sight now as well. Should mean the plant goes down. Lots of damage to be caught on the cross. This CT players.
Command is gonna make the retake so easy.
His Viper
Player
low
standing.
as it is anyway. Xeno will swing, can't get out of cover. He just gets the spike plan, and that's about it. Hero, gotta be massive here. Good for one. Take the zip line up towards tower. Is planted for them. Swing out. Can't quite find a second. The headshot, but it's with that Phantom. Not enough to kill. Trident has it. Start that defuse. Give it over to the Jet as well. SJU 10 to 10. They tied things back up. They've ended what was looking to be a very dominant Farmingdale run.
I don't think Hero needed to stop like that. I don't think they were that pressed on time. Could try to be a little bit more slower and patient on that. But the run was so dominant from Farmingdale to be able to buy it again here just fine. And there also still isn't any signs of St. John's being able to consistently stop that lockdown. There is a tech pause going underway. We'll see what the cause for that may be soon enough, hopefully. But in the meantime, players are not allowed to talk during this time about the game state.
Of course.
So,
Of course.
no tactical discussions about what to do about the orb farming from Farmingdale. Dredge in the hand is S-Slow, who's been doing a really good job of holding into tower for B site. Found success with Shorty for 2 kills.
Yeah.
And helped keep the numbers an advantage for St. John's that last round. Yeah, it hasn't really been any adjustment to St. John, honestly, on the defensive side. They pretty much had the 3 people over to A site that they have, Sage and Cypher over to B site. The only changes they did is like the micro changes of like the people on A side, do they have 2 people or 3 people challenge for dish or not challenge at all? Do they go to try to hold for a hall, which they haven't really overall. So they haven't seemed wavered. And when we talked to Essel in an interview after the semifinal win, he said, yeah, we were just super confident as a team, completely confident in our abilities. So that could be why we're seeing them not adjusting a whole lot macro-wise, more just the micro changes.
That could be the case. That could be the case for sure.
Yeah.
But see, just the benefit of having all these ult orbs is absolutely ridiculous. It's able to constantly throw them up to guarantee yourself additional map coverage. I mean, it's one thing to be able to beat somebody in terms of just raw gun skill, but being able to have an ultimate to go with it just makes it so much easier for your team. Now, once again, we're only 2 away from that lockdown.
They just walled a car arcade again.
They're giving it up.
They even stomped through tunnel just now.
It's the 2-for-1 special, man. What are you going to do?
Going through tunnel.
Trident, you clear this angle? They do. Scholarship will be caught. The barrel will be seen by Trident. But it is a lockdown scene in the inventory of Subi.
Yep, so
and it will be up yet again.
Lost player doesn't matter. We still get B site for free.
And that wall arcade being up means that they can't walk through arcade. They've got to go to CT. A little bit too far to get, so the Cypher knows. Just looking for one before they go down. The Judge not able to find anything.
3 players detained!
3 players CT detained. That's the thing. They did put that instead of the close corner tunnel. They put it on the right side instead this time. So dug deeper into CT. These players weren't able to rotate in time. So they all have gotten caught up here. The only player actually able to make moves right now is Kenny. Those are them now going to get out of that suppression and start to make things happen on their own. The game's now gone. They're let out of jail, but what are they able to find? Void good for 1.
Resurrection's available. They might motion over to get the revive onto S-Flow. That's why I
He's got
say
a judge in his hand, though.
Oh, that's a nice one-way.
And he looking to swing the one-way, and will do just that. Want to be found. He still has a lot of work to do from tower. Just can't quite get it done. Small Station will come through with a 2K to wrap up the round. 11-10. SJU retake is good this time around. They get enough players out to lock down. Just one to go down. It's S-Flow if they feel confident enough on that retake.
I feel like Subi could have stayed tucked on the spike. Positioning out was what allowed them to be exposed, avoid getting shut down, and losing all that Killjoy utility in the post plant was very detrimental. Considering they lost Scholarship as well, who has a lot of that kill threat on the chamber. I don't think this would discourage Farmingdale. It shouldn't at least discourage them
You
from
want to play? Let's play.
continuing the ult farming strategy.
Zeno, good for the first frag. Let's be grabbed. 0 point now going to clear. Pressure respawn. He's still out. Scholarship to come out with the tour de force to find one. They'll use that rolling thunder, but it's only grabbed back to site. Void. Scholarship get another kill with that tour de force. Second snake bite's gone down. It's all for even more time. Scholarship to get the flank. So no idea how much danger they're really in here. Out towards spawn. We'll hear this footsteps now. S-Flow, this is either the biggest play or the biggest choke, and well, somebody do the Heimlink. Zeno's gonna find him, and or the Heimlich, not a link. Close enough, really.
Close enough.
FSC will walk to the V site. They've got it for free. They'll get that post plant and Void a 1v3 to send their team to match point to keep hopes alive early. It's Farmingdale posturing up. One. Gotta find two more. The tour de force now gonna look its way back away from spawn now into CT. First shot not going to land. Rendezvous away for Scholarship. He's gonna reposition all the way to Arcade. That adds just a couple chinks into the armor here. Void will take steps forward. You have this calm as well through the chamber tunnel because you hear it all over your head. Out for the angle. Caught the feet, but just a little bit too late. Knows about the swing though. Zeno will be up close and personal towards tower. And Scholarship has walked around. He's pulled up the Phantom. He's found the frag. 11-11. As Farmingdale will hold on to it. Tied up we are.
Oh, yeah, tied up we are.
I knew you were going to say that. That's actually crazy.
That's a good spot.
Resurrection falling early made it a little bit tougher for St. John's to be able to get back
You're
in
on my way. Here.
the round, considering they had members falling one at a time. All right, 4 out of 7 for Subi. You can get the lockdown this round. You have a good buy up. Go for it. It's gonna be like one more good lockdown for this half. They didn't even bother last time because they could get that orb before the Rolling Thunder, which they used to get pressure onto the A site. Oh, the challenge from KO! Trident got a little ambitious there.
You get this team to site, you get that Viper's Pit out. SC gonna be feeling pretty confident. And even the top of the site, Blade Storm popped right now, waiting for them to play through this toxic screen, but it is so shallow that he only gets a couple milliseconds to look, and Scholarship not even give him that long. See shoulder peeks out, drops and pick up that frag. FSC have full control of the site now. Steve will take out S-Flow. That's all the members of St. John's falling, stuck towards CT. Viper's Pit up as well. Farmingdale looking to hold on to this round with everything they have in their grip. Smalls Nation to pick up 2. He's gonna have the resurrection now as well. He's gonna get to a body. There's one overlook. Res to come through. S-Flow back into this round. Gotta have value here. Just Theft is up. Scholarship and a Q combining for the last 3 frags. It's 12-11. It's match point for Farmingdale.
Match
The
point.
club roster with no scholarships, looking to punch their ticket to the Commissioner's Cup.
They said that they have more to play for here, so they're going to be coming out hungrier because they don't have a scholarship at all. They said that, to be fair, they don't really know what the St. John's situation is. They don't know if they have scholarships or anything from their perspective, but they do know that they want to prove that they deserve spots on the scholarship-enabled teams here, and one player even named themselves for that. There's 1 point away for SUNY to get into the lockdown, which they've consistently been able to get that from B main. Nobody's going to even contest them for that, so that's going to be another play here, another lockdown from the tunnel. It's going to be looking for Scholarship as well. That tunnel, that wall has been placed there so often, and this time Scholarship was ready for it. They never, on the side of St. John's, stood on top of that wall before the challenge. The Scholarship was ready for it, nevertheless. It's going to be S-Flow still up there, holding on to the lockdown. We'll have to push forward. Oh, doesn't get the kill by Scholarship. Flow winning that one out and be able to get out of the lockdown range.
Massive for Flow. That's the first time they've been able to win that fight as well. Consistently, they've been trying to get out the lockdown, has not worked in their favor. So we will pick up Penny. Now tuck towards Canteen. Doesn't stop that player who is posturing, looking to make their way up to the retake.
Scout.
He's made this retake.
We don't have to fight for this.
Fights for it, they will, and Void happy to take that kill. Looking to play forward. The Viper's pick could be a ticket for this retake. His last round, the half, so no reason not to utilize it. Back down to come up here. Cage is going to be up. Rush JU to push forward. They push in the tower. Resource is going to pick up one. Viper's Pit now activated. Looking to hold on to the defense. Trident will fall. Void into the Viper's Pit. You've got to do it all. You got to 1v2 to keep this one alive. Akira sees Void back and comes. Waiting for a tap to come through. Akira will take the fight with Void. Will win it out. Farmingdale, they've done it. They wanted it more. They had more heart. They've taken it 13-11. They've taken it 2-0. They will go to Atlanta.
To Atlanta, indeed. They were talking about how they would love to make this like a full-on trip and go heavy and hard to Atlanta and make it a big deal. But, hey, we're going to be seeing it. They're going to be going that whole way. And it wasn't purely because of the lockdown cheese strategy. No. However, it is very obvious that gave them a big advantage in a lot of these rounds, getting a free full post plant set up very consistently. That was at least 3 rounds. They just got it. I think it was 4 total overall. So that was a little bit of a mismanagement of roster like agent selections from St. John's, especially since they were the ones that picked that map. That was very surprising to see.
Yeah, sure. And the fact that St. John's gave so much orb control over consistently. I mean, even just not just the lockdown, the fact that they get Viper's Pit consistently as well is the fact that they're able to collect so many ult orbs and have so much control of the map so early. We never see St. John's switch up that default. So if they're not going to switch to the default, if they're going to take advantage of it, of course, that offense is going to continue to grab orbs. It's going to continue to push the advantages that's being given to them. And it's just 2 rounds. That's the differential to come through. And speaking of coming through, we've got Zeno after the break. She's going to come back on the desk. I cannot wait to hear how she's feeling, knowing them they're going to make that trip out to Atlanta. So don't go anywhere. Right after the break, we'll be back to hear from Farmingdale.
We're back with a winning interview from the team over at Farmingdale, coming hot off of that victory. Got the tickets for Atlanta secured. Zeno will be the one joining us yet again. Welcome back, Zeno. I see the smile on your face. I know you're talking about how all the team was excited and celebrating, as you should. And you also mentioned during that break, while we were talking a little bit before the interview, that was your first time playing Fracture as a team. So going to like the standard strategies that everybody kind of knows about, were you surprised to see no breach on the other team?
So yeah, we were really surprised by it, and we were surprised by the KO pick, but we were like, that's not of a concern because that'll just, so it didn't really matter to us. And we think that the breach pick was kind of crucial in our. I think all the picks on our team were literally just crucial, and we all were just really communicating properly to the point where it didn't matter what they picked, we were still gonna succeed in the end.
No. And I think a big part of the success is we saw consistent farming being done. We saw you guys sowing the seeds of the orbs, constantly having ultimates. What did that look like? You said you never played the map before, but that looked like second nature for you guys.
So you should have heard our comms, you know. We were screaming Pac-Man, we were just nomming all of those orbs. So it was a train of just going from place to place to place. We were all just yelling, just grabbing all the orbs, and it was a lot of fun. And I think we always kept mental high, always kept things light. So it might have been our first time playing the map, but it just didn't matter. Our team synergy is there.
For sure.
I'm sure you're also excited that the Sage granted you a wall to help you get the arcade orb every time as well.
Yeah, they didn't change it up. It was really confusing.
The one time they actually were on their wall challenging, looking for scholarship, he was ready for it and shot down the change as well. So it was impressive to see. Haven was a map pick as well. The last one being Ascent, which we already know that you're proficient on. But on Haven as well, just the explosivity of that, setting things up. Did you feel any pressure that you might have an issue on your own map pick, or were you confident going through the entire map?
Maybe a little bit on defense. We knew that they're a really strong team, but we knew that they played it very slow. So we found it difficult to kind of keep everyone low key when we were winning so much on offense. We were like, all right, stop solo swinging, stop doing this, stop doing that. Like, you don't have to get as aggressive as we are on offense, on defense. So yeah, that was a little bit concerning. Just a little bit though. You know, we pulled it together, so it was cool.
Pretty sure what we saw as well was that a lot of people were going for those solo plays, and some people were a little bit greedy to get more than just that one kill that they got the first pick on. But once y'all did slow down and set up those trap plays and crossfires, things definitely looked a lot better.
Yep, absolutely. And okay, we talked a little bit before in interview number 1, the fact that this team is playing out of passion. It's a club roster. There's no scholarships. I mean, looking for scholarship literally in the title for one of the Riot ideas. How does it feel as a roster to play purely out of passion and see success in that?
You know, it doesn't matter where you are, if you got scholarships or not. It doesn't matter as long as that passion and that need to win, that fight to win, that as long as that's there, you know, we'll win. And that security of having a scholarship, we don't have that security. It doesn't matter if we lose or win, we're not gonna have that scholarship to back us up. So we're gonna fight to the end.
Love to hear that so much. Kat, do you have any other questions for Zeno today, or closing statements perhaps?
Okay, I'll give you one more question. And you know, we talked a little bit in the green room. You said you 13-5 NYIT, that you guys would win, but you didn't give the score line. Okay, fair. I'll be calmer. Okay, I'll be calmer.
Right.
How do you guys do in Atlanta? Do you take Atlanta?
Do we take Atlanta?
Yeah, do you take the whole thing?
We're bringing New York to Atlanta, of course. They're all gonna catch the smoke. We're taking it home, baby.
The firefighters over there.
Are they? I don't know.
Right on.
I'll have to keep paramedics on set because we're gonna be knocking people out back to back to back to back, just like how it is now. We 2-0'd every single team. East Coast is ours, so.
You have definitely 2-0'd every team. Some looking really dominant too. Going to Atlanta, I'm sure you're going to practice some fracture. You'll have a little bit more time. You've got a little over a month to do so.
Right.
Maybe those teams there might pick Breach to counter out the orb farming Pac-Man strategy. But yeah,
we got a better Breach though.
Again,
so, you know.
Do have a better Breach. Having a Breach naturally makes you have a better Breach than
That's
true.
Sure. That's true.
Thank you so much.
Closing statements for you, Zeno. Anything you want to say to people out there?
I just want to thank everyone for the opportunity, allowing us to participate in this tournament. It was a great time. Again, thanking everyone on eBoard, everyone on the team. We all played a part and a crucial role. And now look out for a GoFundMe because we're going to need some money to get to Atlanta.
Fair enough.
Fair. Absolutely fair.
Thank you for joining us, Zeno. Appreciate you being on board with us. This is going to do it for us today as well. That's the grand finals. This is the champion, Zeno, Farmingdale University. That was going to do it, and that's going to do it for us. Next up is going to be Rocket League, because that's it for VALORANT. I should clarify. There is more action happening today on the CECC broadcast on Esports U, as well as Esports U2. So check out both streams right here. Rocket League is going to be on the other side of the break, so stick around for that action. It's going to be explosive. It's going to be high-speed action, high octane, and you don't want to miss it. See you then.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back as we just concluded day 2 of the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Northeast Invitational. This has been such an amazing weekend. I just want to take a quick moment and sincerely thank every single member of the CSMG staff, the Esports U staff, Esports Foundry, and especially all the players, coaches, schools involved with this weekend. It has been such a phenomenal show of action from the Northeast region here. We have some exciting events coming up next. We have the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup West. That's going to be April 9th and 10th. We have the Mid-Atlantic weekend, which will be the following weekend of the following week, rather, of 4/11 to 15. And then there'll be the Last Chance Qualifier, which if you know any school that wants to compete in esports and try to win a bid by qualifying through competition, the Last Chance Qualifier will be April 18th to 22nd. So some fantastic action there. We listened to Hail Monkey Man as well as Tugboat on the Rocket League action to close out day 2. You guys did a fantastic job. To round out Rocket League, Hartford is going to be the winner there. They won it 3-1 with Cornell coming in second place. Congratulations, Hartford. We will see you in Atlanta May 6th to 8th. Going down the line, VALORANT, it was Farmingdale State College to take number 1 and St. John's to take number 2. That was an amazing game set. Farmingdale State College has been on a tear as of late in the VALORANT game mode in the collegiate space. Overwatch, Bay State takes number 1 with Johnson and Wales University taking number 2. And then for SSBU and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, it was the same placing of Bay State in number 1 and St. John's in number 2. So amazing showing from St. John's. 2 number 2 finishes. Bay State walking away with 2 number 1 finishes across the board. That is fantastic stuff. But just like always, that's going to do it from us here at Esports U. This was the Collegiate Esports Commissioners Cup Northeast Invitational. And when we see you next time, it's going to be on April 9th and 10th for the West region. So I'm pulled out. We'll see you next time right here. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a good one.